This planet, enveloped in a hue of earthy yellow, devoid of any life, spans a diameter of 21,000 kilometers. Ah, it astonishingly conceals a vein of star-tier gold. Truly, fortune favors me once I consume this planet. My power should restore to approximately 80 of my pre-injury state. Pale-faced, Luo Feng sat cross-legged upon a drifting meteorite, gazing into the distance at a lifeless planet. Chapter 1. Luo Feng. The sky was a deep azure, resembling an immense blue emerald, while the summer sun blazed like a colossal fireball, suspended high within this vast gem. Judging by the position of the sun, it was likely around 3 in the afternoon. Yian District 3rd High School. Ding, 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 the resounding bell echoed throughout the campus, instantly igniting a cacophony of chatter as students poured out from various teaching buildings, groups of 3 or 5 laughing and chatting as they made their way toward the school gate. Senior Luo Feng. Senior Luo Feng. A deep voice called out, "Off Feng. Someone is calling you." Amidst the throng of students, a young man holding books, dressed in a plain blue tracksuit, stood at about 1.75 meters tall, appearing quite lean. He turned in confusion at the sound of his name, noticing a boy towering around 1.90 meters, possessing a robust physique reminiscent of a bear, with impressively muscular arms. "Who are you?" Luo Feng inquired, puzzled, as he did not recognize the imposing figure before him. The two were vastly different in stature. One resembled a powerful black bear, while Luo Feng appeared quite ordinary. Yet, the burly boy seemed somewhat apprehensive, studying his idol, Luo Feng, and thought to himself, "It seems the rumors are true. Senior Luo Feng is indeed approachable." "Senior Luo Feng, I have a matter I would like your assistance with," the muscular boy stammered. "What is it?" Luo Feng replied with a smile. "When I practice my punches, I always feel something is amiss. I wonder if you might have time to offer me some guidance." The sturdy boy continued. "According to the instructors at the martial arts school, with my strength, I should be able to deliver a punch with at least 50 more force. However, I can never seem to achieve that." The muscular boy looked at Luo Feng with hopeful anticipation. "Oh, is that so?" Luo Feng paused briefly, nodding. "How about this? Find me at the martial arts school this Sunday afternoon." "Thank you, senior. Thank you," the robust boy exclaimed gratefully. Luo Feng smiled and departed with his classmates. As he watched Luo Feng leave, the muscular boy's face lit up with excitement. He clenched his fist tightly, his veins bulging, and let out an exhilarated roar. "Success!" "Senior Luo Feng," he agreed, "so easily?" A boy in a school uniform exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, the rumors were true. Senior Luo Feng is quite easygoing and genuinely kind." The muscular boy grinned widely. "However, that's not right. In our 3rd high school, among the 5,000 students, only 3 have earned the title of Advanced Martial Arts Practitioner. Among these 3, the other two, Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting, are rather arrogant and wouldn't deign to waste their time instructing us." The boy in the school uniform remarked with confusion. "Ah, yes, it's true that senior brother Luo Feng has such a good temperament. Today, across the globe, nearly every high school student, beyond their academic education, joins martial arts academies to unlock their physical potential. 3rd High School in Yian District comprises 3 grades and close to 5,000 students. The vast majority are merely junior practitioners, with only a select few achieving the status of intermediate practitioners. In total, only 3 individuals have attained the title of Advanced Practitioner. Heard words can be deceiving, but seeing is believing. Do you see the difference? Senior brother Luo Feng is not like the other 2, the burly boy scoffed. Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting come from wealthy families. Their parents invested considerable sums in their training from a young age, which explains their prowess. Senior brother Luo Feng, however, is different. The boy in the school uniform nodded in agreement. "I've also heard that senior brother Luo Feng, like us, comes from a modest background and lives in an affordable housing unit. Indeed, senior brother Luo Feng has reached his current level solely through diligent practice, honing his skills through sheer effort. Unlike Zhang Haobai and the others, the burly boy clenched his fists and took a deep breath. My goal is to emulate senior brother Luo Feng. Within 4 years before I graduate from university, I must pass the Martial Arts Academy's assessment and earn the title of Advanced Practitioner." At that moment, the very senior brother they were discussing, Luo Feng, was walking alongside a boy in sportswear, heading towards the entrance of 3rd High School amidst the throng of students. "Off Feng. That bulky fellow who asked you for pointers on striking technique was just bragging about you to his classmates." The boy in sportswear chuckled. "He praised your kindness and approachability." Luo Feng smiled lightly. "What? Weiwen, are you feeling envious? Envious of you?" Weiwen touched his nose, grinning mischievously. "Dream on. I'm merely reflecting on how that big guy has no idea of the true identity of the senior brother Luo Feng he admires. I vividly recall the time on the competition stage at the academy when his senior brother Luo Feng, he reveres, defeated 3 senior practitioners, leaving them unable to rise. Luo Feng chuckled. That battle was indeed his moment of fame. Wei Wen exaggeratedly shook his shoulders, exclaiming, "Ah Feng, ease up." With that thump, my shoulder feels like it's about to shatter. Still pretending, Luo Feng rolled his eyes. Wei Wen had been his childhood companion, having grown up together since they were toddlers. Though not blood brothers, their bond was akin to that of siblings. Through elementary school, middle school, and now high school, their friendship had deepened considerably. Suddenly, Wei Wen's gaze sharpened. "Ah Feng, look, it's the girl you have a crush on." Luo Feng followed his friend's gaze and spotted a girl in the distance, wearing jeans and a light-colored polo shirt, her ponytail swaying as she walked along the roadside. Luo Feng's heart quickened. A name flickered through his mind: Su Exin. Harboring a secret infatuation for Su Exin, only a handful of individuals are privy to this sentiment. However, my close friend Wei Wen has been aware of it for quite some time. Just catching a glimpse of Su Exin's silhouette brings me a sense of fulfillment. Due to class restructuring in our second year of high school, I find myself separated from Su Exin as we're no longer in the same class. Yet, whenever I spot her, I can hardly resist stealing a glance. Only a month remains until the college entrance examination. I silently reflect. In the past, I lacked both the courage and the time to pursue romantic relationships. Now, with just a month left, everyone is engrossed in exam preparations, and Su Exin, being a fiercely ambitious girl, would hardly allow herself to be distracted by love at this critical juncture. Furthermore, I cannot afford to lose focus during this final month. The regret would haunt me for a lifetime. Perhaps I shall simply cherish this unrequited love as a memory. Unrequited love. It is a bittersweet sentiment that has yet to blossom, yet has already begun to wither. I yearn to keep these feelings buried deep within my heart. You had the chance to pursue Su Exin, yet you hesitated. Now, with only a month until the exam, it may be too late to see her again. Wei Wen admonishes. You will regret this later. Why, when I reply, shaking my head, enough of this. Until I earn the title of warrior, I refuse to let myself be distracted by romantic pursuits. My friend, you are resolute. Wei Wen exclaims, giving me a thumbs up. The title of warrior? In our entire high school of 5,000 students, not a single one has achieved such a distinction. You claim that without this title, you will not allow yourself to be distracted by love. Impressive. I suddenly catch sight of 5 conspicuous individuals at the school gate, led by a tall young man, Zhang Haobai, who stands at an impressive height of 6 feet and is clad in a white t-shirt and white trousers, his muscular physique evident. The 4 individuals surrounding him are either robust in stature or bear scars that hint at their formidable nature. Zhang Haobai is one of the 3 senior students from a martial arts academy at Yian District's 3rd high school, or Luo Feng. Zhang Haobai glances in my direction and emits a low grunt. In this entire school, if there is anyone Zhang Haobai despises, it is undoubtedly me. After all, among the 3 individuals who attained the title of senior martial arts student, 1 is female, leaving only the 2 of us as male senior students. Moreover, Zhang Haobai hails from a wealthy family, while I come from a humble background, residing in a subsidized housing unit. Academically, I surpass Zhang Haobai by a considerable margin. In terms of martial prowess, both Zhang Haobai and I hold the title of senior student. Yet I have previously triumphed over 3 senior students in the martial arts academy, leaving them incapacitated. Among them was Zhang Haobai, who lost a tooth during that encounter. In terms of family circumstances, it is evident that Zhang Haobai comes from affluence. Despite his advantageous conditions, my academic achievements and martial skills overshadow his OWN in school. Whenever Zhang Haobai receives praise, there are often comparisons drawn to me. Resentment. The animosity Zhang Haobai harbors towards me is palpable. Let us depart, Zhang Haobai mutters, running his tongue across his teeth, which seemed to ache faintly. After all, that confrontation had left him bloodied and missing a tooth since that incident at the martial arts school. Zhang Haobai has been markedly subdued. He no longer dares to provoke you. Often, Wei Wen remarked, watching Zhang Haobai and his companions depart, a smile crossing his face as he spoke to Luo Feng. Zhang Haobai, Luo Feng had never regarded this affluent scion with any seriousness. On the way home, the sound of car horns resonated intermittently on the streets. Nowadays, vehicles primarily operated on electric energy, allowing the air to remain free of the acrid scent of gasoline. Wei Wen, the college entrance examination is just a month away. We must devote ourselves fully during this period, Luo Feng said as he walked alongside Wei Wen on the sidewalk. As for the martial arts school, we can afford to relax a bit. Engaging in some restorative training each day should suffice. Our primary focus should be on academic studies. The college entrance exam is of utmost importance to have dedicated 12 years to our education. This is our crucial moment. Indeed, 12 years of academic pursuit, and this single examination will determine our fate. Wei Wen sighed in agreement. The college entrance exam is like a treacherous bridge over a chasm, where countless candidates vie for success. Precisely, Luo Feng nodded. His family's financial situation was far from favorable. Although he held the title of advanced student at the martial arts school, which guaranteed him a position as an elite bodyguard with an annual salary of 200,000 to 300,000, Luo Feng was not content to merely be a bodyguard. I could see that moment. Above the skies of Yian District, approximately 1,000 meters high, a colossal black-crowned golden eagle soared through the urban expanse. Its wingspan was around 20 meters, resembling a massive fighter jet, its feathers glinting with a chilling metallic sheen. The feathers on its crown were deep black, akin to a royal diadem, and its formidable talons gleamed a striking gold. Its piercing blue eyes, cold and sharp, gazed down upon the human city below, emanating a subtle aura of menace. Boom! The already rapid flight of the black-crowned golden eagle escalated dramatically, shattering the sound barrier and attaining an astonishing velocity. Concurrently, an extraordinarily loud cry erupted from the eagle, generating a terrifying sonic wave that produced visible shockwaves cascading downwards. At a traffic intersection on Beitian Road in Yian District, Luo Feng and Wei Wen awaited the traffic signal. Suddenly, arc! A shrill cry pierced the air, distinct from the rumble of thunder, while thunder booms with overwhelming resonance. This high-pitched call was jarring, causing Luo Feng to wince in discomfort as his eardrums throbbed painfully. Many pedestrians covered their ears in response. It's the call of a bird. Luo Feng instinctively looked skyward. Luo Feng was startled as the piercing cry reverberated. Large panes of glass from a nearby skyscraper emitted a disconcerting crack sound, with several shattering into fragments. Over a dozen pieces plummeted from the heights, some crashing onto the sidewalk or striking individuals, while others collided with nearby lampposts. Smash! Thud! Crackle! In an instant, a cacophony of explosions ensued. A shard of glass fell upon the streetlight beside Luo Feng, shattering upon impact and scattering fragments in all directions, prompting many pedestrians to evade the danger. Wow! Wei Wen exclaimed as he instinctively recoiled 2 steps to avoid the flying shards. One particular fragment, akin to a razor blade, hurtled towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng cast a quick glance, remaining utterly composed. Instead of dodging, he stood firmly in place, his right hand shooting out with lightning speed to grasp the incoming glass shard. The fragment faintly reflected his figure. He waited briefly before nonchalantly hurling it towards a distant trash bin, where it landed with a resounding clang, perfectly aimed out on the road. The traffic soon resumed its normal flow, while pedestrians on the sidewalk were abuzz with chatter. Some unfortunate souls bore injuries, yet the majority emerged unscathed. Impressive, Luo Feng remarked, tilting his head skyward. A single cry from above has such formidable power. It must be an exceptionally powerful avian beast. Wei Wen, you are well versed in various monsters, though you know what kind this one is. Wei Wen squinted, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Feng. Our city has a defense system at an altitude of 500 meters. This avian beast is undoubtedly soaring above that height. Given the distance, the sound it produced possesses tremendous might. Moreover, ordinary monsters would not dare to vocalize so boldly above a human city. So formidable, so audacious. Based on the sound, if my conjecture is accurate, it must be the exceedingly fearsome black-crowned golden eagle among avian monsters. Wei Wen stated earnestly. Black-crowned golden eagle? Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had certainly heard of the eagle's renowned name. The black-crowned golden eagle ranks 3rd among avian monsters, Wei Wen continued, his eyes glimmering with fervor. In its adult form, it typically measures 21 meters in length, with a wingspan of approximately 36 meters, achieving a flight speed of 3.9 Mach. That translates to a staggering 3.9 times the speed of sound. Calculating sound speed at 340 meters per second, that equates to 1,326 meters per second, or 4,774 kilometers per hour. Luo Feng was aware of the black-crowned golden eagle's prowess, however. The revelation of its maximum speed still left him breathless. In just a blink of an eye, it could cover a distance of 1,000 meters. The feathers of the black-crowned golden eagle are harder than diamonds, likely achieving the hardness of level 3 chromium alloy. Wei Wen enthused. There are videos online showcasing the eagle charging through a horde of monsters against an army, enduring fire from a 20 mm Vulcan cannon, which can unleash 7,000 rounds per minute. 7,000 rounds. Each of those bullets can penetrate 50 mm of steel. Yet even under such relentless bombardment, not a single feather fell from the black-crowned golden eagle. Ultimately, it took a mysterious warrior armed with a chromium alloy sword, who became a streak of light and cleaved the black-crowned golden eagle in two. Wei Wen's words ignited a fervor within him. Luo Feng's heart raced, adrenaline coursing through his veins. The title of a warrior. I shall undoubtedly earn the title of a warrior one day. I aspire to wield a battle blade like that esteemed predecessor, cleaving the fearsome, black-crowned golden eagle and the mighty demon ape among other monstrous beings. Luo Feng silently vowed within his heart, for every young person harbors a dream, and such a dream resides within Luo Feng's soul. It is said online that the enigmatic powerhouse who effortlessly split the black-crowned golden eagle in twain ranks among the top 100 super warriors globally. Ah Feng, what are you pondering? We've arrived home, Wei Wen called out. Only then did Luo Feng emerge from his tumultuous thoughts, raising his gaze towards the community ahead, comprised of numerous cylindrical buildings. The Nanning community, a government-constructed, affordable housing complex, where Luo Feng has resided for the past 18 years. Chapter 2. The South Bank community, designated as an affordable housing complex, operates at nearly maximum efficiency in land utilization. Each residential building resembles a colossal square concrete pillar, with spacing between the structures that neglects considerations for sunlight exposure. Luo Feng's home is situated on the 32nd floor of a towering 36-story building. Ah Feng, are you going to the martial arts school tonight? Wei Wenchao inquires as he approaches another residential building. I have a tutoring session this evening, and I might swing by the martial arts school afterward, but the timing is uncertain. You needn't wait for me, Luo Feng replies with a smile, then swiftly ascends the stairs, bounding up 4 steps at a time, reminiscent of a swift leopard. In the blink of an eye, he reaches the 2nd floor, then the 3rd, and the 4th. With each step, Luo Feng navigates the ascent with effortless agility, occasionally yielding to fellow residents making their way up the stairs. Ah Feng, is school out? Yes, Uncle Wang, he responds, his breath steady. As a senior student at the martial arts school, this pace of climbing is akin to a leisurely stroll for him. In the affordable housing community, the overwhelming majority of residents opted against the installation of elevators, the rationale being that such an addition would necessitate higher rent. Moreover, for most residents today, ascending several flights of stairs is a trivial endeavor. Constructing elevators is regarded as a luxury. After all, electricity is costly, as the city's defense system relies entirely on electrical energy, resources that are in high demand nationwide. On the 32nd floor, there are 8 households, and Luo Feng's family is one of them. With a click, he unlocks the door. Upon entering, he surveys the space, a modest 1-bedroom apartment encompassing 36 square meters, home to 4 family members, himself, his younger brother, and their parents. They have resided here since he can remember. What book are you reading? Luo Feng inquires, making his way to the small balcony. There, seated in a wheelchair, is a frail boy with a pallid complexion, engrossed in an English book. Luo Feng glances over and cheerfully remarks, "Oh, is that about the investment master price? Isn't Buffett the most renowned among investment gurus?" Luo Feng admits to being quite ignorant of investment and stocks. "Buffett's strategies don't suit me," the frail boy responds. "Price's theories and thoughts resonate closely with some of my own ideas, providing valuable insights." The boy looks up at Luo Feng, offering a faint smile. "Please, continue your reading." Luo Feng encourages with a grin. Unintentionally, his gaze drifts to his brother's legs, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. In his childhood, his brother's legs were crushed by a vehicle, resulting in a debilitating injury that rendered him disabled. Surviving as a disabled individual in today's society is fraught with immense pressure. His brother receives his education solely through online remote learning, deprived of sunlight, which has left his complexion unnaturally pale. Additionally, the lack of friends has contributed to his brother's introverted nature. Both of my parents earn modest salaries, and with the responsibility of raising both me and my brother, who has a disability, the burden on our family is considerable. We can only afford to live in this subsidized housing. My brother's condition limits his social interactions, making the prospect of finding a partner a daunting challenge. Who would be willing to marry someone who has lost both legs? I must change the fate of my family. In my heart, Luo Feng silently vowed. Why have I not pursued my feelings for Su Xian? Why have I not engaged in a romantic relationship? The law permits marriage at the age of 18, which is why many couples begin dating in high school and marry shortly after graduation. Those who do not date during high school are exceedingly rare. Why have I not followed this path? Because I cannot afford to squander my time on romance. My family is not affluent, and I lack the guidance of exceptional mentors. I can only rely on myself. Luo Feng's gaze fell upon the worn-out sofa in the living room, which doubles as a bed. For years, our family of 4 has resided in this small apartment. A single room with a living area. My brother and I occupy the only bedroom, while our parents have continuously slept on the living room sofa. I am determined to provide my parents and brother with a spacious home, one equipped with an elevator. I want my parents to experience the comfort of a proper bed and for my brother to navigate our home without such struggle. The house must have large windows that allow sunlight to pour in. Thus, he became one of the 3 students among 5,000 in his high school to earn the title of advanced student at the Martial Arts Academy. Among these 3, he is the only one from an ordinary background. The other 2 hail from affluent families. The sound of running water filled the air as he filled the electric kettle. Once plugged in, Luo Feng settled onto the sofa with a history book, diligently memorizing key points. Suddenly, the kettle beeped, signaling that the water had boiled. He set down the book and poured water into a thermos, filling a large plastic cup with hot water to place on the table. In the year 2026, the Battle of Hengze Lake occurred. Yes, 2026. Luo Feng recalled various historical events, excelling particularly in mathematics, yet he held a profound interest in history. Each time he reflected on the history of the 21st century, he was filled with awe. Ahua, Luo Feng approached his brother. What is it, brother? Luo Hua set aside his book. This book contains 139 key points, and I have highlighted them. Feel free to quiz me. Luo Feng passed his history book to his brother, who smiled and accepted it. All right then, it's a rare opportunity to test you. Listen carefully, for I shall pose a question. If you answer incorrectly, it will be rather embarrassing. Ask away, Luo Feng replied with a chuckle, settling back onto the sofa. Who single-handedly defeated the tiger-headed monster at the Yangtze River, saving hundreds of thousands of citizens and successfully relocating them to the southern base? Who was this heroic individual? Where was he from? What was his age at the time of death? And what was the exact date of this event? Luo Hua carefully reviewed the material and posed his query. His brother pressed on. What is the precise date? Which day in June 2018? Luo Feng hesitated. I believe it was June 18th. Couldn't help but slap his forehead, shaking his head in a bittersweet smile, often confusing the 16th and 18th. Ask again, he urged. All right, listen closely for the second question. His brother appeared quite exhilarated. In the year 2023, the 2 brothers engaged in a rapid exchange. Time slipping away swiftly. The final question? Go ahead, ask. S focus was razor sharp. This query pertains to the most fundamental concepts. Could you recount the significant events from the Great Nirvana period? Inquired. As pandemic control measures progressed, the outbreak was contained. However, in January 2015, the virus mutated into its most dreadful variant, known simply as the virus. Previous variants were predominantly transmitted through bodily fluids, with some capable of waterborne transmission, albeit with a brief survival span. Yet this virus could spread through both bodily fluids and water. Most alarmingly, it could also be airborne, surviving an astonishing 3 hours in the atmosphere. Chapter 3, Jiangnan City. The moment the virus emerged, it spread rapidly across the globe. All life forms, whether human or animal, that required respiration fell victim to the infection. By the time humanity recognized the existence of the virus, it was already too late. The infection bore an exceptionally high mortality rate, nearing 30. Within just 3 months, according to retrospective analysis, aside from the massive death toll among animals, the global human population plummeted by nearly 2 billion. Those 3 months were a nightmarish ordeal. Scientists worldwide found themselves powerless against this virus. Of the approximately 5 billion human survivors, all had naturally developed antibodies within their bodies. Following these harrowing months, the world was engulfed in an interminable sorrow. Recounted slowly that during this period, the 5 billion human survivors discovered they had become significantly stronger. Nearly every individual exhibited enhanced strength, speed, cellular vitality, and skin resilience. Each attribute more than doubled. Even an ordinary person could effortlessly shatter previous world records in weightlifting and the 100-meter dash. However, calamity was on the horizon. Humans, who had lived comfortably, found their physical conditions significantly enhanced. In stark contrast, the surviving fauna, which had adhered to the laws of nature's survival of the fittest, underwent a transformation that augmented their capabilities far beyond those of humans. Some terrifying creatures even gained intelligence. In September 2015, the assault commenced with the endless creatures of the ocean, as countless transformed beasts began to attack human settlements. It was a scene of bloodshed and madness. In the ensuing war between humans and these monsters, people were astonished to discover that their once revered firearms only proved effective against the more primitive beasts. The formidable avian and terrestrial monsters exhibited an utter disregard for bullets and artillery. Projectiles merely bounced off their armored scales. Even missile strikes were easily evaded by these swift and agile creatures. When humanity resorted to nuclear weapons, the shocking realization dawned. The monster's defenses were far too formidable. Only within the immediate blast radius did a considerable number of beasts perish, while in broader regions, the creatures remained unscathed. The destructive power of nuclear weapons was far less than humanity had envisioned. Although a multitude of monsters were vanquished, the specter of nuclear radiation birthed even more terrifying entities, the most infamous of which was the dreadful blood demon wolf. This creature possessed the ability to fly and had slaughtered over 1 million humans. It was at this juncture that humanity realized the horrifying potential of nuclear radiation to induce mutations in certain monsters, leading to the emergence of exceedingly fearsome beings. Amongst the monsters, there existed formidable threats, and likewise, exceptional individuals arose from humanity. Ultimately, the blood demon wolf was severely wounded and forced to flee by a human super strongman capable of flight, known as Thor, who presently holds the second rank in the international hierarchy. These extraordinary beings, during critical moments, saved countless ordinary citizens, assisting the military in repelling the hordes of monsters. During this tumultuous period, numerous poignant tales emerged. Renowned scientist Claude Senna, utilizing materials derived from monster carcasses and the blue gold metal discovered on the moon, invented a formidable alloy, stronger than diamond, dubbed Claude alloy. This innovation allowed human champions to wield terrifying weapons capable of slicing through the hides and scales of monsters, eliminating the need for barehanded combat. Luo Feng recalled this historical account with remarkable clarity. Throughout the course of the war, vast swathes of cities were obliterated. In response, our nation, China, urgently established 6 major bases to relocate a significant portion of the populace. In terms of superhuman strength, both our nation and India, which reveres ancient yoga, boasted the highest number of such individuals, while the United States, the European Union, and the Soviet Union excelled in technological advancements. The oceans, teeming with monsters, led to the devastation of nearly every island nation. Even to this day, the seas remain the domain of these creatures. In the struggle between monsters and humanity, only 5 nations, China, India, the United States, the European Union, and the Soviet Union, managed to maintain their sovereignty. Other nations have disintegrated into chaos. In critical moments, a coalition was formed, centered around these 5 nations, establishing the Earth Alliance. This alliance facilitated the establishment of numerous human bases across the globe. The war between monsters and humanity commenced in September 2015, culminating in March 2021 with the successful development of high-frequency laser cannons, which swiftly eliminated over a dozen Tier 1 monsters and 2 Tier 2 monsters. Thus, the extensive conflict finally drew to a close. Luo Feng could not help but reflect on the harrowing 5.5 years of war, the most terrifying in human history, resulting in nearly 1 billion casualties. Only the 5 nations retained their governmental structures, while the surviving populations of all other countries amalgamated within various human bases. To this day, while humanity holds the upper hand on land, the oceans remain inundated with countless monsters, still their territory. The period from 2013 to 2021 marked a significant rebirth in human history. Sitting on the couch, Luo Feng mused. As the clock on the wall chimed 5 times, it was already afternoon. The era of great rebirth evoked similar sentiments in Rohua. Brother, to be frank, I find it hard to fathom that prior to this era, there were over 200 nations and regions worldwide, with a mere population of 7 billion. Some of those smaller nations were truly minuscule. A single formidable monster could have easily obliterated them. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Thus, in the present day, the world comprises only 5 major powers and 23 cities. Across the vast expanse of the Earth, there exist 5 prominent nations: the Celestial Empire, India, the United States, the European Union, and the Soviet Union, alongside 23 human settlements established in regions such as South America and Africa, collectively referred to as cities. The Celestial Empire is home to 6 major human bases, which correspond to the 6 contemporary cities. Luo Feng's residence is located in one of the 8 guardian cities of Jiangnan City, specifically in the Ian district of Yangzhou City. The population of Jiangnan City approaches 200 million, while Yangzhou City alone boasts a population exceeding 10 million. The human base in Jiangnan City primarily formed from the mass migration of people from the former Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, with a smaller portion originating from Anhui. Time has progressed. Luo Hua, Luo Feng's younger brother, gazes at the wall clock, noting that it is now the year 2056, over 30 years since the Great Nirvana period. In contemporary society, it has become almost obligatory for individuals to frequent martial arts schools for training. Humanity has indeed advanced significantly compared to over 30 years ago. Luo Feng nods in agreement. Indeed, there are many more formidable individuals among humanity now, and technological advancements have been made. However, The monstrous beings have also given rise to numerous terrifying entities. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and a middle-aged couple enters. The man, drenched in sweat and marred by paint and other stains, appears quite fatigued. His wife, of modest height, carries a basket brimming with vegetables and meat. Father, mother. Luo Feng promptly rises. This couple is his parents, Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan. Haha, yes, Xiao Feng, continue your studies. Do not mind me, Luo Honghua chuckles, emphasizing the importance of his son's impending college entrance examination. Quickly wash up, you reek of sweat, Gong Xinlan adds with a smile. Luo Honghua, still chuckling, heads to retrieve a change of clothes before making his way to the small, yet cherished, bathroom that the family has utilized for many years. Gong Xinlan beams at her two sons, Xiao Feng, Xiao Hua. Today, I have prepared braised pork for you. I love that. Luo Hua exclaims eagerly. Luo Feng cannot help but smile as he observes his mother tying on her apron to prepare dinner. He is well aware that she typically buys groceries after work in the evening, as prices for vegetables and meat are considerably lower than in the morning, albeit not as fresh. Luo Feng glances at the bathroom and silently vows to earn the title of warrior as swiftly as possible, so that his mother will no longer need to shop in the afternoon, and his father can be spared from arduous renovation work. In his heart, Luo Feng harbors a deep longing for his parents to enjoy a peaceful life, basking in sunlight and savoring delicious meals. Xiao Feng, his father, now freshly bathed, approaches. I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Luo Feng inquires, looking at his father. Luo Honghua smiles gently. It is about your plans after graduating high school. Could you share them with me? It is rare for him to engage his son in such discussions, as he wishes to avoid imposing undue pressure. Fully aware of his son's diligence and commendable performance. As these words escape his lips, Gong Xinlan, busy in the kitchen, slows her movements, listening attentively. Parents are deeply concerned about their son's future. Dad, this is how I see it, Luo Feng stated decisively. Given my academic performance, I believe gaining admission to the prestigious Jiangnan Military Academy should not pose a significant challenge. Now that I have attained the status of a senior student at the Martial Arts Academy, my entry into Jiangnan Military Academy will result in my immediate training as an officer. You and Mom can also directly access the military family housing community. Serving in the military has its hierarchies. Currently, the Huaxia Nation is indeed recruiting soldiers, yet ordinary soldiers enjoy limited benefits. However, being a young senior student at the Martial Arts Academy and gaining admission to Jiangnan Military Academy equates to being well-rounded in both literature and martial arts. The state will undoubtedly prioritize my development, assigning a residence in the military family community. The housing allocated to officers' families is naturally far superior to these low-rent accommodations. But what if you don't gain admission to Jiangnan Military Academy? Luo Honghua interjected. Xiaofeng, do not place excessive pressure on yourself. There are two key military academies in Jiangnan City. Even if you do not perform well enough to enter the first academy, attending the second one is absolutely feasible. Luo Feng was acutely aware of his academic standings. He routinely scored about 50 points above the undergraduate cutoff. The second military academy requires merely meeting the undergraduate threshold to gain entry. The current college entrance examination system does not distinguish between first, second, or third tier. There exists only a singular score line for undergraduate and vocational programs. Those above the undergraduate line are classified as such, while those below are designated as vocational. At the second military academy, being a senior student at the Martial Arts Academy would still allow for officer training, with benefits not differing significantly. Luo Feng smiled. To gain undergraduate admission, only 2 out of 10 can achieve it. Yet, among high school students, to earn the title of senior student at the Martial Arts Academy is a rarity, with only 1 in 1,000. Well, as long as you are confident, that is sufficient. However, Xiaofeng, do not burden yourself with too much pressure. Your mother and I only wish for a stable life. Luo Honghua nodded slightly. You tend to put too much pressure on yourself. Luo Feng chuckled. I feel no pressure. Being young means one should possess a bit of vigor. Though he spoke confidently, he thought to himself, Mom, Dad, and my younger brother, once my college entrance examination concludes, you will soon enjoy a better life. Once I obtain the title of martial artist, you will no longer need to toil in hard labor. Hurry and fetch the bowls and chopsticks. Dinner is ready. Gong Xinlan urged with a smile. All right. Luo Honghua replied cheerfully as he stood to retrieve the utensils. The vegetables smell delightful, Luo Feng remarked, leaning over the soup pot to assist in serving. I can smell the aroma of braised pork, exclaimed his younger brother, Luo Hua, excitedly, as he maneuvered his wheelchair towards the dining table. The family of four shared a harmonious moment together. Chapter 4, Luo Feng's Strength. After dinner, his parents took his younger brother, Luo Hua, for a leisurely stroll downstairs, while Luo Feng set off to conduct tutoring sessions. Around 6 in the evening, The sky was nearly enveloped in darkness. This tutoring session was soon coming to an end. Luo Feng moved through the alleys with the agility of a leopard, swiftly navigating his surroundings. Ahead lay a dead end, yet Luo Feng leaped effortlessly, soaring over 2 meters, placing his left hand lightly on the wall, and with a slight push, he transitioned into the next alley. Rushing forward can be considered a warm-up before tutoring. At this moment, Luo Feng maintained a speed of 15 meters per second, equivalent to 54 kilometers per hour. Such speed is not his utmost limit, yet it suffices for a warm-up. With a mere month remaining until the college entrance examination, he has temporarily halted his tutoring sessions. Over the past 6 months of tutoring, he earned a sum of 20,000 yuan. It was only last year that he attained the title of advanced student, which facilitated his acquisition of a tutoring position, instructing a young boy in fundamental martial arts. His remuneration amounted to 100 yuan per hour. He taught 5 days a week, dedicating 1 hour each evening, resulting in an approximate monthly income of over 2,000 yuan. His father, after a long day of labor, earned merely 2 to 3,000 yuan monthly. In contrast, just 1 hour of tutoring surpassed his father's earnings significantly. This exemplifies the disparity between an ordinary individual and an advanced martial arts student. If he were to become a martial artist, the difference would be astonishing. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened as he spotted a delivery truck turning around, obstructing the path ahead. Nevertheless, he did not reduce his speed. While in motion, he suddenly pushed off the ground, leaping 2 to 3 meters high, then skillfully bounding along the wall of the alley before soaring down to continue his swift progress. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance of a serene residential community. This is indeed the place where his parents should reside. He paused, surveying the tranquil neighborhood. This community featured a low residential density, complete with artificial ponds and abundant flora. Even among the high-rise buildings, each floor boasted a sky garden. In addition to the high-rises, there were also row villas. It is noteworthy that, at present, the Huaxiao nation comprises 6 major bases or cities. Each city boasts a staggering population. For instance, Jiangnan City alone is home to nearly 200 million residents. Consequently, land is exceedingly scarce, making stacked and row villas rare and incredibly costly. Furthermore, opulent standalone villas incur exorbitant luxury taxes. I am heading to Building 18, Apartment 1801. Luo Feng informed the security guard at the community entrance. Please wait a moment. The security guard pressed the visual intercom button, and immediately, the nearby camera focused on Luo Feng. The voice of the owner of Apartment 1801 echoed from the intercom. It's Xiao Luo. Let him in. Understood, sir. The security guard promptly granted him access. An hour later, Luo Feng exited the community. Well, the tutoring session has concluded. I shall visit the Martial Arts Academy to assess whether my recent training has yielded improvements. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the largest martial arts institution on Earth, was founded by the world's strongest warrior, Hong. Martial arts schools are scattered across the globe. Beep. Upon scanning his student ID at the academy's entrance, Luo Feng entered the premises. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy loomed like a colossal beast, occupying a larger area than a typical high school. The main entrance was spacious enough to accommodate 10 cars side by side. Within the academy grounds stood 3 massive silver structures, resembling 3 spacecraft. Senior brother. Greetings, senior brother. The academy grounds were bustling with numerous martial arts students, engaging in various activities on the pathways and lawns. The students gazed reverently at the distinguished certificate hanging from Luo Feng's neck. Within the Martial Arts Academy stood 3 colossal buildings, the teaching halls for beginners, intermediates, and advanced students. The first and second floors of the advanced students building housed spacious lecture halls, each capable of accommodating thousands. The instructors delivered their lessons in these grand halls. The academy boasted a student body of approximately 30 to 40,000. Only those aged 16 could enroll, while individuals over 30 were prohibited from attending to conserve teaching resources. The number of advanced students was a few hundred, predominantly in their 20s, with Luo Feng being a mere 18 years old. Greetings, senior brother. The respectful calls accompanied Luo Feng as he ascended to the 3rd floor of the advanced students building, a level accessible solely to advanced students. The expansive training hall on the 3rd floor measured 100 meters in length and width, currently hosting a dozen individuals. Crazy One. The Crazy One has arrived. Upon entering the vast training hall, the advanced students greeted him warmly. Brother Wang, Brother Yang, sisterly, Luo Feng called out with a smile, feeling a warmth in his heart as he looked at the older students. All of them were over 20, making Luo Feng the youngest among them. Of course, the advanced students of the Yayan District Extreme Martial Arts Academy numbered more than just these few. There were over 100 in total. However, most were reluctant to attend unless there was a teacher present. Typically, only those from impoverished backgrounds, with no space to train, would come to the academy's training hall. while wealthier families often provided their children with private training rooms. Thus, this group of students mostly resided in affordable housing, banding together as a small collective. Luo Feng had earned the nickname Crazy One after defeating 3 privileged students in a fit of rage. I wonder how much my strength has improved over the past half-month. Luo Feng approached the punching power testing machine located in the corner of the training hall, where 2 machines stood side by side for evaluating the strength of both intermediate and advanced students, as well as martial artists. Inhale, exhale. Luo Feng took a deep breath, completely relaxing his body. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he sprang into action like a lethargic lion awakened, his spine tightening like a drawn bowstring. The force surged from his legs through his waist and spine, and his right fist launched forward like a cannonball, tracing an arc through the air. With a resounding thud, Luo Feng's right fist struck the target of the power testing machine. The target shook violently, and the machine's screen instantly displayed the number 809. Crazy One, impressive. You've surpassed the 800-kilogram mark, exclaimed a tall, lean man over 6 feet tall, a scar marring his face, as he clapped and cheered. Brother Yang, Luo Feng chuckled. I still have quite a way to go compared to you. Yang, could you please help me activate the speed testing machine? Yang, whose full name is Yang Wu, ranks among the top 3 advanced students at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. However, he falls slightly short in terms of speed. Otherwise, he would have already passed the preliminary martial artist assessment. To ascend to the rank of martial artist, advanced students must successfully navigate 2 assessments. The first is the physical fitness evaluation for martial artists, also known as the preliminary martial artist assessment. Passing this stage signifies that one has met the physical standards necessary to become a martial artist, thus earning the title of preliminary martial artist. The second assessment is the practical combat evaluation for martial artists. Merely possessing physical prowess is insufficient to qualify as a martial artist. One must prevail in actual combat against monsters to earn the esteemed title. Testing speed? Very well. Yang Wu remarked with a smile as he approached the adjacent track and activated the speed testing device. With a click, the device powered on, its camera illuminating. Taking a moment to steady his breathing, Luo Feng positioned himself on the track, which spanned a total of 60 meters. The area nearest to the speed testing device was designated for speed measurement. With a sudden burst of energy, Luo Feng surged forward. In the blink of an eye, he reached his maximum speed, his legs propelling him powerfully as he dashed down the track like an arrow released from a bow, a gust of wind trailing behind him. Whoosh! He swiftly crossed the speed testing zone before naturally decelerating to a halt. How did I do? He inquired with a grin as he approached. Wow, you've improved again since last time, Yang Wu exclaimed, astonished by the number displayed on the speed testing device. Come see for yourself. Upon inspecting the screen, Luo Feng noted the figure, 238. Not bad, he thought to himself, though he did not feel overly elated. The physical fitness assessment for martial artists. The preliminary martial artist assessment comprises 3 tests: strength, punching power, speed, and neural reaction time. Luo Feng had a natural aptitude for neural reactions and had barely reached the requisite standards for a martial artist. However, in terms of strength, the passing threshold for the preliminary martial artist assessment was 900 kilograms. The benchmark for speed was set at 25 meters per second, equivalent to a 4-second 100 meters. Chapter 5, Divergent Choices. As one strives to enhance their abilities, the journey becomes increasingly arduous. Luo Feng pondered, contemplating the leap from 238 meters per second to the required 25 meters per second, which he estimated might take a year. Furthermore, increasing his punching power from 809 kilograms to 900 kilograms would likely demand even more time if he wished to attain the title of martial artist. It seemed he would have to wait until he entered university. What if, he mused, he were to faint once more? His physical condition might then align with the requirements of a martial artist. Of course, the fainting he envisioned was not a result of being struck unconscious, but rather succumbing to an extreme headache. Luo Feng suffered from recurrent headaches, which occasionally plagued him but typically subsided with endurance. However, when the pain reached its zenith, he would lose consciousness. Throughout his life, Luo Feng had fainted twice. At the tender age of 8, my younger brother suffered a grievous injury when a vehicle struck him, shattering his leg. That fateful day, I, Luo Feng, was overwhelmed with sorrow, and an unrelenting pain surged through my head. My heart raced alarmingly, and I felt as though the blood coursing through my veins was moving at an astonishing pace, as if my heart might leap from my chest. The intensity of these sensations ultimately led to my unconsciousness. Then, at 12, when my mother fell gravely ill and was hospitalized, fear of losing her engulfed me, leading to a similar panic. Once again, I experienced excruciating headaches and a rapid heartbeat, culminating in another fainting spell. Following these 2 episodes, my family took me to the hospital for examinations, Yet the doctors could not ascertain any underlying issues. Even today, the intricacies of the human brain remain a formidable challenge for medical science. Strangely, these 2 episodes of unconsciousness seem to enhance my physical prowess significantly. After each awakening from these fainting spells, I discovered a marked improvement in my strength, speed, and reflexes. This newfound vigor enabled me to excel as I entered the Martial Arts Academy at 16, swiftly passing the intermediate student assessment and earning that title. My solid foundation allowed me to attain the advanced student title by 17. If only I could experience another fainting spell, my abilities would surely soar to new heights. I have come to realize that fainting can be a form of the body's self-preservation mechanism, rather than an entirely negative occurrence. Since childhood, I have suffered from chronic headaches, yet after my first fainting episode at 8, I noticed a significant reduction in the severity of my pain. Following my second fainting spell at 12, my headaches continued to lessen. If this trend persists, perhaps another fainting spell would alleviate my headaches even further. And with 1 or 2 more episodes, I might rid myself of this affliction entirely. My heart yearns for this outcome. For each episode brings relief from my headaches, while simultaneously enhancing my physical capabilities. Alas, fainting is not something one can simply will into existence. It has only occurred twice throughout my life. When my headaches reach their zenith, my heart races to its limit. I glance down at my wristwatch. Equipped with a pulse monitoring function, even during intense exertion, my heart rate never exceeds 120 beats per minute. I pondered how wonderful it would be if my heart rate could soar above 200 beats in a minute. The harbingers of my fainting episodes are invariably severe headaches and a rapid heartbeat. Regrettably, regardless of the intensity of my physical activities, I cannot reach the threshold necessary to provoke another fainting spell. Within the martial arts hall, the scarred-faced Yang-Wu stood before the punching power testing machine. He did not seem to accumulate his strength with any earnestness. Rather, he casually unleashed a flurry of powerful punches upon the target. The resounding thuds echoed. As the machine's screen displayed a cascade of numbers, 956, 912, 936, 981. After delivering dozens of punches in one breath, he finally paused. Watching him, I felt a twinge of envy. My own maximum punch only registered at 809 kilograms. If I could strike with the same effortless force as Brother Yang, where each punch surpassed 700 kilograms, I would be content. Brother Yang, how I wish to deliver a punch with the same casual strength as yours, I remarked with a smile. You young lad, Yang Wu replied, approaching me and playfully patting my shoulder. You are merely 19 this year, just 18 years old. When I was your age, I was merely an intermediate student at a martial arts school. At your rate of progress, in just 2 years, you will undoubtedly meet the physical standards of a martial artist. To be a martial artist at the tender age of 20 is indeed enviable. Luo Feng chuckled. By the way, crazy, are you preparing for the college entrance examination? What do you plan to do afterward? Yang Wu replied with a smile. I intend to apply to a military academy. Luo Feng smiled slightly, noting that students who graduate from military academies typically become ordinary officers in the army. However, I believe I can secure a position in a special forces unit after graduation. Oh, Yang Wu remarked, slightly curling his lip. While entering a military academy has its merits, I feel it restricts one's personal freedom. Once you graduate and join the special forces, you will have to adhere to military regulations. I simply cannot tolerate that. Being a free martial artist is far more appealing. Being a free martial artist is indeed admirable, Luo Feng nodded. Nevertheless, I do not wish to cause my parents undue worry. Entering a military academy and subsequently the army certainly offers a higher level of safety compared to a free martial artist. Martial artists generally have 4 paths available to them. The first path is to join the military, becoming part of the armed forces. The advantage here is heightened safety. The state is unlikely to allow martial artists to take unnecessary risks, and it provides numerous benefits to their families, alleviating any concerns. The second path is to join a martial arts school, where the management system is relatively relaxed, forming a loose-knit community. Moreover, the Extreme Martial Arts School, established by the world-renowned martial artist Hong, offers numerous benefits along with its lenient management. The third path involves joining a conglomerate, a family, or a powerful faction, essentially becoming an enforcer. The fourth path is to join a mercenary group, which is fraught with danger yet provides the utmost freedom. While the military offers safety, I do not desire a life devoid of personal freedom. Yang Wu shook his head. This year, I anticipate participating in the preliminary martial artist assessment once again, and I am confident I will pass. If I succeed, I will immediately undertake the practical assessment to become a martial artist this year. Luo Feng's eyes brightened. Yang, do you feel confident about passing the preliminary assessment? Haha, Yang Wu laughed. I have already met the standards for the 3 quality tests concerning punching power and neural response. My weakness lies in speed. However, if I perform well, I can manage to reach 25 meters in 1 second. With a bit more effort in the coming days, I should be able to pass the assessment. Congratulations, Yang. Luo Feng expressed his joy for Yang Wu, who had dedicated numerous years to becoming a martial artist. What do you plan to do once you become a martial artist? Naturally, I will join the Extreme Martial Arts School, Yang Wu replied with a smile. Their system is quite flexible, and the school has branches all over the globe, with many senior martial artists who can greatly assist in my development. Furthermore, I can rest whenever I wish and venture out to hunt monsters at my leisure. Such freedom is unparalleled. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Crazy. Yang Wu looked at Luo Feng, remarking, deep down, you are quite reckless. I see your potential clearly. You are well suited for the path of a free martial artist. Joining a martial arts school offers such freedom, and the Extreme Martial Arts School will provide us with ample support. Luo Feng expressed some hesitation. Yang Wu, upon witnessing the situation, shook his head with a smile, remarking that madmen are often those who embrace the perilous life of free martial artists, constantly teetering on the brink of life and death. This path, fraught with danger, paradoxically accelerates the enhancement of one's abilities. It is evident that the majority of formidable warriors hail from the ranks of free martial artists. As night fell and the streetlights illuminated the path, Luo Feng walked alone along the sidewalk after departing from the Extreme Martial Arts School. The conversation he had with Yang Wu lingered in his mind, exerting a significant influence on his thoughts. There are, in fact, two paths suited for me, he mused silently. The first is to enroll in a military academy, graduate smoothly, and subsequently join the special forces. The second is to become a martial artist, joining the Extreme Martial Arts School, where he could freely hunt monsters. The first path, entering the military academy, offers high safety and excellent family welfare. Even in the event of death in battle, the nation would take care of his family. The second path, becoming a free martial artist, involves frequent life and death battles that expedite the enhancement of his skills. Furthermore, slaying monsters can yield substantial financial rewards, making it a swift means of earning. However, this path's singular flaw is its inherent danger. Luo Feng pondered deeply. Indeed, throughout his senior year, this dilemma had occupied his thoughts. With only 2 sons in the family and his younger brother disabled, he worried about the repercussions of his choices. If he were to perish as a free martial artist engaged in life and death struggles, what would become of his parents in their later years? His brother requires care, and with his parents aging, his demise would leave them in a precarious situation. Perhaps the military academy is a more prudent option. Entering the special forces would allow him to learn military martial arts, which, when combined with the extreme martial arts he studied, could further enhance his capabilities. In the military, even if he were to die in battle, as a martial artist, his family would receive a monthly pension from the state. Considering his parents' perspective, Luo Feng ultimately decided to pursue admission to the military academy. Yet, entering such an institution is contingent upon achieving high academic scores. All hinges on the upcoming college entrance examination in June. Chapter 6. The college entrance examination in the month leading up to the examination. Luo Feng devoted nearly all his energy to studying. As he progressed in his review and took numerous practice tests, his confidence in his ability to succeed grew exponentially. He felt assured that gaining admission to Jiangnan First Military Academy was highly likely. June 7th marked the first day of the college entrance examination. The examination period in Huaxia spans 3 days, from June 7th to 9th, reminiscent of the dates prior to the Great Nirvana. At the first high school of Yan District, Luo Feng, originally from the third high school, was assigned to take the examination there. Daughter, give it your all. Don't worry, Dad. Sweetie, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Outside the gates of the first high school, throngs of students and parents gathered, while a line of armed police stood guard at the entrance. Xiaofeng, maintain a relaxed mindset during the exam. Even if we don't get into the first military academy, the second military academy is still a viable option. Just take it easy. His father, Luo Honghua, said with a beaming smile as he looked at his son. Luo Feng replied with a smile and a nod. As the resonant sound of a horn heralded its arrival, a sleek, obsidian Mercedes-Benz 600, exuding an air of aristocracy, gracefully glided towards the gates of the first high school. Flanked by a convoy of police motorcycles, the surrounding parents of examinees instinctively stepped aside, their gazes fixated upon the vehicle. The latest model of the Mercedes-Benz 600 can accelerate to a speed of 100 kilometers per hour in a mere 1.6 seconds, with a top speed reaching an astonishing 500 kilometers per hour. Yet, such performance pales in comparison to the rich historical legacy of the Mercedes-Benz 600, a brand that has endured since the era of great upheaval. From the car emerged 3 figures, engaged in light-hearted conversation as they approached the school entrance. To the left stood the bald head of Director Zhang from the Yan District Police Bureau. To the right was Director Liu from the Education Bureau. The individual in the center was undoubtedly the martial artist responsible for overseeing the safety of the examination venue. A throng of parents and examinees outside the examination hall murmured excitedly, their eyes predominantly drawn to this central figure, brimming with admiration and curiosity. In this era, the conflict between humanity and monstrous entities rages on unabated. Ordinary citizens are prohibited from venturing beyond the city limits, while martial artists possess the unique ability to engage these beasts in one-on-one combat. Society holds deep gratitude for these warriors, acknowledging their monumental contributions to humanity. It is only natural for the common folk to revere martial artists, a group distinguished by their exalted status within the human community. Father, Luo Hongwa, also observed the martial artist, noting that each year's examination security chief is invariably a martial artist. Luo Feng gazed intently at the warrior, who emanated an unsettling aura. His eyes reminiscent of a cold, venomous serpent, maintaining a stern demeanor throughout. In the presence of Director Zhang and Director Liu, the martial artist merely offered a cursory nod, seemingly indifferent to their presence. In the not-so-distant future, I too shall earn the title of martial artist, Luo Feng silently vowed. With a creaking sound, the gates of the first high school slowly opened, ushering in a wave of commotion. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Brother, his younger sibling, Luo Hua, seated in a wheelchair, raised his fist in encouragement, a faint smile gracing his lips. You must do your best. Absolutely, Luo Feng replied, reciprocating the gesture. He then turned and joined the throng of examinees, passing through the gate after undergoing the necessary checks. Inside the examination room, identification cards and examination permits were placed in the upper right corner of the desks for the invigilators to verify, while the test papers were distributed. The year was 2056, and the science examination paper for the Jiangnan City College entrance examination prominently displayed the words, First Session, Science Examination. As Luo Feng cast his eyes over the test paper, he recognized several familiar questions at the end. They seemed manageable. If the questions were indeed simple, it would be challenging for me to leverage my strengths in science, thus requiring meticulous attention to ensure I did not lose points on questions I could answer. With determination, Luo Feng began to write. The college entrance examination comprised 3 sessions: the science examination, the humanities examination, and finally, the mathematics examination. Each subject carried a maximum score of 250 points, culminating in a total maximum score of 750 points. The sciences encompass the comprehensive study of physics, chemistry, and biology, while the humanities involve a synthesis of language arts, history, politics, and geography. Mathematics stands alone as a singular discipline. In the aftermath of the great upheaval of humanity, particularly during the relentless battles between humans and monsters, there has been an earnest pursuit of advancement in technology and martial arts. This has led to a heightened awareness of the significance of mathematics. Anyone aspiring to achieve greatness in fields such as computer science, biology, or physics must possess a robust mathematical foundation. Thus, the status of mathematics within cultural education is elevated considerably. Although Luo Feng exhibits some weakness in the humanities, he possesses a remarkable advantage in mathematics. On June 7th, the science examination is scheduled, followed by the humanities examination on June 8th. In the blink of an eye, it is now June 9th, inside the examination hall. The mathematics papers have just been distributed. This is the sole mathematics examination that Luo Feng will undertake. He takes a deep breath, reflecting that the science paper is not particularly challenging, and he is confident he will perform well. He also believes he will execute adequately in the humanities examination. Therefore, he anticipates that his scores in both subjects will fall within his expected range. As for the mathematics exam, as long as he does not falter excessively, he is certain to secure a place in Jiangnan's foremost military academy. With a determined spirit, Luo Feng begins to focus on the questions. The examination hall is enveloped in silence, yet many candidates appear troubled, their brows furrowed. Undoubtedly, the questions are quite challenging. Each year, the mathematics section of the college entrance examination tends to present a considerable level of difficulty, as it is designed to select future talents in scientific research. Indeed, the questions this year are particularly arduous, even more so than in previous years. However, the more challenging the questions, the better. If the questions are straightforward, those with lesser mathematical skills might still achieve a score of 220, while he might only attain 230, a negligible advantage. Conversely, if the questions are difficult, he may only score 210, but those performing worse might score merely 150, thus presenting a far greater edge. Suddenly, a sharp crack reverberates through the room. The invigilator's attention is drawn to a candidate who has audibly snapped his ballpoint pen in frustration. With a furrowed brow and gritted teeth, this candidate intensely scrutinizes the paper before him, clearly overwhelmed by the formidable mathematical challenges. He discards the broken pen and retrieves another, continuing his endeavor. Observing the candidate's expressions, the invigilator silently concludes that this year's mathematics examination is indeed formidable. Indeed, nearly every individual in the examination hall is visibly distressed, grappling with the questions. Some even shedding tears in desperation. Students with weaker mathematical foundations find themselves utterly bewildered, unable to solve one question after another, teetering on the brink of despair upon encountering such a daunting paper. An hour passes. The mathematics examination lasts a total of 2.5 hours. At this moment, Luo Feng has completed the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections, leaving only the calculation problems. The combined total score for the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections amounts to merely 90 points, while the calculation section consists of 5 substantial problems, worth a total of 160 points. After all, it is through these significant computational tasks that a student's mathematical prowess is most effectively gauged. This is indeed challenging. I couldn't solve 2 of the fill-in-the-blank questions. Luo Feng reflects, drawing a deep breath. Now, he turns his attention to the calculation problems, which are the true opportunity for scoring. Write one more question. As there is a 30-point gap and a 40-point gap, there are 5 major calculation problems, with the first 4 worth 30 points each, and the last one valued at 40 points. Luo Feng confronted a significant challenge with the first problem. On a scrap of paper, he tirelessly calculated and pondered. Yes, if I slightly transform this and work backward, I can convert it into the necessary equation. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with insight, and with swift strokes, he unraveled the difficulty. Once the enigma was solved, the writing flowed effortlessly, and he completed the first problem in one breath, meticulously checking it again. Success with the first question. Luo Feng glanced at the watch on his left wrist, his heart racing. 20 minutes spent on the first problem? I must accelerate my pace. He lowered his gaze to the second problem. At first glance, it seemed easy, and he promptly began calculations on the scrap paper. However, something felt amiss. Realizing his initial approach was futile, he furrowed his brow and delved deeper into the problem as time slipped away. Yes, it should be like this. But how to prove it next? His mind raced with urgency. Hurry, hurry, I cannot waste too much time on this question. How can I prove it? Anxiety gripped Luo Feng. At that moment, the pulse displayed on his watch began to rise. 120, 125, 130, 140, 150. Just a little more. And I could prove this question, securing those 30 points. What should I do here? His impatience grew. Time management was crucial during exams. Yet each calculation problem held significant weight. Completely absorbed in the exam, Luo Feng was oblivious to the rising numbers on his watch. 160, 170, 180. He felt his heartbeat quickening, attributing it to the typical stress of the exam. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, he felt as though his heart was being pounded upon. His vision blurred momentarily, jolting him awake. What is happening? Why does my heartbeat feel so uncomfortable? Glancing down at his watch, he saw the pulse reading, 230. The number sent a chill through him. Ever since he fainted at the age of 12 and acquired this watch, he had never seen his heart rate exceed 180. This discomfort was overwhelming. Luo Feng felt as if his heart might leap from his chest, with blood surging fiercely, invisible energy flooding into his mind. And a sharp pain erupted within. He could not suppress a sound. Student, what is wrong with you? The invigilator rushed over, astonished at Luo Feng's condition. At that moment, Luo Feng's face was flushed, as if drenched in blood, the veins on his forehead and arms bulging, pulsating violently, giving him a ghastly appearance. No, slow down. A premonition of danger surged within him, and he desperately focused on his watch. 236, 242, 251. Thump, thump, thump. The heart pulsated like a great drum, emitting a deep, resonant thrum as blood surged rapidly. As the digits 268 blurred before his eyes, an excruciating pain overwhelmed Luo Feng, causing him to lose consciousness. In that faint state of oblivion, he vaguely heard a voice calling out, this candidate, wake up, quickly, call for an ambulance." Chapter 7, The Final Results. The bustling candidates poured out of the examination hall. The 2056 college entrance examination in Jiangnan City had officially concluded. All that remained for the candidates was to await the results a week hence. Zhang Haobai, a slightly balding, seemingly cultured middle-aged man, stood at the school gate, smiling as he called out to his son emerging from the examination hall. "Dad," Zhang Haobai approached with a smile. "How did it go?" inquired the middle-aged man. Zhang Haobai shook his head, responding with a hint of resignation. "I can only say that my performance was satisfactory, but the math questions were indeed challenging. From the multiple choice to the fill-in-the-blank and calculation questions, there were many difficult problems. Particularly, Out of the 5 calculation questions, I could only complete 2. For the other 3, I managed to address parts of them. Hopefully, the step-by-step scoring will earn me some points. The 5 math problems tested one's thinking, naturally allowing for partial credit based on steps taken. Oh, Zhang Haobai's father, Zhang Zilong, frowned. It seems your score in math will be rather low this time. That's all right. Dad, the difficulty is consistent across all candidates. I am not alone in this, Zhang Haobai reassured with a smile. Given the challenging nature of the math questions, the final cutoff for undergraduate admission will likely be lower. I should have no problem getting into the military academy. Oh, by the way, Zhang Zilong chuckled. While we were waiting for you at the school gate, we heard something. That well-known candidate from your school, Luo Feng, collapsed during the exam with about an hour remaining. Collapsed during the exam? Zhang Haobai's eyes widened. Are you referring to Luo Feng? Indeed, he was taken away by an ambulance, and many witnessed it. Zhang Zilong nodded. Listen, a multitude of parents are discussing this incident with their children. Luo Feng collapsed. Zhang Haobai turned to look around, his ears perked up to listen attentively. It was true. Numerous parents were conversing about a candidate who had fainted during the examination. Zhang Haobai distinctly heard many voices mentioning Luo Feng. Haha, that poor wretch finally got his comeuppance. Zhang Haobai could not help but burst into laughter. Dad, you have no idea. This guy has often troubled me at school. With a mix of indignation and satisfaction, he continued, he always leveraged his superior abilities to overshadow me. It's quite gratifying to see him in this predicament. Zhang Haobai harbored significant resentment towards Luo Feng. In reality, Luo Feng had never paid Zhang Haobai any heed. It was Zhang Haobai who had always viewed Luo Feng as a rival. Feeling discomfort by Luo Feng's academic and physical superiority. Haha, such a little fellow, inexperienced and unable to withstand the psychological pressure, has finally cracked. Let us not concern ourselves with him anymore. Come, your uncle knows your examination has concluded and has personally arranged a banquet for you. Let us go. Zhang Zilong laughed heartily. Uncle? Zhang Haobai's eyes brightened. The Zhang family has become quite prosperous in the Yian district, primarily due to the prowess of his uncle, a formidable martial artist. It is utterly inconceivable. Wei Wen, freshly emerged from the examination hall, felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety before his parents. How could a Feng possibly faint during the exam? It was implausible that he succumbed to nervousness. Not to mention, a Feng's mental fortitude had been lauded by instructors even within the confines of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Wei Wen and Luo Feng were not merely brothers. They were closer than kin. Wen, is there any doubt? We witnessed it with our own eyes. Wei Wen's father interjected. Luo Feng's father and his brother, confined to a wheelchair, rushed to the hospital in a state of distress. The hospital? It must be the nearest one, Wei Wen replied. Mom, Dad, I'm heading to see Luo Feng first. I'll join you for lunch later. Without further ado, he handed his examination materials to his parents and dashed towards the hospital. Inside the Yian District People's Hospital, Luo Feng wore a strained smile as he accompanied his father, while his brother emerged from the lobby. Both Luo Honghua and Luo Hua were increasingly anxious, fearing that Luo Feng might be overwhelmed by the situation. A Feng! A Feng! A distant voice called out. Luo Feng looked up to see Wei Wen sprinting towards the hospital entrance, his clothes drenched in sweat. Touched by the sight of his devoted friend, Luo Feng's heart stirred, and he quickly inquired, Wen, how challenging were the last 3 calculation questions on the math exam? He had barely managed to attempt those questions, and if they proved exceedingly difficult, it might still offer him a glimmer of hope. It was quite challenging, Wei Wen replied. This year's math paper was tough. There were 5 calculation questions, and only the third one was somewhat easier. The other 4 were quite difficult. That essay relief, Luo Feng sighed inwardly, feeling a flicker of hope reignite within him. On the evening of June 16th, following the conclusion of the college entrance examination, results could be accessed via phone or online, coinciding with the announcement of the undergraduate cutoff scores. As June 16th approached, around 7 in the evening, Luo Feng found himself alone in the shared room with his brother Luo Hua, the door firmly shut. Sitting before his laptop, he refreshed the web page repeatedly. Although the results were officially set to be released at 8, they often appeared slightly earlier. I fear I may not gain admission to the Jiangnan First Military Academy, he mused. Nevertheless, I completed the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections, along with the first 2 calculation questions. Although I didn't fully solve the second question, I documented considerable steps. They should award partial credit based on my approach. Luo Feng contemplated that, with a stroke of luck, he might secure over 120 points in mathematics. He held on to the hope that both his liberal arts and science examinations had proceeded smoothly. If fortune favored him, he might just reach the undergraduate cutoff. Achieving this threshold would grant him access to the second military academy. While the first military academy was undoubtedly superior, it demanded a significantly higher score, a hope Luo Feng had relinquished. Yet, Based on his own estimations, he still held a faint glimmer of optimism for the second military academy. A spark of realization lit up Luo Feng's eyes. The results page for the college entrance examination unexpectedly refreshed. Oh heavens, grant me the favor of surpassing the undergraduate threshold. If I can just cross that line, entry into the second military academy will be within my grasp. Luo Feng felt a tumult of anxiety as he meticulously inputted his name, identification number, and examination certificate number on the results page, then clicked to inquire. With a flicker, the notebook screen revealed a table. Candidate, Luo Feng. Gender, male. Identification number, 426-123203806083211. Examination certificate number, 58786-43567890766. Art score, 216. Science score, 223. Mathematics score, 118. Total score, 557. Undergraduate cutoff score, 561. 557 points. Yet the undergraduate line is at 561? Luo Feng inhaled deeply. Just 4 points shy? It was these mere 4 points that barred him from the military academy. 12 years of education culminating in such a disheartening outcome. Not being able to attend the military academy is indeed disappointing, but how significant is it really? Luo Feng's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he sliced through the air with his right hand, producing a resonant whoosh that reverberated ominously. This bout of unconsciousness has significantly enhanced my capabilities. Perhaps my physical condition has now reached that of a martial artist. I could potentially pass the preliminary martial artist assessment, even if I am slightly lacking. The gap is not insurmountable. With diligent practice over the next month or two, I should be able to clear the preliminary assessment. Luo Feng possessed remarkable adaptability. Although the disappointing exam results weighed heavily upon him, the improvement in his physicality rekindled his confidence. After all, the status of a military academy graduate pales in comparison to that of a martial artist. With a determined click, Luo Feng opened the door and entered the living room. His parents, Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan, along with his brother, Luo Hua, turned their gazes toward him, concern evident in their eyes. Gong Xinlan stood and approached Luo Feng. Xiao Feng, you mustn't blame yourself for this exam. It's merely the unfortunate timing of your headache. It hasn't troubled you in years. Brother, you aren't too disheartened, are you? Teased Luo Hua, seated in a wheelchair. Earlier, while Luo Feng was checking his results, his family had discovered through Luo Hua's laptop that his score was a mere 4 points shy of the undergraduate line. Though disappointment lingered, their primary concern remained with Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled reassuringly. Of course, I'm not disheartened. Mom and Dad, you shouldn't blame my headache. To be honest, I even owe a debt of gratitude to it. Gratitude? Gratitude? Luo Honghua, Gong Xinlan, and Luo Hua were momentarily taken aback. The college entrance examination is a monumental event in one's life, and now Luo Feng's chances seemed jeopardized by this headache. Yet he expressed gratitude. Mom, Dad, Hua, Luo Feng said with a slight smile. I had 2 previous instances of headaches that left me fainting as a child, and upon awakening, I felt significantly stronger and swifter. This time has been no different. I can feel that my physical condition has improved significantly compared to the past, and I believe I can pass the preliminary martial artist assessment. What? Luo Honghua, Gong Xinlan, and Luo Hua exchanged glances. Brother, is that for real? Luo Hua couldn't help but ask. Of course it's true, Luo Feng replied with a slight smile. Once I pass the preliminary assessment, I can apply for the martial artist practical examination. I am quite confident in my practical abilities. Perhaps this year I will become a martial artist. Luo Honghua, his mother Gong Xinlan, and his younger brother Luo Hua were all stunned by this revelation. A martial artist? What does that signify? It signifies a status among humanity that is extraordinarily elevated, representing privilege, immense wealth, and a lofty position. Moreover, the benefits that becoming a martial artist brings to the family far surpass those of being an elite student in a military academy. Is our family about to have a martial artist? Luo Hua exclaimed excitedly. Haha, brother, I admire you. Xiaofeng, that's wonderful. Luo Honghua said, patting Luo Feng's shoulder in excitement. Becoming a martial artist is fantastic. Compared to martial artists, what do military academy graduates even amount to? In today's world, martial artists are revered and admired throughout human society. Seeing his parents and brother so elated, Luo Feng chuckled. Mom and Dad, we shouldn't get too carried away yet. I still have to pass the assessment. An 18-year-old martial artist? Luo Hua exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. If my brother truly becomes an 18-year-old martial artist, that would be absolutely incredible. The next morning at 5 o'clock, as dawn broke, Luo Feng left home and headed towards the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. At this hour, the place was remarkably quiet. Upon entering the academy, he noticed that only about 100 figures could be seen on the grass and pathways. Despite the fact that the academy boasted 30 to 40,000 students, with classes typically held in the evening when attendance peaked. Walking along the path, Luo Feng made his way directly to the advanced student teaching building. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling sound of air pressure caught his attention. He turned his head to see a luxurious all-white sports car slowly entering the academy grounds. Upon closer inspection, he gasped. Was that an Aston Martin? The latest and most expensive model, the 191, equipped with flying capabilities? His younger brother was quite fond of sports cars and had often praised the 191 to Luo Feng when they were at home. It's an Aston Martin, and it's the 191 model with flying capabilities. Inside the academy, the few scattered students were drawn toward the vehicle, which was worth 36 million Huaxia coins. At that moment, the sports car stopped in front of the advanced student teaching building. The door opened, and a man with fiery red hair, dressed in loose martial arts attire, stepped out. His hair was clearly dyed, and he casually scanned the surroundings, his gaze briefly lingering on the ordinary academy students before settling momentarily on Luo Feng. Without uttering a word, he proceeded into the teaching building. A martial artist. Luo Feng's eyes brightened. The intensity in the gaze of that martial artist exuded pressure. It was the look of someone who had endured countless life and death battles, possessing a will of steel. In the past, I had never encountered this martial artist at the dojo. What could he possibly seek here? Luo Feng also ascended to the third floor of the Advanced Academy's training facility. The spacious training hall was devoid of any presence. It was just past 5 in the morning. Even during the peak hours of the evening, the number of attendees seldom exceeded 20, let alone at this early hour. I must ascertain the extent of my current abilities. Luo Feng approached the punching power testing machine, connected it, switched it on, and activated the speed testing device in the distance. Standing before the punching power machine, he declared, "Let us begin." Beep, beep, beep. The machine emitted 3 consecutive beeps. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled. Such a sound was unprecedented for this device, indicating that his punching power had surpassed 1,000 kilograms. What? Luo Feng fixated on the display screen of the machine, which read 1089. So much. A surge of elation coursed through him. The standard for martial artists required a punching power of at least 900 kilograms, and his previous measurement had been 809. Now he had achieved an impressive 1089 kilograms. A remarkable increase of 280 kilograms, far exceeding the threshold. Haha, Luo Feng exclaimed, his fists darting like lightning as he unleashed a flurry of punches. The sound of his strikes echoed continuously, and in the blink of an eye, he had landed over 20 punches. The screen of the punching power machine displayed a series of numbers: 956, 989, 923, 965. Next, to test his speed, Luo Feng turned towards the track, reasoning that if his speed met the standard, combined with his neural response time, he would surely pass the martial artist assessment. He took a moment to regulate his breathing. Whoosh! He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, swiftly traversing the track. On the 4th floor of the advanced training building, a red-haired man and a bald middle-aged man strolled side by side, engaged in jovial conversation. "Yin Luo, it has been quite some time since we last met." The bald man smiled. "Almost 3 years, I believe. That once Navi young lad has now become quite renowned. I hear you've earned nearly 100 million Earth coins this time. Eh? Goodness. Seeing you makes me feel old. Just fortunate, that's all." The red-haired man replied with a grin. "Jiang, back in the day." Beep, beep, beep. The faint sound emanating from downstairs caught their attention, and they exchanged surprised glances. The punching power testing machine downstairs, which was among the earliest models, emitted this sound upon reaching 1,000 kilograms. The bald middle-aged man remarked in astonishment, "At this hour, someone is practicing punches, and they've managed to exceed 1,000 kilograms. Could it be that Yongwu? Let us find out," came the reply. With a whoosh, the 2 figures, one in black and the other in white, transformed into fleeting shadows as they dashed down the stairs, arriving almost instantaneously at the entrance of the training hall on the 3rd floor. The black-clad bald man and the short-haired man in white stood side by side, observing the training hall. At that moment, Luo Feng stood at the track, then surged past. 281. Both the black-clad bald man and the red-haired man instantly noted the speed testing device's display. This Luo Feng had not only surpassed 1,000 kilograms in punching power, but astonishingly achieved a speed of 281 meters per second. The middle-aged man with black hair and a bald head appeared somewhat astonished. "Jiang Gu, this young lad seems rather inexperienced. Yet he has already met the physical requirements of a warrior," remarked the red-haired man in surprise. The black-haired, bald-headed middle-aged man nodded in agreement. "Indeed, his name is Luo Feng, one of the more gifted students in our martial arts academy. He has only just turned 18 this year. 18 years old. Such youth." The red-haired man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. At that moment, Luo Feng, who was standing at the entrance, was taken aback upon recognizing the two. The red-haired man had arrived in a sports car, while the bald man in black, Jiang Yin, was the head of this elite martial arts academy, the most authoritative figure within. According to the academy's regulations, students addressed him as instructor. Instructor, Luo Feng promptly bowed in greeting. Come here, Jiang Yin called out with a smile. I didn't expect you to reach the physical standards of a warrior so swiftly. Allow me to introduce you to your senior, Yin Luo. Yin Luo. I trust you don't mind me sharing his name? Not at all, Yin Luo replied, observing Luo Feng. This young lad has attained the warrior's physical standards at such a tender age. Perhaps our paths will cross in the future. Jiang Yin turned to Luo Feng and said with a smile, Luo Feng, at 18, you should be preparing for this year's college entrance examinations. Regardless of how you perform, what is the purpose of attending school? Focus on preparing for the practical warrior assessments instead. Oh, by the way, on July 1st, you need to visit the Extreme Hall in Yangzhou City to undergo the preliminary warrior assessment. With your current capabilities, passing should be effortless. College entrance examination? Yin Luo chuckled. Don't waste your time on university. Your talent is considerable. Whatever you pursue, you must immerse yourself completely. Direct all your energy towards the martial arts. Young man, once you become a warrior and join our elite academy, your future will be bright. Both of these esteemed warriors held high status and regarded the so-called wealthy and powerful individuals in society with disdain. Yet, they held high expectations for Luo Feng, who was also on the verge of entering the ranks of warriors at such a young age. Chapter 9. The Privileges of Warriors. Yin Luo is right. Jiang Yin looked at Luo Feng earnestly. Your rate of progress is remarkable. Within our Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Ian District, you are currently the fastest advancing student. You entered our academy at 16, and now, at 18, you have achieved the physical requirements of a warrior. If you were to attend university, wasting your energy on higher education for 4 years would be a tremendous waste. You must understand, the ages between 16 and 30 are the most crucial for advancement. The older you become, the more challenging it is to progress, Jiang Yin stated seriously. 4 years of university indeed represent a period when warriors can most easily enhance their skills. Squandering those years on academic education is considered a grave transgression in their eyes. Luo Feng felt somewhat bewildered. Goodness, it seems that failing the entrance examination may not be such a calamity after all. Jiang Yin smiled and said, Luo Feng, how about joining our Extreme Martial Arts Academy once you officially become a warrior? As a member, we will arrange a standalone villa for you in the finest location. Of course, this villa is not to be sold. Additionally, you will receive a monthly base salary of 20,000 huaxia coins. A standalone villa? A base salary of 20,000? Luo Feng gasped in astonishment. 20,000 yuan may seem insignificant, yet a standalone villa is undeniably extravagant. In contemporary huaxia, there exist merely 6 major human bases, corresponding to 6 cities. Land has become exceedingly precious. Owning a standalone villa necessitates the payment of exorbitant luxury taxes. Presently, the price per square meter for ordinary residential properties ranges from tens of thousands to over 100,000 yuan, resulting in the majority of the populace residing in subsidized housing. Given the exorbitant costs of regular housing, the prices for villas, townhouses, and expansive luxury apartments soar into the hundreds of thousands of huaxia currency per square meter. In this era, standalone villas are heavily regulated. Wealth alone does not guarantee residency. Only those possessing wealth, power, or exceptional status are granted access, in addition to bearing the substantial luxury taxes. Typically, the price per square meter for a standalone villa exceeds 1 million yuan. A modest standalone villa would still measure around 300 square meters, amounting to 2 to 300 million yuan. Luo Feng gasped, realizing that despite the prohibition on selling, residing in a standalone villa would render one's existence truly meaningful. 2 to 300 million. What an incomprehensible sum. Even Zhang Haobai's father, a wealthy man, likely could not afford such a villa. The notion of a license to kill was familiar to Luo Feng. Indeed, martial artists from the nation's special departments possess the authority to eliminate threats on the spot. However, the Extreme Martial Arts School also enjoys privileges. Should an ordinary citizen provoke you, you may report them to the school. Upon verification, the school would liaise with the Jiangnan City Safety Bureau to apprehend the individual. Jiang Yin smiled slightly, proclaiming, join our martial arts school, and you will have wealth, status, and everything you desire. You can wholeheartedly pursue the limits of humanity and martial arts. He gestured towards the young man beside him, Yin Luo, stating, my younger brother Yin Luo recently hunted a beast, earning nearly 100 million earth currency, which translates to over 300 million huaxia currency. With your talent and diligent effort, reaching Yin Luo's level is certainly within the realm of possibility. Luo Feng was utterly astonished. My heavens! To earn so much from hunting a single beast, What caliber of beast could it possibly be? Luo Feng, strive diligently. Your talent is impressive. Do not squander it. Jiang Yin encouraged, patting Luo Feng's shoulder. Young man, do not become complacent. I believe you have the potential to become a general-level martial artist in the future. At that time, wealth, status, and beauty will all be yours. Yin Luo smiled faintly, adding, I would be more than willing to accompany you in hunting beasts. With laughter, Jiang Yin and Yin Luo, these two formidable martial artists, departed. Standing in the training hall, Luo Feng's mind was in turmoil. Both instructor Jiang Yin and the enigmatic red-haired youth Yin Luo exuded an audacious spirit, a certain wildness in their banter. Audacity, wildness. A smile began to form on Luo Feng's face. Indeed, a man should venture boldly into the world, carving out his own destiny. The world's strongest warrior once declared that a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a good soldier. A martial artist without the ambition to be the best lacks the heart of a true warrior. What meaning does a life lived in restraint hold? One must strive to achieve monumental feats that will resonate through history. At the age of 18, a time when one's values begin to solidify, Luo Feng's perspective underwent a profound transformation after meeting instructor Jiang Yin and the enigmatic warrior Yin Luo. Let us venture forth, he thought. The world's foremost powerhouse, Hong, and the second, Thunder God, had each founded their own esteemed martial arts academies, Extreme Martial Arts Hall and Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Even the 5 great nations regarded them with equal respect. If they could achieve such greatness, why could not a third person emerge? With a smile, Luo Feng strode towards the martial arts hall. A young man with dreams must pursue them. Youth is a treasure. Being young signifies an unlimited future. Everything requires one's own effort and determination. On the morning of June 28th, the sky was clear and bright. Luo Feng and Wei Wen were en route to the 3rd High School of Yain District. Today marked the day of receiving their graduation certificates and application forms. Ah Feng, do you truly feel confident about passing the preliminary warrior assessment? Wei Wen exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Indeed, on July 1st, I will head to the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Yangzhou City to undertake the assessment, Luo Feng replied with a smile. The school loomed ahead. Observing the campus and the clusters of students within, Luo Feng felt a shift in his mindset. In the past, I considered myself one of them. Yet now I sense a chasm between our worlds. They will attend university, strive for careers, marry, and have children, while my path diverges entirely. Upon entering the school, Luo Feng and Wei Wen parted ways to their respective classes. As he walked through the corridor of the teaching building, he heard fellow students calling out, Senior Luo Feng. Some enthusiastic third-year students greeted him warmly. I heard Luo Feng fainted during the college entrance examination. What a pity, murmured a few students nearby. With his physical prowess having reached a martial artist level, Luo Feng's hearing was acute, allowing him to catch their whispered remarks clearly. Class 3, 5 was where Luo Feng belonged. Luo Feng has arrived, greeted several classmates with enthusiasm. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. Most of his old friends had a good rapport with him, yet a few harbored resentment. While they feigned warmth, some whispered in corners. Luo Feng used to excel academically and was a senior student at the Martial Arts Academy. Who would have thought he would stumble so dramatically, fainting during the exam? Truly unfortunate. Such is fate. Who can be blamed? In the past, Luo Feng was the pride of the class, academically gifted and physically formidable. Now, witnessing this once great talent's downfall, the ordinary students could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction, though they shared camaraderie with Luo Feng. Human nature dictates that seeing the once exceptional falter can evoke a sense of schadenfreude. The graduation certificates are being distributed. Come and collect your application forms, called the class leaders, who ascended the podium with the certificates and forms in hand. Wang Yin, Lu Xiaolong, they announced, calling out each name as they handed out the graduation certificates and application forms. Luo Feng. With that utterance, the classroom fell into an immediate silence, and nearly every gaze settled upon Luo Feng. The fact that Luo Feng had fainted during the college entrance examination was common knowledge among the students. Furthermore, his examination results were not a closely guarded secret. Many had already checked and discovered that he fell just 4 points short of the undergraduate threshold. Class monitor Chu Lin handed Luo Feng his graduation certificate and application for college admission. Feng, it's time to go, Wei Wen declared, standing at the classroom door. Wait for me, Luo Feng replied, exerting a casual force as he crumpled the application into a ball and tossed it into the wastebasket. The once boisterous classroom now stood in stunned silence. The students were taken aback. After all, this was the application for college admission. Who would dare to discard it? Suddenly, a girl with a speckled appearance exclaimed, Luo Feng, why did you throw away your application? Aren't you going to fill it out? It was unthinkable for Luo Feng to settle for a vocational college. He was likely to repeat the year and take the examination again next year. Whispers began to circulate. Wei Wan, standing at the door, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Vocational school? Retaking the year? How could you even think that? A Feng is about to undertake the preliminary martial artist assessment. What nonsense about vocational school or retaking the year? Enough chatter. Let us go, Luo Feng urged. Pulling Wei Wan along as they departed. The students erupted into a flurry of conversation. What? The preliminary martial artist assessment? Luo Feng is participating in that. Is it true? He can't be that impressive. Many doubted Wei Wan's claims, considering Luo Feng had only become a senior student last year. It seemed implausible that he would undergo the preliminary martial artist assessment this year. Deep down, they were reluctant to believe that Luo Feng met the physical standards required for martial artists. A martial artist, such a transcendent existence. Chapter 10, Preliminary Martial Artist Assessment. Mother Gong Xinlan cast a cheerful glance at Luo Honghua. Honghua, did you hear? You must keep your phone on you. Don't let it come to the point where our son can't find you. I will definitely have my phone, Luo Honghua chuckled. All right, I'm heading out. Luo Feng winked at his younger brother, Luo Hua, who gave a thumbs up and grinned. Early in the morning, Luo Feng left the South Bank community, taking the No. 11 subway line to Zhong'an Road Station, then transferring to Line 1, arriving at the central area of Yangzhou City. After exiting the subway station, he walked for another 10 minutes before finally reaching the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, known as the Extreme Pavilion. He had left home just after 6 o'clock. But by the time Luo Feng arrived at his destination, it was nearly 8 in the morning. Is this the renowned Mingyue community? Luo Feng wondered as he stood outside the entrance of a tranquil neighborhood named Mingyue Community, where the Extreme Pavilion was located. Sir, this is Mingyue Community. Please do not approach. At the entrance stood a row of 6 soldiers in military uniforms, armed and prepared. Their attire indicated they were not part of the police force, but rather the military. One soldier barked at Luo Feng. Sir, please step back. If you enter the yellow line area, we have the authority to take lethal action. Just as rumored, Luo Feng thought to himself. The Mingyue community was the command center of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute in Yangzhou City. Here lies not only the Extreme Pavilion, but also the residence of the martial artist families under its aegis. It is rumored that those who dwell here are martial artists and their kin. Even the police lack the authority to intrude. Luo Feng marveled inwardly. Ladies and gentlemen, Luo Feng announced at the entrance of the community, I am Luo Feng, a senior disciple of the Extreme Martial Arts School. I have come to undergo the preliminary martial artist assessment. The Extreme Pavilion conducts this assessment on the 1st of every month. Oh, an elderly man with grizzled hair emerged from the nearby guard's resting room, holding a handheld computer. Young man, you are quite early. It's not yet 8 o'clock. To be taking the assessment at such a young age, your future is indeed promising. Please provide your identification and senior disciple certificate for verification, he requested. Luo Feng handed over his ID and certificate. Beep. The devices scanned the documents, displaying information on the screen. 18 years old. The elderly man glanced at Luo Feng in surprise, a smile spreading across his face. At such a tender age, you dare to undertake the preliminary martial artist assessment. Impressive. I hope you succeed today. Thank you, sir, Luo Feng replied. Let him in. The elderly man waved his hand. Instantly, the electric gate of the community opened, and a soldier armed with an assault rifle stepped forward, accompanying Luo Feng. Sir, I shall escort you to the Extreme Pavilion. Please refrain from wandering about once inside. Your access is limited to the pavilion, and you are prohibited from entering the residential areas of the martial artist families. Should you violate this rule, even if I do not intervene, my comrades patrolling the premises will take action. The soldier flashed a grin at Luo Feng. Understood, Luo Feng nodded with a smile. Feeling a mix of astonishment and respect, the collaboration between the state and the Extreme Martial Arts School was evident, especially within the core area of the pavilion, which was under strict protection. As he gazed around, he saw a series of standalone villas. Besides the towering Extreme Pavilion at the center, the other structures were artfully arranged, interspersed with rockeries, ponds, and grassy patches. Sir, are you here for the preliminary martial artist assessment? A sweet-faced young lady smiled as she approached him in the pavilion's lobby. Please take a seat over there. We will begin the assessments at 10 o'clock with the other candidates. Luo Feng nodded, making his way toward a small bar area within the lobby, where a server and a bartender were present. Upon glancing around, Luo Feng noticed 3 individuals already seated at the bar. 2 were engaged in conversation, while the third sat silently on another sofa. Look, those villas over there are the benefits for joining the Extreme Martial Arts School, one young man in white exclaimed excitedly. Once you become a martial artist and join the school, you will be allocated one for free. Imagine living here. What a comfortable environment. The martial artist community, of course, differs vastly from ordinary neighborhoods. Ah, a newcomer. The trio noticed Luo Feng. He offered them a slight nod and settled onto a nearby sofa, as they were all strangers. No further conversation ensued. As time passed, 3 individuals arrived in succession, unfamiliar to Luo Feng. However, it appeared that these 3 were of considerable age, likely exceeding 30, with some possibly over 40. Ha, Luo Feng. A resounding voice echoed. Startled, Luo Feng turned to see a gaunt man with a pronounced scar on his face approaching. Have you come to undergo the preliminary warrior assessment as well? Yonggu? Luo Feng stood to greet him. It is rather embarrassing to admit, but I attempted the test last month. Unfortunately, my speed was merely 249 meters per second. I fell just short of the mark. Yang Wu lamented. In truth, he had already passed in terms of punch strength and neural reaction speed. It was solely his velocity that posed a challenge. Nevertheless, Yang Wu had made gradual progress this year, and the difference between 249 meters and 250 meters was negligible. With a bit of good fortune, he could easily achieve the latter. I believe you will succeed this time, Yonggu, Luo Feng replied with a smile. This Yang has attempted the test several times without success. I fear this time will be no different, chimed in a loud voice from the side. Luo Feng turned to see a burly man with a bushy beard speaking. Yang Wu shot him a sharp glance. Tong, you dare criticize me? Haven't you also failed twice? With your neural reaction speed, you might need another 2 or 3 years of rigorous training. Quiet. A stern voice commanded from the center of the hall. Instantly, all 8 individuals present turned to see a middle-aged man in loose training attire. Follow me upstairs immediately for the preliminary warrior assessment. Remember to behave. Today, a close friend of the chief instructor from Yangzhou City is visiting, so do not cause any trouble. Understood, replied everyone, including the previously boisterous bearded man, Yang Wu, and Luo Feng, all with respect. A close friend of the chief instructor? Luo Feng pondered. It is essential to note that within Yangzhou City, there exists an extreme club and 12 extreme martial arts halls. The heads of the various martial arts halls are referred to as instructors, while the head of the extreme club is known as the chief instructor. Upon entering the elevator, the middle-aged man pressed the 6th floor. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 6th floor. As the doors opened, they were greeted by an expansive training hall filled with several individuals, including the instructor known to Luo Feng. Jiang Yin, the guests have arrived. Cease your chatter, declared a middle-aged man with long, flowing hair. The 10 or so individuals in the hall turned to fix their gaze upon Luo Feng and the other 7. Confronted with such scrutiny, they felt a wave of tension. They understood that those who typically frequented the extreme club, aside from the staff, were martial artists. This indicated that all present were indeed warriors. After all, this was the headquarters of the extreme martial arts halls in Yangzhou City. Prepare for the test, instructed the long-haired middle-aged man. Luo Feng had seen this individual online. He was none other than Wu Tong, the owner of the extreme club and the chief instructor of Yangzhou City. Step forward one by one and present your identification cards. The martial artist who had previously brought Luo Feng and the other 7 up took their identification cards and handed them directly to the chief instructor, Wu Tong. With a smile, today, we have quite a number, 8 in total. Wu Tong casually selected one of the identification cards and slid it through the nearby device. A soft beep resonated as a translucent screen emerged, revealing a wealth of personal information. The first was Tong Guan. The chief instructor stated indifferently, proceed with the strength test. It's intriguing to see individuals from the military here at my Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy, founded by the world's strongest, boasts branches across the globe. The assessments conducted here carry significant credibility and are recognized worldwide. Even military personnel and families with traditional martial arts heritage often seek validation through the academy's evaluations. Test the strength, the chief instructor commanded. Yes, sir. A burly man with a thick beard stepped forward, his eyes widening. He shielded his face with his left hand while his right fist arced towards the massive punching target, which merely trembled slightly upon impact. The screen of the strength testing machine instantly displayed the number 986. Pass. Next, Luo Feng, Wu Tong said casually, swiping the second identification card across the device. Upon examining the details, he expressed surprise. 18 years old? Lao Jiang, is this from your Ian district? When did such a talented young man emerge? Haha, the nearby instructor Jiang Yin chuckled with satisfaction. Whether he possesses true strength remains to be seen, remarked a rather plump elder among the dozen or so martial artists, smirking. Perhaps he's merely here to broaden his horizons, lacking in real capability. Instructor Jiang Yin shot a glance at him. What? Are you envious? I suppose there are no such talents in your Beiyou district. Luo Feng. Show them the prowess of our Ian district students. Yes, instructor. Luo Feng stepped forward, responding brightly, and then approached the strength testing machine. Chapter 11. Speed of Neural Response. Lao Jiang seems quite confident. Wu Tong chuckled, yet his gaze remained fixed on Luo Feng, as nearly everyone present awaited his evaluation results. As Luo Feng struck, a flicker of joy glimmered in his eyes. The sensation of his punch felt exhilarating, the force fully unleashed. He glanced at the display screen. 1101. Excellent. Very good. Immediately, several martial artists began to praise him. Wu Tong stroked his chin, nodding. This young man is impressive. He maintains his center of gravity with each punch. If he were to disregard his balance in pursuit of greater power, though, it could be fatal in a battle with a beast. But well done indeed. Haha. This young lad, Luo Feng, possesses formidable practical skills. Instructor Jiang Yen laughed heartily, recalling how he had effortlessly defeated 3 advanced students who were no slouches in strength or speed. Listening to the accolades from the chief instructor and his mentor filled Luo Feng with elation. In his youth, he had experienced 2 fainting spells. Yet his physical strength and speed had since surged dramatically. Since that time, I have resolved to become a formidable martial artist, one who possesses exceptional combat skills. In my youth, although I did not join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, I diligently searched online for the fundamentals of sword techniques and footwork, practicing alone at home to gradually accumulate experience. This has indeed contributed to my prowess in actual combat. A promising candidate, indeed. The chief instructor, Wu Tong, casually swiped an ID card across the device. Next by Yang. Impressive, madman, Yang Wu remarked with a low chuckle. Luo Feng grinned widely. Soon, the 8 participants completed the punch strength test, with only one unfortunate individual falling short at 892, just shy of the qualifying mark, resulting in his elimination. As the next round commenced for the speed test, only 7 remained. Go. Chief Instructor Wu Tong approached the speed testing apparatus and activated it. One by one, they would proceed in reverse order, with the first being Yang Wu. Wu Tong directed, noting that Yang Wu had been the last to test his punch strength, but was now first for speed. Yang Wu took a deep breath. He had undergone this preliminary martial artist assessment nearly 10 times, consistently stumbling during the speed test. Come on, Yang. Luo Feng gently patted Yang Wu on the shoulder. Just watch. Yang Wu adjusted his breathing and stepped onto the track. Instructor Jiang Yen frowned at the scene. Yang Wu was also from the Ian district. Yet he had failed the speed test numerous times. With a thunderous sound, Yang Wu propelled himself off the ground. His powerful arm swings and vigorous strides quickly propelling him to his utmost speed. His expression contorted with strain, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and sprinted fiercely. As he dashed past the speed test zone, a suppressed roar escaped his lips. I must succeed. Yang Wu silently screamed within. When he finally halted, he anxiously turned to see Luo Feng, giving him a thumbs up. In that moment, Yang Wu felt as though he had ascended to paradise. Haha, Yang Wu, fortune smiles upon you. You surpassed the line. Instructor Jiang Yan's hearty laughter echoed. Yang Wu rushed to the display screen, reading 251. Phew, that was close. He chuckled to himself, realizing that if his condition had been even slightly worse, he might not have reached the 25 meters per second mark, resulting in yet another failure. Yes, you passed. Chief Instructor Wu Tong smiled as well. Next, one by one, the participants undertook the tests. In the previous strength assessment, Luo Feng had been the second to perform, while this time, he was second to last for the speed test. Soon, it was Luo Feng's turn. Luo Feng, Chief Instructor Wu Tong called. Come on, madman. We need to pass together for the martial artist combat assessment. Yang Wu encouraged. Luo Feng nodded with a smile and stepped onto the track, slightly adjusting his breathing and bouncing lightly in place. Unlike Yang Wu's sheer brute force, Luo Feng appeared remarkably relaxed. With a swift burst of energy, Luo Feng shot forward like a leopard, moving with astonishing speed and cutting through the speed test zone with a gust of wind trailing behind him. It was evident to the naked eye that Luo Feng's speed surpassed that of the previous participants. That felt good, he thought. As Luo Feng turned his head, he noticed Yang Wu similarly giving a thumbs up. Even the chief instructor, Wu Tong, along with instructor Jiang Yen, nodded in rare admiration. Approaching the screen, Luo Feng observed the display, 286. The score was quite impressive, surpassing the qualifying line by a significant margin. Chief instructor Wu Tong smiled and nodded, announcing the last participant. Tongguan. After completing the tests for punching power and speed, one was eliminated in the punching power assessment, while 2 were dismissed in the speed test, leaving only 5 individuals remaining. The third evaluation involved assessing nerve reaction speed. Follow me, instructed Chief Instructor Wu Tong, leading the group of martial artists along with the remaining 5 candidates to the nerve reaction testing room connected to the training hall. This spacious room, approximately 100 square meters, appeared rather diminutive compared to the previously expansive training hall that spanned thousands of square meters. In the center stood a magnificent and costly apparatus, featuring multiple openings resembling the barrels of a Gatling gun, yet significantly more numerous, with dozens of apertures. First up, Tong Guan, announced Chief Instructor Wu Tong. The burly man with a beard promptly positioned himself directly in front of the testing apparatus, within a circle measuring 3 meters in diameter. With a click, the switch activated. The edges of the 3-meter circle emitted a hazy red light, enveloping the tester as if surrounded by a shroud of crimson mist. Remember, under no circumstances should you step outside the circle. Doing so will result in failure. Contact with the red light will incur penalties, Chief Instructor Wu Tong cautioned, before adjusting several buttons on the nerve reaction testing machine to modify the intensity. This intensity was categorized into various levels, ranging from assessments for intermediate students to those designed for the most elite martial artists. Begin. With the press of a red button, the massive cannon of the nerve reaction testing machine began to rotate. Dozens of gun barrels simultaneously unleashed beams of red light, varying in speed and erratic in trajectory, swiftly entering the confines of the red circle. The bearded man focused intently ahead, his body darting back and forth, weaving through the gaps of the incoming red projectiles. Puff! Puff! He was struck twice in quick succession. However, these projectiles were merely rubber-tipped, causing minimal impact and discomfort. As time ticked away, the bearded man desperately dodged, and soon the minute elapsed. With a press of the button, Chief Instructor Wu Tong halted the machine, and the central screen illuminated with a flurry of data. In 60 seconds, he had been hit 57 times and had contacted the red light 3 times. Not qualified, eliminated, declared Chief Instructor Wu Tong, tossing the identification card to the bearded man. So close, the bearded man muttered through clenched teeth as he shook his head and exited the red circle. Next, Luo Feng, announced Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Luo Feng and Yang Wu exchanged a fist bump before stepping directly into the red circle, standing within the confines of the circle. With the barrel of the testing machine aimed squarely at him, Luo Feng took a deep breath. Prior to entering the martial arts academy, he had diligently practiced his agility at home, making evasion his strongest asset. Before the college entrance examination, he was typically hit between 50 to 55 times within a span of 60 seconds. Now, with his physical fitness enhanced and reflexes sharpened, passing the test seemed assured. He recalled the instructor Wu Tong's warning. Under no circumstances should he step outside the circle, for doing so would result in immediate failure, with any contact with the red light incurring a penalty. With a press of the red button, the instructor activated the machine. Beep, beep. The barrel of the nerve reaction testing machine accelerated rapidly, soon whirling at an astonishing speed. In an instant, dozens of gun barrels unleashed streams of red light as rubber bullets surged forth. Luo Feng's eyes narrowed in concentration as he swiftly calculated the trajectories, his body moving with the grace of a nimble cat, deftly dodging the oncoming rubber bullets. Of course, some were too swift to evade, and he inevitably took a few hits. As he continued to maneuver, the observers, seasoned martial artists, began to converse among themselves. This young man is remarkable. His reaction speed appears to be exceptional. Indeed, he is remarkably quick, exhibiting excellent agility and a solid foundation. Observe how his feet move like the pads of a cat, maintaining balance with each shift and capable of instant directional changes. Such finesse is not attainable without a decade of rigorous training, unless one is a prodigy. The gathered martial artists marveled at his prowess. While physical attributes can be cultivated through training, skills such as agility and swordsmanship rely heavily on experience. Sheer strength does not guarantee superior agility. After Wu pressed the button, the nerve reaction testing machine gradually slowed to a halt, revealing a series of impressive numbers on the screen. Within 60 seconds, Luo Feng had been struck 28 times, yet had not touched the red light. Excellent. Instructor Wu Tong beamed. Well done, Luo Feng. Congratulations. Once the official documents are issued and your information is entered into the Civic Identity Registry, you will be recognized as a provisional martial artist. With successful completion of the assessment, he would receive formal certification within 7 days. His name recorded in the Civic Identity Database. Luo Feng clenched his right fist tightly. He had finally succeeded. He was on the verge of becoming a provisional martial artist. You will participate in the Martial Artist Practical Assessment on August 1st. Assemble at the Extreme Club in the morning, where the instructor will lead you and the other provisional martial artists to hunt monsters outside the human-based city. Upon passing this practical assessment, you will officially become a true martial artist, Instructor Zhang Yin said with a smile. Chapter 12. 5 Hearts Towards the Sky. Luo Feng nodded excitedly. Standing beside the nerve reaction testing machine, Instructor Wu Tong declared, "All right, next up, by Yang." Luo Feng approached Yang Wu, who wore an expression of delight. Lowering his voice, he said, "Madman, congratulations. You are now a provisional martial artist. Once you pass the practical assessment, you will officially be a martial artist. Luo Feng responded quietly, Brother Yang. You will undoubtedly pass the nerve reaction test. We will take the practical assessment together. Indeed, Yang Wu replied, his heart brimming with anticipation. Subsequently, Luo Feng and Yang Wu turned their attention to the candidates undergoing assessment. Soon, after a series of tests, one succeeded while the other failed. The final contender was called Yang Wu. Chief Instructor Wu Tong announced. Yang Wu took a deep breath. He had awaited this moment for far too long, having previously been thwarted at the speed test. Now, he finally qualified to undertake the nerve reaction test at the Extreme Pavilion. Go for it, Luo Feng encouraged. Have faith. Yang Wu confidently stepped into the Crimson Circle. As Chief Instructor Wu Tong pressed the start button, the apparatus whirred into action, its barrel rapidly spinning, unleashing a barrage of rubber bullets that filled the red circle. Yang Wu moved with remarkable agility, executing swift lateral and vertical maneuvers with precision. Luo Feng observed Yang Wu's evasion techniques, somewhat astonished. Although Yang Wu's movements appeared slightly rigid compared to his own fluidity, there was a certain efficiency in his approach. Each evasion was minimal. He scarcely exploited the full 3.6-meter diameter of the circle, opting instead for slight shifts within a confined area. Despite the limited movement, his evasion rate was impressively high. Such techniques would indeed prove advantageous in real combat, albeit requiring meticulous control. Any miscalculation could lead to a monster's claw ripping through a warrior's flesh. Luo Feng inwardly assessed that, while effective, this style was also perilous, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Before long, a minute had elapsed, and the apparatus ceased its rotations. 60 seconds, hit 52 times. No contact with the red light. Qualified. Chief Instructor Wu Tong declared. Yang Wu, within the circle, clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his arms, tears welling in his eyes. He had waited an eternity for this day. At last, he had realized his dream, with only one final step separating him from the legendary title of a warrior. Yang Wu, Chief Instructor Wu Tong admonished, your evasion technique falls within the realm of subtle movements. In life-and-death battles against monsters, small adjustments in your body can allow their attacks to narrowly miss you. Such minimal movement enables a higher frequency of evasions, resulting in remarkable efficiency. However, this technique is extremely challenging. Even a slight error can result in a monster's claw grazing your body, leading to grievous injury or death. Therefore, I advise you to maintain a greater distance while dodging during combat, allowing yourself room to maneuver. Given your current capabilities, it would be prudent to solidify your foundational techniques, which may yield superior results. Yang Wu was taken aback, then nodded solemnly. Yes, Chief Instructor. Remember this counsel, Yang Wu. In the path of martial arts, one must avoid the pitfalls of overreaching. The subtle movement technique is indeed powerful. However, if one lacks the prowess to execute such agility and attempts to forcefully perform it, it would merely result in a laughable imitation. Instructor Jiang Yin earnestly admonished. The Chief Instructor, Wu Tong, smiled and remarked, very well, in this martial arts assessment, 3 individuals have successfully passed, Luo Feng, Bai Yang, and Yang Wu. In their eyes, a suppressed joy shimmered. Had it not been for the esteemed martial artists surrounding them, they would have likely burst into exuberant cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, the next proceedings involve signing the practical assessment contract. I kindly ask for your assistance, Wu Tong stated, turning his gaze towards a silver-haired man clad in a black robe who had been standing on the periphery. Captain, I apologize for making you wait. Let us be on our way. Captain, Luo Feng and the others were taken aback. The chief instructor was the supreme authority of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Yangzhou, a position of great prestige. If he referred to this silver-haired man as captain, what might his standing be? How formidable! A mere glance from him rendered us utterly immobilized. Luo Feng thought, astonished. Such power is truly terrifying. In a duel, before any engagement, the opponent's gaze could leave one in a daze. And by the time one regained consciousness, they might find their heart pierced by a blade. The silver-haired man smiled slightly and regarded Luo Feng with surprise. Young one, your talent is commendable. Continue to strive diligently, he said, offering a warm smile. Impressive willpower as well, Wu Tong nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, both he and the silver-haired man departed. What just transpired? This silver-haired man has been observing our test from the sidelines. Yet, from the beginning until now, I scarcely noticed his presence, Luo Feng mused, astonished in silence, as if he were a specter within the space. It was utterly remarkable. No, I can only recall those captivating eyes. I cannot even remember what he looks like. You 3, come here. Instructor Jiang Yin and the group of martial artists gazed at the trio with smiles, beckoning them to the training hall. They transitioned from the nerve response testing room into the spacious training hall. Here are 3 copies of the martial arts practical assessment contract. An obese elder extracted 3 documents from a corner of the training hall. In the event of participating in the practical assessment, should you be slain by a beast, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy bears no responsibility. Naturally, the mortality rate in the practical assessment is quite low. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang each took the contracts, perusing their contents. Though the mortality rate is low, the rate of injury and disability is not negligible, remarked a bald, muscular man gravely. The practical assessment involves life-and-death struggles with beasts. This is merely the foundational combat. When you venture into perilous territories to hunt beasts, the dangers far exceed those of this assessment. If you cannot surpass this hurdle, you are unfit to be a martial artist. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang exchanged glances. The contract was straightforward, primarily stipulating that in the event of death or disability during the practical assessment, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy would not be liable. Without hesitation, they retrieved pins from the side and affixed their signatures. Title Gene Origin Energy Cultivation Method. What? Luo Feng involuntarily held his breath. The warriors possess extraordinary physical prowess, with some elite fighters capable of velocities surpassing the speed of sound. A single strike could cleave through steel plates several meters thick. However, the current abilities of Luo Feng and his companions pale in comparison to those legendary figures. What accounts for the strength of these warriors? It is fundamentally attributed to genetic primordial energy. During the era of Great Transformation, humanity was infected by a virus, which triggered the development of antibodies, resulting in a natural optimization and alteration of their genetic makeup. Instructor Jiang Yin smiled and explained that once genetic optimization reaches a certain threshold, individuals can absorb minute energies from the universe and integrate them into every cell of their being. Throughout this process, continuous evolution and enhancement occur within the bones, cells, blood, organs, skin, and more. Your bones can become 10-fold or even 100-fold harder than diamonds, and your internal organs can endure breath-holding underwater for half an hour or longer. All of this relies on your ability to absorb cosmic energy and infuse it into each cell, ultimately transforming it into your own energy. This is the essence of genetic primordial energy. Genetic primordial energy is the cornerstone of human genetic optimization and evolution. Luo Feng grasped the concept upon closer inspection. Ordinary individuals cannot cultivate this energy due to insufficient levels of genetic optimization. Generally, one must achieve a punching power of 900 kilograms, a speed of 25 meters per second, and a neural reaction time that meets the threshold for aspiring warriors. Upon reaching this level, one's genetic optimization is deemed adequate. 90% of aspiring warriors can commence the cultivation of genetic primordial energy. Instructor Jiang Yin further stated, in this month, you may begin to explore the cultivation of genetic primordial energy. As for the most precious guiding techniques, they will only be available to you once you become a warrior and join my Extreme Martial Arts Academy or the military. There exists only one method for cultivating genetic primordial energy globally. In contrast, there are countless guiding techniques worldwide. Engaging in different guiding techniques can greatly influence the speed of genetic primordial energy cultivation, with variations potentially reaching dozens of times. In Chapter 13, titled Joy, Bai Yang could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Instructor, I have heard that guiding techniques are quite extraordinary. How remarkable are they? How do they enhance the speed of genetic primordial energy cultivation? At that moment, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair spoke up within the training hall. Bai Yang, let me explain. If you do not practice guiding techniques and solely rely on the 5 hearts facing heaven method, you might only refine for 5 minutes a day, at which point your cells would be saturated and unable to absorb any more energy. However, if you practice guiding techniques, the capacity of your cells increases significantly, allowing you to cultivate for 8 minutes, 10 minutes, or even an hour. The middle-aged man then turned his gaze toward Luo Feng and the others. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Luo Feng finally comprehended. The guiding techniques enable each cell to increase its daily capacity for absorption. He mused that the absorption of cosmic energy by cells, transforming it into genetic primordial energy, is akin to the act of eating. Imagine a person who can only consume 3 bowls of rice. Practicing guiding techniques would enable that individual to consume 5 or even 10 bowls in a day. Jiang Yin smiled and added, if you do not practice guiding techniques, the energy your cells can absorb is hypothetically 1 unit. However, once you engage in guiding techniques, the energy capacity may expand to 2 units, 3 units, or even more. In other words, a year of diligent practice may surpass what others achieve in a decade. This is the allure of the guiding technique. The martial artists present began to discuss animatedly, clearly having much to say about it. Regarding guiding techniques, the world's foremost authority, Master Hong, the global head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, has developed 9 exceptional guiding techniques. If you join our academy and contribute sufficiently, you may have the opportunity to learn these elite techniques. The martial artists present smiled enticingly at Luo Feng and his companions. All major factions in the world aspire to increase the number of their martial artists. Coach, Luo Feng suddenly spoke up. Coach Jiang Yan turned his gaze toward Luo Feng, curious. Coach, the silver-haired warrior in the black robe who just left with the chief instructor. How did his mere gaze render us powerless to resist? What kind of ability is that? Luo Feng had never heard of such a formidable power among martial artists and was intrigued. Coach Jiang Yan smiled slightly, while the group of martial artists nearby burst into laughter. Young man, the one accompanying the chief instructor is a mentalist. They are far rarer than martial artists. Of course, mentalists are generally also martial artists, but they represent the most formidable existence among them. The martial artist chuckled. A mentalist? Luo Feng was taken aback. In today's interconnected world, he had previously encountered descriptions online stating that mentalists are a unique and fearsome presence among martial artists. However, the specifics of their dreadfulness were not elaborated upon in detail. Indeed, the coach replied. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang turned to leave the training hall, monitored by armed guards stationed at the entrance of the community as they departed. At the entrance of Mingyue community, Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang wore smiles on their faces. I am Bai Yang, from the premier military academy in Jiangnan. My hometown is in Yangzhou, and I happened to come here for the assessment during the summer break. Bai Yang extended his hand, shaking hands with Luo Feng and Yang Wu, delighted to meet them. The premier military academy in Jiangnan? Luo Feng thought to himself, as he had intended to enroll in that very academy. I am Luo Feng, and this is Yang Wu. We are both from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Yayan District. Luo Feng introduced himself. My brother Luo Feng, you surely have a bright future ahead. In our military academy's elite class, there are very few who become martial artists. Bai Yang expressed his eagerness to befriend someone so young and already on the path to becoming a qualified martial artist. Who knows? Luo Feng might become a significant figure in the future. Yang Wu chuckled. Let us not dwell on that. It is fate that the three of us passed the assessment on the same day in the same place. Today is a good day. Let us find a restaurant and celebrate with a meal and a hearty chat. Sounds good, Bai Yang replied with a smile. Let us go. Luo Feng laughed heartily. Having had a bit to drink that day, Luo Feng only remembered to call home to share his good news when he was on the subway. However, the train was crowded, and he feared that announcing his success in passing the qualified martial artist assessment would attract unwanted attention. Never mind. I'll wait until I'm off the subway to make the call, he decided. Taking line 1 to Zhong'an Road Station, he exited directly and prepared to transfer to line 11, which would require a bit of walking. He thought of informing his parents and younger brother. Luo Feng remains exhilarated even now. A prospective warrior. After enduring years of financial hardship at home and striving diligently, he has finally achieved something significant. Standing at the edge of Zhong'an Road Station, Luo Feng retrieves his mobile phone. Beep beep. After dialing the number, he patiently awaits a response. Hello. His brother's voice emerges from the phone, prompting Luo Feng to smile and say, It's me. Of course, you should consider who your brother is. Naturally, I passed the assessment. Haha, yes, all right. Luo Feng, with the phone in hand, joyfully continues, Is Mom at home too? Good, have her take the call. Hello Mom, it's me. Xiao Feng. Luo Feng is overwhelmed with happiness. Listening to his mother's excited voice on the other end brings a tear to his eye. After all, he has worked tirelessly for this day. Mom, you've asked 3 times already. I truly passed the assessment. The certificate for prospective warriors will arrive at home in a few days. I've already had a meal, along with the other 2 who also passed. Luo Feng chuckles. Oh, you're calling Dad? Don't worry, Mom, I won't forget. Yes, I know. After hanging up, a smile spreads across Luo Feng's face. Joyous and fulfilled. After all this time spent striving, from a young age honing his agility and swordsmanship, was it not for this very moment? Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Luo Feng then dials his father's number. In their household, his father, Luo Honghua, stands as a pillar, the unwavering support of the family. Before he became a senior trainee at the martial arts school, the family's expenses were predominantly sustained by his father's hard-earned income. Although his mother worked, much of her energy was devoted to caring for her 2 sons, especially considering one has a disability. His father's work in home renovation is arduous, often leading to back pain and hand injuries on several occasions. Dad, from now on, you won't have to toil so hard, Luo Feng silently vows. Beep beep. The sound of the phone ringing resonates as Luo Feng waits for his father to answer. Chapter 14. It's your own demise. Why isn't he answering? It's past noon, which should be mealtime. My dad usually takes a break during lunch when renovating, so he should be able to pick up the phone. Luo Feng, puzzled, taps on the phone's location feature, and the screen promptly reveals a map of Yangzhou City, with a red dot marking his own location, while a green that indicates his father's phone's whereabouts. Not too far from here. Luo Feng quickly deduces his father's current location and smiles. He decides to rush over to share the news of his achievement as a prospective warrior in person. Following the map's guidance, Luo Feng hastens to Ian District, Tiandu Garden Community. Hurry up, move your things swiftly so you can rest and have lunch. We need to eat too. In the private courtyard of one of the townhouses, Zhang Hao, dressed in a white t-shirt and white trousers, frowns and urges, flanked by 3 stern-looking bodyguards. Sir, please don't rush. These pieces of furniture are valuable. We must proceed with caution. Come on, everyone, put in some extra effort. Outside the private courtyard, a truck was parked on the community road, laden with meticulously packaged wooden furniture. In this modern age, wooden furniture has become an extravagant luxury, accessible only to a select few. The scarcity of trees within urban bases is a pressing reality, as most greenery serves merely ornamental purposes. While vast forests flourish beyond the confines of human habitation, they are also home to monstrous creatures, making the endeavor of logging and transporting timber perilous and costly. Consequently, the majority of household furniture today comprises plastic materials, with glass being the only higher-end alternative. Wooden furnishings are beyond the reach of ordinary families. Be careful, Zhang Haobai warned, his brow furrowed. This is solid wood furniture made from premium timber. If you damage it, your boss will surely hold you accountable. With cautious effort, 3 employees gingerly maneuvered the heavy furniture from the truck to the ground. Each piece weighed over 1,000 pounds, proving quite a challenge for the trio. Let us take a breather, gentlemen, suggested one of the workers who had been leading the effort. We'll move it all in one go later. Just set it down here, gently. They placed the furniture on the courtyard floor and straightened their backs, exhaling in relief. Old Luo, I'm famished, remarked a tall employee, stretching his limbs. Once we finish this set, we have 2 more to go. After that, we'll all grab a bite, Luo Hongwo replied with a smile, casually wiping his brow, drenched with sweat. The sweltering July sun, nearing noon, rendered their labor particularly grueling. Pick up the pace, Zhang Haobai urged, his impatience palpable. All right then, Luo Hongwo responded, bending down to grasp the furniture. Let us put our backs into it, boys. On 3, 1, 2, 3 lift. With a collective effort, they hoisted the furniture and carefully navigated the steps, soon entering the house. Moments later, they emerged, their bodies glistening with perspiration, which wafted unpleasantly as they passed Zhang Haobai and his companions. Such is the plight of the impoverished, Zhang Haobai mused inwardly. Born into wealth, he held a certain disdain for those who toiled in menial labor, believing that their willingness to endure such hardship reflected a lack of ambition or drive. Watch it. Don't bump into the door, Luo Hongwa cautioned as the trio ascended the steps, drenched in sweat, with beads trickling down their foreheads and into their collars. Taking a moment to rest outside, they lowered the furniture once more, catching their breath. Let us go, on 3, 1, 2, 3 lift. Although Luo Hongwa and his companions were weary, they had been accustomed to such labor for 2 or 3 decades, fully aware of their limits, which rarely led to mistakes while transporting items. Moments later, they proceeded to carry the final set of furniture. The heat was intense. Zhang Haobai looked up at the sky and said, Brother Wang, afterwards, let us indulge in a meal at the nearby restaurant. Thank you, young master. The 3 bodyguards replied with cheerful smiles. Zhang Haobai cast a glance at the 3 workers handling the last set of furniture, involuntarily letting out a low grunt of disdain. He naturally harbored a deep-seated aversion towards these laborers. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a piece of marble in the courtyard, which was intended for paving the path. One slab bore a crack, a result of an accident during a recent spar with his bodyguards. Zhang Haobai's eyes brightened. His meager pocket money could use a boost. At that moment, Luo Hongwa and his companions were moving the 3rd set of furniture. Hold on. Set it down gently, and take your time, Luo Hongwa instructed. As they carefully placed the furniture down, a furious voice rang out. Hey, how careless can you be? Startled, the 3 workers turned to see Zhang Haobai with a dark expression, angrily pointing at the marble pavement beneath the furniture. How do you conduct your work? Look, you've damaged my flooring. This is Nanshan marble, only obtainable from outside the city. Each slab costs tens of thousands. Can you afford to pay for it? The 3 workers lowered their heads and indeed noticed a small crack in one of the marble slabs beneath the furniture. I have the number for their renovation company. One of the bodyguards named Wang immediately took out his phone to dial. The 3 workers recognized each other. Wait, the tall worker from the decoration company interjected. That crack was already there. I've seen it before. Still trying to make excuses? What good is that? Zhang Haobai scoffed. Luo Hongwa furrowed his brow. As a seasoned employee, he knew such disputes could become troublesome. Companies often prioritized their reputation, and if they were indeed extorted, Proving that the crack was not caused by their workers was typically futile, leading to financial losses for the company. If the company lost money, the 3 workers responsible for the transport would certainly have their wages docked. Let us move the furniture inside first, Luo Hongwa suggested, preparing to lift the furniture. Move it inside? Old Luo, old Luo. The other 2 workers rushed to help the toppled Luo Hongwa to his feet. I'm fine, he said, rubbing his shoulder. Why are you pushing people? Whether or not we caused the damage remains uncertain. Why the aggression? The other 2 workers glared and shouted back, unafraid of confrontation. They were laborers who feared neither heaven nor earth. If pushed to the brink, they would not hesitate to fight back. Even if arrested, they had nothing to lose, as the police usually had no choice but to release them. Don't try to intimidate me. Zhang Haobai swiftly kicked the 2 men in the stomach. Thud, thud. With a swift kick, he sent 2 workers flying, who tumbled to the ground. Humph. One should know one's place when acting recklessly. Zhang Haobai let out a cold chuckle. His family had substantial connections in Yian district, and what was it to deal with a few ordinary laborers? Old Tian, Big Monkey. Are you all right? Luo Hong was said anxiously. You young man, how can you behave like this? He scolded angrily. Zhang Haobai caught a whiff of the sweat emanating from Luo Hongguo and frowned, waving his hand dismissively. Brother Wang, teach them a lesson, make them quiet. Just as he spoke, a bodyguard named Wang handed over his phone. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Stop. At that moment, Luo Hongguo and the 3 workers found themselves cornered by 3 imposing bodyguards, their bodies marked with footprints. Huh. The 3 bodyguards turned to see a blurred figure rush into the courtyard. Zhang Haobai recognized him immediately and shouted, Luo Feng, how dare you come to my home and cause trouble? Luo Feng's gaze fell upon his father, who, drenched in sweat and covered in footprints, hunched over in the corner. Clutching his stomach, his eyes reddened instantly. After years of enduring such hard labor, today he was subjected to this humiliation. One of the bodyguards, slightly shorter and stockier, stepped forward with a sneer. Get out of my way. Luo Feng bellowed, delivering a heavy kick with lightning speed. The stocky bodyguard attempted to block with his right arm, but the force of Luo Feng's kick sent him soaring backward 4 or 5 meters before crashing down. The other 2 bodyguards jumped in fright. Luo Feng, how dare you attack my people in my home? Zhang Haobai glared and shouted, you're courting death. It is you who is courting death. Luo Feng replied, his eyes gleaming with fury. Chapter 15, I will cooperate with your work. Everyone, attack together. Zhang Haobai, red-faced with rage, shouted vehemently. How dare Luo Feng disrupt his home and assault his bodyguards? Be careful, this guy kicks hard. The fallen stocky bodyguard rubbed his stomach, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, unable to rise. Kid, you're quite ruthless. The bodyguards named Wang and another quickly surrounded Luo Feng, wary of his earlier display of strength. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had rushed to his father's side, but before he could speak, Luo Hongguo insisted, I'm fine, Xiao Feng. Watch out behind you. In that instant, 2 bodyguards launched simultaneous attacks from either side, while Zhang Haobai stealthily approached. 3 against 1. Humph. Out of the corner of his eye, Luo Feng caught a glimpse of the impending danger. In a flash, he pivoted, harnessing the rotational momentum, and swung his right arm, his palm slicing through the air like a blade. Whoosh. The gust of wind preceded the strike. Not good. The bodyguard named Wang's expression changed as he raised his arms to block Luo Feng's horizontal slash. Boom. The sound of the impact reverberated through the air. Luo Feng's hand struck heavily against the arms of the bodyguard surnamed Wang. The bodyguard felt as though his arms were no longer his own, overwhelmed by a pain so intense that he momentarily lost all sensation. He could only feel a wave of weakness in his right forearm and instinctively retreated while crying out. I've broken my right arm. What? Zhang Haobai exclaimed in astonishment. The 3 bodyguards at his disposal were all advanced trainees from a martial arts academy. Logically, Luo Feng, also an advanced trainee, should have comparable strength, making it improbable that a single strike could fracture the arm of the bodyguard surnamed Wang. This was dire. With the bodyguard injured, only the tall, black-clad bodyguard remained. His 2 companions had been vanquished, leaving him both astonished and furious. Gritting his teeth, the black-clad bodyguard roared and launched a lightning-fast kick followed by a punch. Whoosh, whoosh. However, Luo Feng was exceedingly agile, evading both attacks with deft movements before delivering a merciless, powerful chop. His right hand raised high, it descended with the ferocity of a legendary warrior's blade. It was too swift. The black-clad bodyguard, unable to evade in time, could only brace himself with both arms, gritting his teeth to withstand the blow. As Luo Feng's formidable strike came crashing down, fear began to seep into the black-clad bodyguard's heart. Thud! He felt his arms lose all sensation, as if they had turned to jelly under the force of Luo Feng's strike, which continued unabated, crashing down upon his shoulders. The impact, exceeding 1,000 pounds of force, drove the bodyguard to his knees. How could this be? Zhang Haobai, who was poised to launch a sneak attack, was now paralyzed with fear. Of the three bodyguards, one lay clutching his abdomen, unable to rise, another had a broken arm, and the last was kneeling on the ground, struck down by a single blow. Zhang Haobai? Luo Feng's eyes burned with fury, as if he were ready to devour him whole. What are you doing, Luo Feng? What do you want? Zhang Haobai retreated 2 steps, shouting in anger, "This is my home. You trespassed and injured my people, and yet you remain so arrogant. How dare you strike my father? How dare you kick my father?" Luo Feng clenched his fists, his muscles tensing like steel cables, veins bulging grotesquely, giving him an intimidating appearance. Your father? Who your father is, I do not know. How could I strike your father? Zhang Haobai's eyes widened suddenly, as he glanced at 3 filthy workers nearby, their clothes marked with footprints. In an instant, he understood why Luo Feng had stormed in without asking questions. Confronted by Luo Feng's menacing demeanor, Zhang Haobai shouted, "Luo Feng, I warn you, boom." Luo Feng's fierce kick, swift as lightning, struck Zhang Haobai in the abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground, his face flushed with pain. Warning my foot. Luo Feng seized Zhang Haobai by the collar, lifting him off the ground, leaving him suspended in midair. You. Zhang Haobai struggled to speak, but the pressure on his neck made breathing laborious, let alone uttering any words. Put the owner down. A booming voice echoed from a distance, as a group of over a dozen armed security personnel rushed toward them, brandishing their batons. Within the Tiandu community, numerous surveillance cameras are strategically positioned, ensuring that any altercation is swiftly detected by the vigilant security personnel. Residents of the community, particularly those inhabiting the luxurious row houses, are not individuals to be trifled with. They are acutely aware of the gravity of such incidents. Promptly, the security guards rushed to the scene while simultaneously alerting the authorities. Luo Feng cast a glance at the approaching security team, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Zhang Haobai. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent Zhang tumbling onto the lawn, his once pristine white attire now marred by the verdant stains of grass. "Dad, are you all right?" Luo Feng inquired, approaching his father. "Luo Honghua, I'm fine, merely some superficial injuries," Luo Honghua replied, observing the 3 bodyguards who were painfully attempting to rise, as well as Zhang Haobai's grim expression. With a hint of concern, he admonished, "Xiaofeng, you need to temper your strength. You've left someone in quite a state. The medical expenses could be substantial, and they might even press charges against you." "Indeed, Xiaofeng, your strikes were excessively forceful," echoed another worker, worry etched on his face. "Not too forceful, but rather well placed. They previously regarded us with disdain," retorted another, more robust worker, indignation evident in his tone. The security personnel were well acquainted with the affluent families residing in the vicinity, and they recognized the elite status of Zhang's 3 bodyguards, all of whom were adept martial artists. However, seeing these 3 injured to such an extent rendered the guards hesitant to confront Luo Feng. After all, their role as security was merely a source of income, and none would willingly endure the fate of the 3 bodyguards. Suddenly, the wail of sirens pierced the air, prompting everyone to turn their attention towards the source. A police vehicle screeched to a halt outside the Zhang residence, its doors flung open as 4 officers exited with purpose. "The police have arrived." The security guards quickly stepped aside, while Luo Honghua and the others were taken aback. In a moment of urgency, Luo Honghua grasped Luo Feng's arm, pulling him into a corner. "Xiaofeng, given that you've injured someone, this could become quite complicated at the police station. Remain calm. I will seek out a lawyer on your behalf." "Dad, I have successfully passed the preliminary martial artist assessment," Luo Feng murmured. This single statement alleviated Luo Honghua's earlier anxiety, allowing him to exhale in relief. "Really? That is wonderful. If you've passed the assessment, then these officers lack the authority to detain you." A preliminary martial artist, upon passing the practical assessment, is considered a martial artist, possessing the requisite physical attributes to cultivate genetic energy. Thus, regulations stipulate that any cases involving preliminary or martial artists fall under the jurisdiction of the Municipal Security Bureau. In Jiangnan, this responsibility lies with the Jiangnan Security Bureau, and the General Police Force lacks the authority to make arrests in such matters. "However, Dad," Luo Feng continued in a hushed tone, "after passing my assessment, I must await further approval from the higher authorities. It will take a few days for my preliminary martial artist certificate to be dispatched to our home and officially recorded in my citizen identity information." Thus, from a legal standpoint, he was not yet recognized as a preliminary martial artist. Only after several days would he attain that status. If any trouble arises during this interval, I can simply contact the Extreme Martial Arts School to provide a guarantee that I have indeed passed the assessment. I can simply walk out of the police station, Luo Feng remarked. "However, if there is no trouble, there is no need to make a fuss. It is merely a few days spent at the police station. When the time comes, if I wish to stay, they would not dare to detain me. Luo Hongwa nodded in agreement. Just then, two police officers approached, one of whom bellowed, "You dare to trespass into a private residence and severely injure someone. Come, accompany us to the station." "Officers, I am more than willing to cooperate," Luo Feng replied with a smile, stepping forward. "However, you only have one vehicle, and it seems it may not accommodate everyone." This left the two officers momentarily taken aback. "Rest assured, I have a vehicle at home." Zhang Haobai turned to the leading officer among the four. "Uncle Lu, these 3 bodyguards of mine, along with myself, have all been injured by him. We are all witnesses. Let us all be taken along." The officer referred to as Uncle Lu waved his hand in agreement. Luo Feng smiled and entered the police car with the officers. Chapter 16, The Detention Center. The icy, dim room was desolate, with a chilling draft seeping in, causing one to shudder involuntarily. "Is this the interrogation room?" Luo Feng mused, curiously observing the somber surroundings. "To leave me alone in this dim space with the air conditioning turned up so high. Are they attempting psychological warfare?" In truth, the so-called interrogation had yet to commence, and Luo Feng had already emerged victorious. In the monitoring room outside the interrogation chamber, several officers watched the footage from the cameras. One young female officer questioned, "Chief, why does this young man seem unfazed?" Typically, when an individual enters this interrogation room and spends half an hour within, coupled with their own anxious thoughts, they quickly succumb to fear and disorientation. Do not underestimate him. His citizen identification reveals he is a senior student at a martial arts school. Moreover, he has injured 4 senior students from the same institution. The bald-headed middle-aged officer chuckled. "One who can injure 4? How impressive. Could he possibly be an aspiring martial artist?" "If he truly is, we may have a serious problem," one young male officer remarked. "He is not an aspiring martial artist. The citizen identification is quite clear on that point," the bald-headed officer replied. "Come, Xiaoyang, let us go in and interrogate him." "Yes, Chief." Within the interrogation room, Luo Feng had already been there for over half an hour. "You have arrived," he greeted the two officers with a smile as they entered. The bald-headed officer was taken aback. The young man's calm demeanor surpassed his expectations. He and the other young officer took their seats at the interrogation table. The bald officer smiled and said, "I apologize for the delay. We were questioning several others prior, which caused a bit of a hold-up." "Not a problem," Luo Feng inquired. "What has become of the 3 workers from the decoration company? Where are they now?" Luo Feng nodded. Given that Luo Hongwa and the other 2 were the victims in this incident, their release was a foregone conclusion. The 3 workers from the decoration company, along with Zhang Haobai and his 3 bodyguards, have all recounted the events. The facts are decidedly unfavorable for you. Do you have anything to say? The bald-headed officer scrutinized Luo Feng, as it was customary for individuals to defend themselves when faced with adverse circumstances. Luo Feng smiled and replied, "There is nothing to say. Zhang Haobai and his 3 bodyguards are nothing but scoundrels. They dared to assault my father. I merely sought to teach them a lesson." The balding middle-aged policeman and the young male officer were both taken aback. With a loud bang, the young officer slammed his hand on the table, rising to admonish. "Luo Feng, behave yourself. This is a police station. Do not act so arrogantly." "Arrogant? I am merely recounting the facts," Luo Feng replied with a smile. "That is all I have to say." The balding officer furrowed his brow in concern. "Luo Feng, your reckless arrogance will not serve you well in court. Given the severity of your actions and your deliberate intent, it is entirely plausible that you could face several years of imprisonment. It would be wise for you to clarify the circumstances." "I have nothing further to say." Luo Feng shook his head. The balding officer scrutinized Luo Feng closely, who remained silent in anticipation. Finally, the officer waved his hand in resignation, stating, "Very well, do not regret your decision. Take him away." With a smile, Luo Feng stood up, and 2 male officers promptly entered the interrogation room to escort him out. Inside the Yayan District Detention Center, located adjacent to the police station, the current societal trend of martial prowess has led to an increase in brawls, resulting in a significant number of individuals being detained. Each district has its own facility for housing such individuals, and today, Luo Feng was among them. After changing into the standard gray prison uniform, Luo Feng was confined. "Cell 299, this is it. Step inside," the guard instructed as he pushed Luo Feng into the cell and locked the door behind him. Most inmates in the detention center were there for fighting, theft, or driving under the influence, along with some awaiting court hearings for sentencing. The incident involving Luo Feng could be interpreted in various ways. At its lightest, it was merely a case of striking a few individuals. However, if taken to court, it could indeed result in a prison sentence for Luo Feng, especially if he were not a qualified martial artist. Inside the cell, a heavily tattooed bald man lay on the lower bunk, while a middle-aged man diligently massaged his shoulders. The bald man glanced at Luo Feng and remarked, "Hey, newcomer, you look soft and delicate. Come here and give my legs a massage." Luo Feng observed the bald man with intrigue. He had heard tales of bullying in prisons, but had never witnessed it until now. "Are you deaf?" The bald man barked, suddenly rising to his feet. "This should be interesting. You looking for trouble?" Luo Feng shot back as the bald man swung his large hand towards Luo Feng's head. In a swift motion, Luo Feng's body shifted slightly, and his right hand shot out like a striking serpent, grasping the bald man's wrist firmly. The bald man attempted to wrench his arm free, only to find it ensnared as if bound by iron, leaving him unable to exert any force. His expression shifted to one of alarm. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. "You want me to massage your legs?" Luo Feng tightened his grip, twisting the bald man's arm, causing him to bend over in pain. "Please, brother, I did not recognize your strength. Spare me," he cried, unable to suppress his yelps of agony. With a sudden surge of strength, Luo Feng hurled the burly bald man, causing him to stumble and crash against the wall. "If you ever wish for me to break your legs, feel free to ask," Luo Feng remarked, his tone laced with a hint of mischief. Before effortlessly leaping onto the upper bunk of the bed, the bald man slumped in the corner, nursing his wrist. The middle-aged man in the cell, along with a slender young man on the lower bunk, exchanged glances between the bald man and Luo Feng above. "What happened to Bald Huang?" A police officer at the cell door teased. "Who has wronged you to leave you in such a state? Oh, by the way, the new young man in your cell is someone who single-handedly injured 4 advanced martial arts students before being incarcerated. Tread carefully, do not provoke him." After delivering this warning, the officer hummed a tune and departed. "Why wasn't I informed earlier?" Bald Huang exclaimed, looking up at the upper bunk with fear. "One person injured 4 advanced martial arts students. How monstrous." The prowess of a martial artist is derived from the formidable power of genetic primal energy. As Luo Feng devised his plans for nocturnal practice of this energy within the confines of the detention center, not far from the police station in Yain district, 2 young men were found in a private room. Each was embracing a young girl, singing boisterously. One of them was Zhang Haobai. "All right, you 2 may leave now." Zhang Haobai gestured. The room was soon left with only Zhang Haobai and another young man wearing glasses. "Brother Zhou, I invited you here today to request your assistance." Zhang Haobai began. "Speak freely. I shall do whatever is within my power," the bespectacled young man replied generously. "There's a fellow named Luo Feng. This scoundrel is always opposing me." Spitting in frustration, Zhang Haobai continued. "This time, he injured 3 of my bodyguards and gave me a beating as well. I am at my wit's end. He is currently locked up in the detention center, and I wish to enlist your help to teach him a lesson through the staff there." "Oh, that is manageable. However, you must understand that enlisting the help of the detention center staff will require some financial incentive," the bespectacled young man noted, furrowing his brow. "Money is no issue. I have 100,000, Zhang Haobai declared, tossing a leather bag towards him. "Upon completion, I shall provide another 100,000. "Huh, splendid." The young man nodded, not even glancing at the bag. 200,000. As long as it's not murder, I can arrange it. Now, what kind of lesson do you wish to impart to this Luo Feng? Break one of his legs and one of his arms." Zhang Haobai grit his teeth, insisting. "Very well, that is simple enough." The bespectacled young man immediately agreed. "Just a reminder, Brother Zhou, this Luo Feng is not to be trifled with. He has already injured my 3 bodyguards," Zhang Haobai cautioned. "Rest assured," the young man replied confidently with a smile. "You need only await the good news." Chapter 17. The late night in the cell in the dead of night. The sky was devoid of both moon and stars, casting Luo Feng's cell into darkness. Save for a faint glow from the pathway outside, the sound of snoring echoed through the cell, indicating that the occupants were in deep slumber. Suddenly, on the upper bunk to the left, Luo Feng, who was originally lying down to rest, suddenly sat upright, intertwining his legs so that the soles of his feet faced upwards. His hands rested upon his thighs, palms directed skyward, and his back remained perfectly straight. To absorb the subtle energies of the universe, one must first attune oneself to these energies. If one can achieve this sensitivity, the process of absorption becomes remarkably simple. Generally, prodigious talents can sense these energies on their very first day of practice, while those with lesser gifts may take a year or more merely to perceive the cosmic energy. Luo Feng adjusted his breathing and maintained the 5 hearts toward heaven posture, which refers to the soles of both feet, the palms of both hands, and the Baihui point at the crown of the head. Inhale, exhale. His breathing gradually became more serene as he focused on calming his mind. His body relaxed, and the 5 hearts naturally aligned toward the heavens. His heart needed to be tranquil, as still as a placid lake. Luo Feng's self-discipline was commendable. Gradually, he achieved a complete stillness, even his thoughts quieting to a whisper. Time passed, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 30 minutes. An hour. Relaxation and tranquility were the 2 points most emphasized in the 5 hearts toward heaven technique. Yet, after half an hour, Luo Feng opened his eyes once more. Realizing the challenge of sensing the primordial energy was indeed formidable, he resolved to attempt one final time. If unsuccessful, he would wait until the following night, hoping for success. With hope in his heart, he closed his eyes again, striving to calm his mind and sense the cosmic energy. Seconds turned to minutes. 10, 30, 50, an hour and 20 minutes passed. Why had he not succeeded yet? In the near meditative stillness of his mind, his thoughts began to slow. Gradually, the faint desire to sense the cosmic energy that had lingered in his heart began to dissipate with the passage of time, and he found himself on the brink of slumber. After all, even a normal person would likely fall asleep after half an hour of nothingness in the late hours of the night, let alone Luo Feng, who had persevered for 3 hours. On the verge of sleep, he had nearly forgotten his intent to sense the cosmic energy. How blissful! In this semi-somnolent state, Luo Feng vaguely perceived a subtle breath flowing through the soles of his feet, the palms of his hands, and the Bai point atop his head, gradually infiltrating his body at an excruciatingly slow pace. What was this? Half awake, he pondered. It was cosmic energy. Suddenly jolted awake, his eyes widened in astonishment, and the sensation he had just felt vanished entirely. Luo Feng was astonished that he had come to sense the cosmic energy just as he was about to drift off to sleep. He understood that what he had perceived was his body instinctively absorbing the cosmic energy, albeit at an agonizingly slow rate. That feeling lingered. Closing his eyes once more, he endeavored to sense again, gradually calming his breath and mind. His consciousness focused intently on the soles of his feet, the palms of his hands, and the crown of his head, as he earnestly sought to reconnect with the faint breath he had previously sensed. In a state of hazy awareness, it seemed as though I could sense a certain essence, yet at the same time, it felt elusive. Gradually, this sensation became clearer. It was indeed that essence. A faint and minuscule presence gently wafted through the air, only penetrating slightly as it approached the soles of my feet, at an exceedingly slow pace. This was the energy of the universe. My consciousness concentrated on the 5 key points, naturally radiating thoughts that absorbed the cosmic energy. Instinctively, the speed at which the energy was absorbed through the soles of my feet, the palms of my hands, and the Bai point at the crown of my head began to increase dramatically, nearly 100-fold in an instant. Initially, the cosmic energy had trickled in like drops of water leaking through a crack in a pipe. Now, the crack had widened, resembling a small stream flowing steadily into my being. A profound tremor, originating from the very marrow of my bones, coursed through my body. Once this formless and colorless cosmic energy entered me, it was voraciously consumed by every cell, starved for too long, as the energy streamed in through 5 channels. As the cosmic energy permeated the cells, it was swiftly absorbed by the mitochondria within, simultaneously releasing a peculiar energy that was quickly assimilated throughout the cell. The entire cellular structure began to undergo dramatic transformations, with subtle alterations in the genetic blueprint, leading to cell division, splitting into 2. Time passed, second by second. My body underwent continuous metamorphosis. Every layer, from the skin to the muscles, bones, and even the deepest cells and genes, experienced subtle changes. This transformation represented an evolution of life, an optimization of its very genes. According to the teachings of cultivation, the human body, since birth, had never consciously absorbed cosmic energy, thus remaining in a state of hunger. The first absorption of cosmic energy was the most significant, leading to the swiftest enhancement of strength. I felt an essential change occurring throughout my being, from within to without. Across the earth and throughout the cosmos, boundless cosmic energy existed, of which the minuscule amount I was absorbing was negligible. Yet for me, it was the most astonishing growth I had experienced from childhood to the present. The density of my bones increased, my cells shrank in size, each cell dividing into 2, while my muscular tissue began to undergo optimization, causing my body weight to rise steadily. Life is indeed remarkable. In the depths of my brain, imperceptible to my awareness, as the cosmic energy continued to surge and infiltrate, it triggered a transformation unlike the 3 previous tremors that had caused my fainting spells. This night, with the influx of massive cosmic energy, a change occurred in the depths of my brain that was even more subtle, so much so that I remained unaware of it during my cultivation. As dawn broke, the sun began to rise, around 5 or 6 in the morning, and the sounds of the prison echoed. The inmates in their cells began to awaken. After sitting cross-legged for an extended period, Luo Feng finally opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. Indeed, this was the first time in his life that he had deliberately absorbed cosmic energy, and the duration of absorption had lasted nearly 2 hours, leading him to a state of saturation. He could feel that his body now contained a significantly greater power than before. The enhancement he experienced overnight seemed even more profound than the physical improvement he had gained from his previous unconsciousness during the college entrance examination. Luo Feng had the impression that he could now exert a force of approximately 1,500, if not more. However, the precise increase could only be determined through detailed testing. Breakfast is ready. Breakfast is ready. Many suspects from the detention center emerged from their cells to eat. Luo Feng promptly jumped down from his bunk, brushing his teeth and washing his face in preparation for breakfast. At that moment, 3 inmates clad in prison uniforms passed by his cell, one of them calling out, "Baldy Huang, I heard that a skilled fighter has come to your cell and injured 4 advanced martial arts students." "Brother Lu, he is quite formidable," responded the bald, muscular man with a smile from within his cell. The 3 prisoners exchanged glances, and one of them whispered, "It must be him. The cell, age, and strength all match." Brother Zhou was referring to him. Chapter 18, Brawl. Inside the detention center, in the 3rd cell from the left in the southern corridor, 4 individuals lay quietly on their beds. One of the heavier men spoke softly, "Brother, during breakfast, I spoke with Big Brother Li, and he nodded in agreement. With 3 of our own experts and 2 of Big Brother Li's formidable fighters, we will have 5 people. It should be sufficient to deal with that Luo Feng. However, it's said that Luo Feng can take on 4 advanced martial arts students alone. He is difficult to confront," replied the burly man adorned with a black dog tattoo. "The black dog, aside from us, Brother Zhou has also enlisted the Cobra. Even if we fail, the Cobra will undoubtedly succeed," stated a solemn, one-eyed middle-aged man. "The Cobra?" Both the heavier man and the burly black dog jumped in surprise. "Yes, quite a coincidence. The Cobra happens to be incarcerated in this detention center as well," the one-eyed man confirmed. "With the Cobra involved, success is assured," the heavier man exclaimed excitedly. "But, brother, what is the Cobra like? We have yet to encounter him. We'll discuss specific actions during lunch with Big Brother Li. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we'll strike during the collective dinner tonight. Remember to bring your weapons," the one-eyed man instructed quietly. The so-called weapons possessed by these prisoners were merely blades and sharpened toothbrush handles. Though inspections in the detention center were stringent, they could not compare to those in maximum security prisons. Even inside such prisons, influential individuals could smuggle firearms and ammunition. After all, no matter how strict the regulations, human execution would inevitably reveal loopholes. Of course, those in this detention center were insignificant characters, armed only with blades and sharp glass shards. In the evening, as Luo Feng stepped out of his cell, he encountered various inmates in the corridor, each of them obediently greeting him. The remarkable tale of Luo Feng, who single-handedly injured 4 senior students from various martial arts schools, spread like wildfire last night. Now, nearly everyone within the detention center is aware of this young man's ferocity. The communal dining area, though referred to as a canteen, resembles a sealed hall adorned with numerous fixed silver tables. Everything within the detention center is tolerable, except for the subpar meals. Having successfully cultivated his genetic potential the previous night, Luo Feng awoke in high spirits this morning. Approaching the counter, he received a plastic lunchbox from the supervising personnel, which contained a repulsive mixture resembling mud. Upon inspecting it, he discerned a grayish, sludge-like substance, faintly reminiscent of potatoes. This, he mused, was the so-called biological meal. With a shake of his head, he reflected on its burgeoning reputation. In truth, it was widely regarded as the most abysmal food available in society. Consuming such a meal would cost an individual merely 50 cents a day, revealing the exceedingly low production cost of this biological fare. The silver-hued hall, with its metallic tables and benches, was filled with numerous inmates, each collecting their own meal boxes. Luo Feng took a seat at a long table and began to eat his biological meal. At that moment, a gaunt boy wearing glasses sat beside him with his own lunchbox. After a couple of bites, the boy couldn't help but curse. "Even pigs and dogs eat better than this. Quickly, you lost. Hand me 2 cigarettes. What nonsense are you spouting?" The silver hall buzzed with the chatter of over 100 prisoners, creating a cacophony of noise. 2 guards stood lazily outside the railing, casually glancing inside while engaging in light banter. Meanwhile, cameras in the corners of the hall continuously recorded every moment. Suddenly, a burly one-eyed man seated about 3 meters away from Luo Feng at another long table cast a glance in his direction and smiled. "You must be Luo Feng." Luo Feng returned the gaze. "And you are?" "My surname is Long," the one-eyed man grinned. "One-eyed dragon," came a low call as a short, stout man took a seat opposite him, flanked by 2 towering figures who glared menacingly at the one-eyed man. The stout man sneered. "It was your people who attacked my brother yesterday afternoon while we were out for fresh air, right? So how do we resolve this?" "Get lost." The one-eyed man shot back, rolling his eye. "Lee Fatty, you'd best clear off before I lose my temper." The stout man's eyes glinted coldly as he retorted, "One-eyed dragon. It seems you don't want to negotiate, huh?" Luo Feng, still eating, cast an amused glance at the unfolding drama. To him, it was evident that two influential figures within the prison were clashing. Negotiate. You think you can talk to me? Scram. The one-eyed dragon barked. Damn it, attack. The stout man's face twisted into a snarl as he shouted. Suddenly, the two burly men standing beside the short, stout fellow sprang into action. One of them effortlessly overturned a silver long table, wielding it like a weapon aimed at the one-eyed giant. The other, with lightning speed, delivered a fierce kick toward the one-eyed man. How dare you strike my boss? Brothers, let us go. The entire silver hall descended into chaos. With a resounding thud, one prisoner lifted a stool and smashed it against the camera situated in the corner of the hall. In every large-scale brawl within the detention center, the first order of business was to disable the cameras. Without concrete evidence, the police would be left with no choice but to accept the prisoners' fabricated narratives of the fight. In the silver hall, the one-eyed giant swung his right arm to block the burly man's kick, yet the blow was immensely powerful, causing him to stagger back several steps until he found himself beside Luo Feng. The two towering men pressed in on him, while the one-eyed giant's subordinates rushed forward, thrusting Luo Feng into the very eye of the storm. Caught in the fray, Luo Feng had no desire to involve himself in such matters. Just then, a plump thug, rushing towards him, unexpectedly brandished a long, sharpened screw, its point aimed directly at Luo Feng's back. Meanwhile, the one-eyed giant, who had previously been reeling, produced a blade secured with plastic, lunging it toward Luo Feng. Suddenly sensing danger, Luo Feng felt a sharp pain in his lower back, as if a pointed object had pierced his flesh, only to be caught by his muscle. In an instant, he sprang into action, resembling a nimble cat, leaping over a nearby dining table. However, at that very moment, the two burly men unleashed their legs in a simultaneous, axe-like strike aimed at Luo Feng. You seek death. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Feng let out a fierce roar and struck out with both fists against the incoming limbs. The so-called two titans scoffed inwardly, knowing that the strength of their legs far surpassed that of their arms. They had no fear of Luo Feng. A thunderous collision echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. The previously formidable duo let out agonized cries as they were sent flying, crashing into distant tables and chairs, leaving a trail of chilling blood on the floor. The two giants writhed on the ground, clutching their injured legs in agony. What? The one-eyed giant and his rotund companion, Black Dog, jumped in shock. At that moment, a piercing buzz resonated through the air as guards rushed from their posts to gather, heading towards the cells. Luo Feng touched his back, discovering that blood had completely soaked through the fabric of his clothing. A sense of certainty washed over him. The rumors were indeed true. Those who could cultivate the primal energy of genes possessed the strength of 3,000 to 4,000 pounds in a single punch, rendering ordinary small-caliber bullets incapable of penetrating their muscle. The plump thug's earlier thrust had merely grazed the surface of the skin, becoming ensnared by the muscle beneath. So, it was all an act. Luo Feng's gaze swept over the Cyclops and the squat, rotund figure, a flicker of ferocity igniting in his eyes, causing both the Cyclops and the stout man to be taken aback. Everyone charge. He is injured. The Cyclops bellowed. Let us all join in, shouted the stout man, as they lifted their benches to hurl at him. With their leader engaged, the underlings naturally followed suit, creating a chaotic scene. In an instant, Luo Feng transformed into a blur, his legs propelling him forward like cannonballs, sending prisoners flying with each kick. He refrained from inflicting severe harm on the ordinary underlings, recognizing that they were merely following the crowd. However, he showed no mercy to the Cyclops and the stout man who had stabbed him. With a swift motion, Luo Feng struck down on a bench with a knife hand, splintering it. Then he brought his arm crashing down onto the Cyclops' arm, sending him soaring through the air, his arm twisting at a grotesque angle. Figures were flung about, and benches and tables distorted and shattered. This was the stark difference between a practitioner of genetic primal energy and ordinary, brutish thugs. As Luo Feng swept through the throng of prisoners, a slender boy with glasses, known as the Cobra and renowned within the Yian district, observed silently from the crowd. He was known for his remarkable skill with throwing knives. Since the prisoners had begun their frenzied assault on Luo Feng, the Cobra had been waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Now, as Luo Feng was caught up in his fervor, the Cobra chose to make his move. The thrown knife was executed with cunning precision, and as it soared, it was fortuitously intercepted by the body of a flying prisoner, rendering Luo Feng oblivious to its approach. The knife zipped through the trousers of the airborne inmate, and when Luo Feng finally noticed it, the blade was merely 2 meters away. Panic surged through him. Time was too short for evasive action. Although the knife was not aimed at a vital point, it targeted his right shoulder, which meant that a hit would prevent him from participating in the martial arts practical assessment on August 1st, forcing him to wait until February 1st of the following year. No. Move aside, clear the way. With the knife hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed, Luo Feng's mind had no time to contemplate the consequences. In that critical moment, every fiber of his being tensed, his muscles and bones surged with power to their limits, his focus solely on the incoming blade. Driven by a singular resolve, evade the knife and protect his shoulder. At the last possible moment, as the knife was about to strike, it inexplicably altered its trajectory, grazing his shoulder instead of piercing it, merely nicking the surface and staining his shirt with a hint of blood. Everyone, crouch down. Quickly get down. At this moment, a multitude of guards armed with assault rifles stormed into the hall. The previously frenzied inmates immediately complied, crouching down in submission, including the emaciated youth known as Cobra, who stared in shock at Luo Feng, bewildered by the turn of events. How could this happen? How could my throwing knife have missed? As the guards rushed in, Luo Feng also instinctively crouched. He was perplexed as to how the trajectory of his knife had altered. Suddenly, an excruciating pain shot through his head without any warning, akin to a sharp spike relentlessly drilling into his mind, causing his entire body to convulse uncontrollably before collapsing to the ground. Come over here and take a look, commanded the officers, now in control of the situation, their faces reflecting their astonishment at Luo Feng's condition. His entire body was flushed crimson, beads of sweat pouring forth, mingling with droplets of blood that quickly soaked his clothes. His veins bulged grotesquely, resembling serpents coiling around him, rendering Luo Feng an image of sheer terror. This is bad. He has lost consciousness, one officer exclaimed. Quickly, get him to the medical room. The officers were taken aback by Luo Feng's alarming state. Despite his unconsciousness, his body remained flushed. Within Luo Feng's mind, waves of powerful, mysterious energy surged forth, instantaneously permeating every part of his being. Under the influence of this enigmatic force, his bones, organs, blood, muscles, and skin underwent drastic transformations, with each cell experiencing profound changes at a pace 100 or even 1,000 times faster than during his own genetic cultivation. Logically, such intense and swift alterations would cause the body to collapse under the strain. However, despite the convulsions, bleeding, and tremors, Luo Feng's body exhibited no signs of internal injury. Be careful. Get him to the medical room, the officers urged, swiftly lifting Luo Feng and transporting him to safety. The details of the large-scale brawl were soon compiled. At 8 o'clock that evening, within a serene 3-story building of the detention center, a massive 200-inch screen in the living room displayed a film. Pause, announced a middle-aged man clad in a bathrobe, causing the film to halt abruptly. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a man in military uniform who entered with respect. Director, we have clarified the details of the recent brawl. It was orchestrated by Zhou Huayang's associates targeting a young man named Luo Feng. However, the outcome was that a large group was injured by Luo Feng, several of whom sustained serious injuries. Zhou Huayang, that brat. He truly is audacious, relying on the influence of his family, the man in the bathrobe remarked indifferently. Although Zhou Huayang arranged it, we suspect that the actual perpetrator aiming to harm Luo Feng is a young man named Zhang Haobai. The officer continued respectfully. We reviewed Luo Feng's records, and his entry into the detention center is also linked to Zhang Haobai. The likelihood of Zhang Haobai seeking assistance from Zhou Huayang is quite high. Presently, there exists 6 major urban bases throughout the entirety of Huaxia. This unprecedented congregation of humanity has augmented the state's ability to exert control over its citizens. However, Director, based on our investigation of the scene of the brawl, the metal benches and tables, which bore the indents of fists, suggest that Luo Feng's physical prowess has undoubtedly reached the level of a martial artist. The officer declared with conviction, noting that the dining furniture in the detention center is metallic. Luo Feng's fists dented the metal table, and a swift strike even severed a metal bench. How terrifying. A martial artist? The usually composed middle-aged man suddenly stood up, furrowing his brow as he fixed his gaze upon the officer. Are you certain? A quasi-martial artist? What business would a quasi-martial artist have in a detention center? The middle-aged man frowned, contemplating the potential chaos that could ensue if matters escalated. Martial artists, regardless of their allegiance, are particularly protective of their rights. Should a martial artist suffer indignities within the police system, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread discontent among all martial artists, leading to significant troubles. After all, the police system lacks the authority to impose any form of detention upon martial artists. Now where's this Luo Feng? The middle-aged man inquired. Yes, Director. The officer promptly took his leave. In the dead of night, within the tranquil confines of his bedroom, Luo Feng's eyes fluttered slightly before opening wide. Where am I? As his consciousness sharpened, he scanned his surroundings. The spots on the railing of the window beside his bedroom appeared exceedingly vivid. The sounds of the television from neighboring residences resonated loudly, and even the conversations of pedestrians on the distant road were distinctly audible. No, it's not that the sounds are loud. Rather, my hearing has significantly improved. Luo Feng rose from his bed and began to walk around the room, marveling at the remarkable enhancements to his vision, hearing, and even his sense of smell. His gaze fell upon a nearby bench, and an instinctive thought surged through him, instantly commanding the bench with an unseen force. This invisible power eluded the naked eye, yet Luo Feng felt acutely aware of it, as if it emanated directly from his mind. What is this power? How have I acquired such an ability? His heart raced with disbelief. This intangible force felt akin to an invisible hand. In the stillness of the night, the bench began to levitate. With a mere thought, he directed his gaze toward the bed, which promptly lifted into the air. Turning his attention to the television stand, it too ascended effortlessly. Soon, 3 chairs, a coffee table, and a wardrobe followed suit, all suspended above the ground. Before long, nearly every object in the bedroom floated as if defying gravity in the vastness of space. Controlling such a multitude of items, I feel no strain whatsoever. Luo Feng strolled toward the balcony, enveloped in the serene silence of the night. His gaze fell upon the railing, and with a flicker of intention, he commanded, "Go." In an instant, a flurry of movement ensued. The steel spikes transformed into countless phantoms, relentlessly piercing through the artificial mountain, as if subjected to a barrage of armor-piercing projectiles. In a mere moment, the entire structure resembled a sieve. Suddenly, a deep explosion reverberated through the air. The artificial mountain, towering at 2 to 3 meters, shattered into innumerable fragments, while the steel spikes, once under the control of Luo Feng, disintegrated into fine powder. Who could it be? Alarm bells blared throughout the military rehabilitation area, and bright floodlights flickered to life as numerous guards, armed and vigilant, rushed towards the scene. Meanwhile, Luo Feng recoiled, swiftly retreating into a room where he lay on his bed, utterly astonished. The massive stone, measuring a meter or 2 in thickness, had been penetrated instantaneously. The power I wielded over the steel spikes rivaled that of heavy sniper rifle armor-piercing rounds. Yet, their fragility and lack of sharpness ultimately led to their obliteration into dust. Such a mysterious and terrifying force has awakened within this ordinary military rehabilitation enclave. Chapter 20. The Dark Golden Sphere. In the tranquil confines of his dimly lit bedroom, Luo Feng sat on a small personal sofa, his mind tumultuous with unease. This power is overwhelming. A standard police-issued small-caliber handgun would barely leave a mark on the colossal stone of the artificial mountain. Yet, my control over the steel spikes allowed them to effortlessly penetrate the entire structure, exhibiting a strength exponentially greater, by dozens or even hundreds of times. The battle between humanity and monsters has persisted for decades, and the reason behind humanity's inability to claim victory lies in the overwhelming strength of these creatures. Among the monstrous ranks, there exists a spectrum of power. Even the weakest of them can disregard small-caliber firearms. It is said that even the most feeble human warriors can halt a bullet from a standard small-caliber handgun with sheer muscle. The mightiest of monsters, however, remain impervious to conventional firearms, only susceptible to heavy sniper rifles, large-caliber machine guns, anti-aircraft guns, or even artillery. Indeed, some apex monsters, like the golden-crowned eagle, cannot be harmed by the relentless assault of a 20-caliber Vulcan cannon, which would not even displace a single feather. That is the true terror. I can manipulate objects from a distance. Could this be the psychic energy of a mentalist? Luo Feng pondered. His understanding of mentalists was scant, yet he grasped some fundamental truths. Mentalists are typically formidable warriors, who also cultivate genetic primordial energy. Furthermore, they develop a second form of energy known as psychic energy or mental force. However, whether this is indeed psychic energy remains to be confirmed through further investigation, he mused. Throughout his life, Luo Feng had encountered but a single mentalist, the enigmatic figure known as the Captain, as referred to by Wu Tong, the chief instructor of the Extreme Association in Yangzhou City. While the penetrating power of the steel spikes is formidable, creatures at the level of the golden-crowned eagle dismiss conventional weaponry. Only laser cannons or nuclear arms could pose a threat to them. Luo Feng recognized that despite his astonishing prowess, countless entities across the globe possessed strength magnitudes greater than his own, 10-fold, 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, such as that unparalleled powerhouse seen in the online video, who vanquished the golden-crowned eagle. His physical speed surpasses the speed of sound. With a single stroke, he can cleave a golden eagle in twain. With one kick, he can demolish a 6-story residential building. This is the unparalleled might of the martial warriors. The world's foremost powerhouse, Hong, and the second strongest, Thor, can hold dialogues with the 5 great nations on equal footing. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Contemplating the astounding prowess such a formidable figure must possess, capable of enabling a nation and an individual to converse as equals. Currently, even controlling steel spikes. He feared he would not be able to touch such a being's body. Luo Feng reminded himself that although he had grown strong, numerous powerful beings still existed. Despite this reminder, those extraordinary warriors felt distant and unattainable. Nonetheless, Luo Feng's strength was sufficient to provide his parents and younger brother with a life of comfort. Striving forward. I am still young. Perhaps one day, I too shall step into the realm of the world's elite masters. Luo Feng brimmed with anticipation. In the tranquil confines of his bedroom, he awakened his abilities, excitement rendering him somewhat restless. Perhaps it would be futile to seek sleep on such an exhilarating night. Instead, he decided to practice the gene origin energy. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he assumed the 5 hearts toward heaven posture, closed his eyes, and commenced his cultivation. Having had prior experience and already possessing gene origin energy within him, he easily sensed the presence of cosmic energy. Wisps of cosmic energy flowed into his body through the soles of his feet, palms, and the Bai point atop his head, and today, the absorption of cosmic energy felt swifter than before. The cosmic energy coursed through 5 channels into Luo Feng's being, with every cell in his body fervently devouring this wondrous energy. Transformed by the mitochondria within his cells, the cosmic energy became gene origin energy. Suddenly, Luo Feng sensed a surge of cosmic energy flooding into his mind, as his consciousness focused there. Boom! It felt as though his entire soul trembled, and soon, he found himself astonished to discover that his awareness had transcended into a miraculous realm. This enigmatic space was boundless, shrouded in an infinite mist, at the center of which resided a dark golden sphere, rotating gently like a star, emanating wisps of mist that perpetually thickened the atmosphere around it. This mist, could it be the power of mental force? Luo Feng effortlessly perceived that this mist's energy was indeed the mental force he wielded to control objects. Moreover, he clearly observed strands of transparent energy seeping into this mysterious domain from the outside world, swiftly assimilating into the mist's power. Luo Feng's consciousness also recognized that this transparent energy was none other than cosmic energy. The mist represented mental force, while the transparent energy symbolized cosmic energy, which, upon absorption, transformed into mental force. And my mental force emanates from my mind. Luo Feng's heart trembled. Was this truly his mind? Or rather, was this his sea of consciousness? The sea of consciousness is a specific term martial artists use to refer to the mind. Why? At the center of my sea of consciousness, is there a dark golden sphere? Luo Feng's consciousness observed with a sense of perplexity as the slowly rotating dark golden sphere emitted wisps of mist, spiritual psychic energy. During the release of this psychic energy, Luo Feng felt an unusual comfort within his sea of consciousness. Throughout my life, I have fainted several times, and it is likely due to this dark golden sphere. Luo Feng had an instinctive realization. The dark golden sphere releases psychic energy? In the past, I possessed no such psychic energy. It must have manifested during this recent fainting episode. He contemplated that during his unconscious state, the dark golden sphere must have unleashed a considerable amount of psychic energy, endowing him with formidable mental prowess, while simultaneously transforming his physical body. Although his physical attributes were strong, they paled in comparison to the might of psychic energy. Ah yes, previously, when that group of prisoners attacked me, one individual had thrown a flying knife. Just as it was about to pierce my shoulder, it suddenly veered off course. It must have been the effect of my psychic energy. Based on the circumstances, Luo Feng could readily deduce certain truths. Indeed, the dark golden sphere had released a significant amount of psychic energy during his fainting spell. However, in truth, on the very first night, he entered the cell and commenced his initial practice of gene primordial energy. Absorbing cosmic energy had already triggered a change within his sea of consciousness. Even without the incident of the flying knife hastening the release of psychic energy from the dark golden sphere, over time, he would naturally have acquired it. The surprise attack by the flying knife merely expedited his awakening. In the past, my headaches and fainting spells were likely the doing of this dark golden sphere. Yet now, as it continuously released psychic energy, I should no longer be susceptible to fainting, Luo Feng mused. It was as if a dam had been breached, allowing the floodwaters to flow forth. The dark golden sphere had previously been unable to unleash its psychic energy, resulting in Luo Feng's recurring headaches. Now, with a channel established for the release of this energy, he naturally felt at ease. The following morning, as Luo Feng descended from his bedroom, he discovered an individual seated in the living room. Good morning, Mr. Luo Feng. The man in military attire rose and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Luo Feng replied, puzzled. Where am I, and how did I end up here? Moreover, I don't believe we've met. Given that he had fought numerous prisoners the previous day, particularly striking the metal table and benches with his fists and feet, Luo Feng was not surprised that his strength could easily be assessed. I would like to inquire as to who intends to harm me. Luo Feng furrowed his brow. The officer hesitated momentarily. There will undoubtedly be complications with the higher-ups at the detention center. The officer continued with a smile. Mr. Luo Feng, please don't rush. The situation is as follows. Our investigation has revealed that an individual named Zhou Huayang, a local thug, orchestrated the attacks by these incarcerated prisoners against you. According to our findings, they intended to break one of your legs and one of your arms. Oh, Luo Feng frowned. To break my arm and leg? Quite ruthless, indeed. Do they wish to incapacitate me? I do not know Zhou Huayang. Who instigated this? Zhang Haobai? Luo Feng's gaze turned icy. Truly a foolhardy endeavor. Indeed. He was utterly ignorant of the peril he faced. The officer smiled and said, Luo Feng, you have every right to petition the Jiangnan City Security Bureau for the apprehension of Zhang Haobai. His orchestrations that led to the harm of a prospective martial artist constitute a grave offense, one that could easily warrant a prison sentence of 20 years. Do not mistake my words for meddling. Zhang Haobai's uncle is also a martial artist. However, you need not regard his uncle's stature, as the Security Bureau holds immense authority over martial matters. Zhang Haobai's uncle will have no bearing on their actions. You may choose to disregard his familial ties and pursue Zhang Haobai instead, or perhaps allow for a private resolution seeking compensation from the Zhang family. The choice ultimately lies with you, Mr. Luo Feng. The officer continued, my message has been conveyed, and here are your belongings. Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Should he opt for a private settlement demanding a substantial sum, or pursue Zhang Haobai relentlessly? Hello, Dad, Luo Feng said, picking up his phone to make a call. I've just been released from the detention center and will be home shortly for breakfast. Rest assured, Dad, your son is now stronger than ever. Nothing could possibly go wrong. On the same morning of his release, in an elegant tea house in the Yayan district, within a private room, only Zhou Huayang and Zhang Haobai were present. The steam rose from their teacups, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Brother Zhou, you summoned me early this morning. What is it? Zhang Haobai inquired in a hushed tone. Is there news regarding that matter? If it is resolved, you need not worry about the financial aspect. Zhang Haobai felt a flicker of anticipation, wondering if Luo Feng had indeed suffered a broken leg or arm. Zhou Huayang sat in silence, his expression darkening gradually. Without uttering a word, Brother Zhou? Zhang Haobai sensed the unsettling atmosphere and urged, please, speak. Zhang Haobai, you are audacious indeed. Willing to drag me down with you in your reckless pursuit, Zhou Huayang remarked coldly, a smirk on his lips. Taking a deep breath, he said, you intended for me to arrange for someone to break Luo Feng's leg and arm, did you not? Yes, so what? Zhang Haobai nodded. What now? Zhou Huayang's voice turned icy, laced with disdain. The individual you wish to confront is a prospective martial artist. Prospective martial artist? Zhang Haobai was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. Silence enveloped the room, as Zhang Haobai's complexion drained of color, sitting there motionless, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Zhou Huayang, with a cold smile, sipped his tea leisurely, not uttering a word. How could this be? How could this happen? Zhang Haobai was stripped of jealousy, replaced entirely by dread. Coming from a wealthy family, he was acutely aware of the privileges afforded to prospective martial artists. The realization that he had sent someone to harm a prospective martial artist struck him with terror. That individual could very well alert the Jiangnan City Security Bureau to apprehend him. Once inside the Security Bureau, his life would be irrevocably ruined. No. Zhang Haobai's face turned pale. Now you understand fear, do you? Zhou Huayang, incensed, slammed his cup down on the table, bellowing, damn it, you fool. If you truly seek your demise, do not drag me into your folly. Ah, the aspiring warrior. You have compelled me to arrange for someone to incapacitate an aspiring warrior by breaking one of his legs and one of his arms. If he reports this to the Security Bureau, I will undoubtedly find myself in a great deal of trouble. Zhou Huayang gritted his teeth in frustration. Brother Zhou, what should I do? What can I do? Zhang Haobai exclaimed, panic-stricken. I do not wish to be captured by the Security Bureau. Please, tell me what I should do now. The Security Bureau, a mysterious and terrifying entity for ordinary citizens. If the Bureau intervened to apprehend someone, it would likely spell the end of their life as they knew it. By the way, Brother Zhou, have you betrayed me? Zhang Haobai's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. The only person privy to his dealings with Zhou Huayang was Zhou himself. If Zhou had not disclosed his involvement, there might still be a chance. What the hell are you thinking? Zhou Huayang stood up in a fit of rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Haobai. The government agents have already come to interrogate me. Do you think I would dare to remain silent? If I don't speak up, I might as well be signing my own death warrant. Zhang Haobai was taken aback. It was indeed true that if Zhou Huayang didn't reveal his involvement, Zhou himself would suffer dire consequences. With that, Zhou Huayang stormed out of the room, leaving Zhang Haobai alone. How did it come to this? Zhang Haobai sat in his chair, shaking his head in disbelief. How could he possibly be an aspiring warrior? Just days ago, his punching power was merely 800 kilograms. How could such a transformation occur so swiftly? No. I refuse to be captured by the security bureau. Father, I must seek my father. At home. Zhang Haobai sat on the living room sofa, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. Creak. The door swung open. Father, I am in trouble. Zhang Haobai looked up at his father. Those few simple words sent a chill through Zhang Zilong's heart. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Haobai continued. It was during the last furniture delivery at our home. I disclosed everything without any hesitation or concealment. You dared to hire someone to incapacitate an aspiring warrior? Zhang Zilong's eyes widened in disbelief. I wasn't aware. Zhang Haobai stammered, flustered by his father's glare. Had I known, I would never have dared to do so. Zhang Zilong inhaled deeply, remaining silent as he retrieved his phone and began dialing. Beep, beep. A voice emerged from Zhang Zilong's phone, causing him to frown. What is it, father? Zhang Haobai inquired anxiously. Outside the city, there may very well be a lurking beast. Thus, communication is typically conducted from a secure location within the city. A moment later, a deep voice resonated through the phone. Brother, what is it? I am quite busy at the moment. Ahu, this matter is serious. Your nephew has landed himself in a grave predicament, Zhang Zilong said, his eyes reddening. What trouble has Haobai caused? I am listening, Zhang Zilong's brother, Zhang Zihu, responded. It's as follows. Zhang Zilong recounted his son's predicament. Silence enveloped the call for a moment, before Zhang Zihu's voice broke through. This child Haobai dares to provoke an aspiring warrior? How audacious. From this day forth, Haobai, you are to remain at home every day and avoid causing any further trouble. Do not meet that Luo Feng again. Understood, uncle. Zhang Haobai seemed to cling to the last straw, nodding in agreement. Yes. Zhang Haobai nodded repeatedly. After hanging up the phone, both Zhang Zilong and his son Zhang Haobai let out a long sigh of relief. The Zhang family was in a state of anxiety, while the Luo family was filled with joy. After dinner, Luo Feng took his younger brother Luo Hua and descended from their upstairs haven into the community. Pushing the wheelchair, Luo Feng strolled through the neighborhood. Brother, we have lived in this community for over 10 years, and our parents have resided here for more than 20. Luo Hua gazed up at the densely packed residential buildings, lamenting the scant greenery. Once we leave this place for Mingyue community, I can come out for a walk every day, all by myself. The daily struggle of navigating stairs was a monumental task for Luo Hua, confined to a wheelchair. Indeed. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, pushing the wheelchair. From now on, we will no longer be deprived of sunlight throughout the seasons. Nor will we be confined to that small room. Our parents won't have to sleep on the sofa anymore. Luo Hua nodded in agreement. This day had been long anticipated. Suddenly, someone approached. Luo Hua looked up to see a young man, wearing glasses, smiling as he walked towards them. He first greeted Luo Hua in the wheelchair, then turned to Luo Feng. Brother Luo, right? Who are you? Luo Feng inquired, puzzled by the stranger. The young man smiled slightly. Hello, Brother Luo, I am Zhou Huayang. I wonder if you have time for us to find a place to chat? Zhou Huayang. Luo Feng's heart stirred. He recognized the name. The officer at the detention center had mentioned that Zhang Haobai sought Zhou Huayang's assistance to deal with him. You are Zhou Huayang. Luo Feng replied with a hint of a smile. Zhou Huayang felt a knot tighten in his chest. Under Luo Feng's gaze, he couldn't help but feel anxious. If Luo Feng truly intended to confront him, he would be in serious trouble. Maintaining his smile, Zhou Huayang said, Indeed, little brother. Brother Luo. Shall we find a nearby place to discuss? Very well, Luo Feng nodded. I have matters to discuss with you as well. Not far from Nanning Community, there was a high-end bathing establishment known as Yangzhou Bathhouse, where even a small suite required a minimum expenditure of 1,000 yuan. Although Luo Feng had heard of this place, he had never entered until now, accompanied by his brother and Zhou Huayang. The Yangzhou Bathhouse offered a fusion of bathing, foot soaking, and leisure entertainment. All right, you may step out. I will call you if needed. Zhou Huayang instructed the attendant within one of the suites. Understood, sir. The attendant replied before exiting. The suite comprised 3 rooms. One was a bathing room specifically designed for soaking, the second served as a lounge for tea and business discussions, and the third was an entertainment room for internet browsing, television watching, and singing. Ahua, you can enjoy yourself in this room while I discuss matters with Zhou Huayang. Luo Feng said with a smile. Go ahead, brother, Luo Hua replied, maneuvering his wheelchair directly to the computer. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Wow, a 46-inch ultra-thin screen with voice control. Fantastic. In the depths of his heart, Luo Feng felt a profound sense of melancholy. The laptop he owned was of the most rudimentary kind, its operating system still manual, costing merely a few hundred yuan, a bargain indeed. In stark contrast, contemporary luxury laptops were nearly all voice-activated, with whispers of the most elite models featuring three-dimensional virtual holographic projections. Of course, devices capable of such advanced projections were exorbitantly priced, residing within the realm of legend. Even affluent families might find themselves financially devastated in their pursuit of one. His younger brother, Luo Hua, sat before the computer, bubbling with excitement as he attempted to navigate the voice control system. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and Zhou Huayang retreated to the lounge. With a soft click, the door closed behind them, and the two men sat across from one another. "Brother Luo, would you care for some tea?" Zhou Huayang inquired, pouring a cup for Luo Feng with a look of deep contrition. "I've come to apologize, truly. This incident, it weighs heavily on my conscience." Luo Feng held the teacup, silently absorbing Zhou Huayang's words. Individuals like Zhou Huayang were not uncommon in society. They possessed extensive networks and thrived on receiving payments to facilitate others' affairs. Zhou Huayang was no exception. He had no prior grievances with Luo Feng. The true source of Luo Feng's ire lay with Zhang Haobai. Even without Zhou Huayang's involvement, Zhang Haobai would have sought out another means to confront him. Luo Feng mused that Zhou Huayang was merely a middleman in this affair. However, since he had come to speak, they might as well settle matters privately. Noticing Luo Feng's silence, Zhou Huayang pressed on. "I arranged for someone to deal with you, Brother Luo, without any knowledge of your circumstances. It was all Zhang Haobai's doing that led to this foolishness. I sincerely hope you can overlook this transgression." "Overlook it?" Luo Feng smiled wryly. "This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Zhou Huayang produced an envelope from his pocket and slid it across the table toward Luo Feng. Inside was a named check from China Merchants Bank, made out to Luo Feng himself. Only he could withdraw these funds at any branch of the bank. Luo Feng opened the envelope, revealing a check with a 10-day payment deadline, specifically for him, complete with his identification number. However, what truly captured his attention was the sum written on it: 1 million yuan. 1 million? Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. This was a significant amount. His family savings had never exceeded 100,000 yuan over the years. In today's economy, 1 million yuan held considerable value. Even for business owners, it was a substantial figure. "I hope you can forgive me, and we can put this matter behind us," Zhou Huayang implored earnestly. 1 million. Luo Feng's family had never possessed such wealth before. Money like this was too tempting to refuse. "I understand you are merely a middleman, and I shall not hold it against you." "Very well, I shall accept this money," Luo Feng nodded, prompting Zhou Huayang to exhale in relief. "However, withdrawing this check may prove cumbersome. Instead, let us arrange for a direct online transfer to my account," Luo Feng suggested. "Certainly," Zhou Huayang replied decisively. Luo Feng nodded, retrieved a signature pen from the table, and inscribed on a sheet of white paper his bank account number and the name of the bank. "This is my bank card account number, and the address of the bank is noted here. The account holder is myself." He felt his phone vibrate in his pocket, and upon checking, he discovered a text message notifying him of a change in his bank card balance, indicating an increase of 1 million. "Has it arrived?" Zhou Huayang inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Luo Feng affirmed with a nod. Zhou Huayang continued with a grin. "Brother Luo, you are always straightforward in your dealings. If you encounter any issues in Yangzhou, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall help you in any way I can, as long as it is within my capacity. Of course, you will soon become a martial artist, yet it is often the case that confronting formidable adversaries is more challenging than facing the King of Hell. When troublesome matters arise, it is simpler for us to intervene." "Very well, I will certainly reach out for your help if needed," Luo Feng replied as he stood. Zhou Huayang promptly rose as well, and they exchanged a firm handshake. "I shall take my leave then," Zhou Huayang stated with a smile. "I have already settled the payment for this suite. You may enjoy it until morning." With that, Zhou Huayang bid farewell to Luo Feng's brother, Luo Hua. Before exiting the suite was left with only Luo Feng and his brother, Luo Hua. In the entertainment room of the suite, Luo Hua inquired, "Brother, what was that person seeking from you?" He chuckled. "He seems quite courteous. He came to deliver us money," Luo Feng replied with a smile. "Deliver money?" Luo Hua exclaimed in surprise. Luo Feng had chosen not to share the events he encountered in the detention center with his parents or brother, wishing to spare them the burden of worry. To Luo Feng, embarking on the path of a martial artist meant facing a multitude of challenges and dangers. Such matters were best left unspoken to his family. "Ah, by the way, Ahua," Luo Feng remarked with a smile, "how has your stock trading been?" His younger brother, Ahua, having spent years at home and harboring a keen interest in finance, particularly in the stock market, had already been trading for 3 years despite his youth. The first year yielded no profits, but the past 2 years have been quite fruitful. "My investment has quadrupled, reaching over 20,000, Luo Hua stated. "Is it truly that much?" Luo Feng was taken aback. While 20,000 did not astound him, The efficiency with which his brother had multiplied his earnings was indeed remarkable. It's not too shabby, Luo Hua chuckled. In stock trading, one must master psychology and mathematics. By managing one's position well and purchasing incrementally, one can control the buying price. Following the lead of major players in the market makes it relatively straightforward, although market fluctuations can influence one's mindset. I did not profit in the first year due to my tendency to panic and sell too early. Luo Feng listened, somewhat bewildered. My earnings are modest. Seasoned experts engage in futures trading, earning 10 to 20 times their investment, while I merely doubled mine. However, futures trading carries greater risks. A single misstep can lead to forced liquidation, resulting in total loss, Luo Hua explained, shaking his head. Though Luo Feng did not fully grasp these concepts, he understood that stock trading profits are compounded. For instance, his brother had turned several thousand into 20,000 over the course of 3 years. However, had he started with 1 million, he might now possess 4 million. With 4 million as principal, it is conceivable that his assets could have reached 16 million. Money breeds money, and the exaggeration increases over time. 500,000, exclaimed my younger brother, Luo Hua, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The stock market had plummeted today, presenting a prime opportunity to buy at a low and reap substantial profits. Having shared a room with my brother for many years, I had long noticed his eager anticipation for significant market downturns, while our neighbor, Uncle Wang, always hoped for a surge in stock prices. My brother thrived in the stock market, while Uncle Wang suffered losses. Was it true that the adept preferred market declines? I pondered silently. By the way, brother, where did you acquire the funds? Luo Hua pressed on. Oh, it was from that Zhou Huayang, I replied with a smile. You can use this money. And once I become a martial artist, I will earn abundantly. While ordinary martial artists may not amass wealth easily, I was acutely aware of my own capabilities. My ability to manipulate objects was far more formidable than a heavy machine gun. After all, bullets travel in a straight line, whereas the spikes I controlled could change direction instantaneously. On August 1st, the martial artist practical assessment would take place, and upon passing, I would embark on my martial arts journey. As I held my teacup, I inadvertently tightened my grip, and with a sharp crack, the cup shattered, spilling tea everywhere. My younger brother, Luo Hua, startled, exclaimed, "Brother, what happened?" "Nothing." I shook my head with a smile, yet inwardly I mused. During my time in the detention center, I had trained my genetic abilities, significantly enhancing my strength. Following the awakening of my powers, my abilities had expanded even further. Now, my strength and speed were vastly superior to what they had once been. However, such rapid growth was not without its pitfalls. My control over my newfound power was still lacking. In a moment of excitement, I had crushed the teacup, a clear indication that my control was insufficient. Tomorrow morning, I shall head to the Extreme Martial Arts School, I resolved. With 20 days remaining until August 1st, I needed to diligently practice, honing my speed and strength to maximize my potential. At 5 o'clock the next morning, as dawn broke, I made my way to the Extreme Martial Arts School. Although my official martial artist certification had yet to arrive, I still used my advanced student ID to enter the facility. "Brother, good morning," greeted fellow students as I navigated the grassy pathways filled with early risers. I smiled and nodded, then headed straight to the 3rd floor of the Advanced Student Teaching Building. Without my official certification, I could only access the Advanced Training Hall, lacking the credentials to enter the 4th floor, reserved for instructors. In the training hall, I heard the rhythmic sounds of exertion and shouts. Peering inside, I spotted a young man in a white robe wielding an iron spear, skillfully practicing his moves. "Taigu," I called out with a grin. "You've come early to practice your spear techniques? That's quite rare." "Crazy." The young man paused, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing me. "How did you get here?" "Haha. By the way, I must congratulate you on passing the martial artist assessment." "How did you know?" I asked in astonishment. The news of my passing should have been known to only a few. Last night, during our lesson, the instructor mentioned it. He said among the advanced students in our school, both you and Yang Ge have successfully passed the assessment. The young man in the white robe helplessly scratched his head. Seeing that both of you had passed, I dared not relax my efforts. Thus I arrived early this morning to practice my marksmanship. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. It turned out that this was what the instructor had mentioned. Although the Extreme Martial Arts Academy boasted over 30,000 students, there were only 6 instructors in total. Moreover, there was but a single coach. During lessons, instructors typically taught in expansive lecture halls, accommodating thousands of students simultaneously. However, this was not the case for advanced students, as there were only a handful of them in the entire academy. "Crazy, you've already passed the assessment. Why come so early?" The young man in the white robe chuckled. "On August 1st, there's the practical assessment for martial artists. I must prepare myself." With a smile, Luo Feng headed towards the weapon room adjacent to the training hall. Noticing that the door was ajar, upon entering the weapon room, He beheld an array of weaponry displayed on the racks: swords, firearms, staffs, axes, hammers, and spears, each variety abundant. Furthermore, each major category of weapon was subdivided into numerous types. For instance, within the category of swords, there existed both single-handed and double-handed options, with the single-handed swords further categorized into various styles. Among them was the Blood Shadow series. Luo Feng opened one of the cabinets, revealing a multitude of identical combat knives. Of course, these were realistic replicas, perfectly mimicking the balance and weight of genuine blades. However, the materials differed vastly. A true sword capable of slaying a monster could cost hundreds of thousands, whereas these replicas were merely priced in the hundreds, considerably more affordable. Whoosh! Luo Feng drew one of the Blood Shadow 2 series knives, its blade measuring 78 centimeters in length, the overall length 101 centimeters, and a width of 52 centimeters, with a thick spine and a sharp tip designed for thrusting. As he casually swung it a couple of times, a frown creased his brow. He had been wielding this Blood Shadow knife for quite some time, yet it felt surprisingly light. Having grown stronger, he realized that the weight of the knife needed to increase in order for him to wield it comfortably. He retrieved another Blood Shadow 2 series knife, swinging it with a sharp whistle through the air. No, it was still too light. This one is insufficient. It's far too light. Luo Feng then picked up the heaviest replica of the Blood Shadow 2 series knife, shaking his head and chuckling to himself. It appeared that his strength had indeed increased significantly. In the advanced student's weapon room, he could not find a single knife suited to his current prowess. Hence, Luo Feng opted to leave the 3rd floor and descended the stairs to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was a frequent haunt for instructors and the coach. Luo Feng was aware that there was also a training hall and weapon room on this floor, and qualified martial artists were permitted entry. However, his certification as a qualified martial artist had yet to be issued, leaving him uncertain about his access to this level. Next to the stairwell on the 4th floor was a small room where an elderly man was on duty. What are you doing here? Students are not permitted to enter, the old man said as he stood up. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he smiled. Oh, it's you, Luo Feng. I heard from Director Jiang that you passed your assessment. Come on in. Thank you, Uncle Li. Luo Feng sighed with relief. Had Uncle Li been serious and demanded to see his qualified martial artist credentials, he would have been unable to enter, for legally. He was not yet a qualified martial artist. On the 4th floor, the martial arts training hall is adorned with significantly better decorations and boasts a plethora of high-end equipment. At this moment, Luo Feng finds himself alone within the spacious confines of the hall. What a waste, he muses, shaking his head in dismay. This martial arts academy employs only 6 instructors, and aside from teaching, they typically devote their time to training at the Extreme Club. Such an exquisite venue remains largely unoccupied, with few visitors gracing it with their presence. With a sigh, Luo Feng enters the adjacent weapon room. The armaments within, the replicas, exhibit a quality far superior to those on the 3rd floor. The Blood Shadow Series No. 2, he notes, and indeed, the combat knives here are significantly heavier. He draws one out, slicing through the air a few times before switching to another. After 5 attempts, he finally selects a blade that feels just right for him. Upon closer inspection, he notices the weight inscribed on the blade, 101. What? 101? Luo Feng is taken aback. How can such a hefty knife feel so comfortable in his hands? It is well known that Blood Shadow knives are typically designed for swift strikes and are relatively light. To wield one weighing 101 and find it manageable, what does this reveal about his strength? In the training hall, Luo Feng secures his left forearm within a shield while brandishing the Blood Shadow knife in his right hand. With a shout of determination, he executes the fundamental techniques with precision: horizontal slashes, upward thrusts, and downward strikes, all performed with impeccable form. Each movement maintains his center of gravity, allowing him to practice relentlessly and refine his techniques. My strength is excessive. My control over the force of my strikes lacks finesse, he acknowledges. While his physical prowess is commendable, it must be effectively harnessed. Luo Feng understands that superior physical attributes do not inherently equate to greater combat ability. Some individuals can only unleash 30 of their potential, while others may achieve 50, 60, 70, or even 100. There are masters of swordsmanship who, despite their modest strength, can fell foes 10 times their might. This underscores the importance of technique and experience. However, when the disparity in physical capability is too vast, technique alone cannot bridge the gap. Ultimately, rigorous training in technique is essential to fully realize one's physical strength. Director, calls a respectful voice belonging to Li Bo, the attendant on duty on the 4th floor. Who is inside? Inquires instructor Jiang Yan. Clearly hearing the sharp whistling sounds emanating from the training hall, sounds that unmistakably indicate weapons slicing through the air at astonishing speeds, signifying the presence of a martial artist. It is Luo Feng, Li Bo replies with a smile. Luo Feng? Instructor Jiang Yan says, a slight smile gracing his lips as he makes his way to the training hall. Standing at the entrance, he observes Luo Feng executing fundamental knife techniques with textbook-like precision, alternating between stationary slashes and rapid movements involving dodges and retreats, all while wielding the blood shadow knife with seamless continuity. Indeed, his foundation is remarkably solid. Instructor Jiang Yan couldn't help but nod in approval, secretly praising the solid foundation that would undoubtedly enhance the future mastery of swordsmanship. There were no apparent weaknesses, truly impressive. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became. Ah, instructor. Luo Feng only then noticed Instructor Jiang Yan as he turned around, coming to a halt. Instructor Jiang Yan approached with a smile. Luo Feng, your swordsmanship is commendable. You must have started practicing at a young age, right? Yes. When I was younger and not yet enrolled in a martial arts academy, I practiced alone at home, Luo Feng replied with a grin. However, the satisfied smile on Instructor Jiang Yan's face abruptly froze as he stared in astonishment at the blood shadow battle blade in Luo Feng's hand, his eyes widening in disbelief. Instructor? Luo Feng was startled by the instructor's expression. You just used a 101-kilogram blood shadow battle blade to strike? Instructor Jiang Yan was incredulous. Yes, indeed, Luo Feng responded, somewhat taken aback. Instructor Jiang Yan shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. How can that be? But then, his eyes lit up as if beholding a priceless treasure, fixating on Luo Feng. Luo Feng, go to the punching power testing machine immediately. Deliver a punch so I can see just how much power you possess now. The last time Luo Feng had undergone the martial artist assessment, his punching power was around 1,100 kilograms. In just a few days, he had effortlessly wielded a 101-kilogram blood shadow battle blade, and the speed of his strikes was astonishing. Had his strength multiplied several times over? Instructor Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Since becoming an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy, his contribution value had increased very slowly. The martial artists at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy placed great importance on contribution value, and the fastest way to increase it was by hunting monsters. However, it had been a long time since Jiang Yan had engaged in monster hunting. If he guessed correctly, Luo Feng's speed in cultivating genetic abilities must far surpass that of ordinary martial artists. Jiang Yan thought to himself that perhaps he had the qualifications to have someone sent from headquarters. If he could elevate Luo Feng, not only would he earn contribution value, but he would also gain prestige among the other instructors. Jiang Yan couldn't contain his excitement. Luo Feng, give it your all and deliver that punch. Jiang Yan urged. Yes, instructor. Luo Feng approached the punching power testing machine, taking a deep breath and reflecting that, compared to his telekinetic abilities, his skills in punching, kicking, and swordplay were on a lower tier. With no intention of concealing his strength, he merely adjusted his breathing, then instantly unleashed his power. His back arching like a great dragon. Boom. His fist struck the punching pad like a missile, causing the entire apparatus to shake violently. Beep. What is the result? Jiang Yan rushed over to the testing machine's display, and Luo Feng immediately turned to see the reading, unsure of his current punching power. The display screen clearly showed the number, 3,109. 3,109? Jiang Yan gasped in astonishment, turning to Luo Feng as if he were a monster. As Luo Feng gazed upon the numbers, a surge of astonishment coursed through him. His physical prowess had evidently augmented to such an extent. During the previous martial artist assessment, his strength was approximately 1,100 kilograms. Upon his initial endeavor into the cultivation of genetic primal energy, he anticipated an enhancement to around 1,500 or 1,800 kilograms. Yet, after the awakening of his abilities and the evolution of his physique, he had astonishingly reached a staggering 3,109 kilograms. Since that moment of awakening, Luo Feng had felt a significant increase in his physical strength, though he lacked a definitive figure to quantify this transformation. Luo Feng, you've successfully cultivated the genetic primal energy, haven't you? Jiang Yan inquired earnestly. Indeed, Luo Feng affirmed with a nod. After the martial artist assessment, I attempted to cultivate the genetic primal energy for the first time, and succeeded that very night. Unable to contain his excitement, Jiang Yan struck his palms together and exclaimed, Huh! At last, our Ian District Extreme Martial Arts School has produced a genuine prodigy. To experience such a leap from 1,100 kilograms to 3,100 kilograms in your first attempt at cultivating genetic primal energy is extraordinary. In the entirety of Jiangnan City, such a talent emerges only once or twice a year. Human beings typically spend over a decade, if not longer, before their inaugural cultivation of genetic primal energy, during which time their bodies have never absorbed it. This prolonged deprivation renders the initial cultivation experience the most remarkable, while subsequent attempts yield progressively smaller advancements, necessitating years of relentless training for gradual improvement. Furthermore, the magnitude of one's initial progress serves as an indicator of innate potential. An increase of 300 kilograms is commonplace, while 600 kilograms denotes excellence. A jump of over 1,000 kilograms is considered elite. However, Luo Feng's enhancement of 2,000 kilograms marks him as a true genius. Luo Feng, come. Let us assess your speed. Afterward, we shall evaluate your neural reaction speed. Jiang Yan, as though he had discovered a rare gem, was eager to explore the extent of Luo Feng's capabilities. Yes, instructor, Luo Feng replied, his excitement palpable. Before long, the assessment results were revealed. Punching power, 3,109. Speed, 58. Neural reaction test, perfect for basic warrior level. Outstanding for intermediate warrior level. Haha, our Ian district has birthed a true marvel, Jiang Yan exclaimed, his face flushed with exhilaration as he scrutinized the final results on the neural reaction testing machine. He clapped Luo Feng on the shoulder and declared, Luo Feng, your contributions to my future martial arts school will be invaluable. Luo Feng merely smiled in response. Luo Feng, with your remarkable progress, our extreme martial arts school can certainly expedite your admission. You need not undergo the martial artist practical assessment. You can join us directly. Join the extreme martial arts school beforehand? Luo Feng pondered, slightly bewildered. Typically, one must attain martial artist status before being eligible for formal admission into other factions. Luo Feng, you emerged from the Ian District Extreme Martial Arts School. I consider myself your guide, Jiang Yan reassured him, patting his shoulder with a grin. I shall not conceal the truth from you. Your inaugural cultivation of genetic primal energy has yielded an increase of over 2,000 pounds in punching power. Alongside equally impressive advancements in speed and neural reaction tests, your talent can undoubtedly be classified as genius level or even monstrous. The entire Jiangnan city, with its population of 200 million, may only produce 1 or 2 exceptional talents each year. Luo Feng could not help but smile wryly. Monster level? Others may be unaware, but he was acutely aware that during his initial cultivation of genetic energy, his punch force had barely improved to around 600 kilograms. It was only after his subsequent ability awakening that his strength saw a significant enhancement, reaching such astonishing levels. However, Jiang Yan could hardly fathom this, as the greatest leap in strength for a typical martial artist often occurs during their first cultivation of genetic energy. Such a prodigious talent as yourself will undoubtedly attract the attention of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, the Underground Alliance, and various families during practical assessments. At that point, they will certainly seek your allegiance. Instructor Jiang Yan chuckled, suggesting that you might soon find yourself dazzled by an array of generous offers. Luo Feng suddenly realized that encountering a rare talent like himself, emerging from a city of 200 million, would indeed ignite competition among various factions. Thus, joining now would be more advantageous. Instructor Jiang Yan continued to reassure him, rest assured, the conditions offered by our extreme martial arts school will be equally appealing. Typically, martial artists who join receive a villa and a startup fund of 1 million huaxia coins. Do not underestimate the value of money. Martial artists require funds for battle attire, weapons, martial arts manuals, and even to hire formidable mentors for personal guidance. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. For a talent such as yourself, in addition to a villa, we offer a remarkable startup fund of 20 million. This will allow you to procure various weaponry and equipment. Furthermore, our extreme martial arts school will also gift you a set of guiding techniques, a swordsmanship manual, and an agility manual. If the combined value of these three does not exceed 50 million, you will receive them free of charge. Any amount above that will require your contribution. Luo Feng could hardly contain his astonishment. Good heavens! While ordinary martial artists receive only 100,000 to start, he was being offered nearly 70 million. After all, the guiding techniques, swordsmanship manual, and agility manual are of paramount importance to martial artists. These three combined are said to be worth no more than 50 million. But if you were to procure them elsewhere, you'd likely spend twice that amount, Jiang Yan remarked with a smile. Those purchasing materials from our school enjoy discounts, of course. But the level of manuals you can acquire depends on your contribution to the school. Without contribution points, even money cannot buy you the manuals. However, your first purchase will be exempt from such requirements. Luo Feng realized that the conditions presented by the Extreme Martial Arts School were indeed generous. Our Extreme Martial Arts School offers the same terms to all talented martial artists, Jiang Yan added with a smile. While affiliated with our school, you will receive support from comrades during monster hunts, and our esteemed schoolmaster, the world's strongest, Hong, occasionally provides guidance to truly elite individuals. Having lived in this era for many years, Luo Feng was well aware of the immense influence wielded by the Extreme Martial Arts School. Joining would undoubtedly be a wise decision. All right, instructor, I agree, Luo Feng nodded. Haha. Zhang Yin smiled and said, of course. I lack the authority to directly admit a martial artist of your caliber into the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Such matters require the personal review of the headquarters. With that, Zhang Yin retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket and gently uttered the word headquarters, instantly initiating a call. Moments later, a figure appeared on the screen. Zhang Yin. What is it? Inquired the elderly man with graying hair, a faint smile gracing his features. Uncle Bai, Zhang Yin exclaimed with enthusiasm. I have discovered a prodigious martial artist in the Yain district. On his first attempt at harnessing genetic energy, he increased his punching power by 2,000 kilograms, achieving a speed of 58 meters per second. His neural response tests and intermediate warrior assessments were all outstanding. He is undoubtedly a monster-level talent. Oh. The elderly man was taken aback, immediately asking, he increased his punching power by over 2,000 kilograms on his first attempt? How old is he? The older one's concern was palpable. The older the candidate, the lesser their developmental potential. Only 18 years old. Zhang Yin replied eagerly. What? Just 18? The elderly man sprang to his feet, exclaiming, you must bring him to headquarters immediately. I will arrange for an evaluation right away. Understood. I will head to headquarters at once, Zhang Yin responded, ending the call and turning to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, come with me to headquarters now. Yes, instructor. Luo Feng replied. Instructor, I will put the Blood Shadow War Blade and the hexagonal shield in the armory, Luo Feng began, but Zhang Yin interrupted, pulling him along. What are you talking about? Leave the weapons where they are. We mustn't waste time. As Zhang Yin hurriedly led Luo Feng towards the stairwell, he instructed, boldly, I likely won't have time today. My classes are canceled for the evening. Understood, director. Oldly nodded, and before he could finish, Zhang Yin and Luo Feng had already vanished from view. Utilizing his privileges as a martial artist, Zhang Yin bypassed ticket purchases and directly boarded a train with Luo Feng, heading towards the main district of Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City is divided into the main district and 8 satellite cities, with train services connecting them. Typically, passengers must purchase tickets 3 days in advance, and fares are exorbitant. Traveling from one base city to another incurs a staggering cost, rendering it unaffordable for the average citizen. Consequently, the 200 million residents of Jiangnan City seldom have the opportunity to leave the confines of their base city throughout their lives. In the main district of Jiangnan Base City, Zhang Yin and Luo Feng walked side by side along the sidewalk. Luo Feng, do you notice the differences between the main district and our Yangzhou city? Zhang Yin asked, gesturing around him. Luo Feng glanced about and shook his head. Not much. It just seems more crowded, with more vehicles and wider roads. Otherwise, it feels rather ordinary. Zhang Yin smiled slightly. At first glance, it may seem similar, but you'll soon understand the distinction. Hello? Zhang Yin opened his phone. Zhang Yin, how long until your arrival? The figure of the elderly man appeared on the screen. Uncle Bai, we will arrive in 10 minutes, Zhang Yin replied with a smile. Very well, I have already summoned the supervising official. Make sure there are no slip-ups. The elderly man stated seriously. The supervising official? Zhang Yin was taken aback. As the conversation unfolded, Luo Feng's gaze was drawn to an expansive area ahead. Beyond the sprawling silver-white courtyard walls stood a towering, deep blue skyscraper, prominently displaying the bold characters Extreme Martial Arts Hall, visible even from several kilometers away. This was the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Association, as Zhang Yin explained. There are indeed many soldiers here, Luo Feng remarked, taken aback. Outside the walls of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, armed guards were stationed at every corner, giving the entire establishment the aura of a beast fully equipped for battle. The main entrance of the hall was an impressive 100 meters wide, with rows of soldiers attentively surveying their surroundings. These are our internal troops. Zhang Yin commented with a smile. We possess the authority to establish our own security forces. He then led Luo Feng toward the entrance. Pass. A scarred, one-armed man at the gate signaled with a wave, prompting all soldiers to step back in unison, creating a synchronized display that left Luo Feng momentarily breathless. Good. Zhang Yin nodded with a smile, glancing at Luo Feng. This is your senior. Address him as Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, Luo Feng respectfully called out, sensing that the one-armed man was a formidable warrior. Not bad, young man, Uncle Lu replied with a smile. As Zhang Yin and Luo Feng walked through the area, Zhang Yin remarked, the man you just called Uncle Lu is a close brother who once faced life and death alongside me. We are bonded by the trials we endured together. His lost arm was severed by a powerful beast known as the Black-Furred Iron Ape. Luo Feng listened quietly. Our martial artists at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall are incredibly united. Zhang Yin indicated the skyscraper. That building is the headquarters for our martial artists in Jiangnan City. The individuals coming in and out are predominantly martial artists. Predominantly martial artists? Luo Feng was taken aback, noticing faint silhouettes through the glass of the skyscraper's ground floor, suggesting there were easily over 100 people inside. With a population of 200 million in Jiangnan City, our martial artists are far from scarce, Jiang Yin chuckled. Most on the first floor are simply enjoying drinks and conversation. The 2nd to 9th floors are where warrior-level martial artists frequently train. The 10th to 19th floors are designated for general-level warriors, while the 20th floor and above are reserved for collective meetings. Curiosity stirred within Luo Feng as he inquired, "Instructor, how are martial artists categorized into warrior and general levels?" Martial artists are mainly divided into warrior, general, and the exceedingly rare god-level categories, Jiang Yin explained softly. Warrior-level martial artists are the most numerous, with many spending their entire lives within this classification. The warrior level itself is further subdivided into junior, intermediate, and senior warriors. Generally, those who have just passed their assessments are classified as junior warriors. Luo Feng, your current strength qualifies you as an intermediate warrior, Jiang Yin stated. Luo Feng nodded, realizing that his abilities placed him at a relatively basic level among martial artists. It was noted that warrior-level martial artists could still be defeated by conventional firearms, whereas general-level martial artists were typically impervious to such weaponry. Jiang Yin sighed, contemplating the prowess of a seasoned warrior. For instance, if one were to unleash a barrage from a heavy machine gun upon a battle general, the latter could effortlessly evade the onslaught through sheer reflex and speed. Thus, a battle general stands as an extraordinary elite among warriors. Despite your commendable talent, your youth renders you a mere novice, Jiang Yin remarked with a smile. Luo Feng could only scratch his head in acknowledgement. As an unparalleled powerhouse among warriors, Luo Feng was acutely aware that even the extraordinary figure in the video, who could cleave a black-crowned golden eagle in half with a single stroke, would be unable to harm such a formidable opponent, even with telekinetic abilities. Above the battle general level lies the battle god level. Jiang Yin's eyes glimmered with admiration, for they were indeed true embodiments of battle gods. Each could effortlessly traverse the hail of bullets, moving with the swiftness of lightning, their reflexes astonishingly rapid, capable of demolishing an entire residential building with a single punch or kick. Battle gods. That is the essence of a battle god. Luo Feng listened intently. The hierarchy of warriors consists of the soldier level, battle general level, and battle god level. Presently, he merely possessed the strength of a mid-tier soldier. Perhaps, after harnessing his mental prowess, his abilities would significantly enhance, potentially allowing him to ascend to the battle general level. Instructor, is there anything beyond the battle god level? Luo Feng inquired eagerly. Indeed, Jiang Yin replied with a smile, affirming that such existences were present across the globe, each possessing cataclysmic power. Even nations must tread carefully in the presence of such formidable beings. However, individuals of that caliber are exceedingly rare, even within the government of our mighty Huaxia. There are but 2 or 3 such invincible warriors. Luo Feng was taken aback. Above the battle god level, even in one of the 5 great powers, Huaxia, there were only 2 or 3 under its government. Thus, worldwide, warriors are categorized solely into soldier, battle general, and battle god levels. Jiang Yin elucidated, emphasizing that the global criteria for evaluating strength does not solely rely on physical prowess, speed, or reflexes, but rather on one's achievements in battle. Achievements? Luo Feng queried. Puzzled, he soon grasped the concept, realizing that even those with inferior physical attributes could indeed slay stronger opponents. Work diligently to attain the battle general level. You would become the pride of our Yangzhou city, Jiang Yin encouraged. The last time my brother Yin Luo visited me, he was a battle general. Oh. Luo Feng nodded slightly. He pondered the extent of his strength should he employ his mental prowess. Could it rival that of a battle general? Perhaps only time would reveal the answer. As Luo Feng and Jiang Yin conversed, they soon arrived at the exterior of a spacious 3-story villa. From the balcony on the 2nd floor, an elderly gentleman with graying hair called out, "Jiang Yin, come up quickly. Let us ascend," Jiang Yin urged, leading Luo Feng into the villa. The 2nd floor was spacious, comparable in size to the martial arts training hall in the Yuan district of Yangzhou. Supervisor. Jiang Yin greeted respectfully as he entered. Luo Feng was slightly surprised. Jiang Yin had never displayed such deference before, whether addressing the chief instructor Wu Tong or others. Jiang Yin, is this young man Luo Feng? A soft voice inquired. Indeed, Supervisor, Jiang Yin responded with utmost respect. Luo Feng observed closely and noticed 5 individuals standing beside the elderly gentleman with graying hair. Among them, donned immaculate white suits, respectfully positioned behind a middle-aged man clad in a black tank suit. This man, slender in stature with a prominent hooked nose and gentle, smiling eyes, exuded an air of subtle elegance. Jiang Yin subtly gestured to Luo Feng, prompting him to awaken from his reverie, and he quickly acknowledged, "I have met the supervisor." "Indeed." The middle-aged man in the Tang suit replied with a slight nod. "Old Bai, you may proceed." "Understood," Old Bai responded with utmost deference. Luo Feng, witnessing this interaction, mused internally. Even the instructor displayed less reverence towards the chief instructor Wu Tong. Old Bai holds considerable status within the Extreme Association, yet he too shows such respect before this supervisor. What is the true identity of this esteemed figure? Regardless, it is evident that this supervisor holds significant power and influence. Beep. The switches for the power testing machine and speed testing apparatus were activated. The cameras and equipment in the spacious training hall on the second floor were fully engaged, evidently to capture every moment of Luo Feng's assessment. The four young individuals in white suits swiftly commenced their tasks, some wielding handheld devices while others personally verified the precision of various instruments. "Old Bai, the equipment is functioning properly," a young woman in a white suit reported. "Excellent." Old Bai turned his attention to Luo Feng. "Begin the assessment, starting with the power test." Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng approached the power testing machine. At this moment, all eyes, Jiang Yin, Old Bai, the four young individuals in white, and the high-ranking supervisor, were fixed upon him. In an instant, Luo Feng, who had appeared relaxed, unleashed his latent energy, leaping forth like a cheetah. With a resounding impact, he delivered a powerful punch that struck the target of the testing machine. He immediately glanced at the display, which read 3110. "Impressive," the usually composed supervisor remarked with a smile, nodding in approval. "Proceed to the next test." The results for the speed test and nerve reaction assessment were swiftly presented. The speed test yielded a score of 58, while the nerve reaction test registered a perfect score for a novice warrior and an excellent rating for an intermediate warrior. Exiting the nerve reaction testing apparatus, Luo Feng exhaled in relief, pleased that he had performed well under pressure. Jiang Yin, standing beside him, also relaxed, knowing that some individuals falter under significant stress during critical moments. The three physical aptitude tests reveal that his nerve reaction is superior to the other two. The middle-aged man in the Tang suit acknowledged with a smile. He is also within the age limit of 18 years. Turning to Jiang Yin, he remarked, "Yurian district has produced such a prodigy. Jiang Yin, your contributions are commendable." Jiang Yin couldn't help but smile in response, saying, "Ultimately, it is Luo Feng's own dedication that has led him here." The middle-aged man's gaze returned to Luo Feng, and he stated solemnly, "Luo Feng, would you be willing to join my extreme martial arts academy at this moment? I trust Jiang Yin has conveyed the terms to you." "I am willing to join," Luo Feng replied without hesitation. "Excellent." A middle-aged man in traditional attire clapped his hands with a smile. "According to the old customs, you may select a villa to reside in either Yangzhou City or the headquarters in the main urban area. You possess the right to reside there, but you lack the authority to sell it. The villa community of our extreme martial arts school is exclusively for the practitioners within the school. Additionally, there is a starting fund of 20 million. You will also receive 3 secret manuals on agility, guiding techniques, and offensive methods, each priced at no more than 50 million. The middle-aged man in traditional attire smiled and remarked, "Am I correct?" "Indeed," Luo Feng nodded in agreement. The man turned to a woman in a white suit standing nearby, instructing her to draft a contract, with one modification to the usual terms. Luo Feng may select any manual on agility, guiding techniques, or offensive methods. Provided the total does not exceed 100 million, the expense will be covered by me. "Understood, supervisor," the woman in white replied, casting a surprised glance at Luo Feng before promptly proceeding to print the contract. Luo Feng was taken aback. Previously, the benefit was stated as manuals not exceeding 50 million, yet now it had escalated to 100 million, with the supervisor footing the bill. "Luo Feng, you are quite impressive," the middle-aged man said with a slight smile. "I have high hopes for you. Do not concern yourself with such trivial sums." "Trivial sums?" Luo Feng was inwardly astonished. An increase from 50 million to 100 million implied that the supervisor was willing to spend several tens of millions on him, which he deemed a mere trifle. Surely, even a war general-level practitioner would not indulge in such extravagance. "Thank you, supervisor," Luo Feng expressed his gratitude. The middle-aged man smiled gently, and soon after, the printed contract was brought over. He casually took the contract and pen, swiftly signing his name. The young woman in the white suit then handed the contract and pen to Luo Feng, saying, "Here, just sign here, here, and here." Luo Feng glanced over the contract. Noting the terms were exceedingly clear, devoid of any convoluted jargon that might induce a headache, he promptly signed it. "Welcome, Luo Feng, to the family of the Extreme Martial Arts School," the middle-aged man said with a smile, extending his hand. Luo Feng reciprocated, shaking hands with the supervisor. From this day forth, you may move directly into the practitioner villa community, the man continued with a smile. As for your starting funds and choice of manuals, you will gain access to the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts School to select your manuals once you officially become a practitioner. Your starting funds will also be deposited directly into your practitioner account. Luo Feng nodded. Oh, by the way, my name is Zhuge Tao. Do not forget it, young man. The middle-aged man said with a smile, before departing with four young individuals in white suits. The villa's second floor was now empty, leaving only Bai Bo, Jiang Yin, and Luo Feng. Phew, I felt a bit tense while the supervisor was here, Jiang Yin chuckled. I too did not expect the supervisor to arrive, Bai Bo remarked. Luo Feng inquired, Instructor, Bai Bo, who exactly is this supervisor? Haha, young man, you are fortunate. The supervisor saw potential in you and casually raised your manual selection limit by 50 million to 100 million, Bai Bo noted, gazing at Luo Feng with admiration. Moreover, what astonished me the most was that the supervisor actually shared his name with you. It seems he truly believes in you. His name? Luo Feng was completely unaware of the significance behind a supervisor voluntarily revealing their name. Upon hearing the name Zhuge Tao, Luo Feng felt no immediate shock. Rather, he merely reflected on how rare the surname Zhuge was. In our terms, this supervisor is one of the 4 titans of the Jiangnan Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Yin remarked. For titans? Luo Feng was taken aback. Bai Bo shot Jiang Yin a disapproving glance and whispered, these are merely private terms. At the Jiangnan Extreme headquarters, the highest authority is the president, followed by the 3 major supervisors. The president and the 3 supervisors are collectively referred to as the 4 titans by many martial artists in private circles. Each possesses considerable power. To become a supervisor, one must first attain the rank of a high-level battle general, contribute significantly to the academy, and garner substantial support from a sufficient number of battle god-level experts. Oh, Luo Feng was inwardly astonished. There are 3 essential conditions to become a supervisor: strength, contribution, and ample support from battle god-level experts. For supervisors, 50 million is indeed a modest sum, Jiang Yin remarked quietly. In my view, the reason the supervisor values you is that you are still quite young. Merely 18 years old. He believes you have the potential to become a battle god in the future. Hence, he is willing to invest 50 million to assist you today. Luo Feng nodded thoughtfully. Beside him, Bai Bo chuckled. However, Luo Feng, do not underestimate this. Your talent is commendable, but reaching battle god status is exceedingly difficult. The supervisor merely perceives a glimmer of hope for you. That's all. Just because there's a sliver of possibility, he invests 50 million to assist me? Luo Feng sighed inwardly. The rules of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy are stringent. The internal regulations stipulate that the maximum limit for 3 secret manuals is 50 million. Even the supervisor cannot alter this rule. They can only supplement from their own pocket beyond that limit to help others. In the early stages of a martial artist's development, superior manuals indeed hold tremendous value. Stop overthinking, Luo Feng. The supervisor's regard for you is advantageous and poses no detriment, Jiang Yin said. The supervisor's connections are extensive, encompassing the military, circles of battle god-level experts, the government, and influential families, all of whom have their own networks. These are the paramount figures within Jiangnan City, titans in their own right. Jiang Yin could not help but exclaim. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. When do you plan to move, Luo Feng? Will it be to the martial artist community in Yangzhou City, or to the main urban area? Jiang Yin inquired. Luo Feng hesitated slightly. Most of his parents' friends resided in Yangzhou City, and his own familiar acquaintances were largely based there as well. As evening descended, the streetlights in the South Bank community flickered to life. 3 middle-aged men, drenched in sweat, strolled through the community, their laughter echoing in the air. As they drew closer, the sense of wood and paint became apparent. My back is truly aching. Tonight I fear I can only sleep on my stomach, one burly middle-aged man lamented, grimacing as he supported his waist. And my prostate is bothering me. It's about time I visit the hospital. Damn it, that hospital charges a fortune, he added. Old Tian, why not take a couple of days off and inform the boss? Wait until you feel better before returning to work. Luo Feng's father, Luo Honghua, suggested. Indeed, old Tian, exhausting oneself is hardly worthwhile, remarked the slightly portly man beside him. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, Luo Honghua ambled towards his home. The 32nd floor. Standing at the ground level, Luo Honghua gazed upward at the staircase. For contemporary individuals, ascending 32 flights is undeniably a trivial task. However, after a long day of toil, even the prospect of walking seemed wearisome to Luo Honghua. My neck and back ache. It is indeed time to find a moment to rest. He ascended each step, finally reaching the 32nd floor. Ding dong, ding dong. Standing at his doorstep, Luo Hongwa pressed the doorbell, too fatigued even to retrieve his keys. Creak. The door swung open, revealing an opulent feast laid out on the table within, adorned with an array of dishes so lavish that even during festivals, his family would seldom indulge to such an extent. What is the occasion for such a sumptuous spread? Though a twinge of dissatisfaction stirred within him, Luo Hongwa forced a smile as he stepped inside. Father. Beside him, Luo Feng dutifully presented a cup of tea to his father, stating, "From today onwards, you shall no longer need to wear that work shirt." Luo Hongwa was taken aback. What? He blinked in astonishment at Xinlan. Father, look. Luo Feng handed over the signed contract to Luo Hongwa. Luo Hongwa scrutinized it meticulously, from the first line to the last, not daring to overlook a single word, reminiscent of the careful perusal he once devoted to his marriage certificate. Now repeating the process with his son's contract. The terms within the contract were exceedingly clear. This contract with the martial arts school. Isn't it supposed to follow the practical assessment of the martial artist? Luo Hongwa found it hard to believe, especially the stipulation of a 20 million startup fund. Previously, after Luo Feng had passed the preliminary martial artist assessment, Luo Hongwa had inquired in detail. A newly admitted martial artist to the school typically starts with a mere 1 million. Father, it is because brother is exceptionally talented, Luo Hua chuckled mischievously. In this era, what is most valuable? Talented martial artists are the most precious. Can we truly occupy this standalone villa now? Luo Hongwa turned to his son, Luo Feng. His wife, Gong Xinlan, smiled and remarked, "If you wish to reside there, you can move in immediately." Ha ha ha. Luo Hongwa could hardly contain himself, tears welling in his eyes. After so many years of relentless labor for this family, relying solely on his grueling job, he had never envisioned a chance for a turnaround. Yet now, the prospect of a new beginning was within reach. Soon, he would dwell in the fabled standalone villa. Indeed, to ordinary folk, a standalone villa is a mythical existence. Following the Great Calamity, a base city must sustain 200 million souls. Land has become exceedingly precious. Standalone villas are so extravagant in space that, even with wealth, one cannot acquire them. Even the rare standalone villas occupied by the affluent are subject to exorbitant luxury taxes. Luo Hongwa shall also have a day in a standalone villa. Luo Hongwa could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, our boss's wretched abode is no better than mine." Indeed, Luo Hua, seated in his wheelchair, echoed with excitement. In the future, our home shall feature grand floor-to-ceiling windows, a spacious bathtub, and an expansive living room. In the future, the television and laptop at home will be voice-controlled, and the television screen in the living room will be no less than 200 inches. There will be a bed that allows for playful rolling. I have long envisioned such a bed, exclaimed Luo Hua with excitement. Observing the joyful expressions of his father and younger brother, Luo Feng felt a profound sense of happiness. What was the purpose of his hard work, if not for this very day? "Mom and Dad, please take a seat. Dinner is ready," Luo Feng said with a smile. That night, the Luo family was completely immersed in an unprecedented thrill and joy. Their modest 36 square meter home, which had sheltered the four of them for many years, held many grievances, such as his parents having to sleep on the sofa and the lack of sunlight throughout the year. Not to mention the painfully cramped bathroom that offered little respite. Yet, one aspires to greater heights. Early the next morning, a large truck parked downstairs, and the Luo family began to load their belongings onto it. "Oh, Sister Lan, what are you up to so early?" Inquiries arose from familiar friends and neighbors in the same community as they passed by Luo Hongwa and Gong Xinlan. Those who had lived in subsidized housing for so many years all harbored dreams of turning their fortunes around. And now, Luo Hongwa had done just that, thanks to his son. The son of the Lao Luo family is truly remarkable, having joined an elite martial arts academy. Indeed, how impressive. I can only hope that my son can achieve the same. I would work tirelessly and still die with a smile. With newfound fortune, Lao Luo was thriving. Word spread quickly among the neighbors, and soon the entire Nanchang community, as well as other subsidized housing neighborhoods, learned that the son of Luo Hongwa had joined an elite martial arts academy and that they were moving to Mingwei community. This was indeed a significant event, inspiring many youths from ordinary families to dream of one day assisting their families. Alwan, whenever you want to visit, just head to Mingwei community. But call me beforehand so I can notify the gate, Luo Feng told his friend Wei Wan. Sure, Wei Wan replied, excitedly thumping Luo Feng on the chest. I knew someday you'd turn your fortunes around. So what if you didn't do well on the college entrance exam? Even university graduates and military academy alumni, how many among 1,000 can live in a detached villa? Damn, I must visit your home soon. I've never set foot in a detached villa in my life. Soon, under the watchful eyes of numerous women, children, and men from the neighborhood, the Luo family departed in a sedan, with a large truck carrying their cherished belongings behind them. They left Nanshan Community for the martial artist community of Mingyue. In the morning, at the entrance of Mingyue Community, 6 armed soldiers stood tall and vigilant on either side of the gate, scanning the surroundings. Halt! One soldier raised his assault rifle, aiming at an approaching taxi. The taxi screeched to a halt. As the Luo family emerged from the taxi, an elderly man with graying hair stepped out from the guardhouse, smiling warmly. Luo Feng, right? I recognized you from the martial artist assessment last time. I knew you had a bright future ahead. I received notice just yesterday that you'd be moving in. Quick, let us get some help to move your things. Oh, Luo Feng, we have people to assist with the move. These moving companies are not permitted inside, chuckled the elderly man with graying hair. We understand, replied Luo Honghua, Luo Feng's father, nodding with a smile. Soon, 7 or 8 soldiers rushed out from the community, swiftly helping to transport their belongings. Under the envious gazes of the movers, Luo Feng and his family stepped into the Mingyue community. As Luo Feng gazed at the central extreme pavilion, he admired the picturesque surroundings of flowing streams, quaint bridges, and the exquisite standalone villas encircled by water. From this day forth, this shall be my home, he thought, turning to look at his parents and his brother in the wheelchair. At that moment, his family shared the same excitement as they surveyed their new community. Mr. Luo Feng, your home is the one right in front, said a young woman among the soldiers, smiling as she held a document. The villa numbered 199 is yours. This luxurious residence comprised 3 stories, with a basement and an expansive rooftop terrace. The total area was 512 square meters, and including the basement, courtyard, and oversized terrace, it nearly reached 800 square meters. Luo Feng's family exchanged glances, then lifted their eyes to behold the lavish villa adorned in red and white hues. This would be their future home. 36 square meters? Nearly 800 square meters? Luo Hua, his brother in the wheelchair, murmured in astonishment. On the night of July 31st, within the villa at 199 Mingyue Community, the second floor boasted 4 spacious rooms, a bedroom, a media room, a reception area, and a grand martial arts hall, which spanned an impressive 120 square meters, nearly half of the second floor's total area. As night descended, the glow of the streetlights filtered through the media room's glass, casting reflections into the martial arts hall. After a moment, 2 shimmering blades slowed and hovered before Luo Feng, manifesting as flying knives. My ability to manipulate objects from a distance allows me to multitask. However, controlling 4 or 5 knives would significantly diminish their speed and power, he mused. Over the past month, he had trained his physical strength to a level of precise control while focusing primarily on honing his mental prowess. Living in Mingyue Community, he had met many martial artists, and through their interactions, he confirmed that his mental force was indeed a manifestation of spiritual energy. With a martial artist assessment looming the next day, Luo Feng resolved to rest well that night. He rose, opened the glass door, and retreated to his bedroom for sleep. On the morning of August 1st, under the guidance of a martial artist from the Extreme Pavilion, Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and over 30 other aspiring martial artists made their way to the train station. Inside the carriage, numerous aspirants were seated. Dear aspiring martial artists, future warriors. I come from the Alliance. A middle-aged man spoke from the large screen, broadcasting his address. I believe you are all familiar with the Alliance, the most powerful organization in the world, the wealthiest group, and the one with the most martial artists. You are likely also acquainted with our other moniker, the Underground Alliance. The aspiring martial artists gradually quieted within the carriage. Luo Feng and Yang Wu sat side by side, gazing up at the grand display. Madman, are you aware of the Underground Alliance? Yang Wu chuckled. They are wealthy beyond measure. A conglomerate richer than the governments of entire nations. I am aware. Luo Feng replied with a smile. During his month-long residence in the Mingyue community, he had acquired substantial knowledge from fellow warriors in the vicinity. Prior to the Great Cataclysm, powerful families controlled various political parties in nations like America and Europe. Families such as the Morgans, Rockefellers, and Onassis wielded immense influence, holding sway over more than half of the world's wealth. However, with the onset of the Great Cataclysm and the ensuing monster attacks, many smaller nations were obliterated, leaving the major powers to fend for themselves. The control of governments with armed forces became unprecedentedly robust. In such tumultuous times, ancient and powerful families worldwide feared suppression by governmental military forces. Consequently, they united to form the Human Rights Alliance, a coalition ostensibly advocating for rights, but in truth, a means to consolidate the power of these super families, often referred to by warriors as the Underground Alliance. Our alliance is the largest platform for martial artists worldwide. Here, you can undertake tasks with substantial rewards. We wield significant influence globally. By joining us, you will enjoy premier services, even in America, the European Union, and beyond. Our alliance possesses formidable military and political power. Join us. The middle-aged man on the screen continued his discourse for a full 15 minutes. Future martial artists. The screen then shifted to reveal another man, serious in demeanor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu, the Deputy Director of the Security Bureau of Jiangnan Bay City. In our great nation, the strength of the governmental military is unrivaled. By joining the government and the military, you will receive unparalleled support wherever you are in China. Moments later, the screen displayed yet another individual. I am Wang, the supervisor of the Thunder Association in Jiangnan Bay City. Our Thunder Martial Arts School, established by the world's fastest and most invincible warrior, the Thunder God, has branches across the globe. Future martial artists, as the previous three have introduced themselves. I need not elaborate further. I represent the Extreme Martial Arts School. The screen transitioned once more to another figure. I am Zhuge. The Extreme Martial Arts School is the largest martial arts institution in the world, founded by the strongest warrior on the planet. Our school possesses the most formidable power. The promotional presentations by the four individuals sparked animated discussions among the aspiring martial artists within the carriage. Brother, after becoming a martial artist, which faction do you intend to join? One inquired. I believe the Extreme Martial Arts School is quite promising, another responded. Joining the Underground Alliance could yield the highest profits. Chimed in yet another. The Thunder Martial Arts School offers better benefits for martial artists compared to the Extreme Martial Arts School. Joining Thunder is also a viable option. Excitement filled the carriage as the aspiring martial artists engaged in lively discussions. Luo Feng and Yang Wu conversed quietly. Madman. My instructor and former senior brothers have all joined the Extreme Martial Arts School, and now you are joining as well. Naturally, I shall do the same. Regardless of joining the Extreme Martial Arts School, one can still undertake missions from the Underground Alliance. As for trading items, it can be done within the Extreme Martial Arts School or through the Underground Alliance. The Extreme Martial Arts School, Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, and the Underground Alliance are all well known, and even the government military is aware of their existence. Within the borders of our nation, the government military stands as the most formidable force, followed closely by the Underground Alliance, which is an assembly of super families from around the globe. Even the governments of various nations dare not easily offend them, as the Underground Alliance nearly governs the entire economic artery of the world. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts School and the Extreme Martial Arts School rank at the bottom in terms of strength. However, joining these two prestigious schools signifies freedom. The crowd is substantial. Yang Wu curled his lip, recalling overhearing a discussion stating that there are 2 practical combat assessments for martial artists each year. Each time, over 1,000 prospective martial artists participate in these assessments across the entire Jiangnan Bay City. Over 1,000 individuals? Luo Feng was taken aback. However, considering that Jiangnan City has a population of 200 million and Yangzhou City has 10 million, it averages out to just a few dozen participants. Moments later, an announcement echoed through the train carriage. Esteemed prospective martial artists, the train is about to arrive at the station. Please prepare to disembark. As the train gradually slowed to a halt, an impressive throng of prospective martial artists made their way into a vast military camp. The camp sprawled over an extensive area, with an array of heavy weaponry visible around its perimeter, each artillery barrel aimed outward. Numerous soldiers wielded an assortment of sophisticated weapons. Luo Feng and his companions gazed around in awe. Yang Wu excitedly pointed into the distance. Upon closer inspection, Luo Feng noticed that beyond the camp's perimeter, famished beasts roared. Yet these creatures dared not approach the military encampment. With a piercing cry, the prospective martial artists simultaneously looked up to witness hundreds of avian monsters soaring through the azure sky. The texts had indeed spoken the truth. Once one departs the base city, various monsters are ubiquitous. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. Humans can only reside in base cities or congregate within military camps. To venture alone into these territories and engage in combat with formidable beasts is a feat achievable only by martial artists. A resounding voice reached the ears of every prospective martial artist. Welcome to the Northern Military District of Jiangnan City. This time, your practical combat assessment, comprising 680 participants, will be held here in our Northern Military District. I hope that the majority of you will successfully pass the assessment, and I wish for all of you to survive this trial. The military district bustled with activity, and a sumptuous lunch was prepared for the prospective martial artists participating in the combat assessment. In the afternoon, the 680 prospective martial artists gathered in an expansive square, where high-ranking officials from the Northern Military District and leaders from the Thunderbolt and Extreme Martial Arts schools stood at the forefront. Below, the names of the prospective martial artists were called, and they stepped forward to receive their combat uniforms and weapons. Yin Zhua, He Feng, Wang Bingjiang. On the stage, 10 military officers announced the names of the prospective martial artists, who approached to collect their uniforms and weaponry. Luo Feng. The resounding voice immediately caught Luo Feng's attention, prompting him to dash to the forefront. This is your combat uniform and battle boots. Here is the Blood Shadow Warblade Series 2, which you require. We have prepared the heaviest weight of 98 kilograms. Any more than that is beyond our provision. The officer handed Luo Feng a collection of items, including a communication wristwatch equipped with positioning and communication functions, and a hexagonal shield. As the officer spoke, a flicker of doubt crossed his gaze. How peculiar for a prospective martial artist to request such a hefty Blood Shadow Warblade. Luo Feng smiled faintly, clutching the nearly 200 kilograms of gear as he swiftly departed. Laughter echoed across the spacious square. At this moment, Luo Feng donned alloy combat boots, military-style trousers, and a tactical vest composed of special materials, including Kroll alloy. He also carried the hexagonal shield and Blood Shadow Warblade, engaging in cheerful conversation with fellow aspiring martial artists nearby. The total cost of this ensemble must have exceeded 700,000 to 800,000. A youth with a buzz cut excitedly pointed at his combat attire, declaring, "These trousers and vest, while not the most elite martial gear, are merely loaned to us for a practical martial arts assessment. Nonetheless, they can withstand the claws of the weakest level monsters, far superior to any subpar bulletproof vests in the city. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate this material, and level monsters cannot tear it apart. It cannot be torn," remarked a stern-faced girl with a derisive smile. "Yet, even if the monsters cannot rend the combat suit, the sheer impact could shatter your bones and severely injure your internal organs." "Less talk," Luo Feng interjected, frowning. "Indeed, Brother Luo, we shall heed your words." The buzz-cut youth responded with a grin. News of Luo Feng's early recruitment by the Extreme Martial Arts School spread rapidly among the aspiring martial artists. From one person to another, among this year's cohort of 680 individuals, only 3 had been recruited early by the Extreme Martial Arts School and Thunder Martial Arts School. These aspiring martial artists understood that the futures of these 3 individuals would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Luo Feng. A voice called from afar. It was Wu Tong, the chief instructor of the Yangzhou Extreme Martial Arts Club. Uncle Wu. Luo Feng and several others, including Yang Wu, greeted him with smiles before hurrying over. For nearly a month, Luo Feng had resided in the Mingyue community, naturally growing close to the chief instructor Wu Tong, who also lived there, and had become familiar enough to address him as Uncle Wu. "Luo Feng, follow me," Wu Tong instructed, leading the way. Luo Feng, filled with curiosity yet silent, soon arrived at a tranquil 2-story building. In the living room on the 2nd floor, several individuals were gathered. Among them, Luo Feng recognized only one, Zhuge Tao, one of the 4 titans of the Extreme Martial Arts Club in Jiangnan City. "Supervisor," Luo Feng greeted. "Ah, Luo Feng, please sit over there with Wu Tong." Zhuge Tao responded with a gentle smile, his dark combat uniform subtly glimmering with silver hues. The burly man glanced at the 2 young men beside him, who promptly stood. "I am Wan Dong," announced a brooding youth with a purple birthmark on his face. "I am Ma Xiao," said the other young man with a bright smile, his appearance strikingly handsome. Indeed, it is quite fitting to describe this young man as handsome. Were he a woman, he would likely be a source of chaos and calamity. Luo Feng nodded with a smile, acknowledging the situation. The brooding youth spoke. "Do you dare to compete? Tonight's practical assessment for warriors. Let us see who can achieve the highest score." A glimmer of eagerness shone in his eyes, reminiscent of a connoisseur anticipating a delectable feast. "Not interested," Luo Feng replied, shaking his head. The brooding youth was taken aback, but soon a cold smile crossed his lips, and he chose to say nothing further. Nearby, Zhuge Tao and a burly man from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy chuckled at the exchange. "Zhuge, you little rascal, you are quite intriguing. At least you remain composed, and do not let provocation cloud your judgment." "I must admit, I find this young man rather likable," the burly man remarked. "Luo Feng, have you considered joining my Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy?" Go away, Zhuge Tao shot him a glare. "I was merely jesting. You truly lack a sense of humor." The burly man laughed heartily. Zhuge Tao glanced downstairs. "Let us depart. The practical assessment for warriors is about to commence." A procession of 680 aspiring warriors, led by military personnel, took a full half-hour to reach the outskirts of a small town. By this time, evening had set in, and the sun had dipped below the horizon. Strange, disquieting cries echoed from within the town, which was encircled by barbed wire and patrolled by numerous armed soldiers. "Hurry! The number of beasts inside is insufficient. Transport another 200 iron-haired wild boars, 300 shadow cats, and 500 tiger mastiffs." Commands resonated from within the town, and soon, heavy-duty trucks arrived, each one filled with the furious roars of caged beasts. The assembled warriors examined the trucks closely. Each vehicle was adorned with cages, each containing a ferocious creature, their angry roars sending tremors through the hearts of some aspiring warriors who had never faced such beasts before. Luo Feng, the chief instructor Wu Tong, remarked with a gentle smile, good physical condition and excellent swordsmanship do not guarantee the ability to slay monsters. After all, some individuals, when confronted with blood and the specter of death, can scarcely muster even a fraction of their strength. Thus, this practical assessment aims to temper one's spirit. You must acclimate to the brutal reality of battling beasts. Do not show mercy. Understood, Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement. These beasts are of the weakest tier, comparable to junior warriors among martial artists, Wu Tong explained. Their weakness lies in their low intelligence. However, they possess a savage bloodlust, brimming with aggression and a propensity for slaughter. Consequently, during each practical assessment, it is not uncommon for aspiring warriors to suffer fatalities or severe injuries. Luo Feng nodded, recognizing the stark reality that engaging in combat with monsters could never guarantee complete safety. After the weakest tier of beasts was transported into the town, the number of creatures within had swelled to an astonishing figure. Ladies and gentlemen, the scene unfolded. A resounding voice echoed in the ears of every aspiring warrior. Luo Feng and all the other aspirants raised their heads to behold an officer standing atop a dilapidated three-story building within the town, addressing them. This practical assessment, much like previous ones, would commence promptly at 6:30 p.m. tonight and conclude at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow. The more monstrous creatures you slay, the higher your score. For each beast vanquished, a left ear must be severed as proof. Remember, infighting among warriors is strictly prohibited. All your actions are under surveillance, and violators will face immediate execution. Among the 680 of you, those in the top 60 will be granted warrior status, while the bottom 40 will be deemed failures, awaiting the next assessment. The officer's tone grew increasingly stern, indicating that of the 680 participants, 1008 would succeed, leaving 672 to be eliminated. The aspiring warriors below murmured amongst themselves, astonished by the 40 elimination rate. Let me remind you that typically, slaying 3 creatures suffices to pass the assessment. If you only manage to kill 2, your fate rests on luck. The officer's voice resonated in every ear when scores are tied. Rankings will be determined by the time taken to slay the beasts and the extent of injuries sustained. Therefore, once a certain number of monsters have been dispatched, it is prudent to exit the town promptly. Should you find yourself grievously injured, pressing the distress button on your communication wristwatch will summon immediate assistance. But know that this will signify the end of your practical assessment. With a powerful leap, the officer soared from the rooftop, descending from a height of several meters and executing 2 additional jumps to clear the town's perimeter. All aspirants, commence your entry into Monster Town. The officer commanded with a wave of his hand. The 680 warriors surged forth like a torrent, flooding into the town. Close the gates, the officer bellowed, and with a resounding crash, the solitary gate clanged shut. The practical assessment had officially begun. Within the confines of the secluded town, the aspiring warriors quickly dispersed, setting forth to hunt their prey. Brother Yang, are you truly going to venture into Monster Town alone? Luo Feng inquired as he and Yang Wu stood beside the wall of a crumbling supermarket. Yang Wu nodded earnestly. Fool, this practical assessment is not merely a test, but a trial of courage. In the future, when faced with real dangers in treacherous realms, the perils will be magnified tenfold, 100-fold. If you require assistance in this monster town, how will you manage later on? Luo Feng nodded in agreement. You make a valid point, Brother Yang. Do take care. Indeed. Fool, seize this opportunity, Yang Wu cautioned. This town is teeming with the weakest of monsters. Such a splendid chance to hone our skills is rare. I understand. This is a precious opportunity for practice, Luo Feng replied with a smile. Very well, let us meet outside the town at dawn tomorrow. After surveying the surroundings cautiously, Yang Wu darted away with a swift motion. Luo Feng too quickly slipped into the shadows. As dusk descended upon the secluded outskirts of the town, a series of formidable searchlights illuminated various parts of the settlement, casting a stark brightness over some areas while leaving others shrouded in shadow. According to the martial artists within the community, the monsters were categorized into Beast Soldier, Beast General, and Lord levels, corresponding to the human ranks of Warrior, War General, and War God. Standing quietly in a dilapidated, dust-laden alley, Luo Feng donned a 6-sided shield on his left forearm and gripped the blood shadow battle knife in his right hand. The weakest of the monsters, classified as the initial Beast Soldier level, matched the strength of a novice human warrior. Although the town was rife with monsters, they primarily fell into 3 categories. The swift shadow cat from the feline species, the formidable iron-furred wild boar known for its powerful defense, and the astonishingly strong tiger hound from the canine realm. Luo Feng scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed a shadow moving slowly amidst the ruins of a collapsed two-story building in the distance. With his keen vision, he quickly discerned that it was a beast standing at an impressive height of 1.5 meters, its fur resembling sharp quills. The creature's massive jaws displayed two enormous tusks, glinting ominously in the light of the searchlights. In contrast, a regular domesticated pig typically stands around 60 to 70 centimeters tall, making this beast more than twice the height of a common porker. Akin to the size of a small automobile, iron-furred wild boar. "You shall be my first quarry," Luo Feng declared, stepping out of the alley and into the wild boar's line of sight. The boar, fixated on the human warrior brandishing a shield and battle knife, emitted a series of peculiar low growls. With a sudden, powerful stomp of its stout hooves against the concrete, it kicked up a cloud of dust and charged at Luo Feng like a heavy-duty vehicle barreling down the road. The creature's long, sharp tusks resembled massive curved blades as they bore down upon him. With a swift evasion, Luo Feng sidestepped the oncoming iron-furred wild boar, which, in its momentum, could not halt in time. A glint of cold determination shone in his eyes as he summoned his strength, channeling it into his arm for a ruthless upward strike with the blood shadow battle knife. The blade sliced through the boar's neck with precision. The creature's head was severed, flying away as blood gushed forth from the severed neck. The body, propelled by inertia, stumbled forward for several meters before collapsing with a thunderous crash, twitching on the ground for a brief moment before succumbing to death. Breathing heavily, Luo Feng took a moment to gather himself, the visceral scene of blood spraying from the monster's severed neck sending a shiver down his spine. The act of slaying a monster for the first time was indeed a jarring experience. No wonder Uncle Wu had remarked that many aspiring warriors struggled to harness even a fraction of their strength upon witnessing blood for the first time. Reflecting on the encounter, Luo Feng recognized that while his initial evasion was commendable, the decisive upward strike that decapitated the iron-furred wild boar had been a considerable exertion of energy. If we consider an ordinary martial artist, it would be utterly impossible to sever the head of an iron-haired wild boar with a single strike. The iron-haired wild boar possesses formidable defenses, but that is relative to the average martial artist. Given Luo Feng's current prowess, he would be regarded as top tier even when compared to intermediate warriors. Engaging in combat with this iron-haired wild boar is tantamount to bullying it. According to the martial brothers in Mingyue community, when dealing with monsters, one must not act recklessly. It is essential to identify their weaknesses. Moreover, witnessing the iron-haired wild boar's neck snap and blood spurt forth sent a shiver down my spine. I must acclimate. In the future, I will frequently engage in battles against monsters, navigating the perilous edge between life and death. In critical confrontations, a lack of mental fortitude can easily lead to demise. Luo Feng understands that the more critical the moment, the more one must remain composed. In truth, Luo Feng's mindset is already commendable, after all. There are many who have fared far worse in their inaugural encounters with monsters. Approaching the severed head of the boar, he waved his hand. With a swift motion, he cut off the left ear of the iron-haired wild boar, placing it into his backpack, his first trophy. Onward to the next, Luo Feng swiftly vanished from the street, leaving behind the headless carcass of the iron-haired wild boar sprawled upon the ground, its blood staining the dusty concrete road. As moments ticked by, within the confines of the secluded town, bloody battles erupted in every corner. Although these monsters of various ranks share a similar strength with martial artists, humanity possesses a distinct advantage: intelligence. The weakest of these monsters lack any semblance of wisdom, relying solely on primal instincts. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, atop a 6-story residential building's rooftop, two shadows swiftly collided. With a whoosh, a glint of cold light flashed as Luo Feng knelt on the platform, the blade of his blood shadow-worn knife glistening with a faint trace of blood. The other shadow, rendered powerless, fell limply onto the rooftop, leaving a pool of blood in its wake. This shadow cat indeed proved to be the swiftest among the lower-tier monsters, boasting a speed of nearly 40 meters per second. Luo Feng approached the lifeless body of the shadow cat, whose fur was a shade of gray and whose size was relatively modest, measuring approximately half a meter in length. At that moment, a gruesome wound marred the creature's abdomen, exposing its internal organs, a result of Luo Feng's earlier strike. For an ordinary martial artist, this shadow cat would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. However, against me, it stands no chance. Shaking his head, Luo Feng severed the left ear of the shadow cat. His speed surpassed that of the shadow cat by a considerable margin. There was no doubt, Luo Feng had already attained the strength of an intermediate warrior, and among them, he could be considered exceptional. The 5th trophy. Luo Feng collected his spoils. Typically, hunting 3 monsters almost guarantees success. If I can slay 5, my victory is assured. Henceforth, I shall diligently refine my swordsmanship and agility. Previously, my hunts were solely to accumulate points. Now that I have sufficient points, I shall employ 1,000 kilograms of punching force and a velocity of 30 meters per second to truly engage with these monsters. In the past, Luo Feng had merely preyed upon the monsters, as they existed on entirely different planes of power. Now, however, he restrains his own strength to level the playing field, allowing for genuine development through this training. After all, when venturing into perilous territories in the future, it is hardly feasible to engage in battle with monsters that are merely a tier weaker than oneself each time. Commencing. Standing at the edge of the rooftop of a residential building, Luo Feng gazed slowly downwards and around. The first one. His keen eyes spotted a dilapidated 3-story villa below, where a streamlined, spotted beast, the tiger mastiff, was perched. Without hesitation, Luo Feng leaped from the rooftop's edge, soaring over 10 meters before landing heavily on the top floor of the crumbling villa, causing the floor to tremble violently, rolling upon impact to dissipate the force. He then sprinted towards the tiger mastiff. The beast, stained with blood, lunged towards him in response. A cold, ruthless youth, brandishing a ghostly moon blade, swaggered down the street. He pondered silently the number of monsters Luo Feng had dispatched. This youth, Wan Dong, was the only one among the 680 aspiring warriors whose strength approached that of Luo Feng, having been recruited early by the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. Although 3 individuals were admitted ahead of schedule, one was merely a firearms prodigy with subpar physical attributes. It was Luo Feng and Wan Dong who were the true paragons of physical prowess. Wan Dong's gaze fell upon a figure engaged in a fierce struggle against 2 shadow cats, which emitted piercing cries, their speed astonishing, claws raking through the air incessantly. The figure, however, deftly evaded their attacks, battling valiantly. Luo Feng, is it really taking you this long to slay 2 shadow cats? You are truly disappointing me. Wan Dong called out mockingly. With a swift motion, Luo Feng's blood shadow battle knife struck twice in quick succession, sending the 2 shadow cats crashing to the ground. Motionless after a brief struggle, remarkably swift, Wan Dong was taken aback, a shiver running down his spine. The strikes were precise, targeting the vital spots of the shadow cats. Realizing Luo Feng's formidable strength, he had intended to prolong the encounter to refine his own agility. Observing the lifeless bodies of the shadow cats, Luo Feng muttered to himself, I wanted to practice my agility and blade techniques a bit longer, but that person is too bothersome. I'd rather he not witness my training. He severed the left ears of the 2 shadow cats and stowed them in his backpack, not sparing Wan Dong a glance as he swiftly vanished from sight. In the isolated town, carnage persisted unabated. Some aspiring warriors, injured in their initial confrontations with monsters, helplessly activated their communication watches for rescue, facing inevitable defeat. Others, having slain beasts, turned pale with fear, yet there were those formidable warriors who, after vanquishing monsters, were filled with exhilaration and frenzy. Not far from the enclosed town, within a large building, numerous surveillance screens displayed the happenings across various regions of the town. Observing the youthful faces on the screens, most in their 20s, a certain officer sighed in reflection. Look at them. In their prime, yet so naive. Old Wang. It seems in the blink of an eye, we have aged. We were once the rising stars of Jiangnan City. And now you are the head of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy, a figure of prominence. Ha. The burly man chuckled heartily. Iron Monkey. Have you not also risen to the rank of Major General? The officer, astonished, gazed at the screen, his surprise growing by the second. Old Wang, take a look at this. The screen displayed surveillance footage from various locations in the town, the images shifting due to the multitude of cameras capturing the scene. Has it switched? The officer promptly picked up the nearby landline, commanding, lock onto the footage from camera 21, focusing on that aspiring martial artist. Understood. Came the resounding response over the phone. The burly man, Wang Heng, looked at his companion, puzzled. Iron Monkey, what exactly did you see? You will find out shortly. Old Wang, the officer replied with a mysterious smile. Soon, the footage reappeared, revealing 5 dark figures relentlessly attacking a single aspiring martial artist. The 5 shadows were none other than 5 level 1 shadow cats, while the attacked martial artist wielded a hexagonal shield and a blood shadow battle blade. He appeared youthful, indeed. It was Luo Feng. The burly man's eyes sparkled. What do you think? This young man is impressive, isn't he? The officer exclaimed in admiration. This lad has turned his practical combat assessment into a free opportunity to hone his agility. And look at his movements. They are exceptional. He has achieved the subtle level. Indeed, the subtle level. Wang Heng's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixated on Luo Feng, who deftly evaded the assaults of the 5 shadow cats. Each of his movements was minimal yet remarkably skillful, effortlessly sidestepping each attack, embodying an air of grace that captivated the two formidable men. Achieving subtle-level agility is a feat that even many battle general-level warriors cannot attain. The fact that his agility has reached such a tier is astounding. Wang Heng inhaled sharply. He is merely 18 years old. Agility differs from physical prowess, while a naturally gifted individual may possess great physical strength. Agility requires the accumulation of experience through countless battles and a solid foundation to gradually advance to the subtle level. How do you know he is 18? The officer, startled, inquired. Do you know him? His name is Luo Feng. Wang Heng replied with disdain. Damn it. He has already been recruited by the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. He continued. The Extreme Martial Arts Institute is quite fortunate. At just 18 years of age, not only does he possess exceptional physical attributes, but his agility is astonishing. Achieving subtle level at such a young age, what an impressive future he must have. It is worth noting that many among the battle general level warriors have not attained subtle level agility. One can only imagine the terror of reaching such a pinnacle. In true combat, physical condition is but one aspect. Agility, swordsmanship, and awareness also hold significant importance. This cannot stand. Wang Heng suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Such a talent must not fall into the hands of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. I am fortunate to have come with you, Iron Monkey, to witness this footage. What do you intend to do? The officer chuckled. What do you think? I intend to poach him. Wang Heng's eyes widened fiercely. I shall snatch him away. The Extreme Martial Arts Institute is likely unaware of this young man's remarkable agility. I will bring him over. Money is no object. Huh. What luck it is to discover such a formidable young talent this year. In comparison to him, that Wan Dong is leagues away. The officer chuckled. All right. It's a minor matter. As dawn broke, within the confines of a secluded, monstrous town, amidst a dilapidated residential complex, Luo Feng found himself besieged by 3 tiger mastiffs, 2 shadow cats, and 2 iron-haired wild boars. It took immense effort for Luo Feng to attract these 7 beasts to him. Very well. Bring it on. Just like that. Calmly, as if taking a leisurely stroll, Luo Feng stepped left and right, occasionally retreating and advancing, his body subtly twisting and bending. Such minute movements rendered him untouchable by the 7 beasts. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Luo Feng noticed a tiger mastiff lunging at him, while 4 other beasts simultaneously attacked. In response to the unfolding situation, he swiftly pivoted, evading the onslaught. That was close, Luo Feng thought, feeling a sense of helplessness. Just as the shadow cat's claws were about to grasp him, miraculously, he shifted sideways by 5 centimeters, narrowly avoiding the strike. The legendary micro-level agility is indeed challenging to master. Although it appeared Luo Feng had evaded all attacks, he was acutely aware of his failure. In the final moment, he had exerted his mental force upon the hexagonal shield on his left arm, generating a thrust that allowed him to sidestep. In battle, agility is paramount, and thus, Luo Feng had spent the night honing his skills. Conventional wisdom dictates that one must first establish a solid foundation, typically requiring a decade of rigorous training. Subsequently, one must engage in numerous battles against beasts over the years, developing a keen sense of evasion, gradually achieving proficiency. Mastery entails a reflexive response, allowing for seamless execution. A solid foundation, proficiency, and instinctive execution delineate the initial 3 tiers of agility. Beyond these tiers lies the micro-level. The micro-level signifies an extraordinary finesse in controlling strength and body movements, enabling exquisite evasions at minimal cost. Each maneuver appears as if calculated by a computer. The difficulty of micro-level agility arises from the fact that even slight missteps during minimal evasions can easily result in being struck by a beast, often leading to severe injury or death. Training in micro-level agility against beasts significantly weaker than oneself yields little benefit. Currently, as Luo Feng faced 7 beasts simultaneously, his strength and speed were fully unleashed. However, evading all 7 beasts proved to be an exceedingly daunting task. Am I now at the micro-level? He pondered. I, too, employ minimal movements to execute intricate evasions, though errors may occasionally occur. Feeling mentally fatigued, Luo Feng swiftly wielded the Blood Shadow battle blade, unleashing a torrent of furious and anguished roars from the beasts. 5 of them fell lifelessly to the ground, while the remaining 2, sensing danger, fled in haste. Regardless of the circumstances, after enduring a night of rigorous training, my agility has undoubtedly improved, at least 2-fold compared to before. Luo Feng revealed a faint smile. No amount of past practice could compare to the intense close-quarter combat with monsters. Moreover, the typical skirmishes with these beasts pale in comparison to the extreme training that involved minimal movement, as demonstrated by Luo Feng. It is only through genuinely challenging one's physical limits that one can truly ascertain the extent of their evasive capabilities. The training session of that night proved to be immensely beneficial for Luo Feng. It is worth noting that in one-on-one confrontations, he is superior to these level tiger mastiffs, shadow cats, and iron-furred wild boars. In one-on-one combat, Luo Feng excels. However, facing 7 monsters simultaneously would still pose a lethal threat to any human. After all, a single punch can deliver over 3,000 kilograms of force, and a monster's impact exceeding 2,000 kilograms could still leave Luo Feng bloodied. Even Wan Dong, another prodigy, would not dare to train so audaciously. Otherwise, a moment's negligence could result in being torn apart by 7 beasts. Yet, Luo Feng dares to take such risks. He possesses psychic energy, which allows him to instantly augment his strength by applying it to his shield or blood shadow battle blade in moments of peril. This enables him to evade again by leveraging this newfound power. Unfortunately, this psychic energy can only affect inanimate objects. Once it approaches a living being, it will penetrate directly into its body. Luo Feng shook his head. He cannot control humans or animals with his psychic energy, only metals, wood, and similar materials. Nevertheless, the psychic energy has already brought considerable astonishment to Luo Feng. At the very least, he can achieve a refined level of evasion, albeit a mutated version of it, because should he falter, he must rely on his psychic energy for assistance. His evasive abilities are not inferior to a normal refined level, and they possess an even more uncanny quality. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing sounds erupted throughout the small town, accompanied by a resonant voice booming through loudspeakers, declaring that the time had come for all prospective martial artists to gather at the town's exit. Has the martial artist practical assessment concluded? Luo Feng smiled. In the future, he would persist in this refined agility training until the day arrives when he no longer requires psychic energy assistance to achieve that level of skill. Luo Feng severed the left ears of 5 nearby monsters and stowed them in his backpack before hastily making his way to the entrance of Monster Town. At the entrance of Monster Town, prospective martial artists began to emerge. Almost every individual bore traces of blood, perhaps the blood of monsters or their own. Some were being supported by their friends as they staggered out. The harsh sounds continued as heavy-duty trucks rolled out from the town, laden with the corpses of monsters. Hey, these are the bodies of prospective martial artists. Someone come and collect them. One truck came to a halt nearby, revealing numerous corpses within, some of which were grievously mutilated, evidently having been partially devoured by the monsters. The truck unceremoniously dumped these bodies onto the ground. Ah, gone. Shaoyin. Instantly, many who had already exited gasped in horror, with some throwing themselves upon the corpses in a fit of anguished tears. What are you crying for? A cold and harsh voice of an officer reverberated, inciting the ire of numerous aspiring warriors. However, as the officer's icy gaze swept across the surroundings, it was evident that engaging in combat with monstrous beasts invariably led to casualties. If you have chosen the path of a warrior, then brace yourselves for the specter of death. The human society bestows privileges upon warriors for a reason, not for your comfort, but because you have slain countless beasts, rendering service to humanity. Thus, these privileges are granted. Your status and power are earned through relentless struggle. This trial has provided you with the weakest of beasts, and they do not move in packs. If you cannot even pass this trial, what hope do you have of surviving in the wilderness? The officer's words silenced all aspiring warriors, who were well aware of the daunting nature of the beasts. Among them, the most troublesome were those that moved in groups, such as the lion mastiffs among canine monsters, which often ventured out in packs of dozens, intimidating even mid-level warriors. 2 monster ears, next. 3 monster ears, very good, next. At the entrance of the small town, each emerging warrior was required to submit the ears of the beasts they had slain as proof of their accomplishments. Look, here comes Luo Feng. He was among the select few recruited early by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. One could only wonder how many beasts he had hunted. A strong physique does not necessarily correlate with prowess in slaying monsters. In an instant, the attention of numerous warriors turned to Luo Feng, who had just stepped out from the entrance. Alongside him were Wan Dong and Ma Xiao, all 3 of whom had been pre-selected from this cohort of aspiring warriors. Whispers spread like wildfire, and nearly everyone recognized Luo Feng and his companions. As soon as I emerge, I am met with the gaze of countless aspiring warriors. Luo Feng mused, momentarily taken aback. You are Luo Feng? Hand over the ears of the beasts you have slain. 3 officers sat ahead, 2 of whom were engrossed in their laptops, while 1 officer scrutinized Luo Feng. Yes, Luo Feng nodded, unstrapping his backpack. Instantly, the eyes of the surrounding aspiring warriors were fixated on his pack, their curiosity piqued regarding the number of beasts he had vanquished. With a flourish, Luo Feng tipped the contents of his bag, and a substantial pile of monster ears cascaded into a nearby metal basin, nearly filling it to the brim. So many? How many beasts has this fellow slain? The onlookers were taken aback by the sheer volume. Meanwhile, the assessment officer began counting the ears, and after a moment, a smile spread across his face as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, well done. You have a total of 36 monster ears. As of now, you have the highest tally among this batch. Remarkably, you are unscathed. Next, the officer turned his attention to the others, while Luo Feng walked forward with a smile. Having successfully passed the practical assessment, Luo Feng felt a surge of exhilaration, knowing he was now a genuine warrior. He stood among the crowd, observing as the others submitted their monster ears. Some emerged without a scratch, yet the majority bore injuries that were not too severe, requiring merely a week or two of recuperation. However, there were also those among the aspiring warriors who had sustained grievous injuries or even faced permanent disability. Yang Wu, indeed. Quite remarkable, sustained minor injuries to his left ear and left arm from 3 monsters. On to the next. Yang Wu returned safely. Brother Yang. Luo Feng called out from the crowd. Madman. Yang Wu laughed heartily as he sprinted over. How did it go? How many monsters did you slay? 36. Replied Luo Feng as they retreated to a secluded corner. 36? Goodness, madman, you are truly extraordinary. Those monsters are exceedingly difficult to kill. Yang Wu exclaimed, his eyes widening. Especially that tiger dog. Its speed surpasses mine, and its strength is something else entirely. Monsters of the same level generally possess significantly greater power than human warriors. I barely managed to take down 3. Luo Feng chuckled, acknowledging the formidable nature of advanced monsters. Even intermediate warriors would find it perilous to confront 7 or 8 advanced monsters simultaneously. Luo Feng himself honed his agility, relying on his mental prowess to dare such feats. Wandong, exclaimed Yang Wu, recognizing the name of the genius aspiring warrior recruited early by the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. I wonder how many monsters he has slain. Compared to Luo Feng, who is stronger? Indeed, Wandong is the only one who could match Luo Feng, he mused. A murmur of conversation arose from the front, prompting Luo Feng and Yang Wu, who were lingering at the back, to look up in astonishment. Yang Wu remarked incredulously, so Wandong has only just emerged now? Madman. It is said that his physical prowess is on par with yours. I wonder how many monsters he has actually hunted. Meanwhile, the aspiring warriors in front were focused intently on Wandong's backpack, while some in the rear strained to hear. A pile of monster ears, someone noted. It appeared to be quite a considerable number. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, followed by the voice of the assessment officer announcing, Wandong, a total of 51 monster ears. Laughter ensued. You have now surpassed Luo Feng, temporarily holding the record for the most monsters slain among this batch of aspiring warriors. 51. He has bested Luo Feng by such a margin? Wandong's prowess was indeed formidable. 51 monsters was truly alarming. The aspiring warriors who had encountered the monster's ferocity could only express their amazement. Madman, this Wandong has outdone you, Yang Wu remarked in astonishment. Does slaying more monsters hold any significance? Luo Feng smiled nonchalantly. He had devoted the entire previous night to refining his agility. If he truly wished to hunt the weakest category of monsters, given his strength, it would not be surprising for him to ambush solitary monsters and potentially slay over 100 of the weakest in a single night. Ru Feng, a voice interrupted. Luo Feng turned to see a burly officer with a thick beard smiling. Come with me. A friend wishes to meet you in the lounge ahead. Oh, Luo Feng replied, somewhat puzzled. A meeting? Without hesitation, Luo Feng followed the bearded officer. Before entering the lounge, he shed his blood-stained combat attire, rinsed off, and changed into a clean, fresh outfit. Inside the lounge, a robust man sat with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened them, and his gaze struck Luo Feng like a bolt of lightning. Is it him? Luo Feng gasped. He recognized this man as the one who had conversed with Supervisor Zhuge earlier. One of the 4 titans of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy in the Jiangnan base city. I am Wang Hong, the supervisor of the Thunder General Headquarters. The imposing man smiled. Luo Feng, please, have a seat. Seated across from the imposing supervisor, Luo Feng felt a surge of astonishment. He was acutely aware of the high status this supervisor held. Indeed, a supervisor at the general headquarters could be likened to a formidable warrior of legendary caliber. They wielded astonishing power, and in the Jiangnan base city, this burly man before him seemed to possess unparalleled influence. Why not take a seat? Are you afraid I might devour you? The robust man chuckled heartily. Luo Feng smiled and sat down before him, inquiring, Mr. Wang, may I ask what brings you to me? It's quite simple, the burly man replied with a smile. I have looked into your family background. You hail from an ordinary family. Your father is merely a decorator, and your mother works as a sales assistant in a supermarket. You possess no advantageous conditions, yet you have remarkably reached this point at the age of 18. It is truly commendable. A complex smile graced Luo Feng's face. Indeed, He had toiled tirelessly for all that he had achieved today. I hold you in high regard, and I believe you have a promising future ahead. I hereby extend a formal invitation for you to join my Thunder Martial Arts Academy. The burly man fixed his gaze upon Luo Feng. I have already signed a contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Luo Feng responded with a shake of his head, smiling apologetically. The burly man waved dismissively. A contract? If it's merely a contract, it can be breached. You would only need to pay a penalty. According to martial artist regulations, the maximum penalty cannot exceed 300 million. I believe your worth far surpasses that amount. We at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy will cover this penalty for you. Furthermore, upon joining, I will arrange for you to receive a prestigious training contract at our global headquarters. With a grin, the burly man continued. Each year, fewer than 10 martial artists worldwide receive this distinguished training contract. Each is an absolute prodigy. This year alone, we have issued 3 such contracts. One to a 20-year-old advanced warrior from a European nation, another to a talent from South America who is a mentalist, and the third to a 16-year-old intermediate warrior from the capital city of our nation. You would be the 4th. Luo Feng could not help but be taken aback. Each of these individuals was extraordinarily gifted. Clearly, the earlier recruits, Wan Dong and Ma Xiao, despite their early acceptance, were still unqualified for this elite training contract. Yet he was deemed worthy. In truth, Luo Feng's physical capabilities alone did not merit such an opportunity. However, coupled with his mastery of the elusive micro-level movement technique, he had indeed earned the right to such a contract. After all, comprehending the micro-level technique at the age of 18 was nothing short of extraordinary. Should you join my Thunder Martial Arts Academy, I will offer you this contract, sending you to our global headquarters for training. You may even have the chance to receive guidance from the legendary Thunder God himself. The burly man smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. Luo Feng, we at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy sincerely invite you to join us. Wang Heng had laid forth his utmost offer, his gaze brimming with expectation as he awaited Luo Feng's response. I'm afraid not, Luo Feng replied, inclining his head slightly in gratitude toward the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. However, I have already committed to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and have no intention of switching. I truly apologize. Wang Heng was taken aback. Had he been refused? Would you not reconsider? The burly man furrowed his brow and said, no need. Luo Feng stood up, slightly bowing. Mr. Wang, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. He was acutely aware that having already declined the offer, remaining in each other's company would only lead to further awkwardness. Wang Heng scrutinized Luo Feng, marveling at the young man's unwavering stance in the face of temptation. With a sigh, he waved his hand and chuckled. Very well. I shall not persuade you further. Should you ever reconsider, the doors of my Thunder Martial Arts School will always be open to you. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Luo Feng replied with a smile as he exited. Once he departed, Wang Heng's expression darkened, and he called out, summon Wan Dong. Yes, supervisor. A subordinate outside immediately went to notify Wan Dong. Wang Heng pondered to himself, lamenting the loss of yet another talent to the Extreme Martial Arts School. He stroked his chin, his tiger-like eyes narrowing slightly. Ever since the Phantom Battle God was severely injured and withdrew, the Thunder Martial Arts School had remained at a disadvantage compared to the Extreme Martial Arts School in Jiangnan Base City. Sigh. Wang Heng was anxious. In the world, the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School were the 2 largest martial arts institutions, founded by the world's strongest and second strongest fighters respectively. Naturally, while their high-ranking members greeted each other with smiles, they were secretly at odds, each striving to surpass the other. In various base cities worldwide, there were some where the influence of the Thunder Martial Arts School surpassed that of the Extreme Martial Arts School. However, in Jiangnan Base City, the latter's power was slightly stronger. Supervisor. The cold and composed Wan Dong entered. A palpable air of confidence surrounded him, evidently. He had excelled in the recent martial arts practical assessment, outclassing Luo Feng in the number of beasts he had slain, securing the top rank, which further bolstered his self-assurance. Ah, Wan Dong. Wang Heng smiled faintly. You are the most outstanding new martial artist among us at the Thunder Martial Arts School. However, your current strength still falls short compared to Luo Feng. Supervisor. Wan Dong exclaimed, alarmed. Are you suggesting I am inferior to Luo Feng? Wang Heng furrowed his brow. Wan Dong shook his head, aware that the supervisor was a former high-ranking battle general, wielding various special privileges that came with his position. In terms of status, he was no less than a battle god. Such a figure would not lie. I explicitly tell you, your physical attributes are not inferior to his. However, in actual combat, even if you were 3 times his number, you would still not surpass Luo Feng, Wang Heng stated solemnly. Yet, this does not imply that you will always be weaker than him in the future. What you must do now is to work diligently and strive to exceed him. I have encountered many geniuses, yet many have faded into obscurity. Martial artists tread the fine line between life and death. Your talent merely signifies an earlier start. You have just embarked on the path of martial arts. Do not grow complacent. Luo Feng is merely your first rival to surpass. In the future, you must surpass many more opponents. Wang Heng encouraged him. I hope to witness the birth of a new battle god one day. Wan Dong felt his blood surge with fervor. Yes, Luo Feng was just the first opponent. He would ultimately surpass many more, striving to become a battle god. Now, off you go. You have slaughtered throughout the night. It is time for you to rest, Wang Heng remarked with a smile. Yes, supervisor. Wan Dong replied respectfully as he withdrew. The more powerful individuals he cultivated, the more solidified Wang Heng's position became. Perhaps Wan Dong might surprise me in the future. Wang Heng mused with a hint of self-deprecation. However, I do not expect much from him. If he can measure up to Luo Feng, that would be sufficient. Oh, to think he is already at the micro level at just 18 years of age, with such commendable physical prowess. What a promising candidate. Wang Heng shook his head, sipping his tea, choosing not to dwell on it further. After all, Luo Feng and Wan Dong are merely promising talents. In the northern military district of Jiangnan Bay City, Luo Feng and Yang Wu, now dressed in civilian clothing, were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Crazy. Did you notice the look in Wan Dong's eyes? It seemed rather odd. He even mentioned wanting to compete with you to see who becomes a battle general first, Yang Wu remarked, puzzled. Little did he know, following Wang Heng's words, Wan Dong had already considered Luo Feng his primary rival. I've passed the practical assessment. I should inform my family, Luo Feng said cheerfully, retrieving his phone from his pocket. Yang Gu, you should notify your family as well. All right, Yang Wu nodded with a grin. Both Luo Feng and Yang Wu proceeded to call their families. In Yangzhou City, one of the 8 fortified cities of Jiangnan Base, within the Mingyue community, Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan were pushing their young son, Luo Hua, in a wheelchair while conversing with a nearby elderly gentleman with white hair. Luo Feng will undoubtedly pass the martial artist practical assessment, Luo Honghua assured. Is this practical assessment dangerous? Gong Xinlan couldn't help but inquire. My little Feng said it wasn't dangerous, but we read online that it could be. Well, there is indeed a slight risk, the elderly man nodded. According to what my son has mentioned, the death rate in the martial artist practical assessment typically ranges from 3 to 5. The rate of disability is about 5 to 8. This means that generally, over 100 aspiring martial artists may be incapacitated in a single practical assessment. Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. Your son will be just fine. Do not worry, the elderly man reassured them with a smile. Yes, yes, Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan nodded, though internally, the couple remained quite apprehensive. Seated in the wheelchair, Luo Hua remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, a cheerful ringtone echoed through the air. Gong Xinlan pulled out her phone, and, upon seeing the caller ID, a glimmer of joy crossed her face. It's a call from Xiaofeng, she announced. Quick, answer it. Luo Honghua urged. Luo Hua's gaze fixated on the phone, while the elderly gentleman smiled in anticipation. Hello, Gong Xinlan answered, activating the speakerphone. Mom, I passed the martial artist practical assessment. I'll be home tonight, so make sure to prepare some delicious food. The voice from the phone resonated, and all present listened intently. Luo Honghua smiled, and after a tense moment, Luo Hua finally relaxed his clenched fists and smiled as well. All right, Mom will prepare plenty of delicious food, Gong Xinlan exclaimed with excitement. On the evening of August 2nd, in the Mingyue community of Yangzhou City, Luo Feng walked along the pathways, greeting several martial artists he encountered. Congratulations are in order, but the martial artist practical assessment posed no challenge for Luo Feng whatsoever. In human society, the number of martial artists is significantly fewer than that of ordinary individuals. Within the confines of the Mingyue community, only families of martial artists reside, all of whom are members of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, fostering naturally amicable relationships among them. Mom, Dad. Luo Feng immediately spotted his parents and the housekeeper standing at the entrance of his home. Dinner is ready. His father, Luo Honghua, exclaimed with a smile. That evening, the family shared joyous moments, for from this moment forth, Luo Feng had officially become a martial artist in the eyes of the law. As the clock struck 11 and the night deepened, in the audiovisual room on the second floor of the Luo household, it was said that upon officially becoming a martial artist, one could access the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement. This exclusive internal network was accessible only to those with specific identities. Only martial artists of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy were qualified to enter the inner circle of the academy. In contrast, the Alliance platform was open for any martial artist to log in. With eager anticipation, Luo Feng typed the URL for the inner circle. Instantly, a colossal 200-inch screen illuminated one wall of the audiovisual room, displaying the website of the inner circle. After verifying his fingerprint, the room was filled with melodious music that flowed like a gentle stream, while the massive screen unveiled a personal page featuring a photograph of Luo Feng along with several informational fields. Name, Luo Feng. Gender, mail address, Jiangnan Bay City. Huaxia martial artist ID number, 4261232056080100002. Rank, warrior level, beginner, contribution points, 0. Currency balance, 20,000,000 Huaxia coins in the tranquil audiovisual room. Luo Feng sipped his freshly brewed tea, his gaze fixed on the enormous screen. 20 million Huaxia coins? The promised startup funds from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy had indeed been deposited. At the top of the webpage, a row of buttons was visible, one of which was flashing incessantly with the message, "You have 2 new emails." Luo Feng gently tapped the touch screen of the wireless keyboard to open his mailbox. "Hello." Mr. Luo Feng, a middle-aged man in a black suit, appeared on the vast screen, smiling. "I am the assistant to Supervisor Zhuge. I trust you have noticed the promised 20 million startup funds regarding the purchase of techniques for body movement, swordsmanship, and guiding arts. You may acquire them directly through the internal network, provided the price does not exceed 100 million. The internal network will reimburse the costs without deducting a single coin from you. Should the price exceed 100 million, you will be responsible for the surplus." He continued. "On behalf of Supervisor Zhuge, I congratulate you on your successful martial arts practical assessment." With that, the video concluded. "The Extreme Martial Arts Academy has treated me quite well." Luo Feng mused as he clicked to open the second email. "Dear newly joined martial artist Luo Feng, welcome to our family." A sweet-faced young woman greeted him with a smile. "This is your first entry into the internal network of the Extreme Circle. Allow me to introduce the functionalities of the Inner Circle. One may procure various tiers of weaponry, martial arts manuals, and combat techniques, including skills in swordsmanship, marksmanship, and other offensive arts, along with modern firearms, transportation means, protective gear, communication systems, specialized explosives, unique medical potions, genetic serums, and even certain rare materials and treasures. As long as one possesses sufficient wealth, all these can be acquired. Once payment is made, the goods will be delivered within 24 hours. Through the Extreme Martial Arts House, one can even enlist the guidance of martial artists of the general or even God of War level for personalized instruction via the internet, albeit for a considerable fee." The girl in the video smiled and mentioned that if one possesses enough contribution points, the prices of the aforementioned items would be halved. Luo Feng was taken aback. Halved? If an item costs 100 million, with sufficient contribution points, one could acquire it for merely 50 million? The utility of contribution points is indeed vast. They serve not only to purchase items, but also to unlock certain privileges. For instance, reaching a specific contribution point threshold grants access to special teams within the Extreme Martial Arts House. The girl in the video further elaborated, stating that the higher your contribution points, the greater your status and power within the Extreme Martial Arts House, along with enhanced benefits. There are primarily 2 methods to earn contribution points. The first involves hunting monsters and collecting vital materials from their bodies, which can then be sold to the Extreme Martial Arts House for both monetary rewards and contribution points. The second method is through donations. The more one donates, the more contribution points one receives. Currently, the exchange rate stands at 1 contribution point for every 10,000 Huaxia coins donated. The donation system begins at 10 million Huaxia coins, with a maximum donation cap of 1,000 billion. This implies that through the donation system, one could potentially amass up to 10 million contribution points. Luo Feng gasped in disbelief. Is there really a limit to donations? A maximum of 1,000 billion? Beyond that, the Extreme Martial Arts House would not accept it? 1,000 billion Huaxia coins is roughly equivalent to the current assets of the richest individual in Huaxia, who possesses just over 1,000 billion. The wealth of the world's wealthiest, according to Forbes, stands at around $1,200 billion, translating to approximately 4,200 billion Huaxia coins. Of course, the Forbes list only accounts for publicly known fortunes. Some super families possess wealth that surpasses that of the wealthiest individuals, but that is the accumulation of an entire family. Mr. Luo Feng, the girl in the video reminded. Hunting monsters is the most effective way to earn contribution points, as it allows for both point accumulation and monetary gain. She smiled and advised, with your initial capital, refrain from making immediate purchases. You should explore the information area of the Martial Artist Forum to thoroughly review fundamental knowledge, which will greatly assist you in selecting manuals and purchasing weapons. Finally, she wished Mr. Luo Feng the best as he embarks on his journey in the Extreme Martial Arts House towards the pinnacle of martial arts. After her bow, the video concluded, leaving Luo Feng in awe. The internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, known as the Extreme House, indeed proves to be immensely beneficial. What captivates Luo Feng the most is the ability to directly engage battle generals and even demigods for one-on-one instruction through monetary compensation. Although he possesses 20 million Huaxia coins, Luo Feng refrains from hastily purchasing weapons or other items, choosing instead to familiarize himself with the features of the Extreme House website. The website is replete with various functionalities, segmented into numerous sections, including task assignments, task postings, private chat capabilities, training modules, and a donation system. Yet, what draws Luo Feng's attention the most are the martial artist forum and the online mall. The online mall encompasses a plethora of offerings, myriad guiding techniques, movement manuals, swordsmanship secrets, firearms, cold weapons, genetic potions, and much more. In essence, the online mall serves as a veritable marketplace for expenditure. In the martial artist forum, discussions revolve around psychic practitioners. As Luo Feng incessantly flips through the pages in search of information regarding psychic practitioners, he finally stumbles upon a post that presents a brief overview of their nature. The opening line reads, "Brothers, it seems many are unfamiliar with psychic practitioners. Allow me to offer a brief introduction." Upon reading this, Luo Feng chuckles, recognizing that this so-called martial artist forum likely compiles numerous informal posts authored by various martial artists rather than providing authoritative information. Psychic practitioners are arguably the most formidable individuals within the martial arts community. Firstly, one does not simply become a psychic practitioner through training. Each psychic practitioner possesses an extraordinary innate talent, having awakened their abilities independently. The post describes this phenomenon in a colloquial manner, suggesting that prior to their awakening, they may have merely been ordinary martial artists. However, once awakened, they become incredibly formidable. How formidable, you ask? Primarily, psychic practitioners can be classified into two categories: those who manipulate objects and those who engage in direct mental attacks. The former can control projectiles such as spikes and flying daggers for remote assaults. The range of a psychic practitioner's control far surpasses that of conventional high-caliber sniper bullets. While sniper bullets travel in a near-linear trajectory, the weapons controlled by psychic practitioners exhibit erratic patterns, varying in both direction and lethality. For instance, the damage inflicted by heavy machine gun and sniper bullets is limited. Even the most advanced sniper rifles struggle to slay low-tier beast generals. In contrast, the power of spikes and flying daggers wielded by psychic practitioners amplifies in tandem with their mental prowess, with many capable of defeating Lord-class beasts. Among psychic practitioners, in addition to those who manipulate objects, the second category focuses on direct mental assaults. This aspect is shrouded in mystery, as they target the very souls of beasts. Upon successful execution, the beast may perish without sustaining any physical harm. However, soul attacks are notoriously difficult to execute, and it is said that only a scant few among psychic practitioners possess such knowledge. Beyond object manipulation and mental assaults, legends suggest the existence of other factions within the realm of psychic practitioners, though details remain elusive. Luo Feng meticulously reads each line, unwilling to overlook a single word. Ultimately, what evokes his envy the most is the rapid advancement of psychic practitioners' abilities. They are inherently endowed with remarkable mental strength. In their youth, their bodies were unable to withstand such potent mental energy, thus it lay dormant within their consciousness. As their physical capabilities increased and reached a certain threshold, this mental energy would manifest. The stronger the physique, the greater the capacity to endure mental energy. Warriors are categorized into 9 tiers: warrior level, beginner, intermediate, advanced; battle soldier level, beginner, intermediate, advanced; and battle god level, beginner, intermediate, advanced. Typically, there exists a 2-tier disparity between physical capability and mental energy. For instance, if one's physical prowess is at the beginner warrior level, their mental energy would generally align with the advanced warrior level. Conversely, a physique at the intermediate warrior level would correspond with mental energy at the beginner battle soldier level. Mental energy practitioners experience a rapid surge in strength, stemming from their innate ability to harness formidable mental energy, which remains latent in their consciousness. As their physical strength escalates, the dormant energy manifests increasingly, until eventually, all of it is fully awakened. At this juncture, the enhancement of their power slows considerably. In essence, the advancement of a mental energy practitioner is fundamentally about unearthing the latent mental energy. A sufficiently robust physique is essential to accommodate ample mental energy. Hence, the potential of a mental energy practitioner hinges upon the volume of latent mental energy residing within their consciousness. This latent mental energy can exist in various forms. Some may be liquid, others may coexist in both liquid and solid states, and some may exist entirely as solid matter. Legends suggest that when mental energy condenses into solid form within the consciousness, It signifies an immense reservoir of mental energy, marking those individuals as possessing the highest potential among their peers. As their physical constitution improves, this solidified mental energy continuously releases, thereby enhancing their power until, one day, the solid completely disintegrates, marking the conclusion of their rapid growth phase. Luo Feng suppressed his excitement as he diligently perused the content of this post until he had absorbed every detail. Subsequently, he scoured the database and found 2 additional entries regarding mental energy practitioners. The descriptions were remarkably similar, leading him to conclude their authenticity. Luo Feng nodded. The dark golden sphere within his consciousness must indeed be a solidified mass of considerable mental energy. He felt fortunate that he had survived the awakening. Reflecting on the information he had gleaned from the 3 posts, he realized that during the awakening of a mental energy practitioner, there is an explosive release of potent mental energy within the consciousness. Should the awakening fail, the individual risks becoming a fool, a vegetable, or even succumbing to fatal hemorrhaging. It was no wonder that throughout his life, he had experienced persistent headaches and had fainted on several occasions. Luo Feng understood now that his frail physique had been unable to support his overwhelming mental energy, leading to his discomfort. However, as his physical condition improved, the headaches diminished, and ultimately, they vanished entirely. Since that awakening, the headaches had ceased. The dark golden sphere was indeed a solidified form of mental energy, and he could not help but speculate about the vast amount of mental energy it contained. In the martial artist forum, Luo Feng perused numerous threads, ranging from inquiries about monster hunting to wilderness survival knowledge, as well as strategies to evade formidable beast king-level monsters. This exploration imparted a wealth of understanding upon him, revealing the arduous journey of martial artists. Despite their elevated status in human society, such standing is earned through relentless effort and sacrifice. Indeed, the insights shared in these threads rang profoundly true. The 3 pivotal secrets, body technique, attack method, and guidance technique, are of utmost significance to martial artists. The guidance technique is particularly critical as it governs the enhancement of a martial artist's inherent strength, while body technique and attack method are paramount in determining their combat efficacy. After studying the threads, Luo Feng wholeheartedly concurred that these 3 secrets are vital for any martial artist. With financial resources at his disposal, he resolved to invest in these 3 domains. It was no wonder that the Extreme Martial Arts Academy offered him the opportunity to acquire these 3 secrets free of charge, clearly motivated by a desire to bolster the strength of its members. Curious, Luo Feng ventured into the online marketplace. With a few taps on the wireless keyboard and touchscreen, he accessed the marketplace page. Instantly, the massive screen in the audiovisual room illuminated with a plethora of detailed item classifications. After selecting the attack method category and clicking thrice, a series of physical photographs of various secrets, alongside their names and prices, materialized on the screen. Destruction, category, firearm techniques, rating, ultimate, price, 100 billion huaxia coins, full price. 50 billion huaxia coins, half price, requiring 4-star contribution points. Ninefold Thunderblade, category, blade techniques, rating, ultimate, price, 100 billion huaxia coins, full price. 50 billion huaxia coins, half price, requiring 4-star contribution points. Phantom Blade Technique, category, blade techniques, rating, high, price, 10 billion huaxia coins, full price. 5 billion huaxia coins, half price, requiring 3-star contribution points. Misty Sword, category, sword techniques, rating, high, price, 3 billion huaxia coins, full price, 1. 5 billion huaxia coins, half price, requiring 3-star contribution points. As Luo Feng gazed at the extensive array of secrets, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that the legendary firearm technique destruction of the world's foremost expert, Hong, was available for purchase? And was the ninefold Thunderblade truly the technique of the second most powerful figure, the Thunder God? Captivated by the ultimate rated firearm and blade techniques, he was momentarily taken aback by the staggering prices. A full price of 100 billion? A half price of 50 billion, contingent upon achieving 4-star contribution points? 4-star contribution points equated to a staggering 10 million points. Luo Feng was acutely aware of the grading system for contribution points. Reaching 10,000 points signified a 1-star level, while 100,000 points represented 2 stars. Accumulating 1 million points would yield 3 stars, and attaining 10 million points would elevate 1 to 4 stars. The elusive 5-star level, requiring 50 million points, seemed almost an insurmountable challenge. Wait a moment. Luo Feng's eyes widened. The webpage detailing the destruction secret contained numerous offers. The complete 6 layers were priced at 100 billion huaxia coins, full price, and 50 billion huaxia coins, half price, requiring 4-star contribution points. The first 5 layers of the World Annihilation technique are priced at 40 billion Huaxia coins, full price, and 20 billion Huaxia coins, half price, requiring 4-star contribution points. The first 4 layers are priced at 15 billion Huaxia coins, full price, and 5 billion Huaxia coins, half price, requiring 3-star contribution points. The first layer costs 200 million Huaxia coins, full price, and 100 million Huaxia coins, half price, requiring 1-star contribution points. It is likely that the vast majority of martial artists will only be able to cultivate the first layer throughout their lives, unable to surpass into the second layer. This ultimate technique, indeed, is the attack method of the world's strongest practitioner. Luo Feng gazed at the brief introduction, astonished to discover that this firearm technique contained accompanying movements as well. Acquiring this set of techniques would mean obtaining both the movement and attack methods simultaneously. Luo Feng was certainly tempted. Alas, firstly, he practiced the sword, and secondly, the price was beyond his means. The ninefold Thunderblade, a technique of the same ultimate level as World Annihilation, captured Luo Feng's attention once more. If he had approached the World Annihilation with curiosity, he now viewed the ninefold Thunderblade with a sense of yearning and anticipation. The ninefold Thunderblade is a coveted technique for any swordsman. Upon closer inspection of the introduction, it stated that this set of ninefold Thunderblade is renowned worldwide as the most challenging sword technique to learn. It not only encompasses swordplay but also incorporates complementary movements and a unique guiding technique. The difficulty of mastering the ninefold Thunderblade arises from its demanding requirements for physical strength, muscle sensitivity, and other attributes. A sword technique with accompanying movements and a guiding technique? Luo Feng's heart leaped with joy. If the price were reasonable, he could perhaps acquire it. He scrutinized the pricing. The full 9 layers of the ninefold Thunderblade are priced at 100 billion Huaxia coins, full price, and 50 billion Huaxia coins, half price, requiring 4-star contribution points. The first 8 layers are priced at 50 billion Huaxia coins, full price, and 25 billion Huaxia coins, half price, requiring 4-star contribution points. The first 5 layers are priced at 2 billion Huaxia coins, full price, and 1 billion Huaxia coins, half price, requiring 3-star contribution points. The first 4 layers cost 500 million Huaxia coins, full price, and 250 million Huaxia coins, half price, requiring 2-star contribution points. The first 3 layers are priced at 200 million Huaxia coins, full price, and 100 million Huaxia coins, half price, requiring 2-star contribution points. The first 2 layers cost 100 million Huaxia coins, full price, and 50 million Huaxia coins, half price, requiring 2-star contribution points. The first layer is priced at 50 million Huaxia coins, full price, and 25 million Huaxia coins, half price, requiring 1-star contribution points. Upon observing these prices, it was evident that the ninefold Thunderblade, with its 9 layers, is notably more affordable compared to World Annihilation. However, Luo Feng furrowed his brow at a conspicuous red warning at the bottom of the webpage stating that the ninefold Thunderblade is an ultimate-level sword technique with extremely high difficulty in cultivation and a challenging entry. Many martial artists across the globe have attempted to learn this technique, but have failed to even grasp the first layer. Choosing this particular swordsmanship requires careful consideration. Luo Feng gazed at the prompt, filled with hesitation. Clearly, this technique was arduous to master, yet once perfected, its power would be undeniably formidable. Should he proceed with the purchase? After all, this was no trifling sum. In the dimly lit media room, the large screen displayed an introduction to the ninefold Thunderblade, while Luo Feng sat silently on the sofa, lost in contemplation. To truly acquire the ninefold Thunderblade was not a mere matter of a small expense. This amount, even for a martial artist, represented a staggering fortune. If one were to cultivate, one must strive for the best. With a resolute determination, Luo Feng clenched his teeth, his eyes shimmering with resolve. He believed wholeheartedly that he could master it. Throughout his life, Luo Feng had always been diligent and hardworking. As a mentalist, the psychic energy concealed within his sea of consciousness had coalesced into a dark golden sphere. He anticipated a significant leap in his strength and refused to believe he could not master the ninefold Thunderblade. Luo Feng held fast to a conviction, one that echoed the philosophy espoused by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, to pursue limits and transcend them. There was a common saying, those who do not aspire to be the world's foremost martial artist are not worthy of the title. The ninefold Thunderblade. I shall surely master it. Drawing a deep breath, Luo Feng gently tapped the touchscreen. Please confirm. Do you wish to purchase the first 3 levels of the ninefold Thunderblade for 100 million Huaxia coins? A prompt appeared on the screen, as this was Luo Feng's first purchase. According to the contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he was exempt from contribution point requirements and entitled to the most favorable pricing for his initial acquisition of combat techniques, agility skills, and swordsmanship manuals. He clicked to confirm. Please undergo fingerprint verification for final confirmation. A reminder appeared on the screen. Luo Feng placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner of the wireless keyboard. Beep. Fingerprint verification successful. Purchase complete. 100 million Huaxia coins have been deducted. The first 3 levels of the 9-fold Thunderblade will be delivered to Mr. Luo Feng's residence within 24 hours, as indicated by the successive prompts on the screen. Fortunately, according to my agreement with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, my first purchase allowed me to bypass contribution point restrictions and acquire it at the best price. Luo Feng felt his heart racing. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated, given that this was a staggering sum of 100 million Huaxia coins. Purchasing the Zhang family's townhouse would be a breeze with such an amount. Moreover, coming from a modest family background, depleting 1 billion was a thought that stirred considerable emotion within him. Thankfully, it wasn't his own money. Luo Feng grinned broadly. Having successfully acquired the manual, the next step was to procure weaponry, combat attire, and so forth. With a startup capital of 20 million, he aimed to save wherever possible. Luo Feng navigated to the weaponry list page, swiftly locating the Blood Shadow War Blade Series No. 2. Blood Shadow War Blade Series No. 2, Model 1. Price, 100,000 Huaxia coins. Full price, 50,000 Huaxia coins. Half price. Requirement, 1 contribution point. Blood Shadow War Blade Series No. 2, Model 2. Price, 500,000 Huaxia coins. Full price, 250,000 Huaxia coins. Half price. Requirement, 1 contribution point. Series No. 2, Model 5. Price, 6 million Huaxia coins. Full price, 3 million Huaxia coins. Half price. Requirement, 1 star contribution point. Luo Feng meticulously examined the descriptions of various weapon models, his brow furrowing in contemplation. My strength is advancing rapidly. I believe it will not be long before my physical capabilities reach the threshold of a high-level warrior. When I purchase weapons, it is only natural that I seek superior quality. An ordinary novice warrior typically requires only 2 or 3 weapons. Here, a contribution point costs merely 10,000 yuan. In truth, a single contribution point serves to distinguish the internal warriors of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall from those outside. After all, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall boasts an internal online marketplace, yet they also possess a physical weapons market accessible to other factions, who must pay the full price for their purchases. Given the pace at which my strength is escalating, I must acquire at least 5 or 6 models of the Blood Shadow Battle Blade. However, Luo Feng shook his head. This particular model demands a 1-star contribution point. A 1-star contribution point equates to a staggering 10,000 points. Initially, when I purchased the martial arts manual, I was exempt from contribution point requirements and could acquire it at the best price. Such privileges, however, were limited to the first purchase. Now, when acquiring weapons or combat gear, no such benefits apply. The full price for the 6th model of the Blood Shadow Battle Blade amounts to 20 million, while the 5th model costs 6 million. Luo Feng sighed. The 5th model is capable of battling most mid-level beast generals without concern for weapon degradation, whereas the 6th model can contend with the majority of high-level beast generals without fear of damage. Given my rapid ascent in strength, it is evident that lower-tier weapons are unsuitable. Full price? Far too exorbitant, he mused, turning to examine shields. Luo Feng opened the shield page and noted that the prices were significantly more reasonable than those of the battle blades. The 5th model, capable of withstanding mid-level beast generals, costs 3 million yuan at full price, or 1,500,000 at half price, yet the contribution point requirement remains a 1-star level. Next, he considered backpacks. In the wilderness, a backpack is a crucial piece of specialized gear. It must be of high quality and should not impede a warrior's movements during combat with beasts. The least expensive backpack demands only 1 contribution point, and acquiring a decent one costs merely 100,000 yuan. A smile crept onto Luo Feng's face. The combat communication watch, equipped with satellite positioning, time, and telephone functionalities, is reasonably priced at 100,000 yuan. In truth, these features are not particularly valuable. A phone costing a few hundred yuan today encompasses all these functions. The high price of the communication watch stems from its material quality. In the throes of battle, a beast's claw might strike the watch, necessitating durability that cannot be compromised. After examining the battle blades, shields, watches, and backpacks, only the complete combat suit, including battle boots, remained. Luo Feng had long been aware that a combat suit is typically the most expensive piece of equipment a warrior possesses. This is due to the necessity for not only superior defense, but also comfort, ensuring that it does not hinder the warrior's ability to evade and maneuver swiftly. Upon clicking to view the suit, he gasped in astonishment. My goodness, how exorbitant! Luo Feng was utterly astonished. Even the combat suit of the 5th tier, capable of withstanding intermediate beast generals, along with its accompanying armed guards and battle boots, commanded a staggering price of 18 million huaxia coins at full price. And even at half price, it was still 9 million. The full price for the 6th tier was an astonishing 80 million huaxia coins. He had anticipated the high cost of the combat suit, but had not expected that the 5th tier would be 3 times more expensive than the comparable battle blade. Upon calculation, with a standardized configuration of the 5th tier combat suit costing 18 million, the Blood Shadow battle blade at 6 million, and the shield at 3 million, the total came to 27 million. With a single star contribution point, he would only need 13.5 million. As for the combat wristwatch and backpack, they were mere trifles compared to the combat suit. He also needed to purchase flying knives, which could be controlled psychically from a distance. At the very least, he intended to acquire 6 or even 10. Luo Feng reopened the page for the flying knives. These small tools, being compact and lightweight, were naturally less expensive than the Blood Shadow battle blade. The full price for a 5th tier flying knife was merely 50,000 huaxia coins, while the 6th tier was priced at 300,000. However, the 7th tier flying knife commanded a staggering price of 3 million huaxia coins, with a half-price requirement of 1.5 million, requiring a 2-star contribution point, an increase of tenfold. A 7th tier flying knife, if wielded by someone sufficiently powerful, could indeed harm primary lord-level monsters. The disparity in pricing among these weapons was astonishing. He realized that his psychic prowess was formidable and would only grow rapidly. Initially, he had considered purchasing 7th tier flying knives, but at 3 million each, with a half-price requirement of a 2-star contribution point. Acquiring 5 or 6 would cost over 10 million. How could he possibly afford such expenses? This money was utterly insufficient. Luo Feng had believed that an initial capital of 20 million was substantial, but he now recognized the exorbitant prices of martial artists' equipment. Unbeknownst to Luo Feng, these prices were not unreasonable. It is essential to understand that lord-level monsters are impervious even to missile strikes. The fact that a flying knife can pierce through such a creature indicates the high material standards required for its construction. A price of 3 million huaxia coins for a single flying knife falls within a reasonable range. Indeed, martial artists often expend considerable sums on weapons and other equipment. However, the rewards from hunting formidable monsters in the future would also be substantial. Unfortunately, Luo Feng had yet to embark on his earning journey. The following morning, around 10 o'clock, a stranger arrived at Luo Feng's private garden in the Mingwei community. Mr. Luo Feng, this is the secret manual you purchased. It can be opened using your fingerprint. Luo Feng accepted the sealed alloy box handed to him, and as his finger glided across the top of the box, a beep sounded. Fingerprint verification successful. An electronic synthesized voice announced the opening of the box, revealing a book approximately 1 centimeter thick, accompanied by 2 discs. Ninefold Thunderblade. Luo Feng read the 4 characters inscribed on the cover. Mr. Luo Feng, please take a look and confirm your receipt with a signature. The delivery man smiled, though his gaze held a hint of envy. The Ninefold Thunderblade. It is beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. Mr. Luo Feng, I trust you are aware of the prohibitions that accompany the purchase of such manuals? The delivery man chuckled and reiterated the rules, according to the regulations. I must state once more that the copyright of the Ninefold Thunderblade manual belongs to its creator, the Thunder God. The purchaser only possesses the right to study. There is no authorization for dissemination. Copying, selling, or teaching the manual independently is strictly prohibited. Anyone who contravenes these rules will face a joint pursuit by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the Underground Alliance, and government forces. Luo Feng nodded, fully aware of this regulation. After the transaction was completed, the delivery man departed. This single manual, accompanied by 2 discs, cost an astonishing 100 million huaxia coins. Standing in his garden, Luo Feng couldn't help but reflect on how lucrative the creation of manuals could be. For instance, the Thunder God, with his Ninefold Thunderblade, profited immensely with every additional purchase. A brief calculation made it easy to fathom just how much the Thunder God had earned. However, for someone like him, who founded the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, money had lost much of its significance. As Luo Feng prepared to enter his home, a voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw the principal instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Wu Tong. Uncle Wu, Luo Feng greeted with a smile. I just saw the delivery man from headquarters. Did you buy something? Wu Tong chuckled, indeed. Luo Feng nodded. Ninefold Thunderblade. Wu Tong's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the title on the cover. You. My boy actually splurged on this. He continued, such manuals are tightly controlled by major factions worldwide. Fortunately, you're not spending my money. Luo Feng smiled, but then sighed. However, I must admit that I find my funds are rather insufficient at the moment. The expenses for purchasing battle blades, combat gear, and the like are quite substantial. By the way, Luo Feng, I came to inform you of something important. Wu Tong said with a grin. Recently, there was a young man named Zhang Haobai who crossed paths with you, correct? Luo Feng was taken aback. Zhang Haobai? He hadn't yet sought him out for retribution. Yes, he did attempt to hire someone to break my limbs, Luo Feng confirmed with a nod. Indeed, Wu Tong explained, Zhang Haobai's uncle, Zhang Ziu, is a martial artist at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. He has sought the help of the principal instructor here in Yangzhou City to mediate on his behalf, intending to settle the matter privately. Luo Feng, you're in need of money, aren't you? This could be a lucrative opportunity for you. Luo Feng felt a spark of interest. Within the database of the Extreme Martial Arts Forum, there were numerous posts detailing disputes among martial artists. For instance, in Huaxia, martial artists are subject to government oversight and legal constraints within the 6 major base cities. However, once they venture beyond these confines into the territories inhabited by monsters, such regulations no longer apply. These areas are battlegrounds, devoid of legal constraints, where martial artists frequently walk the line between life and death, leading to conflicts that result in fatalities. The various martial arts halls, along with the government, are keen to prevent such occurrences, recognizing that martial artists are humanity's invaluable asset and a powerful tool against monsters. They do not wish to see excessive losses from internal strife among martial artists. Thus, the concept of private negotiations has emerged. Grievances are settled at the negotiation table. If a resolution cannot be reached, that is a matter for another discussion. Luo Feng, you are but a novice, having just entered the realm of martial artists. It is wise to keep your enemies few, remarked Chief Instructor Wu Tong with a smile. You are at the beginning of your journey and in need of funds. Indeed, Luo Feng nodded in agreement. It is best to settle matters privately, Uncle Wu. Yet Zhang Haobai should not be let off lightly. Had I been weaker, I could have truly suffered grievous injuries that day. Naturally, Wu Tong replied with a serious nod. If we allow them to go unpunished, they might think that our Extreme Martial Arts Academy is afraid of them. Uncle Wu, how much do you think is appropriate? Luo Feng inquired, acknowledging his unfamiliarity with the customs and seeking guidance. Wu Tong pondered for a moment and stated, if the one who provoked you is merely an ordinary individual, it would be best not to demand more than 50 million Huaxia dollars. However, as you are an elite of our academy, the minimum should be set at 10 million Huaxia dollars. You may choose a figure anywhere between 10 and 50 million. Luo Feng contemplated and nodded thoughtfully. If you agree, I shall inform them to meet tonight, Wu Tong declared with a smile. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Wu, Luo Feng replied with a grin. Oh, so that is how it is. The compensation indeed intertwines with matters of face. Having perused numerous posts, Luo Feng finally felt somewhat prepared for the negotiations that awaited him in the evening. Xiaofeng, dinner is ready, came the voice of his mother, Gong Xinlan, from downstairs. Coming. Mom. Luo Feng switched off the power and promptly descended the stairs. In the hall below, both his father and mother held bowls of rice, while a maid was busy cooking. Your younger brother is at the Lotus Pond Park. He just called and will be here shortly, his father, Luo Honghua, said with a smile. Nearby, his mother, Gong Xinlan, chuckled softly. Xiaofeng, your brother has a girlfriend now. A girlfriend? Luo Feng was taken aback. While it is true that the world is filled with individuals with disabilities, such as soldiers who, despite their impairments from battles with beasts, still find love, his brother had only just moved in a month ago. How could he have found a girlfriend in such a short time? Xiaofeng, do not heed what your mother says. Your brother is just seeing a girl, but they have yet to reach that stage, Luo Honghua chuckled. Regardless, it is a good thing for my brother to be in a relationship, Luo Feng thought, feeling pleased. Whether the romance succeeds or fails, it is ultimately an experience of life, beneficial for his brother. In Yizhou district of Yangzhou City, Tiandu Garden Community, Uncle, Zhang Haobai looked at his uncle, Zhang Ziu. For days, he had lived in fear, dreading the arrival of the security bureau to apprehend him. Ahu, as long as we can protect Haobai, enduring some losses is of little consequence, Zhang Zilong could not help but say. Elder brother, rest assured. Zhang Zihu, tall and imposing, exuded an aura akin to a fearsome beast. He grinned, revealing his pearly teeth. That little wretch Luo Feng, merely a novice martial artist. He has only battled the weakest of beasts raised within the military district. Now that he has become a martial artist, he understands the rules. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. If he should dare, it would be akin to courting death. Seeing his uncle's confidence, Zhang Zilong and his son, Zhang Haobai, both felt a sense of relief. Very well, leave it to me, Zhang Zihu said as he waved his hand and walked outside. There, a heavily modified 6-wheeled Hummer stood parked, with someone inside peering out and chuckling. Brother who, all set? Yes, let's go pick up Oldly. And then head to the Extreme Club, Zhang Zihu replied as he climbed into the vehicle. All right. The powerful rumble of the 6-wheeled Hummer echoed as it swiftly departed from Tiandu Garden. As dusk fell over Yangzhou City, in the Mingyue community, A reception room on the second floor of the Extreme Club was filled with a group of people, including Luo Feng. Xiao Feng, what a coincidence. Today, both Uncle Kong and Brother Chen are here. Wu Tong laughed heartily. Luo Feng greeted the two individuals beside Wu Tong. One was lean, his face marred by a deep scar that bisected it, instilling a sense of dread in those who met his gaze. The other was robust, with thick brows and fierce eyes, exuding warmth. Brother Chen, Uncle Kong, Luo Feng called out. These two were not ordinary individuals. Currently, the Extreme Club in Yangzhou housed 3 martial artists of the Battle General rank, Chief Instructor Wu Tong, Canon Xingu, and Eagle Blade Kong Quan. Wu Tong had retired from battling monsters, while both Canon Xingu and Eagle Blade Kong Quan frequently left the base city to hunt beasts. They were the leaders among the martial artists in Minghui community. Xiao Feng, we are well aware of your situation. Rest assured, we will stand up for you. Canon Xingu declared with a hearty laugh. Damn it, no matter how arrogant the Lightning Martial Arts School is, they won't dare to bully us. Indeed. Eagle Blade Kong Quan nodded slightly. Moments later, in the reception room, people from the Extreme Club and the Lightning Club settled on opposite sides. The Extreme Club had over 20 members, while the Lightning Club had merely 8. Wu Tong, it is indeed true that Tiger's nephew is at fault. A burly man with a thick beard chuckled, but he's just a kid, barely old enough to understand anything. Besides, he is an ordinary person, not a martial artist. There's no need to hold a grudge against him. Oldly, spare us the trivialities, Wu Tong replied with a smile. The matter is quite clear. You have come here for a private settlement, have you not? Kaishan Hu, speak up. Zhang Zihu, known as Kaishan Hu in martial circles, wielded a massive dual-handed mountain-cutting knife and was renowned for his ferocity. Director Wu, Zhang Zihu said with a slight smile, his gaze shifting to Luo Feng. Perhaps it would be best if little Luo addresses this himself. Little Luo, how would you prefer to resolve this matter? Silence. Eagle Blade Kong Quan interjected, glaring fiercely. Luo Feng is our brother in the Extreme Club. You have no right to address him as little Luo. Zhang Zihu was taken aback. For Eagle Blade Kong Quan was a formidable figure in the martial arts community, and Zhang Zihu dared not provoke him. Mr. Zhang, Luo Feng rose and smiled faintly. I feel a bit embarrassed having my brother step in on my behalf. To be honest, while Zhang Hao by breaking my legs is a minor issue, the fact that he dared to strike my father is simply unacceptable. Luo Feng exclaimed, his eyes blazing with intensity. Zhang Zihu was startled, causing the martial artists present from the Extreme Hall to chuckle. This renowned figure, Zhang Zihu, was a seasoned warrior, currently at the advanced fighter level, just a step away from becoming a general. The audacity of Luo Feng to puff up and glare at him left the martial artist from the Extreme Hall feeling that this young lad possessed considerable courage. Humph. Luo Feng, what do you plan to do? Speak. Zhang Zihu's displeasure was evident, his countenance darkening. Luo Feng smiled. Zhang Zihu's anger? He genuinely did not care. Setting aside future considerations, Luo Feng's physical prowess was already above average for a mid-level fighter, approaching the advanced level. As for his mental prowess, considering the disparity between physical and mental levels, it was at least akin to that of a junior general. In essence, 5 million yuan, I, Luo Feng, am extending you a courtesy. Let this matter conclude here, Luo Feng stated with a smile. You truly are asking for a king's ransom, 50 million. Zhang Zihu's eyes widened in disbelief. This price is excessive, Director Li of the Thunderbolt Hall remarked with a frown. Luo Feng merely smiled, remaining silent. That price is not unreasonable, Director Wu Tong of the Extreme Hall interjected with a smile. Luo Feng, I shall offer you a sum, 5 million. For that amount, let us consider this matter settled, and grant me a favor. Otherwise, it would be seen as disregarding my authority. Zhang Zihu glared intently at Luo Feng. 5 million. The individuals from the Extreme Hall frowned. Given the presence of Canon Xingu and Eagle Blade Kong Quan today, such a low price was hardly worthy of their respect. To offer so little would be to show no regard. Otherwise, is that how it is? Luo Feng glared back, declaring, Zhang Zihu, let me state this clearly, 50 million. Not a penny less. If you attempt to negotiate down, prepare to visit the security bureau to meet your nephew. Zhang Zihu, enraged to the point of laughter, was astonished that this newcomer dared to show him such disrespect. 50 million, not a cent less. His eyes glinted with menace, as if he were ready to devour his opponent. Yet, Luo Feng remained unfazed. He had browsed numerous posts on Extreme Home and understood that during negotiations, the worst faux pas was for one party to concede, yielding represented weakness. Moreover, this situation favored Luo Feng, as it was only logical that the party at fault should offer an apology. However, Zhang Zihu arrived with an air of arrogance, clearly attempting to bully Luo Feng for being a newcomer. Unfortunately for Zhang Zihu, Luo Feng was not easily intimidated. Very well, heed my words, Director Wu Tong interjected. Luo Feng, alongside the mountaineer tiger, you all must take a step back. 30 million yuan would suffice. Zhang Zihu, this amount is not excessive for you. Present this sum, and let this matter be resolved. Luo Feng, you have no objections, correct? Luo Feng nodded, affirming, let us proceed as Uncle Wu suggests. Mountaineer Tiger, what say you? Wu Tong turned his gaze toward Zhang Zihu. In the meeting room, every eye was fixed on Zhang Zihu, who, in a fit of rage, stood up and laughed maniacally. You expect me to bow to this little brat? Dream on. Oldly, you lot, we're leaving. I would rather donate 100 million to the country than settle for 30 million privately. Zhang Zihu sneered at Luo Feng, scoffing, kid. Being a warrior is not as easy as it seems. Once you leave the base city, you will understand just how fearsome the monsters truly are. The various perilous situations arise with such suddenness. They are incomparable to the monstrous town of the military district, where the beasts are domesticated and their wildness is significantly diminished. I sincerely hope you do not meet an untimely demise, for how could we engage in our playful banter in the future? By the way, allow me to remind you that I am not far from reaching the rank of battle general. How long will it take you to attain that status? Furthermore, do you possess the means to sustain such longevity? Luo Feng offered a faint smile, expressing his gratitude to Mr. Zhang Zihu for his concern. However, he advised, perhaps you should contemplate how to prepare 100 million for the country to secure your nephew's future. With a huff, Zhang Zihu's expression darkened. Let us depart. 100 million indeed. The artillery officer Chen Gu let out a deliberate caw from the side. Zhang Zihu and his entourage said little further and exited promptly. As they left, a commotion erupted among the members of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall within the conference room. Zhang Zihu's temperament was indeed as foul as the legend suggested. It was clear that despite his nephew's faults, he would not concede. Wu Tong chuckled, shaking his head, preferring to pay 100 million rather than settle for 30 million. The martial arts hall earns contribution points, as does the nation. Those who have rendered service to the country are awarded contribution points commensurate with their contributions. Accumulating 10,000 points grants one a 1-star rating, while 100,000 points elevates 1 to 2 stars, mirroring the system of the martial arts halls. The heroic Dong Nanbiao, who single-handedly slayed the tiger-headed demon serpent along the banks of the Yangtze River, saving countless lives at the cost of his own, was posthumously honored with a 4-star hero designation. Contributions to the martial arts hall can garner contribution points, much like donations to the nation. One can obtain 1 contribution point for every 10,000 huaxia coins, and 100 million huaxia coins equate to 10,000 contribution points, which is a 1-star status. Should Zhang Zihu refuse to negotiate with Luo Feng, the sole recourse would be to donate 100 million to the country on behalf of his nephew, thereby granting him the necessary contribution points to achieve 1-star status. As a 1-star citizen, Zhang Haobai would enjoy certain privileges, ensuring he would not face severe penalties for a mere conflict with Luo Feng. Even if he contributed 100 million to the state to elevate his nephew to 1-star status, a 1-star citizen could still face repercussions for offending a martial artist. Even if not sentenced to prison, he would likely endure 3 to 5 months of detention, suffering the consequences. The artillery officer Chen Gu shook his head, remarking, if he refuses to bow down, who can be blamed? With wealth, he seems indifferent. The martial artists of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall erupted in laughter. Luo Feng, Director Wu Tong, said with a smile, as per Supervisor Zhuge's instructions, I am arranging for you to join a team of battle general-level warriors. This will provide you with greater opportunities for training beyond the base city, as well as enhanced safety. I have also negotiated for you to join the Firehammer team. The Firehammer team? Luo Feng nodded slightly. Supervisor Zhuge indeed valued him, allowing him to join a team of battle general-level warriors right from the outset. The teams that venture beyond the base city into the wilderness to hunt monsters vary in strength. Typically, a single battle general-level warrior suffices to classify a team as such. Luo Feng, the artillery officer Chen Gu clapped him on the shoulder and laughed heartily. I am the vice-captain of the Firehammer team. From this moment on, you shall accompany me, and I shall shield you. However, Luo Feng, it is imperative that I candidly express this upfront. Our Firehammer squad will afford you certain opportunities for training, enabling you to acclimate to the brutal skirmishes with those monstrous adversaries. Yet, you must also exert yourself diligently and not rely solely on the assistance of your fellow squad members. Should you fail to adapt after the initial mission, we shall regrettably have to expel you from the squad. Brother Chen, I comprehend. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. The martial arts squad operates on the precipice of life and death. If there exists even a single liability within our ranks, it would indeed have a significant impact. Your understanding reassures me. Moreover, Canon Shingu inquired with a grin, have you procured your weaponry and equipment yet? Not yet. I intend to acquire superior weaponry. However, such esteemed weaponry can only be purchased at half price upon reaching a 1-star contribution point. Luo Feng replied with a hint of resignation. Indeed, the director Wu Tong concurred. Generally, for cold weapons and firearms, it is acceptable to have others assist in their procurement. Naturally, various manuals and secret techniques must not be entrusted to others for purchase. Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He was well aware of this. For instance, the ninefold Thunderblade he had acquired would be recorded in the information database of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the Underground Alliance, and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, noting that Luo Feng had purchased the first 3 levels of the ninefold Thunderblade. Thus, he would have no issues employing the technique in the future. Conversely, if Yang Wu, who had never purchased such a manual, were to execute the ninefold Thunderblade, he would be apprehended upon discovery for the illicit act of plagiarism and dissemination of the ninefold Thunderblade manual, thus infringing upon the Thunder God's ownership of the technique. Without purchase, one lacks the qualification to cultivate. If one were to delegate the purchase to another, the database would only reflect the information of the buyer, devoid of the purchaser's own record, rendering one hesitant to cultivate. However, when it comes to weaponry, there exists no notion of copyright. Luo Feng nodded and promptly sought pen and paper to jot down his notes. The unified equipment comprising 5 series. The complete combat attire at half price amounts to 9 million, the Blood Shadow Warblade of the 2nd series at 3 million, a 5 series shield at 1.5 million, and 10 flying knives of the 6th series totaling 1.5 million. The grand total comes to 15 million. Adding in the backpack, communication watch, and various minor tools, Luo Feng's equipment was thus complete. In the training hall on the 2nd floor of Luo Feng's home, the morning sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the entire space. Dressed in loose training attire, Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the floor, barefoot. The expansive training hall, exceeding 100 square meters, was eerily empty, with only Luo Feng seated in the center, his eyes fixed upon a manual before him, Ninefold Thunderblade. It is said that the Ninefold Thunderblade is exceedingly difficult to master. I wonder just how challenging it truly is. Luo Feng opened the manual and began to read. Upon turning to the first page, the word fast leapt out at him in bold letters, akin to a blade of light rushing towards him, causing his heart to tremble. It is noteworthy that this is merely a photocopy of the original Ninefold Thunderblade manual. Yet even the word fast inscribed in ink could send a shiver down his spine. One can only imagine the formidable nature of the Thunder God who conceived this technique. Luo Feng continued to peruse the text. Among all martial arts, nothing is impenetrable, only speed is invincible. The faster your blade, to the point of absolute swiftness, the more invulnerable you become. As Luo Feng opened the homepage, he was greeted by the flourishing script, reflecting the essence of Hong's ultimate technique, world extinction. His most formidable move approached the limits of speed, capable of shaking the heavens and earth, rendering all things imperishable. My creation, Ninefold Thunderblade, embodies a single principle, swiftness. Turning to the second page, Luo Feng pondered, why does speed possess such tremendous power? Firstly, when your blade moves with such velocity that your opponent cannot react, you can slice their throat before they even have the chance to strike back. Even if your strength is merely 1/10 of theirs, their throat will surely succumb to your keen edge. Thus, swiftness allows you to exploit your opponent's vulnerabilities. Moreover, speed amplifies the might of your blade. According to the energy calculation, the blade's attacking force equals 0.52. In other words, with a fixed mass, the faster the blade, the more terrifying the energy it harbors. When speed reaches a certain threshold, even a column of water can pierce through steel, and a mere piece of paper can slice through iron. Speed renders your adversary defenseless and equips your blade with an invincible force. Whether viewed from the perspective of targeting weaknesses or absolute strength, enhancing the speed of your blade is the optimal strategy. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. Indeed, this principle is well comprehended by the majority of martial artists in contemporary society. Only by reaching the extremes of speed can one become invincible. Many warriors know this truth, yet few can successfully apply it in practice. The description of the Thunder God within the manual radiates boundless confidence. My creation, the Ninefold Thunderblade, grants me the world's swiftest blade, as well as the fastest speed and the strongest physique. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Ninefold Thunderblade encompasses a complete system of body techniques, the Ninefold Source Guiding Technique, and a comprehensive set of sword techniques. Among these, the guiding technique is fundamental. Only through the guiding technique can one attain a formidable physique. Physical quality is paramount. Swordsmanship and body techniques are mere skills, demanding relentless training and insight. Continuing to peruse the manual, Luo Feng discovered that the guiding techniques comprise 3 chapters, while the Ninefold Source Guiding Technique contains 9 parts. Similarly, the sword techniques in this manual are limited to the first 3 tiers, as are the body techniques. Luo Feng meticulously read every word. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed the sun blazing fiercely. The August sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the training hall with a dazzling brilliance. It was truly remarkable. Luo Feng was utterly captivated by the ninefold thunderblade crafted by the Thunder God. Although it only detailed the first 3 tiers, those alone left him astounded. In comparison, the so-called techniques circulating online were but fireflies in the presence of the sun. Determined to test this sword technique, Luo Feng carefully placed the manual in a corner of the training hall. He then retrieved the Blood Shadow Battle Blade from beside him, drawing it with a swift motion. The Blood Shadow Battle Blade measures 101 centimeters in total length, with a blade length of 78 centimeters and a width of 52 centimeters. This weapon had long been sharpened. Constructed from secondary-grade Kroll alloy, the Blood Shadow Warblade, even at half price, commands a staggering sum of 3 million, with a weight of 112 kilograms. Commence. In the center of the training hall, Luo Feng stands, wielding the Blood Shadow Warblade, striking with fervor time and again. An ordinary person, when exerting their full strength in a single swing, utilizes 100% of their power. In contrast, a practitioner of the ninefold Thunderblade employs merely 70% of their strength for each strike. Upon delivering the initial force, they strive to channel a second wave of power, equally 70%. The cumulative effect of these two forces results in an impressive 140% of power. The ninefold Thunderblade is categorized into 9 levels. The first level allows the practitioner to unleash an additional hidden force, thus achieving 140% of their strength. The second level permits the release of 2 additional hidden forces, resulting in a total of 210%. The third level enables 3 additional hidden forces, summoning 280%. By the 9th level, one can unleash 9 additional hidden forces, reaching an astonishing 700% of their original strength. What does this imply? It signifies that a novice warrior, if they can master the 9th level of the ninefold Thunderblade, would nearly rival a junior battle general. It is indeed a formidable challenge, as the rumors have suggested. Mastering the ninefold Thunderblade is exceedingly difficult. The initiation is already so daunting. Luo Feng persistently swung the blade hundreds of times, endeavoring to discover if he could layer an additional hidden force atop his strikes. Yet, he found it utterly unattainable. It is far too challenging. Understand that the act of swinging the blade occurs in an instant. In that fleeting moment, to simultaneously summon internal power while executing the initial strike is simply beyond reach. One must not be overly ambitious. The first tier of the ninefold Thunderblade consists of 18 techniques. According to the manual, practicing these 18 techniques is beneficial for comprehending the power release of the first level of the ninefold Thunderblade. Luo Feng nodded. As the adage goes, reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. With enough repetition of these 18 techniques and a modicum of insight, one can naturally grasp their essence. Xiao Feng, dinner is ready. Hurry up, Xiao Feng. The voices of his parents echoed from downstairs. As for the body movements and techniques of the ninefold Thunderblade, Luo Feng had yet to master even the first level. Though he had not achieved mastery, Luo Feng's agility had notably improved, and his control over the blade's power had become much more refined. While he could not instantaneously unleash a hidden force, he could at least exert precise control over his muscular strength, markedly better than before. In solitude within the training hall, Luo Feng began donning his combat attire. He secured 5 throwing knives to the outer thigh of his pants, adorned his feet with alloy combat boots, and put on a tactical vest. His arms and hands were protected by wrist guards, and he carried a martial artist's backpack, a hexagonal shield, and the Blood Shadow Warblade. A communication watch was affixed to the wrist guard on his right hand. His backpack was stocked with water and high-energy food supplies. Today, August 28th, marks my first departure from the base city to officially commence my mission. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Indeed, today is the day the Firehammer Squad sets forth. Luo Feng. Came the call of the cannon commander, Chun Gu, from outside. I am coming. Luo Feng acknowledged with a nod and swiftly descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he beheld his father, Luo Honghua, and his mother, Gong Xinlan, standing nearby, while his younger brother, Luo Hua, sat silently in a wheelchair, all gazing at him. They were acutely aware that today marked Luo Feng's departure from the base city into the wilderness. The wilderness, a term encompassing all territories beyond human-based cities, included derelict towns, suburbs, mountainous regions, forests, lakes, and more. Be careful, Xiao Feng, Gong Xinlan implored, unable to restrain her concern. Don't worry, Mom, Luo Feng replied with a reassuring smile, nodding towards his father before turning to his brother, Luo Hua. Wedding candy? So soon? You've only known that girl for less than 2 months, haven't you? Luo Feng teased. What's wrong with having strong feelings? Luo Hua retorted proudly. Observing Luo Feng clad in combat attire alongside another imposing figure, similarly equipped, as they swiftly departed, the Luo family remained silent for a considerable time. Come on, Luo Feng. The three of us are heading to the Alliance Mall to meet up with the captain and then set off for the wilderness, Chen-gu instructed. Yes, Brother Chun. Luo Feng responded as he, Chen-gu, and another man armed with an iron spear boarded a luxury vehicle designated for the Extreme Association and set off promptly. Jiangnan Bay City, one of the 6 major bay cities in Huaxia, was exceedingly prosperous, boasting a towering skyscraper with 88 floors. The facade of this edifice prominently displayed 2 brilliant English letters. Surrounding the first floor was a beautiful plaza, home to the largest fountain in all of Jiangnan Bay City, where over 1,000 armed soldiers patrolled, forbidding any outsiders from stepping within. Passers-by gazed at the skyscraper with curiosity and envy, as the vast majority of the city's populace had never set foot inside. Beep. An electronic announcement resonated. The patrolling soldiers immediately parted to allow a military off-road vehicle, adorned with insignia, to enter and park at the lobby entrance of the skyscraper. The doors swung open, revealing 3 fully armed warriors, some wielding iron spears, others brandishing swords and shields, or carrying large iron crates. Sir, please enter, the doorman at the skyscraper's lobby greeted respectfully. The 3 warriors proceeded directly into the building. Come, Luo Feng, let us sit at the bar nearby and wait for the captain, Chen-gu suggested with a smile. I haven't met the captain yet. I wonder what he's like, Luo Feng replied with a grin, keenly observing the Alliance Mall. This establishment was a clandestine coalition formed by the world's super families and conglomerates, serving as their headquarters in Jiangnan Bay City, and the building epitomized opulence. The lobby floor gleamed with a reflective shine, and even the simplest decorations were extraordinary. The waitstaff, handsome men and graceful women. Each bore smiles that warmed the heart like a gentle spring breeze. Gentlemen, would you care for a drink? One of the waitstaff inquired with a slight bow and a smile. Iron Buddha tea, and pu'er tea, with a hint of jasmine. Chen-gu and Zhang Ke, both seasoned martial artists, spoke directly, leaving Luo Feng somewhat astonished. During their time at the Extreme Club, these two were often seen indulging in drinks together. Zhang Ke, with arms as robust as those of a gibbon, chuckled, Luo Feng, one must exercise caution in the wilderness. Drinking is strictly prohibited. Luo Feng suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, one could not afford to be careless in the wild. May I have a cup of pu'er tea as well? He responded with a smile. The first floor serves as a reception and relaxation area, while the second floor houses the marketplace for various goods, Chen-gu elaborated. At the Underground Alliance marketplace, prices are generally lower than those in the Extreme Home's online store, though they are higher than our internal half-price offerings. Luo Feng nodded, understanding that the half-price was a privilege reserved for the personnel of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The greatest advantage of the Underground Alliance marketplace, Chen-gu continued, is that we can sell materials harvested from the beasts we hunt at higher prices. If sold to the Academy, the price is relatively low, but we receive contribution points in return. Selling to the Underground Alliance yields a higher monetary reward but no contribution points. The choice, of course, is entirely yours. Luo Feng smiled, having encountered similar discussions on the martial artist forum. Selling to the Academy provides both contribution points and currency, while the Underground Alliance offers only money, albeit at a premium. Brother Wong, you've been awake for most of the night. You should rest. I can handle things here, a clear and gentle voice interrupted. Luo Feng, who had been holding a teacup, turned abruptly, as if jolted by electricity. Behind the bar stood a young woman in a white shirt and black trousers, exchanging shifts with another manager. The bar had 12 servers and 1 manager, operating 24 hours a day with 3 shifts. Su Xian. Luo Feng gazed in disbelief at the bar's manager, who exuded an air of natural elegance and professionalism. To serve as a manager in the Underground Alliance's reception hall was a privilege not afforded to just anyone. This was a venue specifically for martial artists. Su Xian has transformed completely from that simple high school girl of the past, he mused. Chen-gu, Zhang-gu, I'll step over for a moment. With his backpack, shield, and battle knife resting on the sofa, Luo Feng rose with a smile and approached the bar. Inside, Su Xian was examining the stock of drinks when a familiar voice called out her name. Su Xian. She was taken aback. In the first floor hall, those who knew her by her given name typically addressed her as Manager Su. The martial artists around her usually remained unaware of her actual name. Surprised, she looked up to find Luo Feng peering in from outside the bar. As their eyes met, both felt a sudden flutter in their hearts. Luo Feng, what brings you here? Su Xian exclaimed, regaining her composure and smiling as she stood. If you can be here, why can't I? Luo Feng replied playfully. Luo Feng smiled as he gazed at the young lady before him, reminiscing about his high school days when he would sit at the back of the classroom, silently admiring Su Xian from afar. He had harbored a secret infatuation for quite some time, but never found the moment to express it. He had thought he would never see Su Xian again, yet unexpectedly, He encountered her in the Alliance Mall just before his first journey into the wilderness. Ah, Luo Feng. You have become a warrior? Su Xian exclaimed in surprise, noticing his attire. Yes, I am heading to the wilderness soon, Luo Feng replied with a smile. The wilderness? Su Xian's expression shifted slightly. Outside the base city. The entire land is referred to as the wilderness, a realm synonymous with death for those living within the safety of the base city, teeming with all manner of monsters. There are sinister and cunning creatures, as well as powerful and savage beings, including many that are nearly invincible. Such a place can only be traversed by the strong warriors among humanity, who dare to confront the monsters within. Su Xian was taken aback to discover that Luo Feng had become a warrior and was about to enter the wilderness. However, neither of them addressed the implications of this revelation. Luo Feng, the captain is here. Come over, Chenggu called out. I'll be right there. Luo Feng said to Su Xian. Okay, she nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Feng, these two are the renowned Wei brothers, known as the twin crescent blades, Wei Tai and Wei Qing. Chenggu introduced. The Wei brothers nodded at Luo Feng, removing their shields and curved blades as they settled down. Brother Tai, Brother Qing. Luo Feng greeted them with a smile. The members of the Firehammer squad were all significantly older than Luo Feng, at least a decade his senior, making him appear quite youthful among the group. This is our squad leader, Gao Feng of the Twin Windhammers, Chenggu said, prompting Luo Feng to observe the captain closely. Gao Feng was not particularly tall, just over 6 feet, but his physique was remarkably robust, resembling a figure forged from steel. Gao Feng grinned, and his facial muscles seemed to coalesce like rock. Luo Feng, since you wield a blade as well, make sure to learn from Wei Tai and Wei Qing when we enter the wilderness. You have considerable talent. I believe you will quickly become an integral part of our team. Yes, Luo Feng nodded, determined to ensure he would not be a burden to this elite squad of warriors. Let us take a short break. We will depart shortly, Gao Feng announced. Yes, Captain. The 5 members, including Luo Feng, replied in unison. Merely 20 minutes later, after finishing their tea, Gao Feng and the others stood up. Let us go. It's time to venture into the wilderness. Luo Feng promptly strapped on his Blood Shadow battle blade and shield. Luo Feng, a voice called out. He turned to see Su Xian, her chest rising and falling slightly. For reasons unknown, the thought of Luo Feng soon entering the perilous wilderness caused her heart to race. Perhaps she felt a unique sentiment for this boy she had secretly admired during their high school years. Luo Feng looked at Su Xian. In a few days, I will begin university. However, during the weekends, I will be here managing, Su Xian shouted. You must come visit then. Upon uttering these words, Su Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. All right, I shall definitely come, she declared. Luo Feng offered a slight smile. To have made such swift progress is quite impressive. Chenggu remarked, playfully patting Luo Feng's shoulder and laughing heartily. Such is the advantage of youth. Beautiful women are drawn to you. Gao Feng chimed in with laughter as well. Since they had decided to welcome Luo Feng into the Firehammer squad, they naturally regarded him as one of their own. Luo Feng merely smiled in response. Let's go. Get in the car. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad boarded the Alliance's vehicle, heading directly to the train station to depart from the base city toward the wilderness area. Several hundred miles to the north of Jiangnan Base City lies a military district. The train rumbled to a halt at the military station. One by one, fully armed warriors disembarked, numbering over 20, who seamlessly divided into 4 small teams. Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The warrior supply base, nestled within the military district, boasts tranquil buildings amidst a splendid environment. Firehammer Squad. You will reside in Building 6 for your rest. An officer at the supply base handed a key to Gao Feng, the squad leader, while playfully patting his shoulder. Old Gao, how long are you planning to hunt this time? If you come across anything valuable, do consider selling it to me at the Underground Alliance. I guarantee a handsome price. Inside the supply base, although many of the staff donned military uniforms, they came from various sources: Extreme Martial Arts School, Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, Government Forces, and the Underground Alliance. They not only provided services, but also procured precious materials from the bodies of monsters for the warriors. Haha, sounds good. Gao Feng laughed heartily. Quickly arrange for someone to prepare our lunch. The supply base is not particularly vast. 6 is over there. The Firehammer squad swiftly located the 3-story building marked with the number 6. As the key embedded with a chip slid across the door, it swung open. Until the squad left the supply base, the building was theirs to utilize. I need to lie down for a bit. I didn't sleep well last night, Chenggu said, dropping 2 heavy iron boxes and leaping onto the sofa, stretching lazily. Rest now. We officially depart tonight, so everyone should be well rested. Captain Gao Feng instructed. Understood. Zhang Ku and the brothers wielding the crescent blades replied with smiles, evidently well acquainted with the routine. Departing tonight? Luo Feng expressed surprise, feeling slightly embarrassed. Although he had perused numerous posts, he had not paid attention to this detail. Luo Feng's gaze drifted through the floor-to-ceiling window, spotting figures within the supply base. Gu, look, isn't that Zhang Zihu? At that moment, Zhang Zihu was seen wrapped in bandages, with faint traces of blood on the sandbags. He had evidently sustained injuries and was recuperating at the supply base. Gu turned his head to look. Indeed, it is Zhang Zihu. Hey, Gu approached the doorway, calling out triumphantly, Mountain Tiger, what happened to you? Weren't you perfectly fine last time? How did you end up like this? Outside. As Zhang Zihu strolled and chatted with his companions, he turned his gaze and immediately spotted Gu and Luo Feng at the entrance of the small building. His teeth clenched in irritation as he suppressed his anger, and instead, he let out a loud derisive laugh. Chen Depeo. Your Hammer Squad is supposed to be an elite team, yet you've brought along a rookie? Aren't you afraid this burden will drag your entire team down? Generally, elite squads that synergize well are reluctant to include newcomers. Even if a rookie possesses good physical attributes, their lack of experience can lead to failures at critical moments, ultimately hindering seasoned members. After exchanging a few barbed remarks with Gu, Zhang Zihu fell silent, chastened by the admonition of their leader, Gao Feng. Although he sometimes dared to spar with Gu, he would never challenge Gao Feng, a master of cold weaponry, especially since Gu wielded firearms. The pinnacle of expertise with firearms typically only reached the junior warrior level, as such weapons could only threaten creatures of that caliber. Zhang Zihu was tantalizingly close to achieving the warrior status himself. Damn it, I never anticipated that Luo Feng would end up in the Hammer Squad. Zhang Zihu seethed as he walked alongside his teammates, cursing under his breath. He had thought Luo Feng would be mingling with a mere band of ordinary martial artists. In that case, he could have taught him a severe lesson, making him aware of the consequences of crossing him. Yet, he had joined the Hammer Squad instead. The thought gnawed at Zhang Zihu. That young man next to Gu is the one who cost you 100 million, right? Inquired a one-eyed middle-aged man beside him. Yes, that's him. The mere recollection of his elder brother's anxiousness and the terror on Zhang Haobai's face as he was taken away by the security bureau fueled Zhang Zihu's fury further. He had once guaranteed his brother and nephew's safety. Although he later spent a fortune to secure his nephew's release, Zhang Haobai had endured several months of hardship and captivity. Enough. Don't dwell on it too much. A little hardship will do your nephew good, the one-eyed man remarked lightly. Focus on your recovery. Your injury should heal in about 3 days. Then we can set out to deal with that old fellow. Once we eliminate him, our team will thrive. Indeed. Zhang Zihu nodded solemnly, sneering as he glanced at the distant number 6 building. I would wager that this will be Luo Feng's first and last venture into the wilderness. He'll either be dead or gravely injured. You certainly harbor a great deal of resentment towards him. However, injury is a common plight for newcomers in the wilderness. The one-eyed man chuckled. As dusk fell, the fully armed Hammer Squad, consisting of 6 members, departed from the supply base and entered the wild region. Gu, hand me one of your iron boxes, the captain, Gao Feng, commanded. My apologies for the trouble, Captain. I can manage to carry these 2 boxes for a short while, but over time, it becomes unbearable. With that, Gu passed one of the large iron boxes from his back to Gao Feng, who effortlessly accepted it with one hand and slung it over his shoulder. This weight posed no challenge for Gao Feng, the strongest member of the Hammer Squad. With a click, Gu opened the other box, revealing a machine gun of a striking silver-gray hue, its barrel glinting with metallic luster. Aside from this machine gun, there exists a plethora of ammunition chains, densely packed and filling the entire metal box. One can only imagine the sheer quantity of bullets. Brother Chun, what kind of gun is this? Luo Feng inquired, puzzled. Model 81, with a caliber of 127 millimeters, capable of firing between 50 to 300 rounds per minute, adjustable, Gu replied, beaming with pride. The entire body of the gun is even infused with a portion of third-grade chromium alloy, even during sustained fire. The heat generated by the barrel does not compromise the accuracy of the bullets. Luo Feng, still confused, asked, Brother Chun, why not use the Vulcan cannon? Isn't the power of the Vulcan series machine guns widely recognized? You rookie. Gu shot him a glare. Zhang Ku, standing nearby, chuckled and added, Luo Feng. The Vulcan series heavy machine guns indeed possess great power. However, their ammunition consumption is exorbitant, 7,000 rounds per minute, and some high-end models even faster. Do you grasp the concept? 7,000 rounds per minute. And the bullets capable of threatening low-level battle monsters typically weigh at least 50 grams each. For every 10,000 rounds, that's 500 kilograms. Imagine carrying 500 kilograms of bullets over hundreds of miles. By the time you confront the monster, the Vulcan cannon would have exhausted its ammunition in just over a minute. Zhang Ke looked at Luo Feng with a knowing smile. So, Do you still think the Vulcan series is a good choice? Luo Feng suddenly realized that he had been oblivious to this fact. Indeed, the weight of the ammunition posed a significant problem. How much ammunition would one need to carry to engage in such a battle? Aside from the military or those specifically targeting a singular monster, who would transport such vast quantities of ammunition and a Vulcan machine gun? For ordinary individuals like us, it was simply unfeasible to utilize such a machine gun due to the lack of sufficient ammunition. Chungu chuckled self-deprecatingly. This time, I've brought a total of 10,000 rounds, and I need the captain to help carry some. With ammunition chains draped over him and the machine gun in hand, Chungu, alongside Luo Feng, positioned themselves in the center of the group, shielded by others. The twin Crescent Blade brothers led the front, while Captain Gao Feng and Zhang Ku brought up the rear. If we follow this highway, we should reach our destination, County City 0201, in about 3 days, Captain Gao Feng stated. Luo Feng, however, couldn't help but observe the highway before him. For those residing in the base city, highways existed only in legends. The road beneath their feet lay in a state of utter disrepair, cracked with numerous fissures. Stretching far ahead, the highway was littered with dilapidated or shattered cars, trucks, and even some discarded tires scattered about. Occasionally, darkened stains of blood marred the ground. Let's go? The reddish light of the setting sun illuminated this long silent, neglected highway. As the 6 members of the Firehammer squad pressed onward, roars echoed from the fields beside the highway, and even Luo Feng could discern the silhouettes of numerous monsters in the ruins of the nearby villages. The other 5 members of the Firehammer squad were at ease. Yet Luo Feng could not afford to relax. The presence of monsters was palpable all around him. Luo Feng, there's a unicorn wild boar ahead, situated between levels. It's your turn, Captain Gao Feng's voice resonated, marking your inaugural battle in the wilderness zone. The 3rd episode of the Ninefold Thunderblade commences. Luo Feng, this is your first battle. Do not be careless. The ferocity and intelligence of these beasts far surpass those of the ones kept in the military district. Chungu solemnly cautioned. Luo Feng smiled. He sensed Chungu's concern. Among the Firehammer squad, the individuals he felt closest to were undoubtedly Chungu and Zhang Ku, who resided in the same Mingwei community. As for Captain Gao Feng and the Wei brothers, they were strangers from the past, and as a newcomer, gaining their recognition would not be an easy feat. Do your best, Luo Feng. Your current speed and neural reaction time have just reached the qualifying threshold for a high-level warrior's physique. Your strength is also nearing that level. So dealing with this unicorn wild boar should pose no problem, Zhang Ku encouraged, a rare instance of him speaking up. The other 3, Captain Gao Feng and the Wei brothers, turned their gazes toward Luo Feng. With a swift motion, Luo Feng unsheathed the Bloodshadow battle blade. Holding a shield in his left hand and the blade in his right, a slight smile gracing his lips. Captain, Chungu, just watch me as I bring back the unicorn's horn, he declared as he advanced toward the creature. Captain, is it too demanding to have Luo Feng face an approaching level unicorn wild boar for his first battle? Chungu couldn't help but interject. While the Firehammer squad must evaluate Luo Feng, we should take it step by step. It would be better to start with a level monster. Indeed, we shouldn't rush, Zhang Ku concurred. The captain's arrangement poses no issue, Wei Tai, the eldest of the Wei brothers, stated gravely. Luo Feng's physical capabilities are not inferior to that beast's. Although the challenge is significant, he should be able to prevail after some hardship. This is his first time in the wilderness zone, Zhang Ku expressed dissatisfaction. And what of it? I do not wish for him to become a burden. Otherwise, how can we dare hunt formidable battle-level monsters with a novice in tow? Wei Qing, nearby, frowned. At that moment, the 5 seasoned members of the Firehammer squad, Chungu and Zhang Ku, clearly favored Luo Feng, while the Wei brothers regarded him with skepticism. Enough of the chatter. Gao Feng interjected. Chungu and the others fell silent. Let us observe Luo Feng's battle with the unicorn wild boar before passing judgment, Gao Feng remarked. His expression unreadable. Luo Feng, agile as a leopard, swiftly darted behind a car overturned on the highway, gazing intently at the unicorn wild boar not far ahead. This creature, shrouded in black fur, resembled a mass of black steel spikes, with a deep gray horn that gleamed like a sharp blade. Under the evening sun's fading light, the horn reflected a chilling glimmer. If the iron-haired wild boar during the martial arts practical assessment had resembled a heavy-duty Hummer, brutal and fierce, this unicorn wild boar exuded an aura of both agility and ferocity. This is my first battle. I must make it a spectacular one. I seek to join the Hammer Squad, not only due to the commendation of Supervisor Zhuge, but also thanks to the assistance of Brother Chun and Brother Zhang. Luo Feng understands clearly that for a newcomer, gaining entry into an elite team of warriors is a formidable challenge. Captain Gao Feng and the Wei brothers evidently harbored doubts about him. He must prove his worth through combat. Luo Feng fixates intently on the solitary wild boar ahead, its formidable presence unmistakable. The creature, categorized into 3 tiers corresponding to the ranks of low-level, mid-level, and high-level beast soldiers, stands before him, its power nearing the apex level. The wild boar emits a series of fierce roars, its blood-red eyes scanning the surroundings. It has spotted me. Luo Feng's heart races, a thrill coursing through him. Suddenly, the wild boar charges forward, transforming into a high-speed tank that collides directly with the dilapidated car, serving as cover for Luo Feng. Like a nimble monkey, he deftly dodges the oncoming force, and with a resounding crash, the vehicle is sent hurtling away, rolling multiple times along the highway. The car, worn by decades of exposure to the elements, shatters, its wheels spinning off and rolling for some distance before finally toppling over. In that fleeting moment of evasion, Luo Feng lunges toward the wild boar. "Beast, meet your demise," he bellows. He resembles a bolt of lightning as he propels himself towards the wild boar, his blood shadow battle knife slicing through the air with a glint of cold steel aimed at the creature's neck. However, the wild boar, having just sent the car flying, appears unable to alter its course in time. Yet, just as Luo Feng closes in, a shadow darts towards his head with astonishing speed. Startled, Luo Feng instinctively pivots, narrowly evading the swift strike. The shadow is none other than the wild boar's tail, resembling an iron whip. With a powerful flick, the wild boar's agility surges, and it lunges at Luo Feng with renewed ferocity, its thick hooves and sharp horn aimed directly at him. By heavens, this wild boar is exceptionally swift. Luo Feng retreats a step, raising his shield in defense. The shield collides violently with the wild boar's hoof, and in that instant, Luo Feng utilizes the recoil to propel himself backward, executing a roll to dissipate the impact. The wild boar, relentless, charges forward. But Luo Feng deftly leaps onto the side of a battered truck, swiftly maneuvering to hide behind it. The truck serves as a barrier, thwarting the wild boar's furious assault. The 5 members of the Hammer Squad, observing from a distance, nod slightly in approval. "Captain, Luo Feng's reflexes are commendable," remarks Chun Gu with a smile. Captain Gao Feng returns the nod, impressed. "Indeed, I anticipated that facing the wild boar for the first time would pose a challenge for him. I did not expect his rapid response and solid fundamentals, particularly his adept use of the shield to absorb the force. His movements flowed seamlessly. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed from this round of the wild boar's onslaught. The typically stoic expressions of the Wei brothers softened slightly. Wei Tai, Wei Qing, Luo Feng demonstrates promise. Does he not? Zhang Ku observes with a smile. Yet, the battle is far from over. The outcome remains uncertain. Wei Tai replies with a cool demeanor. The Firehammer Squad of 5 continued to observe the fierce battle between Luo Feng and the unicorn wild boar. Luo Feng was intensely focused, his heart racing with astonishment. This unicorn wild boar was cunning, initially feigning weakness before launching a sudden attack with its tail, followed by a barrage of iron hooves and its sharp horn. The final reckless charge was a relentless sequence of assaults. Fortunately, having practiced the 9-fold Thunderblade over the past few days had granted him greater precision in controlling his strength. Had it not been for this month of training, he would have needed to rely on his mental powers to avoid injury from the unicorn wild boar's onslaught. The beast roared, avoiding the foolishness of colliding with the large truck, instead leaping over it and charging towards Luo Feng. "This time, you're doomed," Luo Feng exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick to a nearby shattered tire, which flew towards the unicorn wild boar like a projectile from a catapult. The boar showed no sign of slowing down. It merely lowered its head, its sharp horn slicing through the tire with ease, causing it to split in half before falling away. Immediately after kicking the tire, Luo Feng charged towards the unicorn wild boar. As the boar cleared the tire, it swiftly turned its head, aiming its horn at Luo Feng. Die! In that instant, Luo Feng's body twisted with the grace of a butterfly, evading the deadly thrust of the horn with remarkable precision. As he spun, the blood shadow battle blade in his hand was unleashed with the momentum, slicing through the air in a swift arc. With a flash as quick as lightning, the blade struck the unicorn wild boar's neck. Luo Feng distinctly felt the hardness of the boar's fur and the resilience of its hide, which could withstand even ordinary bullets. Vivid crimson blood seeped out as his blade penetrated roughly 5 centimeters into the boar's neck before it could go no further. The unicorn wild boar let out a furious roar, violently turning to charge at Luo Feng once more. Severely wounded, it became even more frenzied. What? Such agility! The Wei brothers displayed expressions of astonishment. How could he evade the unicorn wild boar's lethal horn so expertly? The eldest brother, Wei Tai, marveled at the incredible feat. To dare rotate in the face of such danger, risking the piercing of his body by the boar's horn, was it sheer luck or genuine skill? That seemingly simple spin revealed Luo Feng's astonishing agility. Well done. Beautiful. Chen Gu and Zhang Ke couldn't help but cheer. This kid has real strength. Gao Feng remarked with a smile. To act so boldly in such a perilous situation and succeed was no ordinary feat. His timing was impeccable. Yet the greatest challenge remained, the beast's formidable vitality. Defeating the unicorn wild boar would not be an easy task. The 5 members of the Firehammer squad, including the Wei brothers, exchanged faint smiles as they continued to watch the escalating battle between the frenzied unicorn wild boar and Luo Feng in the distance. With a thud and a splatter, the pungent blood rolled down the thick hide of the unicorn wild boar, dripping onto the dust-laden highway. The unicorn wild boar's eyes shimmered with a frenzied light, and with each deep roar, it charged at Luo Feng with the ferocity of a lightning strike. Its iron hooves, sharp horn, and powerful tail unleashed a relentless assault. Although its neck bore wounds, its agility was significantly diminished. Luo Feng adeptly evaded the onslaught. In his martial arts practical assessment, he had faced 7 formidable beasts simultaneously to hone his agility. The intensity of that encounter, though slightly exceeding the challenge posed by this singular beast, was not vastly different. With a swift motion, Luo Feng advanced rather than retreating, elegantly sidestepping as the unicorn wild boar's horn narrowly missed him by a mere 3 centimeters. Yet, those 3 centimeters felt like an insurmountable chasm, rendering the creature incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm. He brandished his blood shadow battle blade, executing a rapid downward slash from above, accompanied by a piercing shriek. The unicorn wild boar, startled and enraged, let out a furious roar and attempted to evade Luo Feng's strike. However, Luo Feng's blade moved too swiftly, and the sound of steel meeting flesh resounded. With another decisive blow to its neck, this strike penetrated approximately 8 centimeters deep. Despite being at a different position than the previous wound, the creature's neck muscles, weakened from its prior injury, could not fully withstand the force, leaving it even more vulnerable. As Luo Feng withdrew after his strike, he deftly avoided the boar's frantic counterattack and closed in once more. The unicorn wild boar emitted a furious, desperate roar. In a final effort, Luo Feng swiftly maneuvered 3 steps, creating an illusory afterimage that once again evaded the beast's assault, accompanied by another lethal strike. With a swift thrust, he found initial resistance, but as the blade descended 12 centimeters deep, the resistance diminished significantly. In one powerful motion, Luo Feng cleaved nearly 2/3 of the creature's head, quickly retracting his blade and retreating. Blood gushed forth like a torrent from the massive wound. The unicorn wild boar let out a heart-wrenching scream, its body convulsing uncontrollably as it thrashed its hooves, tearing the asphalt of the highway. In a mindless frenzy, it crashed into the curved guardrail, breaking through and tumbling down. The sound gradually faded, leaving no response. Standing at the edge of the broken guardrail, Luo Feng gazed down at the nearly decapitated corpse of the unicorn wild boar. Its blood flow slowing, evidently nearing its end. The quantity of blood lost was likely equivalent to that of a large barrel. It was dead. With a leap, Luo Feng descended and, using his blood shadow battle blade, severed the prized horn from the boar's head, the most valuable part of its body. The 5 members of the Firehammer squad, observing from a distance, could not help but exhale deeply. Freak! Monster! The words escaped the Wei brothers' lips. How about that? I told you it was impressive, Chen Gu proclaimed triumphantly. If they had been astonished before, they were now utterly stunned. Incredible, Zhang Ke remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. Captain Gao Feng, wielding dual wind hammers, gazed intently at the distant figure of Luo Feng, who was skillfully evading the attacks of the horned wild boar. How remarkable is Luo Feng's agility. In terms of sheer speed, the horned wild boar may surpass him slightly. Yet, he dodged effortlessly several times, each movement flowing like water. If he can maintain such finesse consistently, he would reach the micro-level of mastery. At just 18, if he achieves that level, he should be sent to the global headquarters of the Martial Arts Academy for specialized training, remarked Wei Tai, the eldest of the Wei family. The micro-level refers to a mastery where practitioners can execute precise and subtle evasions with minimal exertion, achieving the most perfect avoidance. While ordinary warriors may manage this a few times, achieving it hundreds or thousands of times signifies true micro-level prowess. We have struck gold. Gao Feng beamed with delight. Wei Qing, the second eldest of the Wei family, nodded in rare agreement. Indeed, with cultivation, our Firehammer team could gain another core member. My brother, and I shall mentor him, Wei Tai offered. Chen Gu and Zhang Ke chuckled knowingly. As seasoned warriors who had danced on the edge of death countless times, they understood that many so-called geniuses, despite possessing excellent physical attributes, often falter when pitted against real monsters. Typically, they held a disdain for such so-called prodigies. True masters are forged through innumerable life and death battles. Luo Feng's impressive debut indicated he was formidable in combat as well. "Captain," Luo Feng called out as he approached. "You killed this horned beast. It rightfully belongs to you." Gao Feng replied, "Not if you accept." Luo Feng acquiesced without hesitation. Generally, the materials from beast soldier-level creatures are not particularly valuable, as they can be easily dispatched even by novice warriors armed with firearms. A skilled marksman can effortlessly eliminate beast soldier-level monsters. Thus, they hold little worth. This horned beast could fetch around 3,000 at the Martial Arts Academy and earn us a few contribution points. If sold to the Underground Alliance, it may reach 5,000, Chenggu chuckled. Only the materials from beast general-level monsters hold significant value. The vital components from lord-level creatures are worth a fortune. Luo Feng, your recent performance can only be deemed barely adequate, Wei Tai stated sternly. Brother Tai? Luo Feng inquired, seeking his guidance. Your foundational agility is commendable, yet your efficiency is woefully lacking, Wei Tai replied with a grim demeanor. Watch how I take down a beast-level monster in a moment. After a brief journey, Luo Feng and his companions encountered a beast-level feline creature resembling a tiger cat, its robust form adorned with spots, exuding a ferocity and agility far surpassing that of the horned wild boar. Observe closely, Wei Tai commanded coldly. With a shield in his left hand and a curved blade in his right, Wei Tai charged straight toward the tiger cat with remarkable speed. As a high-ranking warrior, he matched the physical prowess of the beast before him. Luo Feng observed intently as Wei Tai made no attempt to evade, instead colliding directly with the tiger cat. To be precise, at the moment the tiger cat lunged with a fierce roar, Wei Tai sidestepped, his shield making contact with the beast at an angle. This oblique impact caused the tiger cat's center of gravity to falter, tilting it to one side. With a sudden, sharp sound, a glimmering arc of cold light grazed the shield and sliced through the exposed throat of the tiger cat, which had become unsteady. Blood gushed forth like a torrent as Wei Tai swiftly retreated, coldly observing the creature's anguished cries as it gradually succumbed, lifeless. Did you witness that? My agility pales in comparison to yours, and the force I wield does not exceed yours. Yet, with a single strike, I vanquished it. Wei Tai turned his gaze toward Luo Feng, who remained in a state of shock. The recent battle had indeed been a matter of life and death in an instant. Earlier, to slay the horned wild boar, Luo Feng had to repeatedly evade its attacks before targeting its neck, expending considerable effort to bring it down. Despite the fact that the boar was significantly weaker than the tiger cat. Reflect on this. Wei Tai refrained from elaborating further, allowing Luo Feng to ponder in solitude for a moment. Luo Feng was utterly astounded. While Wei Tai's speed and technique might not seem exceptional, the results were undeniably effective. The most efficient method of slaying a beast is to aim for its vulnerabilities. Wei Qing, the second son of the Wei family, approached and remarked indifferently, typically, the weaknesses of terrestrial beasts lie in their eyes, throat, and mouth, with the softer abdomen being a secondary target. The neck is the least effective target. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. He was aware of these weaknesses, yet the swift movements of the beasts made targeting their eyes exceedingly difficult. The horned wild boar and the tiger cat often kept their heads low, making it a challenge to strike their throats. Attacking the abdomen proved difficult as well, while targeting the neck seemed the simplest option. However, opportunities to strike at weaknesses were scarce. Beasts are not foolish. They instinctively protect their vulnerabilities. Yet, where there are no opportunities, one must create them. For instance, my brother earlier used a sudden angled collision to disrupt the tiger cat's balance, momentarily exposing its throat. In that instant, the curved blade pierced from beneath the shield, striking the neck and sealing the tiger cat's fate in an instant. Wei Qing continued. Even my brother's final strike came from beneath the shield, leaving the beast no time to react. Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Remember to learn to capitalize on your strengths. Wei Qing advised. Strive for the most effective and concise approach. Your agility is commendable, but there is no need to showcase it with every encounter. The ultimate goal in slaying monsters is to achieve the most efficient kill. Understood, Luo Feng replied, nodding once more. A rare smile flickered across Wei Qing's face. Let us proceed. Captain Gao Feng waved his hand with a grin. The Firehammer squad evidently intended to cultivate Luo Feng as a future cornerstone of their team. Along the journey, Wei Qing and Wei Tai took turns confronting various beasts, sometimes allowing Luo Feng to handle them alone. Through both instruction and example, they imparted practical experience to Luo Feng, whose rate of progress was equally astonishing. Even Gao Feng, a formidable general, had intervened on several occasions to guide Luo Feng. Gradually, Luo Feng came to understand that slaying monsters requires maximizing the effectiveness of each attack. Previously, during my inaugural encounter with the unicorn wild boar, my deft evasions were merely a display, ineffectual in essence. Luo Feng's attacks gradually became fierce, direct, succinct, and efficient. 3 days later, on a dilapidated ring road surrounding the city, the Fire Hammer Squad, consisting of 6 members, advanced steadily. Luo Feng, you go, commanded Captain Gao Feng, gesturing towards the 2 formidable lion mastiffs ahead. Understood, Captain, Luo Feng replied with a grin, ambling towards the lion mastiffs at a leisurely pace. The 2 lion mastiffs bellowed, their bloodthirsty eyes fixated on Luo Feng, indifferent to the presence of this human. As they closed the distance, a smile crept across Luo Feng's face. Suddenly, he surged forward. The lion mastiff's fur bristled in response. In an instant, Luo Feng closed the gap, executing a peculiar 4-step maneuver akin to the ethereal footwork of the 9-fold Thunderblade, luring the lion mastiffs to pounce with their claws. With a deft twist of his body, he precisely evaded their lethal grasp, and in the brief moment of their bodies passing, his blood shadow battle blade struck with calculated stealth. With a swift thrust, it pierced the vulnerable area of the neck. Luo Feng propelled himself forward and turned to face the other lion mastiff. Witnessing the profuse blood spraying from its companion's neck, the second lion mastiff emitted a low growl and rapidly retreated. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad, including Gao Feng and Shengu, shared faint smiles at the sight. Though Luo Feng's experience paled in comparison to the Wei brothers, his advantage in agility rendered his lethality on par with that of their leader and second-in-command. Luo Feng, let us hasten into the county town, Shengu cheerfully urged. Lion mastiffs are social creatures. The one that fled will soon return with its pack. Luo Feng chuckled and rejoined his comrades as the Fire Hammer Squad finally entered their destination, County City 0201. Stealthily, the Fire Hammer Squad made their way into the outskirts of County City 0201. Luo Feng, Shengu whispered, over these past 3 days, we have traversed desolate territories along the highway. Most beasts inhabit urban areas, densely populated with buildings. The county town and city center are the true perilous zones. I understand. Shengu, Luo Feng nodded. He had encountered discussions regarding the habits of beasts in prior posts. In the protracted conflict between beasts and humans, the former realized that residing in open, desolate areas rendered them vulnerable to long-range attacks by human forces and martial artists, who could easily target them with heavy sniper rifles or even missiles. In contrast, urban centers, with their towering structures, provided ample cover for the beasts. As long as they concealed themselves within densely built environments, snipers would find it exceedingly challenging to take aim, unless they ventured into the urban landscape themselves. Moreover, should human forces enter the city for urban warfare, the beasts would gain an immense advantage. Densely populated areas are indeed the paradise of the beasts. Our objective as the Fire Hammer Squad is, naturally, to confront beast generals. However, Shengu cautioned softly, beast generals possess a certain level of intelligence, comparable to that of humans. The beast general-level monsters command a multitude of beast soldier-level creatures to gather around them, obediently following their orders. Almost every beast general is surrounded by a significant number of beast soldiers, making the task of slaying one a formidable challenge. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. The disparity in strength between beast soldiers and beast generals is immense, but even more crucial is the difference in intelligence. To safeguard their lives, beast generals naturally summon a host of beast soldiers for protection. Aside from a few solitary creatures, the majority of beast generals are accompanied by numerous beast soldiers. Everyone, be cautious. There is a lair of iron-armored bulls ahead, Captain Gao Feng suddenly spoke. The leader of this lair is likely a high-ranking beast general, and the number of iron-armored bulls is considerable. We should circumvent it. Shengu, do not fire. If an iron-armored bull attacks, ensure it is killed instantly. Do not allow it to call for reinforcements. Understood, Captain, Shengu replied, and the other 5 nodded in agreement. In contrast to the desolate wilderness outside, the suburbs and urban areas pose a far greater danger. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad advanced cautiously along a narrow path. Stop, commanded Wei Tai, the eldest of the Wei brothers, raising his hand and fixating on the distance. Before them lay a massive iron-haired wild boar, while 2 tiger hounds feasted upon its flesh nearby. Suddenly, the tiger hounds lifted their heads and eyed the Fire Hammer Squad, their wariness heightened. We shall bypass them. Do not engage, Gao Feng whispered. In the desolate stretches of the highway, Luo Feng and his companions moved with ease, slaying monsters at will. However, the city demanded a different approach. After carefully navigating and swiftly dispatching 8 ordinary beast soldiers, they finally reached their first destination, the Blue Sky Community, a residential area in the county-level city of 0201. The Blue Sky Community was chosen as their initial target due to its 3 towering residential buildings, each 21 stories high. Let us ascend to the rooftop. Everyone, be vigilant. A monster could emerge from anywhere within the building. Avoid making loud noises. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad ascended the stairs with caution. Suddenly, Luo Feng spotted a corner ahead where a lion hound, standing nearly 2 meters tall with long fur, appeared as if it were a large military off-road vehicle. Upon spotting the humans, the lion hound let out a low growl and charged forward with a gust of foul wind. As the Firehammer squad climbed the stairs, the lion hound launched itself downwards, leveraging its massive size for momentum. Swoosh, swoosh. Wei Tai and Wei Qing executed identical maneuvers, causing the lion hound to stumble on its forelimbs, momentarily destabilized on the steps. At that moment, Zhang Ku, positioned behind the Wei brothers, lunged forward, and with a piercing shriek, his alloy spear thrust towards the lion hound's head. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced through the lion hound's eye, penetrating its skull entirely. The creature, disoriented, flailed its claws a couple of times before collapsing helplessly. The coordination exhibited by Wei Qing, Wei Tai, and Zhang Ku was indeed remarkable. The first 2 individuals assisted in incapacitating the front limbs of the monstrous mastiff, causing it to stagger unsteadily. In that moment, Zhang Ku swiftly drew his firearm, delivering a fatal shot that pierced directly through the creature's eye. During their ascent, the Firehammer squad encountered 3 beasts, which they considered a stroke of good fortune. Remarkably, one of these creatures charged up the staircase, while Luo Feng and Gao Feng found themselves at the rear of the formation. Without hesitation, Luo Feng dispatched the formidable beast with remarkable efficiency. As they emerged onto the rooftop of the 21-story residential building, Gao Feng commanded, "Shut the staircase door tightly. We must prevent any beasts from ascending to the rooftop." Luo Feng and Zhang Ku took it upon themselves to secure the iron door, using a sturdy iron bar to lock it in place. "Phew, we can finally breathe easy," Zhang Ku remarked, a rare smile gracing his face as he settled onto the rooftop, retrieving high-energy food and water from his backpack. "Does everyone have binoculars?" Gao Feng inquired. The team members produced their binoculars, positioning themselves along the edge of the rooftop to scan for any signs of beast generals below. "Remember, do not expose yourselves too much over the edge. We wouldn't want to attract unwanted attention from the creatures below." Indeed, the rooftop was quite secure. At 21 stories high, it was highly improbable for ordinary beasts to scale such heights, even if a beast general were to command an assault from the staircase. The narrowness of the stairs posed little threat. The Firehammer squad had ample time to make their escape. "Let us commence our search for the beast generals," Luo Feng announced, retrieving his binoculars along with other auxiliary tools from his backpack. Crouching at the rooftop's edge, he surveyed the streets below, where an alarming number of beasts roamed. Indeed, the density of creatures in this urban area surpassed that of the wilderness by tenfold, if not more. One street in particular was teeming with hundreds of beasts advancing in unison. Even a battle-hardened warrior would find it exceedingly difficult to survive an onslaught from such a multitude of ordinary beasts. "Captain, it appears they are all mere beast soldier-level creatures. I have yet to spot any beast generals," reported one of the 5 team members, including the captain, as they all peered through their binoculars from various vantage points. The elevation truly afforded them a far-reaching view, revealing a multitude of beasts in the vicinity. Suddenly, the sound of a metal box being opened interrupted their observations. Chenggu, the only member of the Firehammer squad not utilizing binoculars, had unlatched a metal container. Inside, alongside a significant quantity of ammunition, lay a rectangular wooden box. Upon opening it, he discovered various firearm components, which he promptly began assembling. In a matter of moments, a nearly 2-meter-long silver-gray heavy sniper rifle took shape, complete with all necessary optical equipment and scopes. Chenggu meticulously loaded 10 specialized rounds into the magazine. "Captain, should you locate any beast generals, please inform me," he requested. "Very well. Take a short rest and regain your strength. We will handle the search for the beast generals," came the captain's reply. Gao Feng nodded thoughtfully, instructing the others to remain vigilant and not overlook any details. This approach, utilizing a vantage point, proved to be the most efficient method for hunting beast generals within the city, allowing for a far-reaching view. The speed at which they could locate the beast generals from this elevated position was exponentially greater, by tenfold or even 100-fold, than searching the streets, while also ensuring a significantly higher level of safety. The 5 individuals, Luo Feng, Zhang Ku, the Wei brothers, and Gao Feng, each peered intently through their binoculars, scrutinizing every inch below, while Chenggu, cradling a heavy sniper rifle, squinted and began to doze off. Meanwhile, the 6 members of the Firehammer team were concealed on the rooftop of the 21st floor of the Blue Sky residential complex, diligently searching for beast generals. Approximately 30 miles from the 0201 county town, an elite 6-member martial artist squad was swiftly advancing towards their destination. This was none other than the renowned Tiger Tooth team from Jiangnan City. Comprising 6 members, two of whom wielded firearms while the other four employed cold weapons. The squad boasted significant strength. Among the four cold weapon users, two were battle general level martial artists, and the other two were senior warrior level. The two armed with firearms were also battle generals. In truth, with sufficient talent, experience, and time, ascending to battle general status through the use of firearms was relatively straightforward, as their power lay in the might of bullets. Old Han, have you pinpointed the location of that old fellow? Zhang Zihu inquired softly. One of the senior warriors in the Tiger Tooth team. The team's overall strength was formidable, with even the weakest members being senior warriors. And they were merely a hair's breadth away from battle general status. According to the signal from the tracking flare I left on that old fellow, he should be approximately 40 miles away from us. I believe he is located within the 0201 county town ahead. A man holding a device resembling a compass spoke, gazing intently at its readings. At last, we have confirmed his position. If we successfully hunt down this old fellow, we shall all prosper. The members of the Tiger Tooth team chuckled. Previously, while hunting monsters, they had fortuitously encountered a predator among the wolf-like beasts. In the current distribution of monster species, due to the pre-Great Cataclysm era, the most prevalent creatures within human society were pigs, dogs, cats, cows, sheep, and so forth. Consequently, monsters resembling these animals are now widespread. While those mutated from foxes, monkeys, scorpions, wolves, tigers, and leopards are exceedingly rare. Wolves, tigers, and leopards, being inherently powerful, have become all the more fearsome post-mutation. Of course, certain ordinary monster populations, due to their sheer numbers, can also give rise to extraordinarily terrifying beings. For instance, among the feline monsters, there exists a legendary entity known as the nine-tailed cat demon, the most formidable of its kind, possessing 9 tails and whose strength surpasses that of a lord-level monster. This entity ranks among the most terrifying beasts on the entire planet. Meanwhile, wolf-like monsters, known for their robust reproductive capabilities, have frequently encountered martial artists over the decades. The hunters belong to a particularly fearsome, mutated faction within the wolf-like monstrosities, also known as the Silver Moon Wolves, the sovereigns of the wolf clan. Each Silver Moon Wolf is predominantly a solitary predator, known for its cunning, ruthlessness, and a penchant for hunting other beasts and human warriors, thus earning the moniker of the Hunters. The weakest Silver Moon Wolves discovered to date are of the mid-level beast general rank, and each one commands an exorbitant price. The hunter we are pursuing is likely of the high-level beast general rank, possibly even nearing the lord level. Fortunately, this hunter was already severely injured before engaging with us, allowing us the opportunity to inflict further wounds. The captain of the Tiger Tooth squad, a lean and dark-skinned man of short stature, spoke in a low, somber tone. Now that we have all recuperated, we must seize this opportunity to eliminate this weakened hunter. Yes, Captain, the 6 members of the Tiger Tooth squad responded, brimming with martial fervor. Slaying a single hunter would equate to the rewards of their arduous labor over the course of a year or two. On the rooftop of a 21-story residential building in the Blue Sky community, 5 members of the Firehammer squad were intently observing below through binoculars. Luo Feng held a binocular in his left hand and took a sip of water from a canteen in his right before placing the binoculars down, tightening the cap on the canteen and stowing it in his backpack. He then resumed his watch. Captain, are we just going to wait here idly? Luo Feng asked. What do you know? Gao Feng replied with a smile as he lowered his binoculars. In this vicinity, this 21-story building is quite tall, allowing us to observe a radius of 4 to 5 miles with our binoculars. Considering the size of the entire county-level city, our observational efficiency may be hindered by buildings. Yet this is still remarkably effective. We can rest while searching for beasts. It's the best approach. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Captain, look over here, Zhang Ke suddenly exclaimed, pointing in a certain direction below. Whoosh. The other 4 quickly moved over, each scrutinizing the area with their binoculars. Following Zhang Ke's indication, Luo Feng peered through his binoculars and immediately spotted a number of solitary wild boars and iron-haired wild boars scattered across several streets in the northwest corner, amounting to hundreds, with more appearing within their line of sight. Luo Feng's eyes lit up as he noticed a peculiar, entirely red creature advancing down one of the streets, resembling a tank and flanked by a group of boar-like beasts. Is that a bloodthirsty tank? Luo Feng gasped. Among the pig-like monsters, the bloodthirsty tank ranks as the second most formidable. Named for its insatiable hunger, it is indeed a type of pig-like beast, covered in an abundance of armored scales, boasting extraordinary defense that makes it appear akin to an armored tank. In terms of defensive and striking power, it is not inferior to a real tank. It's a bloodthirsty tank. A significant catch. Captain, judging by the color of its scales, it appears to be at the initial beast general level, approaching the mid-level. The members of the Firehammer squad began to discuss. Indeed, The price of a bloodthirsty tank is quite high. Captain Luo Feng smiled. Although it was merely a primary Beast Commander level creature, its value could rival that of some intermediate Beast Commander monsters. This was indeed a significant catch. The atmosphere invigorated as everyone perked up. Old Chun-Gu. The team's voices finally stirred Chun-Gu from his reverie. With a smile, he stood up. Have you found a Beast Commander level monster? Come and see, Gao Feng chuckled. Chun-Gu quickly approached, took up the binoculars, and exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness! It's the bloodthirsty tank, the second ranked among the pig-type monsters. Its defensive capabilities are astounding. The armor-piercing rounds I have may not even penetrate its scales. It seems I'll have to resort to my prized ammunition. Hurry, the bullets are worth a fortune, Gao Feng urged. Chun-Gu moved swiftly, dashing to the iron box to retrieve 3 crimson-cased bullets, replacing the rounds in his sniper rifle. With a soft thud, Chun-Gu positioned himself at the edge of the rooftop, setting up his silver-gray heavy sniper rifle, its barrel glinting under the sun. He extended his hand to gauge the direction, meticulously adjusting and calibrating the optical sight. The 5 members of the Firehammer squad remained silent, holding their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound erupted. Almost instantaneously, the bullet traversed the air, propelled by its astonishing speed, several times that of sound. The sonic boom only reached the ears of the Beast Commander after the bullet had already struck. The bloodthirsty tank lumbered down the street, flanked by a throng of monsters. With a sharp crack, sparks flew as the scales at the back of its neck exploded. A gaping hole formed as the bullet penetrated. The bloodthirsty tank let out a pained roar, staggering sideways for a moment before regaining its balance. In its agony and fury, it bellowed, summoning a horde of nearby pig-type monsters to its side, blood seeping from the wound on its neck. The creature howled in rage. Yet it was utterly unable to discern the source of the bullet's attack. On the rooftop, Chun-Gu lifted his gaze, pulling his eyes away from the scope, and confidently declared, Fortune favors us. I struck a vital point. This bloodthirsty tank is resilient, managing to stay alive for now, but it will surely fall within 5 minutes. The effectiveness of a long-range sniper shot lies in the first strike, for the Beast Commander is caught off guard. However, if the initial shot fails to hit a critical area, it can become problematic. Given the robust defenses of a Beast Commander, merely penetrating that armor is an achievement. Thus, the focus is typically on armor-piercing rounds rather than high-explosive ones. After all, if the penetration is insufficient, what hope is there of inflicting damage? Impressive marksmanship, Zhang Ku remarked. Giving a thumbs up, the bloodthirsty tank's skull is its toughest part, and even if it penetrates its scales, the impact may not be substantial. Gao Feng smiled, Chun-Gu. That shot was exceptional. If it weren't for your successful strike, slaying a bloodthirsty tank protected by a multitude of monsters would be exceedingly difficult. Don't flatter me, Chun-Gu replied with a grin. Now, you should focus on how to secure the carcass of the bloodthirsty tank. Around the bloodthirsty tank, there lurked hundreds of monstrous creatures. Furthermore, if we delay, we might allow a rival martial artist team to seize the opportunity. Let us not speak ill of the situation. There are likely no more than 2 or 3 martial artist teams within this county. Gao Feng chuckled. All right, everyone, gather your things. We shall descend and retrieve the corpses. Zhang Ku, carry Chun-Gu's iron box. Gao Feng commanded. Yes, Captain, Zhang Ku replied, striding towards Chun-Gu, who was currently disassembling his heavy sniper rifle for storage in a wooden box. Chun-Gu then lifted the iron box, which held the wooden box and a considerable quantity of ammunition, handing it to Zhang Ku. Subsequently, Chun-Gu opened another iron box and extracted a fearsome machine gun. With an extensive ammunition belt draped around his body, one end of the belt directly connected to the machine gun. Remarkable, Luo Feng exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. High-caliber weaponry proves immensely effective against beastly soldiers. For instance, a single shot previously felled the bloodthirsty tank. Admittedly, that shot involved an element of chance, as striking a vital point on a creature with such a robust skull is no small feat. The bloodthirsty tank, being massive, would not be significantly affected even if hit. Thus, the opportunities for a fatal shot are exceedingly rare, targeting the eyes, the area beneath the skull, or behind the ears. Achieving such precision requires not only skill, but also a stroke of luck. Should the bloodthirsty tank remain vigilant and alter its movement, that shot would likely miss. Let's proceed, Gao Feng commanded, prompting Luo Feng and the other 4 to swiftly descend the stairs and exit the blue sky community. Old Chun, you're impressive, Gao Feng praised. Giving a thumbs up, Chun-Gu chuckled in response. However, Wei Tai interjected, Captain, there are approximately hundreds of monsters surrounding the body of the bloodthirsty tank. Acquiring its corpse will be quite troublesome. This indeed highlights the challenges posed by long-range attacks against beast general-level monsters. Even if successful, extracting vital materials from the corpse remains perilous. Nevertheless, it It is far safer than engaging in a melee with beast general-level monsters amidst a throng of creatures. As per our usual protocol, Wei Tai and Wei Qing, you will disrupt the beast horde. We shall take advantage of the chaos to advance together, Gao Feng commanded. Then turned to Luo Feng. At that moment, Luo Feng held his breath. Recognizing the gravity of the impending confrontation with the hundreds of monsters, a situation more perilous than any he had faced since joining the Firehammer team. Yet, according to various posts he had encountered, such scenarios were merely a simplified situation for martial artist teams. Far more dangerous encounters existed. Luo Feng, you will stay by Chen Gu's side. Your task is to ensure no monster approaches him, Gao Feng instructed solemnly. Rest assured, Captain. I will not allow a single monster to near Chen Gu, Luo Feng assured with a nod. All right, let's move out, Gao Feng declared. With a swift motion, two dark streaks shot forth from the hands of Wei Tai and Wei Qing, resembling lightning as they traveled over 100 meters, landing amidst the distant horde of monsters. These dark streaks turned out to be two oval-shaped black spheres, each adorned with a red temporal signal. The monsters that noticed these objects became immediately wary and attempted to evade them. Beep, beep, boom. Two timed explosives erupted suddenly, their tremendous force and the scattering debris causing the two monstrous beings nearby to tumble, their bodies stained with blood. Simultaneously, the bombs released a substantial amount of smoke, rapidly spreading in all directions. In terms of destructive power, the explosives only fortuitously killed one beast and injured 5 or 6 others. The majority of the creatures were merely affected by the smoke. Charge, commanded Gao Feng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Luo Feng unleashed his full strength, wielding a shield in one hand and a blood shadow battle knife in the other as he swiftly followed beside Chen Gu. The 6 members of the Firehammer team moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance of nearly 150 meters to the corpse of a beast general in 4 or 5 seconds. This was still a result of their speed being significantly reduced upon entering the beast horde. Gao Feng, the captain, dashed forward like lightning, wielding a heavy hammer with one hand, swinging it in a rapid series of strikes. The sound of 2 powerful impacts echoed as the heads of 2 beast soldier-level creatures were shattered. One was a mid-level beast soldier, while the other, despite being a low-level warrior, possessed the strength of a near mid-level warrior. The disparity in power was immense. With one hand gripping the heavy hammer, Gao Feng brandished a dagger in the other and lunged towards the corpse of the bloodthirsty tank beast. He swiftly plunged the dagger into the entry wound behind the creature's ear. As Gao Feng began to dissect the corpse for materials, the other 5 members of the Firehammer team faced an imminent crisis. Quick, Luo Feng, protect old Chun, Zhang Ke shouted, brandishing a long spear. Brothers Wei Tai and Wei Qing shielded Captain Gao Feng, knowing that dissecting the bloodthirsty tank would take considerable time if attempted by Luo Feng and others. However, with Gao Feng's incredible strength, he needed only half a minute. Roars erupted around them as the beast discovered Luo Feng and his companions, charging towards them like a heavy Hummer racing at over 100 kilometers per hour. Get back! Luo Feng deftly sidestepped, simultaneously crashing his shield against a charging unicorn wild boar. The powerful thrust sent the boar's 4 legs twisting uncontrollably, causing its massive body to topple to the ground, shaking the already cracked concrete street and sending dust soaring into the air. Luo Feng aimed not to slay his foes, but to endure for the crucial half-minute. Zhang Ke, at that moment, wielded his spear with finesse, dispatching 2 beast soldier-level creatures and repelling 3 others. However, 3 enraged beasts roared and simultaneously lunged at Zhang Ke, who was unprotected and armed only with a spear. Not good. After thrusting with one shot, Zhang Ke's expression changed. The charge of an iron-haired wild boar reached an astonishing speed of 50 meters per second, its size akin to that of a small truck. Yet its speed rivaled that of a sports car. Zhang Ke had no time to defend himself, surrounded by 3 attacking beasts. It seemed he was about to suffer serious injury. Gritting his teeth, he prepared for the worst. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the side, delivering a powerful kick to the rushing iron-haired wild boar, which compromised its stability significantly at such high speed. The formidable wild boar was sent tumbling by a powerful kick, its massive body twisting as it fell, only to swiftly regain its footing. Brother Zhang, lean on me, Luo Feng urged. Thank you, Luo Feng, Zhang Ke exclaimed gratefully, realizing that had it not been for Luo Feng's assistance, he would have sustained severe injuries. In his heart, Zhang Ke mused that bringing Luo Feng into the Firehammer squad was indeed a wise decision. His agility and swiftness were remarkable. Chen Gu praised, what exceptional footwork. This horde of beasts comprised hundreds of creatures. As the initial few dozen engaged with Luo Feng and the others, more monsters were drawn to the fray. Fortunately, the smoke obscured their vision, preventing the beasts from fully unleashing their collective might. This is bad, Captain, hurry. Wei Tai urged, unable to contain his anxiety. With each passing second, the peril faced by the Firehammer squad intensified as the surrounding monsters multiplied rapidly. Chenggu, open fire, commanded Gao Feng, crouched beside the bloodthirsty tank's carcass, shielded by the Wei brothers. Understood, Chenggu replied, a savage grin spreading across his face. Luo Feng and Zhang Ku instinctively retreated a step as Chenggu squeezed the trigger. Instantly, a barrage of luminous projectiles erupted from the gun's muzzle, each bullet a high-priced armor-piercing round purchased by Chenggu. Against the formidable beast generals, these rounds posed a slight threat. A chorus of agonized roars erupted from the surrounding monsters as the armor-piercing bullets penetrated their massive forms. Their robust vitality rendered them nearly impervious to death from such strikes unless the shots found their way to their skulls. With a resounding thud, one beast's cranium burst apart. Another creature fell, a gaping wound now adorning its side. Die, die, Chenggu cried, seemingly deranged, as the chloro alloy barrel continued to unleash a relentless stream of armor-piercing rounds, rapidly subduing one side of the beast horde. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and Zhang Ke stood guard against attacks from other directions. The continuous gunfire enabled the beasts in the smoke to ascertain their target's location, launching themselves forward with reckless abandon. In the chaos of battle, Chenggu's prowess with the machine gun allowed him to rival 10 martial artists single-handedly. However, the cacophony of gunfire inevitably drew the attention of the monsters. All right, let us move, Gao Feng growled, relieved that they had successfully gathered materials. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad fled at once. They swiftly turned into a narrow alley where the beasts could not advance 2 at a time, forcing them to enter one by one. Seizing this opportunity, the Firehammer squad navigated through the densely built area, skillfully weaving through alleyways until they completely evaded the monstrous horde. Half an hour later, the group stealthily ascended to the rooftop of the 18-story Hi-Ho Grand Hotel. Haha. Everyone did splendidly this time, Gao Feng chuckled. That shot from Chenggu was magnificent, and Luo Feng, you were impressive as well. You saved Zhang Ke. Indeed, that bloodthirsty tank was a primary beast general, and it was among the more challenging of its kind to hunt. This time, we made a tidy profit. To my surprise, on the very first day, we have already reaped such rewards. This is indeed a promising start. I estimate that by the end of the month, our harvest will be substantial. Luo Feng, Chenggu, and the others all broke into laughter. Luo Feng glanced at his tactical watch and suddenly was taken aback. A call? This combat communication watch, even if someone called, would not disturb the warriors. Only the warrior themselves could check the watch to discover if there had been a call. Beep. 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 The communication watch quickly dialed Luo Feng's home. Hello, brother. The voice emanating from the watch made Luo Feng chuckle. Luo Hua. Aren't you quite busy with that young lady of yours? How do you find the time to call me? Haha. On the rooftop, Chenggu, Zhang Ke, and the others turned to look, laughing. Even with a wife, one must not forget their older brother. The younger brother chuckled through the watch. By the way, brother, I called to tell you something. Xiaonan has officially agreed to be my girlfriend. Haha, aren't I impressive? The joy in his brother's voice was palpable. How long has it been? I don't recall my brother being this happy before. The allure of love is indeed powerful, Luo Feng mused silently. His brother has endured significant psychological pressure for many years due to his disability. Seeing him so elated about having a girlfriend brought Luo Feng joy as well. He promptly replied with a smile, you must keep working hard. Strive to obtain the marriage certificate soon. Brother, we can't rush these things. We must take it step by step, Luo Hua joked. All right. How are mom and dad? Luo Feng inquired. He nodded. Their mother could finally go grocery shopping in the morning, and their father could leisurely accompany her to the market without the burden of work. I'm fine now, brother. You take care out there in the base city, Luo Hua expressed concern. Don't worry. With the conversation concluded, Luo Feng wore a broad smile. All right. Since the call is done, everyone gather around, Gao Feng said, prompting Luo Feng and the other 4 to move closer. Today, having just entered the county town, our results are quite remarkable. As per our usual practice, the distribution of spoils will be based on everyone's contributions during the battle. Agreed, replied Chenggu, Zhang Ke, Wei brothers, and Luo Feng, all nodding in earnest. Luo Feng was aware that warriors who joined the government army enjoyed the highest safety, while those like himself, who ventured into the wilderness, faced a significantly higher mortality rate. Having just engaged in battle, they had expended considerable energy. They had also journeyed through the night. So it was time for everyone to rest. We shall commence action again at 4 o'clock this afternoon, Gao Feng declared. Understood. All right, time to rest. The 6 members of the Firehammer team either leaned against or lay down on the rooftop, beginning their respite. While the Firehammer team rested atop the Ha-Hao Hotel, the Tiger Tooth team had already entered the urban area of County Number 0201. The 6 members cautiously maneuvered through a dilapidated alley, where walls had collapsed and remnants of monstrous corpses littered the ground. Stop! The lean, short captain raised a hand, signaling the others to halt. Listen closely, everyone, the tiger-tooth captain spoke in a hushed tone. Our sole objective this time is the injured silver moon wolf. Therefore, we must not provoke any other beasts in this county town. If we can avoid them, we shall. If we can escape, we shall flee. It is best not to engage with them. Once injured, it could lead to troublesome consequences. The other 5 team members nodded solemnly. A silver moon fierce wolf, one of the elite beast generals. Its worth surpasses that of hunting dozens of lesser beast generals. And once we catch up to the silver moon fierce wolf, be warned. This silver moon fierce wolf is already severely wounded. A mere 2 or 3 assaults would suffice to bring it down. Allow me to reiterate, under no circumstances should we confront it head-on. Should the silver moon fierce wolf fight back desperately, at least 1 or 2 of us may perish. Everyone wore serious expressions, nodding in agreement. An elite beast general, especially a member of the royal wolf lineage. The silver moon fierce wolf poses a significant threat even in its injured state. Should it lose control and retaliate recklessly, the tiger-tooth squad could suffer catastrophic losses. Our strategy is to inflict continuous injuries, causing it to bleed out and ultimately perish. The squad leader smiled confidently. It is rare for a region of this county level to attract a squad of divine warriors. In a county, there are likely only a handful of teams, and we, as a smaller squad, should be among the strongest in this area. We need not fear competition. Typically, more formidable warrior squads operate in urban zones where the challenges are greater and the number of solitary beast generals is significantly higher. For instance, the Firehammer squad chose to come to this county partly because Luo Feng is a newcomer. Otherwise, they would have ventured into the urban area rather than this county. Captain, if there truly is a warrior squad desperate enough to seize the one-eyed middle-aged man, one member frowned. Fear not, Zhang Zihu chuckled beside him. Even we dare not press too closely on that hunter. Most warrior squads in this county are at the warrior level. It would be a stroke of luck to find even a single beast general among them. Do you think they would dare to snatch the silver moon fierce wolf? They would likely be torn to shreds by it. Indeed, the tiger-tooth squad leader nodded. They lack the capability to seize the silver moon fierce wolf. If anyone attempts to do so, we shall eliminate them. Understood, the other 5 affirmed. Let us proceed. With a wave of his hand, the tiger-tooth squad stealthily advanced. The wilderness differs vastly from the base cities. The base cities are human-controlled territories governed by law and order. However, the wilderness is dominated by monstrous beasts, where darkness, chaos, and bloodshed are rampant. Numerous incidents of warrior squads turning on each other over the carcass of a valuable beast abound. Typically, stronger warrior squads target the weaker ones. In the wilderness, many warriors fall prey to beasts, yet a significant number also perish at the hands of other warriors. As dusk descended, the 6 members of the Firehammer squad, having eaten and rested well, took turns surveying the area with binoculars. In the span of 2 hours, we have spotted 2 beast general-level monsters. Wei Tai sighed. Unfortunately, each of these beast generals is surrounded by numerous beast soldier-level monsters. The urban areas are preferable. Although beast generals are more abundant there, even lord-level monsters exist. However, ordinary beast soldiers tend to cluster around lord-level and powerful beast general monsters. Many beast generals roam alone. Previously, Shun Gu fired 2 shots with a sniper rifle. Yet this time fortune did not favor us as it did previously. The 2 shots struck 2 beast generals, one of which remained largely unaffected, while the other, though gravely wounded, did not succumb. Most critically, they were surrounded by a multitude of ordinary monsters for protection. This is the drawback of county towns. Even ordinary beast generals can command a significant number of monsters, Zhang Ke lamented. However, the county town is safe, Gao Feng chuckled. There are only a handful of high-level beast generals in the entire county. Furthermore, they are surrounded by a vast number of ordinary monsters, making it unlikely for us to encounter them. As for the ordinary monster hordes, our team's strength is sufficient to charge through them without fear of suddenly facing multiple beast generals in an ambush. In urban areas, the prevalence of beast generals increases, making one susceptible to assaults from multiple beast generals. Luo Feng peered carefully through his binoculars. Is that a beast general? Below, a dozen monsters had appeared at the edge of the street, each adorned with spots reminiscent of a tiger. They belonged to the feline monster family, specifically the tiger cat lineage. Each of these formidable tiger cats was of considerable size, and notably, one possessed 2 tails. Dual tails? A beast general? Luo Feng exclaimed with delight. In the tiger cat lineage, a dual-tailed specimen is classified as a primary beast general, while a 3-tailed one is a mid-level beast general, and a 5-tailed one ascends to the preliminary lord level. A 7-tailed creature is a high-level lord, and an 8-tailed being surpasses the lord level entirely, representing the pinnacle of the tiger cat lineage. Among feline creatures, a 9-tailed entity is regarded as the 9-lives cat demon, the 9-lives cat king. A fearsome existence ranked among the most formidable monsters on Earth. Captain, look! A beast general tiger cat, Luo Feng shouted. Tiger cat? Instantly, the other 5 rushed over, peering through their binoculars for a closer look. Indeed, it is a tiger cat. Tiger cats are known for their solitary nature, and this reputation holds true. Surrounding the beast general tiger cat were merely 16 ordinary beast soldier-level monsters. Gao Feng chuckled heartily. Brothers, prepare to take action. A mere 16 ordinary monsters. I can handle them alone. Chenggu grinned, and all the team members felt at ease. Let us move out. At Gao Feng's command, Luo Feng and the others promptly descended from the rooftop, this time refraining from firing in case they startled the tiger cat away. It is quite rare to encounter a beast general with only a few subordinates in a small county town. Luo Feng followed the 5 seasoned members of the Firehammer team as they stealthily scaled the wall into a dilapidated residential area adjacent to the street. The crumbling walls of the neighborhood had collapsed in numerous places, and the concrete paths were long overrun with weeds, with moss thriving in the corners of the walls. The plump prey is just ahead. Wei Tai peeked through a gap in the fallen wall to glance at the street outside. We are in luck. That dual-tailed tiger cat is leisurely searching for prey with its subordinates. Luo Feng also looked through the wall's crevice. Approximately 50 meters down the street, there was the beast general tiger cat leading a group of tiger cats. Brothers, remember this, Gao Feng whispered. First, your task is to eliminate those ordinary tiger cats. As for the beast general tiger cat, keep your distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. I can handle it alone. A primary beast general tiger cat is no match for me. Second, Chenggu, there is no need for you to fire your machine gun. In the event of an unexpected situation, we must not hesitate to open fire. Once the gun is fired, we must promptly flee the battlefield. Understood? Luo Feng and the other 4 nodded solemnly. Gunfire easily attracts monstrous creatures. If we are situated on a high rooftop, the distance would hinder the beast's ability to locate us by sound alone. However, in close combat on flat ground, the moment we fire, we risk revealing our position, which will inevitably draw hordes of monsters to us. The longer we linger, the more we attract. During the last incident when we attempted to seize the corpse of a bloodthirsty tank, the moment Chenggu fired, everyone scrambled for their lives. All right, this time we must act swiftly. Go. Gao Feng gestured decisively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 figures almost simultaneously dashed forward, with Chenggu wielding a gun in his left hand and a short dagger in his right. The 6 transformed into fleeting shadows, charging towards the group of tiger cats. Kill. Beasts, perish. Luo Feng observed a tiger cat leaping towards him with lightning speed. In a swift motion, he sidestepped over a meteor, utilizing the momentum to swing his blood shadow war blade in an elegant arc, targeting the creature's throat. The leaping tiger cat let out a low growl and, surprisingly, lowered its head just enough to deflect Luo Feng's strike with its chin. Slicing through the tiger cat's fur and skin, the blade even grazed its jawbone. This tiger cat was remarkably quick, far swifter than the lion dog monsters. As Luo Feng landed, a foul wind rushed towards him. Another tiger cat opened its gaping maw to bite at him, with a shield in one hand and the blood shadow war blade in the other. Luo Feng retreated slightly to create some space, using his shield to thrust sideways while stabbing directly with his right hand. The blood shadow war blade expertly grazed the edge of the shield, plunging into the chin of the airborne tiger cat. Luo Feng yanked the blade back violently. Blood gushed forth as the tiger cat, comparable in size to a calf, collapsed onto the cracked concrete ground, its body swaying before it let out a final roar and fell. Watch out! A loud shout rang out. Bang! Not far away, brothers Wei Tai and Wei Qing were suddenly hurled into the air by the impact. Wei Tai slammed hard against a dilapidated wall by the street, which crumbled with a thunderous crash, sending him sprawling on the ground, spitting out blood. At the same moment, the double-tailed tiger cat that had struck Wei Tai now lunged toward Luo Feng. Too fast. Luo Feng jumped in alarm and swiftly sidestepped. That was close. Clearly, his evasion speed fell just short. The claws of the double-tailed tiger cat were almost upon him. An invisible force surged through his wrist guard, dramatically enhancing his lateral movement, allowing him to narrowly escape the beast's grasp. With a fierce upward thrust, Luo Feng retaliated, his blade slashing across one of the creature's forelimbs. The sharp blood shadow war blade made a sizzling sound as it skimmed over the fur of the double-tailed tiger cat, failing to penetrate its hide. The speed and defense of such a beast general-level monster were astonishing. Luo Feng was taken aback. Thud! The double-tailed tiger cat landed, its claws tearing into the crumbling concrete, leaving deep gouges in its wake. Wretched creature. The captain, Gao Feng, whose carelessness had led to his comrade's injury, descended like a bolt of lightning, his countenance fierce. Two massive hammers whirled through the air, crashing down with tremendous force. The two-tailed tiger cat, having been struck by Luo Feng's blade, appeared unscathed, pivoting swiftly as if it were a roaring freight truck barreling towards Gao Feng. The clash of hammer and claw resounded through the air, causing both Gao Feng and the two-tailed tiger cat to stagger. Yet, with a powerful thrust of his left foot, Gao Feng lunged forward once more, denying the tiger cat a chance to strike at his companion again. One of the tiger cat's forepaws seemed to have been fractured by the hammer's blow, leaving it to balance precariously on three legs. In this fierce confrontation, remarkably, Gao Feng held the advantage. The resounding hammers continued their relentless assault. On the rooftop of a 6-story residential building, approximately 500 meters away, 6 members of the Tiger Tooth squad were scanning their surroundings with binoculars. "Captain, there are numerous monsters nearby. It will be quite challenging to reach the hunters situated 10 miles away without alerting the majority of them," remarked a frowning middle-aged man with a single eye. The lean and short captain of the Tiger Tooth squad also furrowed his brow, suddenly fixing his gaze on the distant figures engaged in battle with the tiger cat monsters, members of the Firehammer squad. "So, the Firehammer squad has arrived in this county as well," the captain mused. "They must be here due to the new recruit, Luo Feng," the one-eyed man commented. "That dual hammer wielder is evidently Gao Feng. His strength is truly formidable. He dares to confront a junior beast general head-on. I have heard his might is comparable to that of an average intermediate warrior, though he is slightly slower," he added, acknowledging Gao Feng's prowess. Zhang Ziyu, bearing a massive broadsword, brightened with intrigue and raised his binoculars to observe closely. "Indeed, it is the Firehammer squad. That Luo Feng lad is also here and seems to be performing commendably." A glint of malice flickered in Zhang Ziyu's eyes. "Captain, that brat is responsible for costing me a staggering sum of 100 million. We should take the opportunity to eliminate him," he exclaimed. For Zhang Ziyu, such a sum was monumental, as he had toiled for 2 years as a senior warrior to amass that fortune. Eliminate him? The other members of the squad were taken aback. The Tiger Tooth captain frowned slightly before breaking into a smile. "What a splendid idea. A Xiao, a Dong. You two will use sniper rifles to target the key members of the Firehammer squad. Then, immediately open fire on the 2 nearby monster groups. Our distance is great. The sudden gunfire will leave the monsters unaware of the source of the bullets. These ordinary monsters possess low intelligence. Once struck, they will only lash out in anger at the humans they can see." The captain's expression turned cold as he plotted. At that moment, the other 2 beast groups surrounding the street will be drawn to the chaos, launching an assault on the Firehammer squad. The widespread carnage will attract a multitude of monsters to that vicinity, rendering other areas sparse. This will allow us to traverse several miles with ease. The other members of the Tiger Tooth squad fell silent. They had previously resorted to treachery against other warriors, but typically for reasons like seizing monster corpses. This time, however, the approach was decidedly more ruthless. "East, assist me in taking aim at Luo Feng and eliminate him with a single shot to alleviate my grievances." Zhang Ziyu gritted his teeth. "Commence," commanded the captain of the Tiger Feng team. "Understood, Captain," the 2 armed team members replied without hesitation. Having navigated the perilous realms of life and death, their experience in slaying both humans and beasts was extensive. "Humph, Luo Feng." Zhang Ziyu stood at the edge of the balcony, casting a cold smile at the Firehammer team's successful hunt of the 2-tailed tiger cat. "Dare to meddle with my finances? I shall take your life. May you regret your actions in hell." Meanwhile, 2 sniper rifles were set up. The team members, poised before their weapons, opted for high-caliber armor-piercing rounds, meticulously adjusting their aim. In mere moments, they subtly nodded to Captain Tiger Feng, signaling their readiness. With a swift motion, Captain Tiger Feng signaled. The 2 team members simultaneously pulled the triggers. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds echoed suddenly as the bullets tore through the air, hurtling toward the Firehammer team, who were engrossed in dissecting the 2-tailed tiger cat for materials. Although the sound was loud, the bullets traveled at speeds far exceeding that of sound. The Firehammer team had yet to register the gunfire before the projectiles reached them. The tendon of the tiger cat's tail was highly valuable. Luo Feng, wielding the Bloodshadow battle blade, expertly severed the tail, retrieving the translucent tendon. Turning to Wei Tai, he chuckled. "Brother Tai, you truly live up to your name. That last impact from the 2-tailed tiger cat left you spitting blood. You startled me. But it seems you're none the worse for wear. Are you foolish? If I didn't spit blood, would I just endure it? That would only cause greater harm." Wei Tai retorted with a laugh. "All right, everyone, hurry and gather the materials," Chen Gu chimed in cheerfully. The 6 members of the Firehammer team were in high spirits. With Captain Gao Feng squatting beside the carcass of the 2-tailed tiger cat, immersed in the intricate dissection, a task undeniably challenging. Luo Feng has indeed brought us good fortune. On the very first day, we've taken down 2 beast generals. Gao Feng remarked, chuckling as he worked. Haha, Captain, you owe me a reward. It was I who insisted on bringing Luo Feng into our ranks, Chun Gu teased playfully. The group shared in their jovial banter. Suddenly, Luo Feng felt a surge of panic, as if his tail were ablaze. His eyes widened in alarm. With a reflex honed from evading rubber bullets in nerve reaction tests, he instinctively recognized the distortion in the air before him as a bullet. It was traveling at speeds tenfold that of the rubber bullets. There was no time for him to shout a warning. The intense tension triggered a rush of adrenaline within Luo Feng, causing his heart to race at an astonishing pace. Every hair on his body standing on end, and his nerves taut to an unprecedented limit. Even his mental prowess surged, spreading rapidly throughout his being. A life-and-death crisis. The primal instinct for survival propelled Luo Feng's body and mind to their zenith. Whoosh! The armor-piercing round sliced through the air, aimed directly at Luo Feng's head. Originally wielded to sever the tail of the two-tailed tiger cat, Luo Feng instinctively swung the Blood Shadow war blade with all his might, unleashing his physical power to its utmost limit. Astonishingly, after delivering that initial strike, his core strength centered in his waist, and hips surged forth once more, allowing him to unleash a second powerful blow almost immediately. In the face of mortal peril, at the pinnacle of both mental and physical prowess, Luo Feng's body naturally erupted with a second force. The first layer of the ninefold Thunderblade technique was successfully executed. The speed of the Blood Shadow war blade surged instantaneously. Accelerating, Luo Feng's mental energy instinctively acted upon the blade, causing its velocity to further increase. Decelerate. His mental force likewise unhesitatingly affected the rapidly approaching armor-piercing round, causing its speed to plummet from 4 times the speed of sound to a mere 1 time the speed of sound in an instant. With a resounding clang, Luo Feng's Blood Shadow war blade collided with the armor-piercing round. The tip of the round was crushed inward, and it was deflected away. Boom. Another armor-piercing round, however, was aimed directly at Captain Gao Feng's head. According to the plan of the Tiger Tooth Squad, Zhang Zihu had ordered the elimination of Luo Feng, while the strongest member of the Firehammer Squad was Gao Feng. Thus, these 2 bullets were specifically prepared for Luo Feng and Gao Feng. Squatting beside the corpse of the two-tailed tiger cat, Gao Feng, with his back to the direction of the bullets, was entirely oblivious to the incoming threat. Thud! Gao Feng suddenly exerted force with his dagger to cut through the fur of the two-tailed tiger cat, the abrupt motion causing him to sway slightly. The bullet originally aimed at his head veered off course just as he was reflecting on the resilience of the tiger cat's hide. Whoosh! The speeding armor-piercing round barely grazed Gao Feng's ear, the powerful rotational airflow causing his ear to bleed instantly. Boom! The armor-piercing round struck mercilessly into Zhang Ku's shoulder. A shot potent enough to shatter the scales of a junior beast general, instantly pulverizing the muscle and bone in Zhang Ku's shoulder. With a thunderous crash, one of Zhang Ku's arms was flung away, and blood gushed forth like a torrent. Ah! Zhang Ku cried out in agony. Sniper bullet. Gao Feng watched in horror as blood sprayed from Zhang Ku's severed arm, some even splattering onto him, igniting a fury within Gao Feng as he bellowed, enemy attack. Which scoundrel dares? Wei Tai and Wei Qing also shouted in rage. Amidst their furious roars, nearly all members of the Firehammer Squad swiftly moved, none daring to remain stationary under the sniper's aim. Just moments ago, Captain Gao Feng had narrowly escaped as his sudden movement while cutting the hide caused the bullet to graze past his ear. Boom, 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 boom. A series of 4 gunshots rang out. Over there, Gao Feng, Luo Feng, and the others all glared with bloodshot eyes in the direction of the gunfire. In the distance, shadows flickered on the rooftop before vanishing without a trace. It was the Tiger Tooth Squad. Gao Feng gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Tiger Tooth. However, Luo Feng, unable to discern the distance, realized that the Tiger Tooth Squad had vanished in an instant. To see clearly required extraordinary vision. The hearing and sight of martial artists improve as their physical prowess escalates. Among the 6 members of the Firehammer Squad, only Captain Gao Feng, with his physique nearing that of a mid-level battle general, had managed to catch a glimpse. The Tiger Tooth Squad, Zhang Zihu, a member of the Tiger Tooth Squad, incited a surge of fury within Luo Feng. He had previously researched Zhang Zihu and was alarmed to discover that he intended to take his life. A chilling realization washed over Luo Feng. The bond among warriors was far from harmonious. Zhang Ku, old Zhang. Several rushed over, and Luo Feng hastened to Zhang Ku's side. Zhang Ku lay on the ground, his face ashen, his right shoulder utterly shattered by an armor-piercing round, his right arm flung far away. Even his combat suit bore signs of distress. The sheer force of the shot was tremendous, Zhang Ke's pallor spoke volumes as Chungu frantically tended to his wounds. It was me, Zhang Ke, you took that shot for me. Gao Feng clutched his ears in despair. Brother Zhang. Luo Feng's fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze. It was Zhang Ke and Chungu who had initially brought him into the Firehammer squad. This is dire. Gao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. We must flee. Earlier, the Tiger 2 squad had fired 6 shots, 2 aimed at Luo Feng and Gao Feng, while 4 targeted the surrounding horde of beasts. Now, the air was filled with the roars of enraged creatures, and the Firehammer squad quickly grasped the sinister intent behind the additional shots. What treachery! They aimed to obliterate us all. Run! Wei Qing hoisted the blood-soaked Zhang Ke onto his back, and the group fled in haste. A thunderous rumble echoed as a multitude of iron-haired wild boars appeared on the street ahead, their massive forms charging en masse. Shaking the ground as if an earthquake had struck, the Firehammer squad was taken aback, and just as they prepared to change direction, a violent tremor emanated from behind them. An even more astonishing horde surged forward, this time, not just the boars, but also a pack of lion mastiffs, their combined numbers exceeding 1,000. This is a grave predicament. The faces of the Firehammer squad paled. Over the wall, Gao Feng commanded. With swift agility, the squad vaulted over the crumbling barrier. Meanwhile, the enraged beasts, having endured the sting of 4 sniper rounds, understood that such insidious and terrifying weapons could only be wielded by humans. As they witnessed the humans scaling the wall, they charged en masse. The iron-haired wild boars lowered their heads and crashed into the wall, which had weathered decades of elements, collapsing almost instantaneously under the onslaught. Brothers, we are facing certain death. Let us flee. Every life counts. Together, we will surely perish. Gao Feng shouted, his eyes glistening with determination. If I, Gao Feng, survive this ordeal, I shall ensure they pay for their blood debt. Scatter. Wei Tai and Wei Qing gritted their teeth in resolve. Faced with a relentless onslaught of over 1,000 beasts, even elite warriors would be forced to retreat in disarray. The name Zhang Zihu echoed in Luo Feng's mind. He sensed that this attack was likely a consequence of his previous actions, which had compelled Zhang Zihu to expend a fortune. The Tiger 2 squad would not strike without provocation. Was it his fault that Zhang Ke suffered so? A wave of guilt and murderous intent surged within Luo Feng. Zhang Zihu, Tiger 2 squad. Luo Feng's eyes blazed with fervor. Captain, Brother Chun, he bellowed. The thunderous roar startled Captain Gao Feng, the Wei brothers, and Xingu, who turned to look at Luo Feng in astonishment. With gritted teeth, Luo Feng bellowed, "Follow me. We can all survive this." Suddenly, a flurry of sound erupted as several throwing knives, which had been secured at his thigh, soared into the air, swirling and hovering around him. Initially convinced that their chances of survival were slim and contemplating a desperate escape to seize any opportunity, Gao Feng, the Wei brothers, and Xingu were utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing 6 throwing knives levitating around Luo Feng, unsupported by any visible means. Xingu even blinked rapidly in disbelief. Indeed, the knives were floating without any visible aid. A mentalist. He can manipulate objects from a distance. The realization struck Gao Feng and the others simultaneously. Their faces flushed with excitement. Gao Feng shouted, "Listen to Luo Feng. Follow him." The ground trembled as a frenzied horde of beasts charged forward, cracking the crumbling concrete beneath them and causing debris to fall from the dilapidated buildings nearby. An ancient proverb speaks of a stampede of 1,000 horses. Yet each of these monstrous creatures was 10-fold, 100-fold stronger than any warhorse of the past. The sight of over 1,000 beasts thundering together was far more terrifying. To the left, Luo Feng shouted. Instantly, the members of the Firehammer team followed his lead, pivoting sharply to the left. With Wei Qing carrying the severely injured Zhang Ke, the pungent stench of the beasts permeated the air. Instead of fleeing, they ran toward the left, colliding with the pursuing horde of monsters, the foul odor invading their senses. At that moment, Luo Feng gritted his teeth, his gaze icy, and the 6 knives floating within a 10-meter radius around him sprang into action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 knives transformed into mere phantoms, piercing through the skull of a charging lion dog in an instant, sending brain matter splattering. Under Luo Feng's mental control, the knife continued its astonishing speed, penetrating the head of another beast in the blink of an eye. In a heartbeat, over 30 beasts closest to them were struck down, their skulls pierced. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Amidst the terrifying roars of the beasts, the 30 or so creatures that had been sprinting at full speed collapsed, sliding across the ground for several meters due to inertia, leaving a scene of devastation behind the fleeing Firehammer team. Gao Feng, Xingu, the Wei brothers, and the pale-faced Zhang Ke were all left in shock. They had always known mentalists were formidable, but this was beyond comprehension. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the 6 knives transformed into streaks of light, within a nearly 20-meter radius. Any beast that came into proximity was swiftly dispatched with a precise strike to the head. The level of control he exhibited was truly astounding. However, Luo Feng felt a twinge of concern. The speed at which he was expending his mental energy was alarmingly rapid. Each time a knife pierced a creature's skull, it drained considerable energy. The skulls of these beasts were far more resilient than ordinary stones, and having already dispatched over 50 of them, he realized that his mental reserves were depleting significantly. Behind Luo Feng, Chun Gu exclaimed, "Goodness, this psychic master is simply monstrous. He could annihilate 1,000 beasts all at once. Enough chatter. The longer we delay amid such commotion, the more beasts we will attract. Right now, we face 1,000. Soon it could be 5,000, or even 10,000, with many being beast generals. How can a psychic master deal with that? Do you think a psychic master can slay beasts without expending mental energy?" Gao Feng chided with a smile. Under the onslaught of the beasts, the Fire Hammer squad surprisingly still found time to converse. It was evident that Gao Feng, Chun Gu, and the others felt no pressure at all, as the swarming beasts were being effortlessly dispatched by the flying daggers. Over the wall, Luo Feng commanded. The Fire Hammer squad, in full flight, rushed to a nearby wall, leaping one after another. Although many beasts had perished, those that remained were bloodthirsty and undeterred, howling as they charged forward. Any beast that approached the area of Luo Feng's flying daggers was instantly pierced through the skull. It should be noted that Luo Feng's physical prowess barely reached the threshold of a high-level warrior, and his mental energy typically surpassed his physical abilities by 2 tiers. Consequently, his psychic power was at the lower limit of a mid-level warrior. Psychic masters are the most formidable beings among warriors, capable of effortlessly obliterating others of the same rank. With the ability to manipulate objects from a distance, Luo Feng could maintain a safe distance from the beasts, using his daggers to pierce them from afar. However, currently, to ensure the maximum potency of his daggers, he could only wield 2 simultaneously. The more daggers he employed, the weaker each one became. Indeed, he could unleash hundreds at once, but that would not only diminish their power, but also jeopardize their accuracy. With 6 daggers, Luo Feng could confidently ensure that each one could contend with a low-level beast general while maintaining precision. With 2 daggers, he could guarantee maximum strength against a mid-level beast general. The relentless beasts crashed into the wall. As they approached the speeding Fire Hammer squad, they were swiftly annihilated. Blood and gore splattering everywhere. The collapse of the beast corpses caused chaos among the following beasts. As the Fire Hammer squad turned a corner down the street, they managed to shake off a significant number of pursuers. At that moment, the Tiger Tooth squad had already distanced themselves considerably. The Fire Hammer squad had drawn a multitude of beasts, leading to a reduction in their density on nearby paths, allowing the Tiger Tooth squad to advance swiftly. Upon reaching a new area dense with beasts, the Tiger Tooth squad slowed their pace, proceeding with caution. "Captain, I just fired at Gao Feng, the leader of the Fire Hammer squad. However, he was in the midst of dissecting a beast's corpse, and when he exerted force with his dagger, he inadvertently dodged, causing my armor-piercing round to whiz past his head, seriously injuring another member of the Fire Hammer squad. That member's arm was blown off, and their fate remains uncertain." The frail Ah Xiao recounted. "That Gao Feng is quite fortunate." Zhang Ziyu frowned, directing his gaze at another. "Dongzi, I instructed you to kill Luo Feng. Why is he still alive?" The distance was considerable, and the bullet traveled swiftly. Only through the optical sights of their rifles could the 2 snipers discern the fleeting circumstances at that moment. Luo Feng's companion, the marksman known as Dongzi, hesitated before stating, "He was quite fortunate. At the instant I fired, he was engaged in skinning a monster, and fortuitously managed to deflect my armor-piercing round with his blade." Dongzi could only express it thus. He certainly did not attribute such reflexes to Luo Feng. It could only be deemed luck. After all, the ability to intercept an armor-piercing bullet requires an extraordinary degree of perception and precision in technique. "Damn, Luo Feng is indeed lucky," Zhang Ziyu muttered under his breath. However, the sniper Dongzi reassured, "Previously, our quartet of shots at the beast horde has already directed their attention towards the only humans they could detect, the Fire Hammer squad, resulting in an onslaught of over 1,000 monsters. Even if the Fire Hammer squad excels, their demise is inevitable." "No." Captain Huya shook his head. "Not necessarily. If the Fire Hammer squad disperses and flees, perhaps 1 or 2 of them might survive." Upon saying this, Captain Huya wore a faint smile. "Of course, if only 1 or 2 manage to survive, it poses no threat to our Huya squad. Captain, perhaps they might encounter a god of war who could aid them," the one-eyed middle-aged man chuckled. In a county town, the prospect of stumbling upon a deity of war within such a brief time frame, and having that entity willing to assist, is far less likely than winning the lottery. Captain Huya grinned. "All right, let us proceed. That old creature is still on the move. We must pursue it swiftly." Understood. The Huya squad advanced immediately. On the rooftop of an ordinary 6-story building, Luo Feng and his group swiftly ascended. With a decisive click, the door leading to the rooftop was barred shut. Quickly, let old Zhang lie down, Gu exclaimed. Fetch the medicine, Gao Feng urged anxiously. Given Zhang Ku's grave injuries, even the slightest bleeding could lead to a fatal loss of blood. Fortunately, they had managed to staunch the flow earlier. Nonetheless, such severe wounds necessitated immediate basic treatment, especially since County 0201 was a 3-day walk from the nearest military supply base. Could Zhang Ku endure a 3-day trek in his current condition? Absolutely not. Old Zhang, hold this in your mouth to regain your strength, Gu instructed, placing a pill in Zhang Ku's mouth. Wei Tai, attend to Zhang Ku's wounds with utmost care, Gao Feng commanded. The members of the Fire Hammer squad busied themselves tending to Zhang Ku, whose pallid complexion began to recover as his body received timely nourishment. As the treatment progressed, the members of the Fire Hammer squad gradually felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness, Luo Feng thought, exhaling softly. Observing Zhang Ku's ashen face, particularly noting the absence of his right arm, which had vanished along with half of his shoulder, Luo Feng felt a pang of guilt. Zhang Ku would no longer wield a spear, marking the end of his martial career. Luo Feng believed that the Huya squad's actions were largely due to him. In the presence of Zhang Ku, Luo Feng felt a deep sense of remorse. Huya squad. Zhang Ziyu. Luo Feng's heart burned with fury. I, Luo Feng, vow to make you pay in blood for your transgressions, to let you experience the taste of annihilation. That Huya squad, those ruffians, seek to obliterate our entire Fire Hammer squad. Gu could not restrain his vitriol. The Huya team must be avenged. Wei Tai growled. These scoundrels will surely regret their actions. Gao Feng clenched his fists tightly, then turned to Luo Feng, expressing his gratitude for his presence. Luo Feng, how is it that you can manipulate objects from a distance? Instantly, the other members of the Fire Hammer team, including the severely injured Zhang Ku lying on the ground, turned their gazes toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng realized that while he was using his mental prowess to save everyone, he had inadvertently revealed his secret of being a mentalist. They must have guessed it. Each of them feigned expressions of surprise as they looked at him. All right, I admit it, Luo Feng said with a wry smile. I am indeed a mentalist. Gu laughed heartily. Luo Feng, I knew I was right about you. Wei Qing and Wei Tai also wore smiles. A mentalist has emerged in our Fire Hammer team. Gao Feng nodded with a grin, believing that if the Huya team had known of Luo Feng's capabilities in advance, they would never have dared to play tricks on them. If only they had realized they were provoking a mentalist, they would surely regret it immensely. Zhang Ku, lying nearby, could not help but interject. That Huya team is composed of mere ruffians. Their strongest members are just 2 intermediate battle generals. Luo Feng's physical prowess barely reaches the advanced warrior level. According to the rules, a mentalist's abilities surpass their physical counterparts by 2 tiers, placing him in the intermediate battle general category. An intermediate battle general mentalist can easily dominate others of the same rank and can even contend with those of a higher level. All warriors understood the terrifying nature of a mentalist. At the same level, they could easily sweep aside other warriors, regardless of your swordsmanship, shield techniques, or agility. A mentalist could keep their distance, remotely attacking with flying knives that could swiftly change direction and move at supersonic speeds. How could warriors of the same rank possibly compete? As long as Luo Feng exercised caution, he could single-handedly vanquish the entire Huya team. Gu grinned. The Huya team's attempt to ambush our Fire Hammer team was undoubtedly their most foolish action. Gao Feng sighed, feeling fortunate. Though Gao Feng's physical prowess had barely reached the intermediate battle general level, it proved ineffective against the beast horde. This starkly illustrated the difference between ordinary warriors and mentalists. Zhang Gu, Luo Feng crouched before Zhang Ku, observing his pale face. The Huya team's attack against us was likely instigated by my previous offense against Zhang Ziyu. I am truly sorry for what has happened to you. The Fire Hammer team fell silent, their eyes fixed on Luo Feng and Zhang Ku. Luo Feng. Zhang Ku managed a faint smile. Do not take all the blame upon yourself. It is undeniable that you saved our entire team this time. As he glanced at the wound on his right shoulder, he lamented, my right arm has already been lost to the beast horde. I fear my career as a free warrior has come to an end. A deep sigh escaped Zhang Ku. Gao Feng, Gu, the Wei brothers, and Luo Feng remained silent. However, Zhang Ku's smile returned, as he mused, this is actually the best outcome I could have anticipated. Do you remember the Great Nirvana period? I was just a child back then. I come from an era where I witnessed countless individuals being slain by monstrous creatures during the Great Nirvana. In that moment, I vowed to grow up and personally vanquish these beasts, aspiring to become a hero. I have exerted myself tirelessly, and at last, I have emerged as a warrior, a free warrior. I have ventured into the wilderness, hunting down numerous monsters, fulfilling the dreams of my childhood. I have also become a hero in the eyes of the people. My wife reveres me, which ultimately led her to marry me. My daughter takes pride in having an extraordinary warrior for a father. As time has flowed, with each monster I have slain, I have gradually grown weary of returning to the wilderness. My wife and child constantly worry for my safety, and I too fear the possibility of not seeing them again. Yet, I lack the courage to withdraw. Zhang Ke spoke softly, acknowledging that this has been my life for over a decade, and I have become accustomed to it. At that moment, Luo Feng felt a pang of discomfort. Family. I too have a younger brother, parents who worry for me. This recent injury serves as a reason, a justification for withdrawal. Zhang Ke smiled faintly, admitting his own fatigue after these many years. In the future, I could join a martial arts school with my accomplishments. I could easily become a district-level instructor in an elite martial arts academy. This would allow me more time to spend with my wife and child. Moreover, I have you all behind me. To have forged a brotherhood with a mentalist before my departure is indeed worthwhile. Brother, savor the tranquility of life, Gao Feng encouraged. If you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. We have been together for 7 or 8 years. We are brothers in life and death. Handle your own affairs. Entering the Firehammer squad was entirely Zhang Ji's doing, and now that he was incapacitated, it was likely tied to me as well. How could I not offer my assistance? Zhang Gu, your matters are my matters, Luo Feng declared. Zhang Ke nodded, then inquired with curiosity, by the way, Luo Feng, why have you concealed your identity as a mentalist? It is primarily because I wish to avoid unnecessary troubles, Luo Feng replied with a smile. Once my status as a mentalist is exposed, a peaceful life will elude me. This realization dawned upon me after reading numerous posts on Extreme House shortly after becoming a warrior, leading me to understand that it is best to keep my secret. For once revealed, I would become a focal point for cultivation within the elite martial arts academy, first sent to the global headquarters, followed by superior training and conditions. Indeed, a mentalist is akin to a trump card. Each mentalist holds significant value, capable of inciting competition among various factions, while one might enjoy privileges. The ordinary life of a warrior would cease to exist. Captain, I hope everyone can keep this under wraps and not disclose this secret, Luo Feng urged. Of course, we shall keep it confidential. Our warrior squad thrives on your discretion, Luo Feng. Gao Feng chuckled heartily. Beside him, Chungu nodded enthusiastically yes. We have a mentalist in our Firehammer squad, while other warrior squads remain oblivious. This ruse allows us to appear weaker, lulling others into a false sense of security. Should anyone dare to provoke us, they would face dire consequences. Furthermore, we will have substantial advantages when hunting monsters in the future. A trump card, when concealed, is truly a hidden ace. Once revealed, its efficacy diminishes. Indeed, henceforth the captain shall confront the monstrous adversaries head-on, while Luo Feng employs his flying knives for covert assaults, striking with unwavering precision. Wei Tai could not restrain his excitement as he exclaimed, yes, Luo Feng will first engage with his battle blade, leading the beast to believe he is wielding it, only to then stealthily unleash his flying knives, catching the creature completely off guard. It will undoubtedly leave the beast in tears. The presence of a mental energy master within the team undeniably amplifies their collective strength tenfold. The members of the Firehammer squad fervently discussed Luo Feng's future role within their ranks, each brimming with enthusiasm. Clearly, the addition of a mental energy master brings immense advantages to the Firehammer squad. As time passed, the members of the Firehammer squad began to rest, and twilight gradually descended, revealing a tapestry of countless stars in the night sky. Beneath this celestial expanse, Luo Feng sat quietly at the edge of the rooftop, reflecting on the battle from earlier that evening. In today's confrontation, when that armor-piercing projectile was launched, I instinctively executed the first level of Ninefold Thunderblade. With this thought, Luo Feng felt an irresistible urge to rise and stepped aside to unsheath his Blood Shadow battle blade. With a deep breath, he unleashed a surge of strength from his core, the power emanating from his waist and hips exploding almost instantaneously. Simultaneously, as this muscular force coursed into his arms, it naturally triggered a second wave of energy, akin to a ripple effect. Two powerful forces surged into his arms. With a swift motion, the Blood Shadow battle blade transformed into a glimmering arc, slicing through the air. Indeed, he had managed to release an additional hidden strength. Combining two forces, 70% plus 70%, resulted in an astonishing 14-fold power. Luo Feng sensed that after manifesting this extra hidden strength, he was utterly depleted and could not summon another. Nevertheless, this was still a remarkable achievement. The initiation of Ninefold Thunderblade is notoriously challenging, yet he had managed to access the first level during a life-or-death moment. This bodes well for further advancement in the future. Suddenly, a furious and resentful howl of a wolf echoed from below, startling the resting members of the Firehammer squad awake. It's the howl of a wolf, Luo Feng declared gravely. There are wolf-like beasts nearby. Chungu gasped, acknowledging the formidable nature of every wolf-like creature. Wolves? Luo Feng was taken aback. Such wolf-like beasts had become exceedingly rare since the Great Cataclysm, and they were notoriously vicious. After undergoing the transformative events of the Great Cataclysm, the ferocity and wildness of wolf-like beasts had escalated to unprecedented levels, rendering them immensely powerful. With urgency, Luo Feng seized a pair of binoculars and rushed to the edge of the rooftop, following the direction of the wolf's howl. Utilizing the high-powered, night vision binoculars, he quickly discerned a massive wolf approximately 2 miles away on a street, towering nearly 3 meters high and stretching 5 to 6 meters in length. Its fur was a deep shade of gray, with a hint of white on its forehead. Even at a distance, Luo Feng could feel the menacing aura radiating from this fearsome creature. This matched the information stored in his memory regarding various beasts. It is the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Chen Gu exclaimed nearby, the royal class among wolf-like beasts. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. Indeed, it was the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, the Silver Moon Direwolf. A royal among wolf-like beasts, possesses a minimum strength of an intermediate beast general in its adult form. Typically, the fur of a Silver Moon Direwolf is gray, but during battle, it transforms entirely to a silvery hue. A tuft of silvery hair on its forehead, however, turns blood red when engaged in combat. Renowned for its cunning, treachery, and ferocious brutality, the fur of the Silver Moon Direwolf commands exorbitant prices in human society due to its numerous exceptional properties. Furthermore, its skull is extraordinarily resilient, equally valued. Before them stands a high-ranking beast general Silver Moon Direwolf. Luo Feng gasps in astonishment, recognizing its stature and coloration. A high-ranking beast general, and a Silver Moon Direwolf at that. Not all high-ranking beast generals are alike. Just as equally ranked mentalists and ordinary martial artists differ, so too does the Silver Moon Direwolf possess innate ferocity and prowess. Look, it's injured in the abdomen, and quite severely, Wei Tai exclaims. Instantly, all present turn their gazes towards Captain Luo Feng. Captain, this is the Royal Silver Moon Direwolf, a high-ranking beast general. This single Silver Moon Direwolf is worth more than 10 high-ranking beast general tiger mastiffs. If we secure this, we shall make a significant fortune. Chen Gu cannot contain his excitement, urging, Captain, make a decision swiftly. Beside him, Wei Tai adds, Captain, the Silver Moon Direwolf is advancing rapidly. It will soon vanish from our sight. We cannot hesitate. Even if it is gravely wounded, it remains beyond our capability to confront. Luo Feng admonishes, stay alert. Do not let greed cloud your judgment. It is exceedingly rare to encounter a severely injured high-ranking beast general, let alone a wounded Royal Silver Moon Direwolf. Securing this would be akin to winning the lottery. A pristine high-ranking Silver Moon Direwolf would pose a formidable challenge even for a seasoned human warrior. I will give it a try, Luo Feng declares. Luo Feng hesitates. Do you have a plan? Killing a Silver Moon Direwolf is not guaranteed. After all, I have never taken one down before, but I am certain of my ability to escape. Luo Feng smiles. I am a mentalist. And what sets mentalists apart is our ability to traverse the air. Mental energy can only influence inanimate objects. I can instantaneously channel my mental energy into my alloy combat boots, enabling me to leap to incredible heights. By placing my shield beneath me, I can maintain my balance. With my mental energy controlling the shield's flight, I can soar as well. This ability to fly is the most envied skill of mentalists, even by those of the God of War rank, who can only watch with envy. This is one reason why mentalists are fiercely contested by various factions. Very well. Luo Feng, exercise caution. If you can secure it, do so, but do not force yourself if it proves difficult. Your safety is paramount, Luo Feng advises. Rest assured. Luo Feng replies with a smile. He then brandishes his shield and blood-shadowed battle knife, leaping from the rooftop of a 6-story building. Whoosh! Luo Feng plummets swiftly, the height of 6 stories typically being bearable for an advanced warrior's robust physique. Yet Luo Feng need not be so reckless. A powerful, invisible force acts upon his alloy boots, drastically reducing his speed as he gracefully lands on the ground of the courtyard below. Luo Feng swiftly dashed outside. Resembling a nimble monkey, with 2 leaps, he reached the street. The other members of the Firehammer squad on the rooftop observed intently through binoculars. This truly showcased Luo Feng's remarkable prowess. Wei Tai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, mental cultivators were among the most formidable of warriors, a truly terrifying sight. With the influence of mental energy, their speed and agility could reach astonishing levels. Moreover, the ability to manipulate objects from a distance was nothing short of extraordinary. Chen Gu also nodded in agreement. Haha, you should be pleased. Gao Feng remarked with a slight smile. A mental cultivator has just joined our Firehammer squad. Upon hearing this, the others burst into laughter. Captain, do you think Luo Feng can slay that Silver Moon Fierce Wolf? Zhang Ku, lying on the ground, asked with a grin. Hard to say, Gao Feng hesitated. The beast was an advanced beast general, while Luo Feng had only recently stepped into the realm of intermediate war general as a mental cultivator. He might have a chance against a slightly weaker advanced beast general. But facing a royal wolf like the severely injured Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, there was still hope for Luo Feng. Hope indeed. The group held their binoculars, watching as Luo Feng pursued below. He moved like a bolt of black lightning, racing down the street. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf fled swiftly. Luo Feng took a shortcut, initially believing he could intercept it, but realized he was still about a mile away when the wolf suddenly turned left. With a swift turn and a leap, Luo Feng vaulted over a low wall into an abandoned residential area, following a diagonal path to chase after the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Roar! Two tiger mastiff beasts, lounging lazily, instantly sprang to their feet upon spotting the human, letting out deep growls. As the ground trembled, the two beasts charged forward. However, Luo Feng showed no inclination to evade. With a swift motion, two flying daggers shot from his pant legs, transforming into streaks of light. The tiger mastiffs had no time to dodge at such close range and were pierced through the skull. Their eyes filled with terror before they quickly lost all life, collapsing to the ground with a thud, shaking the earth. The two daggers, unblemished by blood, arced back to Luo Feng's pant legs. With a swift motion, Luo Feng leaped into a nearby alley, immediately spotting the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf at the far end, approximately 100 meters away. The wolf halted, fixating on the approaching human. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, wounded yet formidable, drew Luo Feng's attention. His eyes gleamed with excitement, a smile forming on his face. Well then, let us see how formidable I am now. With that, he strode purposefully toward the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. The wolf remained still, standing nearly 3 meters tall. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's eyes flickered ominously with a crimson glow, and in an instant, its fur transformed from a dull gray to a brilliant silver, infused with a strange energy. In a flash, it became a dazzling spectacle. Even the tuft of white fur on its forehead shifted to a blood-red hue. The silver-white body, adorned with a blood-red crown. This is the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Luo Feng advanced cautiously, ever vigilant. As the distance between himself and the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf dwindled to 50 meters, whoosh, the wolf transformed into a streak of silver light, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Sonic speed. Frequent reflex tests in martial arts training had enabled Luo Feng to instantly deduce that the speed of this Silver Moon Fierce Wolf was nearly supersonic. Luo Feng's expression changed drastically. In a split second, he leaped with the swiftness of lightning, while the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf almost instantaneously mirrored his leap, soaring to a height of 20 to 30 meters. In that fleeting moment, Luo Feng discerned the wolf's blurred face and its chilling, blood-tinged gaze. A powerful mental force surged through his metallic combat boots, propelling him higher to evade the wolf's pouncing claws. What does it matter if your speed reaches the sound barrier? Can you outrun my flying daggers? As he dodged the wolf's strike, 6 daggers shot forth from his pant leg, transforming into 6 streaks of light that converged upon the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf like a net. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, having roamed the wilderness for years, possessed great intelligence. Under its speed, a human warrior could not leverage their strength while in midair, rendering evasion impossible. Only one type of individual could continually change direction and accelerate in the air, the mentalist. Upon realizing that the human warrior before it was a mentalist, the wolf was taken aback. Yet, at that moment, the 6 daggers were already upon it. With a chilling howl, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, unable to alter its trajectory or accelerate in midair, twisted its body violently, its claws striking out toward the daggers with lightning speed. At such close range, Luo Feng's reflexes did not allow the daggers to evade. Bang! Bang! 2 of the 6 daggers were struck down, but a smile appeared on Luo Feng's face. Although he had launched 6 daggers, he knew that, in reality, he could only ensure that 2 of them reached their maximum offensive potential. Thus, the 6 daggers served merely to confuse the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. The true assault came from the remaining 2 daggers. Hunter, you shall be the first beast general level monster to fall by my hand. Luo Feng chuckled, and the originally agile 4 daggers became 2 that lost their potency, while the other 2 darted like lightning towards the wolf's abdomen. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, with no means to gain leverage in midair, roared as it slashed with its claws. However, swoosh, swoosh, the 2 daggers swiftly pierced the pre-existing wounds, plunging deep into the wolf's insides, shredding its internal organs into a gruesome pulp. With a final, defiant howl of rage and despair, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf plummeted from the sky. However, It had previously suffered a severe injury from a surprise attack by a squad of human war god-level warriors. Luckily, it had escaped, relying on its prideful speed. Yet, during its flight, it encountered another squad of war general-level warriors. If it had been in its prime, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf could have effortlessly annihilated this squad. But now, it was gravely wounded. Nonetheless, this war general-level squad relentlessly pursued it, refusing to relent. No matter where it fled, that small team would inevitably pursue it. A nauseating group of despicable humans. To perish at the hands of a psychic beastmaster would be far preferable than to meet my end at the hands of those ruffians. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf possessed remarkable intelligence. It was a high-ranking beast general of the wolf royalty, comparable in intellect to that of a typical lord-level monster, whose wisdom generally paralleled that of an average human. If one must die, let it be at the hands of the powerful. With a thunderous crash, the enormous carcass of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf plummeted to the ground, causing a precarious wall to collapse with a resounding roar, and Luo Feng descended right after. Who would have thought I could slay a Silver Moon Fierce Wolf? He mused, standing beside the wolf's lifeless body, exhaling a long sigh of relief. At that moment, four flying daggers danced around him, settling into his dagger pouch. There are still 2 flying daggers left. Luo Feng's gaze swept his surroundings, and he spotted 2 deep pits in the cement ground ahead, the very surface cracked from the impact, where 2 6th-tier flying daggers lay embedded within. This scene caused Luo Feng to gasp in astonishment. The speed and claw strength of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf were astonishingly formidable. To prevent discovery by other teams, he hastily began to dissect the carcass. This Silver Moon Fierce Wolf was worth its weight in gold. Without further hesitation, he grasped a flying dagger and stood beside the wolf's corpse to commence his dissection. Currently, his weapon, the Blood Shadow Warblade, was merely 5th tier, suitable for combat against mid-tier beast generals. The flying daggers were 6th tier, capable of contending with high-tier beast generals. With a swift motion along the already open wound on the wolf's abdomen, Luo Feng exerted force, the flying dagger slicing downwards. Luo Feng's eyes widened. He found that even with all his strength, he could not sever the already torn hide. How could this be? It was common knowledge that dissecting monsters was most challenging when their bodies bore no wounds. Yet once a significant injury existed, the difficulty significantly decreased. Alas, even the carcass of a high-tier beast general was beyond his cutting prowess. Damn, it seems that dissecting monsters is a high-level challenge too. Luo Feng chuckled, quickly employing his psychic power to control a flying dagger. The strength of his psychic ability far surpassed that of his own arm. With a swift thrust, the suspended dagger sliced through the tear in the hide, producing a hissing sound as the wound rapidly expanded. Is controlling the dagger with psychic power this exhausting? Luo Feng was taken aback. A sudden thought struck him, and he directed the floating dagger to thrust into an intact section of the wolf's back, which appeared only slightly concave, yet the hide bore no visible scars. Luo Feng was astonished. This is utterly monstrous. I must truly be fortunate. He could not help but marvel at its speed, which reached the velocity of sound, and its formidable attack power. Even its most valuable hide offered astonishing defense. Had it been in pristine condition, his chances of victory against it would have been a mere 20 to 30%. Faced with this pinnacle Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, Luo Feng could only target the vulnerable areas such as the eyes, ears, and nostrils. Given the wolf's agility, his odds of success were indeed quite low. Having even a 2 or 3% chance was already commendable. With a swift motion, the dagger pierced through. Luo Feng swiftly proceeded with the dissection, first meticulously stripping away the entire magnificent and costly hide. He then severed all the formidable claws of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, which were sought after for their use in high-grade Kroll alloy, commanding a similarly exorbitant price. Additionally, he extracted the notably durable skull, the fangs, and 2 rather unique eyes from the creature. Everything of significant value was collected and stowed away into his backpack. It is crucial to understand that many innovations in human society are derived from materials sourced from various beasts. With everything accomplished, he felt a sense of triumph. No matter how one looked at it, he had made a substantial profit. A smile graced Luo Feng's face, for the monetary distribution within the Firehammer team was based on each individual's contributions during combat, even if one possessed immense strength. If they did not exert any effort in the hunt of a particular beast, they would receive no compensation from the warrior team. In the case of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, it was entirely Luo Feng's endeavor. Thus, he would indeed receive a handsome reward. However, he mused, should anyone discover that he had acquired the body of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, it could spell trouble. A smirk appeared on his lips. It was likely that only a high-ranking battle general could inflict such severe wounds on the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, possibly even a war god-level warrior. The hide bore tracking signals, but fortunately, he had removed them. Luo Feng had no desire to make an enemy of someone capable of injuring a silver moon fierce wolf. Hence, he decided to depart swiftly. With a whoosh, Luo Feng quietly slipped away, leaving behind a heap of flesh and blood under the cover of night. In the darkness, numerous beasts lurked throughout the county, while the tiger-tooth team advanced cautiously. Damn it! That hunter dares to run rampant in the county because it is a beast general-level monster. Other beasts do not dare to provoke it. Cursed a robust bald man walking alongside Zhang Ziyu. Once we slay this hunter, I will surely roast and devour the flesh of that silver moon fierce wolf. Without tasting its meat, I cannot quell my anger. Beside him, Zhang Ziyu grinned widely. Do not fret, the hunter carries our signal. It is futile for it to flee anywhere. Where's that hunter? Inquired the captain of the tiger-tooth team in a deep tone. Captain, the hunter is approximately 13 miles away, but it seems to have ceased its movement, likely resting at that location, replied Dongzi, wielding a locator with a smile. Instantly, the members of the tiger-tooth team rejoiced. It has stopped moving? Resting? Haha. Their greatest fear was that the hunter, the silver moon fierce wolf, would flee in a frenzied escape. Zhang Ziyu chuckled. Perhaps the silver moon fierce wolf thinks it has found a safe hiding place, unaware of our prowess. Let us not miss this opportunity. It is merely 13 miles away, and we shall reach it swiftly. The captain's eyes gleamed with excitement as he urged, everyone, quicken your pace. Perhaps this time we shall slay this hunter. The tiger-tooth team hastened their advance. 13 miles was a trivial distance, and despite the beast's prevalence, they could arrive within half an hour. Approximately 40 minutes later, they reached the vicinity where the silver moon fierce wolf was resting. Everyone, proceed with caution. With a gentle wave of his hand, Captain Tiger-Tooth signaled the 6 members of his team to stealthily divide into 2 squads, approaching the location of the silver moon fierce wolf from different directions. Silence enveloped them, for the silver moon fierce wolf was known for its keen senses. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each member tread carefully. Now, Captain Tiger-Tooth commanded, and the other squads sprang into action simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2 squads rushed into the alley, advancing like shadows, approximately 100 meters from the signal's origin. All 6 members gazed intently towards the center, where the silver moon fierce wolf was presumed to be. Yet their eyes met only a faint scent of blood. Captain Tiger-Tooth's expression darkened. This is bad. He and his team dashed towards a gruesome pile of flesh, where they discovered a tuft of fur glimmering faintly with silver. Damn it! Zhang Ziyu cursed as he grasped the fur. It has been taken from us. The warriors understood the importance of leaving a signal on a severely wounded beast for tracking, a knowledge shared by Luo Feng. Given the silver moon fierce wolf was gravely injured, it was likely it had been marked for retrieval. Hence, a quick sweep of mental energy revealed the peculiar tuft of fur, which was promptly severed. Bastards! Captain Tiger-Tooth ground his teeth, his visage dark and menacing. After all this time, it was for naught. The one-eyed middle-aged man beside him wore a grim expression. Let us move. Captain Tiger-Tooth's eyes glinted with cold fury. To dare snatch from us is to court death. This group of warriors has just dissected the corpse, and they will likely rush to the supply base for safety. Therefore, brothers of the Tiger-Tooth squad, we must head to the supply base at once, advancing with utmost speed. We shall endeavor to catch them en route. Yes, Captain. The 5 men replied in unison. Depart. With a wave of his hand, the fiercely determined Captain Tiger-Tooth led his team towards the supply base, their spirits aflame with righteous anger. The night sky glittered with stars. Beneath this celestial tapestry, a figure darted through the desolate county town like a streak of black lightning. Occasionally traversing the streets, sometimes leaping over residential blocks, it swiftly reached the 6-story building where the Firehammer squad resided. Luo Feng had arrived. Seems unscathed. The members of the Firehammer squad observed through their binoculars as Luo Feng ascended the stairwell, soon arriving at the rooftop. Captain, Brother Chun, Luo Feng called out cheerfully. Unscathed? Good to hear. Have you managed to hunt down the silver moon fierce wolf? Captain Gao Feng, usually composed, couldn't restrain his curiosity. Chen Gu, the Wei brothers, and even Zhang Ku, lying on the ground, looked at Luo Feng with eager anticipation. Chen Gu exclaimed in surprise, Luo Feng, your backpack seems much fuller. Luo Feng laughed heartily. Brother Chen, your eyes are sharp. Indeed, I was fortunate enough to slay the silver moon fierce wolf. I've dissected it, and all the items are safely in my backpack. Did you truly kill it? The members of the Firehammer squad widened their eyes in astonishment. The silver moon fierce wolf, the royalty among wolves. The wolf-like monsters are indeed rare, let alone the royal silver moon fierce wolf. This time, I was fortunate. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The speed at which the silver moon fierce wolf moves is likely to have reached supersonic levels. Its attack power is absurdly strong, and its fur is terrifyingly resilient. Had it not been for its severe injuries from the outset, with a large wound on its abdomen. I believe slaying it would have been a formidable challenge. Supersonic speed? Chen Gu's eyes widened. How monstrous. It is no surprise that this creature belongs to the royal lineage of wolves, capable of rivaling the primitive lords of the pig species, Wei Tai remarked, astonished. This is bad. Gao Feng's expression changed drastically. Luo Feng was startled by the captain's alarm. Captain, what's wrong? What do you mean? Luo Feng inquired repeatedly. The Silver Moon fierce wolf is gravely wounded, clearly having engaged in combat with human warriors before, Gao Feng said anxiously. The warrior squad that fought it may have left signals on its fur. If they pursue and find us, we could be in deep trouble. Chengu was taken aback. Indeed, any warrior squad capable of inflicting such injuries on a Silver Moon fierce wolf is not one we can contend with. They might boast divine warrior-level fighters. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Captain, rest assured. Although I lack experience, prior to my first venture into the wilderness area, I diligently researched relevant materials to grasp essential knowledge. After slaying the Silver Moon fierce wolf, I did check. Indeed, there were signals left in its fur. But I had already cut away that tuft. Gao Feng and Chungu finally relaxed. Their primary concern was Luo Feng's inexperience. After all, attempting to seize a severely injured monster could lead to dire consequences if others pursued them. Indeed, Captain, the group responded with lighthearted laughter. Early the next morning, the Firehammer squad began their quiet departure from County 0201, progressing along the dilapidated highway towards the supply base. In the military district, at the supply base, Black Brother, I fully understand this. I certainly do not wish to court death, Zhang Ziyu chuckled. The base city and military district are backed by government military forces. No matter how intense the hatred among warriors, they dare not engage in conflict within the military zone, as the repercussions could be devastating. The supply base is merely a small segment carved out of the military district, with safety and security being the responsibility of the military. All right, trivial matters. The bearded man nodded with a smile. What's the situation, Tiger? The one-eyed middle-aged man asked quietly. Firehammer squad, if anyone is to blame. It should be that Luo Feng, Zhang Zihu sneered coldly. Daring to make me spend money. By the way, have you discovered who pilfered our quarry? None. The one-eyed man shook his head in frustration, not a single lead. The captain is currently inside, furious and smashing bottles. At the base entrance stood Gao Feng, Chenggu, Wei Chong, Wei Tai, Luo Feng, and even Zhang Ke. Old Gao, it seems you've encountered some trouble this time. The gatekeeper remarked upon seeing Zhang Ke's severed arm, bandaged up. Damn it, don't even mention it. The monster didn't harm us. But that damn Tiger Tooth squad ambushed us. Gao Feng cursed vehemently. Captain, the Tiger Tooth squad is over there. Chenggu suddenly shouted. Suddenly, all members of the Firehammer squad turned their heads and caught sight of three individuals beneath the shade of a large tree not far away. Upon recognizing these three, expressions of fury enveloped the faces of the Firehammer squad, particularly Zhang Ke, who, pale and carrying only a backpack, bellowed, "Halt." Upon seeing the 6 members of the Firehammer squad, Zhang Zihu and his companions felt a tremor of fear and promptly attempted to flee. They were in the wrong. After all, however, they did not anticipate being spotted by Chenggu. Still thinking of escaping? Gao Feng shouted. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad rushed forward, and this loud proclamation swiftly drew the attention of numerous martial artists from the supply base. At that moment, Zhang Zihu and his companions felt too intimidated to run. For to do so would be to admit their guilt. Although their actions were indefensible, they could not acknowledge it. Gao Feng, why are you shouting? Barked a one-eyed middle-aged man, turning in anger. Do you think this is just any place? This is a military zone, the martial artist supply base. Not a venue for your antics. The bald man sneered coldly. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not afford to appear weak. Gao Feng, with reddened eyes, seized a heavy hammer from behind him and charged forward, ready to strike. The one-eyed man and Zhang Zihu's faces changed as they sensed they were at a disadvantage, their guilt weighing heavily upon them. Suddenly, the piercing sound of a whistle erupted, and a 12-member squad clad in combat uniforms swiftly approached from a distance. The squad leader shouted, "Drop your weapons. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the supply base. Otherwise, our guards have the authority to eliminate you." The commotion and the blaring whistle attracted many martial artists to the scene. It was the Firehammer squad confronting the members of the Tiger Tooth squad. Whispers spread among the onlookers, as both squads were somewhat renowned in Jiangnan Base City, under the authoritative reprimand of the supply base's guards. The Firehammer squad begrudgingly suppressed their anger, recognizing that challenging military authority was unwise. "Cease this at once." A commanding voice rang out. Luo Feng turned to see a slender, diminutive man rushing over with 2 other members of the Tiger Tooth squad. Chenggu, standing beside Luo Feng, whispered, "Luo Feng. This is the leader of the Tiger Tooth squad, Panya." known as Tiger Tooth. He wields a formidable three-edged military knife. He is not to be trifled with. Luo Feng was taken aback. This unassuming, slender man was indeed the leader of the Tiger Tooth squad. Tiger Tooth? Luo Feng scrutinized the man known as Tiger Tooth, his gaze drifting to Zhang Zihu behind him, who was smirking at Luo Feng with an air of arrogance. Enjoy your moment of pride, Zhang Zihu. It's not just you. Your entire Tiger Tooth squad will regret this. Mark my words. Before entering the wilderness zone, Luo Feng had thought that Zhang Haobai's act of sending someone to break his legs was ruthless. Yet now, as he observed the standoff between the Tiger Tooth squad and the Firehammer squad, surrounded by a throng of spectators, the apathetic squad leader of the patrol guards remarked, Gao Feng, Panya, your negotiations are not my concern. However, should any actions be taken, do not hold me responsible. Brothers, let us depart. The squad leader waved his hand, showing utter disdain for the surveillance. He issued a warning, believing these individuals would not dare to act recklessly. Tiger Tooth, Gao Feng sneered. Your ruthlessness is commendable. I genuinely underestimated you. I failed to perceive the extent of your malice and cunning. First, you ambushed our Firehammer squad from a distance with a sniper rifle. Then you lured a horde of beasts to assault us, leaving us no chance of survival. Were it not for a skilled savior, our squad would have perished entirely. This incited a stir among the onlookers. The Tiger Tooth squad had indeed been excessively cruel. Gao Feng, do refrain from speaking nonsense. The captain of the Tiger Tooth squad retorted coldly. My squad has not engaged in any such actions. Do not attribute these deeds to us. Such clandestine activities can never be acknowledged. Once admitted, the Tiger Tooth squad would be in grave trouble. The bullet from your sniper rifle broke my brother's arm. Gao Feng's expression darkened. I say there was no such occurrence. The Tiger Tooth squad responded icily. If you have evidence, feel free to report it to the Security Bureau and let them decide. Spare us your incessant complaints. Brothers, we shall take our leave. The captain of the Tiger Tooth squad was quite decisive, unwilling to engage further with the Firehammer squad. Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the others wore grim expressions, while Luo Feng clenched his teeth in frustration. Yet, Luo Feng was well aware that his group had no evidence. In the wilderness zone, conflicts between warrior squads often arose due to grievances or coveted treasures, leading to mutual destruction. Moreover, most could hardly produce evidence. Without it, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall could not intervene. Let us depart. Gao Feng glared at the departing Tiger Tooth squad, his voice low and simmering with anger. The Firehammer squad could only suppress their fury as they left. At the supply base, Villa No. 9 temporarily served as a resting place for the Firehammer squad. Captain, let us not dwell on anger for now, Luo Feng suggested. Allow the Tiger Tooth squad to revel in their triumph for the time being. We shall settle the score once they enter the wilderness zone. Luo Feng's words brought smiling faces to the previously furious members of the Firehammer squad. Chen Gu patted Luo Feng's shoulder, affirming, yes, with you on our side, it will be no challenge to vanquish them. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Gao Feng grinned, especially since we need not wait long. With Luo Feng among us, the Tiger Tooth squad is doomed. Instantly, smiles spread across the faces of the Firehammer squad members, and the previously tense atmosphere lightened. Every mental cultivator experiences a rapid enhancement period in their strength. Luo Feng's power had become formidable, and he would continue to ascend swiftly. It could be said that the Tiger Tooth squad had no glimmer of hope left. Disregarding the Tiger Tooth squad for now, let us address the materials we obtained from the monsters we hunted. Gao Feng began, although our outing was brief. We successfully hunted 4 beast general-level monsters, a bloodthirsty tank, a twin-tailed tiger cat, a tiger mastiff, and a hunter. On their way back, Luo Feng and Gao Feng also encountered a junior beast general-level tiger mastiff monster, which they easily dispatched. However, the supply base is rather limited. If we were to sell the materials from the hunter, it would be quite easy for others to discover our actions, potentially leading to the emergence of the martial artist team that initially wounded the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Gao Feng remarked with caution. Indeed, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, classified as a high-level beast general, is not only rare, but also belongs to the royal lineage of wolves. Its price can rival that of a typical low-level lord, fetching an astronomical sum. After their meal, the 6 members of the Firehammer team sought out the local representative of the Alliance and directly sold the monster materials they had collected. Apart from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf materials, they sold everything else. Within the villa, the Firehammer team gathered around the computer to divide their earnings. Luo Feng had amassed a considerable number of ordinary beast soldier materials of various levels, averaging around 6,000 each. This amounted to over 120,000 for Luo Feng. The captain handled the distribution of the funds, while Wei Tai had collected 12 types of ordinary beast soldier materials, each averaging around 8,000, totaling approximately 100,000. Wei Qing also contributed ordinary beast soldier materials, while Zhang Ku gathered 11 types of such materials. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer team swiftly divided the funds from the ordinary beast soldier materials. Now, they turned to the distribution of the beast general materials. The entirety of the materials from the two-tailed tiger cat monster was sold for 12 million. Gao Feng addressed the group, stating that he had been a significant contributor during the hunt. If all goes as expected, he would claim 60 of the proceeds. However, during the hunt, they were first attacked by a beast horde, and it was Luo Feng who saved everyone. Luo Feng's contribution was substantial. Given that Zhang Ke was severely injured and disabled in the line of duty, he would receive 60 of the proceeds from this beast general monster. While Gao Feng would take 10, Luo Feng 15, and Wei Tai and Chen Gu would each receive 5. Is there any dissent? Gao Feng inquired. There were none. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. According to the team's rules, if a member becomes disabled in battle, they are entitled to 60 of the spoils from that encounter, serving as a form of compensation. Therefore, from the 12 million, Zhang Ku would receive 7. 2 million, Luo Feng 1. 8 million, Gao Feng 1. 2 million. And each of the 3 others, including Chen Gu, would receive 600,000. Gao Feng then input the data. And the tiger hound monster they defeated on their way back sold for 10 million. Everyone had contributed significantly during this battle. So he proposed that he and Luo Feng each take 30, while Chen Gu, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Zhang Ku would each take 10. Is that agreeable? The group nodded. Although Zhang Ke did not contribute much in the last battle, they considered it a form of support for him, and he did not voice any objections, as the martial artist team was known for its camaraderie. Thus, Gao Feng and Luo Feng each received 3 million, while the others received 1 million each. Gao Feng smiled slightly, and for the final beast, the bloodthirsty tank, which sold for the highest amount at 16 million, Chen Gu had made the greatest contribution, delivering a single shot to kill it, and thus claimed 60. The contributions of the others were equivalent, with Luo Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Zhang Ke each receiving 10. As for Gao Feng, he opted out of claiming any share. It was evident that among the team, Gao Feng was the wealthiest. He had been the primary force in hunting beast generals for many years, accumulating wealth that far surpassed that of his companions, often by several multiples or even tenfold. Thus, when exerting minimal effort, Gao Feng often displays remarkable humility. In essence, Chen Gu received 9.6 million, while Zhang Ke, Luo Feng, Wei Qing, and Wei Tai each garnered 1.6 million. Cumulatively, Chen Gu's earnings amounted to 11.26 million, Luo Feng's to 6.52 million, mine to 4.2 million, Zhang Ke's to 9.91 million, Wei Tai's to 3.3 million, and Wei Qing's to 3.32 million. Upon announcing the final distribution figures, Gao Feng chuckled, remarking that we also possess the extraordinarily valuable materials from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, which could undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. Even if one person undertakes all the tasks, it is only fair to share the spoils. Typically, when slaying beast generals, the individual with the greatest contribution receives a maximum of 60% of the reward. In cases like Luo Feng's, where he single-handedly accomplished everything, he could claim up to 80%. Luo Feng, you may have earned more from this venture than I have in a decade, Chen Gu exclaimed, unable to contain himself. You must treat us tonight. Indeed. A feast is in order, echoed Wei Tai and Wei Qing. It is worth noting that even Zhang Zihu from the Tiger Tooth Squad has only managed to accumulate 100 million over the past 2 years, which happened to be his strongest years. In previous times, his earning pace was considerably slower, suggesting that over the years, Zhang Zihu has perhaps only amassed 300 to 400 million. Meanwhile, Luo Feng has struck gold in a single instance. However, not everyone possesses the capability to hunt such formidable prey. Luo Feng's prowess naturally enables him to reap rewards. In the realm of martial artists, those with greater strength typically command greater wealth. I shall certainly host a feast. How could I possibly refrain? Luo Feng chuckled. I will treat at the Alliance Mall. With a grin, Gao Feng announced, I will distribute the earnings now, transferring each amount to your respective accounts. Before everyone, he proceeded to transfer the funds from the Fire Hammer Squad's communal account to each individual S account, a process familiar to all members of the team. Typically, upon earning, they would promptly share the bounty. Let us go. Gao Feng, Luo Feng, Zhang Ke, Chen Gu, and the Wei brothers all stepped out in succession. A crowd awaited. Upon disembarking from the train, Luo Feng's gaze was immediately drawn to the throngs of travelers surrounding the station. Through the vast glass of the station's edifice, he could discern a multitude of people waiting inside. It is noteworthy that the population of the primary district in the base city exceeds 100 million, a fact that underscores the bustling atmosphere of this train station. This is what one might call vibrant energy, a palpable fervor. Luo Feng felt a similar sense of awe within himself, although his sojourn in the wilderness lasted merely 7 or 8 days. The desolation and devastation of that realm were stark. Many monstrous beasts roamed, requiring Luo Feng and his companions to tread carefully, lest they be ensnared by encroaching hordes. Only in the base city does humanity find a sanctuary for safe existence. This is the bastion of civilization. The base city stands as humanity's last stronghold. A flicker of understanding ignited within Luo Feng. For the sake of this human society's foundation, those martial artists endowed with greater power must indeed rise to the occasion. While I can effortlessly hunt ordinary beast soldier-level monsters, and even easily vanquish primary beast general-level foes, for the average human, even 1,000 armed individuals would face dire peril against a beast general. Why does the state bestow privileges upon martial artists? Why does the entire world encourage warriors to hunt monsters? Because the more monsters they slay, the greater the safety of human bastions. Hey, my dear wife. I estimate I will be home late tonight. Zhang said over the phone, a smile adorning his face. Yes, this time my stay at home will be quite prolonged. I assure you, my beloved, it is hard to conceive that a person with a severed limb could smile so naturally and sincerely. For the warriors engaged in life and death battles outside, home represents their deepest concern. Luo Feng also dialed his home number. Xiao Feng. Hearing that familiar voice, Luo Feng felt a slight sting in his eyes as he called out, Mom, I expect to be home late tonight, so you needn't wait for dinner. Tonight? His mother sounded pleasantly surprised. All right, your father is out with your brother. I will call them to the phone. This is home. The sanctuary that Luo Feng is determined to protect. Luo Feng, let us go. The HR Alliance's warrior shuttle is ready, Gao Feng called out, as a few others had already begun to set off. After hanging up the phone, Luo Feng swiftly joined the others along the warriors' exclusive passage, which led to a small venue housing the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, and the Underground Alliance Mall. Here, various family vehicles of the Underground Alliance awaited the warriors. Upon seeing Luo Feng and his group emerge, all the designated drivers perked up. Let us head to the HR Alliance Mall. Gao Feng and the others boarded the exclusive shuttle. All right, the driver replied, starting the engine, shifting gears, and accelerating smoothly in the spacious, comfortable off-road vehicle. Inside the vehicle, you lecher, Gao Feng jested, then turned to Luo Feng. Let me say something. That little girl Su Xian, so young yet she has become the bar manager on the first floor over there. She is no ordinary person. She probably has some background. You need to be cautious. Luo Feng nodded, sensing the same. In school, Su Xian had been quite ordinary, but now, in the HR Alliance Mall S bar, her demeanor radiated a distinct aura. If she had once been completely restrained, she now displayed a hint of brilliance. Are you referring to Miss Su Xian? The driver exclaimed. Astonished. You know Su Xian? Luo Feng inquired. Of course. We run this route to the mall daily, and I chat frequently with the other guys, so I certainly know of Miss Su Xian. Don't let her appearance fool you. If someone could marry her, they would truly save themselves a lifetime of effort. The driver replied with a chuckle. Gao Feng's expression shifted slightly. Could she be from the Su family? One of the 12 prominent families of the HR Alliance in the country? Indeed, she belongs to the Su family, and she holds a significant position there. The driver confirmed with a nod. Luo Feng was equally taken aback. The HR Alliance represents a coalition of super families and conglomerates from America, Europe, and numerous other nations, essentially forming a global alliance of colossal family enterprises. They wield control over the world's economy, compelling even governments and militaries to maintain a peaceful coexistence with the HR Alliance. Within this alliance, alongside the exalted 9 families and conglomerates, there exist dozens of secondary families and enterprises. The numerous family conglomerates, each possessing astonishing wealth and power, present an imposing backdrop. Chen Gu's eyes widened in realization. Although I knew this young lady's surname was Su, I had not anticipated her connection to the Su family. Brother Luo Feng, I find myself unable to assist you in courting this Su Xian. The challenge is indeed formidable. It may be difficult, but we, Luo Feng, are up to the task. Gao Feng remarked. Chen Gu, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, Zhang Ku, and the others chuckled in agreement, perceiving Luo Feng as a mental cultivator whose future strength would be even more terrifying. Old Feng, Gao Feng dialed a number. Yes, it's me. Of course. I have some remarkable items to discuss with you. Otherwise, why would I call? They are definitely worth over 100 million. All right, no problem. After hanging up, Gao Feng exchanged a knowing glance with the others. I've informed Old Feng. Once we arrive at the mall, we'll head straight upstairs. Nods of agreement followed from Luo Feng and the others. Moments later, their private vehicle passed through the military security perimeter, arriving directly at the entrance of the HR Alliance Mall. As the door swung open, the members of the Firehammer Squad disembarked in succession. Mr. Gao Feng? Manager Feng is already waiting for you upstairs. A poised young woman with short hair and an air of competence smiled. Indeed. Gao Feng and Luo Feng's group said little more and entered the lobby. The opulent first-floor hall was bustling with martial artists engaged in conversation near the bar. Luo Feng glanced toward the bar only to realize Su Xian was not present. It dawned on him that the university semester had just commenced, and even ordinary universities were conducting military training during this period. Furthermore, it was neither Saturday nor Sunday, so Su Xian's absence was not surprising. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and the Firehammer squad stepped inside. The young woman stood at the elevator entrance, pressed the button for the 21st floor, and aligned her pupils with the detector. Beep. Access granted. Welcome, Miss Liu. Manager Feng awaits you on the 21st floor, she announced with a smile. The elevator ascended swiftly without any stops, and shortly after, with a chime, the doors opened on the 21st floor. Exiting the elevator revealed an expansive lounge, nearly 300 to 400 square meters in size. Alongside the lounge were sectional sofas, where several individuals were seated, waiting for Manager Feng. However, they observed the martial artist team advancing directly toward the manager's office without delay. Manager Feng is inside. Please, Miss Liu indicated, ushering Luo Feng and his companions into the office. Inside, Luo Feng surveyed the surroundings. The decor was crystal clear, and the floor was made of tempered glass, beneath which flowed a stream teeming with fish. Standing atop the glass, one could easily see the multitude of fish swimming below. How extravagant, Luo Feng mused inwardly. Gao Feng, it appears you've struck a lucrative deal this time, remarked a bald, round-faced elder who had risen from his seat and approached with a genial smile. Come, have a seat over here. The group settled onto the sofas within the office. So, what goods do you have for us this time? The round-faced elder asked with a smile. Let us see what you've brought. Old Feng, allow me to broaden your horizons. Gao Feng chuckled. Although you, as a manager, have received numerous martial artist teams, I dare say you might seldom encounter this. Luo Feng, with a smile, glanced at the manager and placed his backpack at his feet. He then extracted the most valuable pelt of the Silver Moon Savage Wolf from within, laying it out on the ground as if it were a flattened Silver Moon Savage Wolf, its fierce and domineering aura still perceptible. A hunter. Manager Feng could not help but rise in astonishment. Goodness, he exclaimed in his native dialect, Old Gao, this is quite a significant endeavor. A creature of such size must surely be of the advanced beast general level. Given the speed of the Silver Moon Savage Wolf, even a newly ascended war god would find it challenging to capture and slay it. Indeed, the speed of the Silver Moon Savage Wolf was astonishing, capable of reaching supersonic speeds even when severely injured. One can only imagine its velocity. Remarkable, this pelt is remarkably intact, Manager Feng observed carefully, noting that the cut along the pelt aligned with the wound. Its completeness was indeed impressive. His eyes gleamed. The fur of the Silver Moon Savage Wolf was, without a doubt, among the finest materials in the upper echelons of the world, while the pelt had other uses. Some prominent figures were still willing to pay a handsome price for garments made from it. Please wait a moment. Manager Feng promptly dashed to his desk, swiftly retrieving a coated case from the bookshelf behind it. Carrying the case, he hurried back. Gao Feng, do not dawdle. Present the remaining materials from the hunter. With a smile, Manager Feng opened the case, revealing a set of precision instruments carefully arranged within. Upon activating the device, a red beam of light emerged from its top. Luo Feng began to extract various items from his backpack. Peculiar eyeballs, sharp claws, fangs, and leg bones. This is a comprehensive collection, Manager Feng remarked, his eyes sparkling. The red light illuminated the pelt, then shifted to the eyeballs, claws, and fangs. Data began to materialize on the device's small screen, and Manager Feng scrutinized the information with a serious expression, simultaneously inputting data through a virtual keyboard. After a brief moment, he confirmed, indeed, these materials originate from the same hunter. This beast is certainly of the advanced beast general level. As soon as Manager Feng finished speaking, Gao Feng interjected with a smile. It should be close to the lord level among advanced beast generals. The disparity within the advanced beast general ranks was substantial. The power of those newly ascended to this level could differ by several folds from those nearing the lord level, naturally leading to vast price discrepancies. Of course. You are not easily deceived, Manager Feng chuckled. Now what price do you propose? The members of the Firehammer team exchanged glances, and Gao Feng subtly gestured to Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled and spoke. Manager Feng, what price do you deem appropriate? Both the Extreme House and the Alliance Network Mall have numerous offers, and I have a good understanding of the market for this hunter. The advanced beast general level monsters are sold at a rather modest price to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, as they offer substantial contribution points. In contrast, the Alliance Marketplace generally prices advanced beast general level monsters between 50 million and 500 million. However, Given the exceptional strength of this particular hunter, its rarity, and its status as a member of the wolf royalty, the price is likely to exceed the usual upper limit. Let us say, these materials are indeed impressive, 600 million huaxia coins. Manager Feng inhaled deeply, reporting the figure decisively. Even for him, such a transaction was exceedingly rare. Typically, the materials from some primary lord-level monster corpses would only fetch this price. Gao Feng and Luo Feng, familiar with each other, had discussed the price prior to their arrival and had a rough idea in mind. Luo Feng had previously encountered information on the Warrior Forum regarding a middle-level beast general-level hunter in South America that sold for approximately 50 million Earth coins, equivalent to 1.75 billion huaxia coins. If a middle-level beast general-level hunter could command such a price, then surely this advanced beast general level, which was nearing lord level, should be valued significantly higher. Old Feng, your price is too low, Gao Feng frowned. Over in South America, a middle-level beast general-level hunter could sell for 1.75 billion huaxia coins. Our specimen should easily command 900 million to 1 billion, don't you think? Gao Feng, please don't toy with me. Such figures are unattainable. Manager Feng replied with a wry smile. Seeing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile inwardly. During their discussions, they had considered that the hunter might sell for around 700 to 800 million, which seemed reasonable. Gao Feng's highball was merely intended to unsettle Manager Feng. This time, in our effort to slay the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, my brother even lost an arm, Gao Feng remarked, his expression grim. I want to haggle further. 800 million huaxia coins is my final offer. Agree to it, and the matter is settled. Otherwise, I shall seek other avenues. I approached you directly, old Feng, out of respect for our friendship. Manager Feng glanced at Zhang Ku, noting the latter's severed arm, which indicated that he could not meet this price. We're leaving, Gao Feng announced, rising from his seat, while Luo Feng promptly began to gather the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's pelt and other items. 750 million is my utmost limit. Manager Feng frowned. Gao Feng remained silent, and Luo Feng continued to collect everything. Let us go, Gao Feng stated firmly as they moved towards the exit. At the door, Luo Feng, Gao Feng, Gu, and the others exchanged knowing smiles. There were numerous managers within the Alliance marketplace responsible for purchasing monster materials. The system employed a last-place elimination policy. By the end of the year, the manager with the poorest performance would be stripped of their position, replaced by newcomers. Under such immense pressure, each manager sought ways to procure monster materials from the warriors. In the office, Manager Feng lamented, "You warriors are growing increasingly ruthless." As he processed the transfer, he reflected on how managers from various regions, as well as agents, and even some warriors themselves, competed to acquire monster materials from the warriors. With such competition, the prices had become transparent, resulting in dwindling profits for everyone involved. Upon witnessing your astonishing fortune of 8 billion, I, old Feng, find myself yearning to venture into the wilderness and slay some beasts. Alas, I fear my aging bones may not even withstand a beast soldier. As he spoke, Manager Feng proceeded with the various transfer formalities. Manager Feng, after so many years in this field, I presume your personal assets are not inferior to mine. Gao Feng remarked with a smile. It's merely luck. Occasionally, one stumbles upon a lucrative deal, and the profit can be substantial, Manager Feng replied. A faint smile gracing his lips. With a chuckle, Gao Feng remarked, this time, you stand to earn at least 8 digits. Not quite that much. Manager Feng shook his head. Well, it's done. 800 million huaxia coins have been transferred to your warrior team S account. Both Gao Feng and Gu, the captain and vice captain, received notifications on their communication devices indicating an increase of 800 million huaxia coins in their accounts. Old Feng, you are quite generous. Gao Feng laughed. For future large deals, do remember to look out for me. Manager Feng responded with a grin. Now, as managers, we bear considerable pressure. If I could attain the status of regional supervisor in the base city, life would be much easier. Indeed, Gao Feng nodded. However, formidable monsters are quite challenging to deal with. One of my brothers has had his arm severed. Indeed, Manager Feng sighed. Although there are treasures in this world that can restore severed limbs, their prices are astronomical. Ordinary warriors cannot even dream of affording them. Restoration of severed limbs? Luo Feng's mind was momentarily clouded. When he had just become a warrior, he had searched online for extraordinary medicines. Yet he found none that could regrow severed arms or legs, leading him to believe such remedies were mere myths. Is there such a remedy? Gao Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Manager Feng, what is it? Can severed legs truly regenerate? Luo Feng pressed on, excitement evident in his voice. Good heavens, my brother has been incapacitated for so many years. If he could stand again, it would be worth any sacrifice. Indeed, it is the legendary elixir of life, Manager Feng expressed with a sense of wonder. Not only can it restore severed limbs, but even half a body can be rejuvenated. However, it requires the essence of the formidable king dragon, a beast beyond the lord level, as its primary ingredient. There are only a few king dragons in the entire world, making each portion of the elixir exceedingly precious. Moreover, it is extremely rare and not available in online marketplaces. Our alliance has no stock either. The price has now soared to 3 billion huaxia coins per portion. And even then, it is scarce and hard to come by. 3 billion per portion? Scarce and hard to come by. Luo Feng's heart raced. The image of his brother sitting in a wheelchair, gazing silently out the window, surged in his mind, and he clenched his fists. No matter what, I must ensure my brother stands again. Absolutely. Yet, Luo Feng was acutely aware of the daunting challenge of amassing 3 billion. A low-tier lord-level beast, the weaker ones, fetch around 500 to 1 billion huaxia coins, even if he were to hunt alone. Slaying 10 lord-level beasts in a year would likely yield only 50 to 60 billion. It is crucial to note that even a warrior of the God of War level would find it exceedingly difficult to hunt lord-level beasts. Earning 50 to 60 billion in a year would place one at a moderate level among the God of War ranks. Yet it would still demand 6 to 7 arduous years of effort. Moreover, the current reality is that I am far from being a God of War. It was sheer luck that I encountered an injured hunter this time. How could I expect to rely on fortune every time? Earning 30 billion huaxia coins, though challenging, is certainly within reach considering the potential I possess as a mental cultivator. However, the thought of slaying the Dragon King fills me with bittersweet amusement. Even the Lord-level beings are formidable, and the existence of King-level entities, surpassing the Lord level, represents the pinnacle of monsters on Earth. Among humanity, there are indeed individuals who transcend the God of War level, such as the world's strongest, Hong, and the second strongest, Thor. However, such beings are exceedingly rare. To contemplate the assassination of the Dragon King, even the most powerful humans on Earth wouldn't dare claim absolute certainty of success. Haha, the water of life. Captain, wait until you all reach the level of the world's strongest Hong. Then you can throw away a trifling sum to buy me a share of the water of life. Zhangke chuckled. The members of the Firehammer squad couldn't help but laugh. Reaching Hong's level? To stand alongside a government army. Such individuals consider 30 billion mere pocket change. Yet, how many can truly attain such heights? Let us go. It's time for dinner. Gao Feng grinned. On the third floor of the Alliance Mall, in a private dining room of a restaurant, a table was laden with an abundance of dishes. The members of the Firehammer squad gathered around a laptop at the edge of the room, as Captain Gao Feng swiftly conducted a fingerprint verification, followed by entering a triple dynamic password to access the squad's communal account. 800 million huaxia coins, as previously discussed. This time, the hunt for that hunter was entirely due to Luo Feng's efforts, so he shall receive the lion's share of 80. While the remaining 5 of us will divide the last 20. No objections, I trust? Gao Feng looked towards the others. They nodded in agreement, and Luo Feng smiled in response. The distribution rules within the warrior squad are designed to foster competition among members while also promoting unity. Luo Feng's share amounted to 640 million, translating to 32 million for each of us. Gao Feng swiftly executed the transfer. Ding. The transfer was successful. Notifications began to appear on the computer screen one after another, and Luo Feng glanced down at his communication watch, which had already registered the increase in his balance by 640 million. Today the feast is on me. Gao Feng exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, we shall treat the wealthy. Shen Gu displayed a look of indignation, lamenting that this single occasion nearly matched what he had earned over many years, evoking feelings of envy. The members of the Firehammer squad engaged in casual banter, eating and drinking heartily, reveling in the moment. Each time they emerged from the wilderness, it was akin to stepping back from the brink of death. In the wilderness, particularly within the ruins of the city, every moment is fraught with anxiety. In those cities, no one dares to let their guard down, as the hordes of monsters, especially the beast general-level creatures, are overwhelmingly numerous. Cheers. Come, let us toast, brothers. To the joy of camaraderie, Lao Zhang, we've been brothers for nearly a decade now. You have saved my life countless times on the battlefield. Without further ado, let us drink to that. This gathering holds a bittersweet note as Zhang Ke prepares to depart, and a sense of melancholy envelopes the table. Simultaneously, the addition of Luo Feng, the mentalist, instilled a sense of hope for the future among everyone. The atmosphere was complex, yet they indulged in hearty drinks and conversation until past 9 in the evening, at which point the group ventured into a nearby tea house to find a private room for respite. Within the confines of the room, each person had a cup of tea before them. Zhang Ke would subsequently join the martial arts academy as an instructor. Gao Feng surveyed the group and declared, "Our Firehammer team will now consist of 5 members. Myself, Luo Feng, Chen Gu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing, with Luo Feng as a mentalist." His strength now surpasses mine, and his future progress will undoubtedly be astonishing. Luo Feng's prowess is a source of joy for all. The presence of a strong member enhances the survival rate of our team, facilitates the hunting of monsters, and increases our earnings. For instance, had it not been for Luo Feng slaying the hunter, the rest of us would not have received the 32 million. While Luo Feng feasted, they merely savored a sip of broth. Yet, that sip was worth far more than the meager rewards from their previous encounters with beast generals. However, among the 5 of us, Luo Feng is the strongest. I believe we must not hinder his progress. Gao Feng expressed. Wei Qing and Wei Tai exchanged glances. Their expressions slightly altered. Both were advanced warriors and recognized that they might indeed be a burden. Captain, I am a newcomer as well, Luo Feng interjected. Unable to contain himself. Luo Feng, that is not my intention, Gao Feng replied with a subtle smile. Wei Tai, Wei Qing, do not overthink. What I mean is that our team's future targets in monster hunting must be set higher. Thus, our primary goal for the Firehammer team is for all members to attain the rank of warrior generals. Wei Tai could not help but speak up. My brother and I still have a considerable distance to cover before reaching warrior general status. I understand, Gao Feng replied confidently. I have a proposal, let me know your thoughts. Luo Feng nodded, and Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chungu listened attentively. Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chungu, I suggest each of you purchase a level gene potion, Gao Feng proposed. This way, in terms of physical capability, both Wei Tai and Wei Qing could directly ascend to the initial warrior general level, while Chungu's strength and speed would also see significant enhancement. Nearing the warrior general level, Luo Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The mainstream gene potions are categorized into levels 1 and 2. Level 1 is intended for ordinary individuals, allowing them to become martial artists. However, those who rely solely on gene potions for their martial prowess often find their capabilities rather mediocre in the long run. Level 2 gene potions are meant for martial artists, typically doubling their strength. Of course, if one is already exceptionally strong, the effects of the potion may diminish. Yet, a single level 2 gene potion, even at half price from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, costs a staggering 3.6 billion Huaxia coins. Captain, after years of hard work, coupled with today's gains, I have only amassed 4.3 billion. Given my rate of progress, reaching the initial warrior general level is almost the pinnacle for me. In the future, my earning potential is limited. If I invest all my funds at once, what will I have left? One must consider the future. Money is not easily earned. It took me over a decade to accumulate 4.3 billion. Moreover, I am no longer young. Spending 3.6 billion on a gene potion would mean all my efforts have been squandered on this. Captain, I rely on firearms, and expenses can be quite hefty. This would be a significant blow. 3.6 billion. Chenggu also hesitated. Fear not. Gao Feng smiled faintly, stating that acquiring the genetic potion did not necessitate an exorbitant sum. When I first embarked on my journey as a martial artist, I was but a novice. Back then, I was part of a martial artist team, where I forged a bond of life and death with a brother in arms. Today, that very brother has ascended to the rank of a high-ranking warrior. He possesses connections that allow him to procure a genetic potion for merely 200 million. 200 million? Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chungu gasped in astonishment. This figure was staggering. Luo Feng, too, was taken aback. The online marketplace of the Extreme House offered what was deemed half price, nearly the lowest price available on the market. Even at half price, it would still amount to 3.6 billion, yet Gao Feng claimed he could obtain it for just 200 million? I will first commission my good brother to make the purchase. Once acquired, you may reimburse me for the potion. Surely, you can trust this arrangement, Gao Feng smiled. Concealing the fact that only through his brother's internal organization could such a special discount be accessed for members. To prevent internal members from reselling, the more one purchased, the higher the prices would rise within the organization. Nevertheless, Gao Feng preferred to bear the extra cost himself rather than burden Chenggu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing further, as he possessed considerably more wealth than his teammates. Soon, our entire team would comprise elite warriors. Gao Feng smiled subtly, assigning roles. Chenggu would handle firepower suppression. Wei Tai and Wei Qing would eradicate the ordinary beast soldiers, while Luo Feng and I would focus on the beast generals. With the efficiency of our team, we could certainly slay numerous beast generals, exponentially increasing our earnings in the future. Luo Feng felt a surge of joy. According to Gao Feng, the future of the Hammer Squad would be one of undeniable excellence. With the entire team composed of warriors, and himself being a mentalist, their strength would be remarkable. After Gao Feng's encouraging words, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chungu, although astonished by their captain's extensive connections, nodded in agreement, fully aware that the strength of the Hammer Squad would experience rapid enhancement. If they failed to keep pace, they would inevitably be left behind. In Yangzhou City, at Mingyue Community, It was now deep into the night. A specialized vehicle from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, a Volkswagen Touareg, entered the community without impediment. The Touareg came to a halt directly in front of the Extreme Hall, where Chun Gu, Zhang Ku, Luo Feng, and their families had gathered, along with the hall's director, Wu Tong, among others. Luo Feng exited the vehicle and immediately spotted his father, mother, and wheelchair-bound younger brother standing ahead. Brother, Luo Hua called out first. Luo Hua, Dad. Mom. Luo Feng embraced his parents and shared a hug with his brother, feeling the joy radiating from his family. Nearby, Chun Gu and Zhang Ku were also reunited with their loved ones, though Zhang Ku's wife and daughter were in tears. Despite knowing about Zhang Ku's severed arm, their sorrow was palpable. Dear wife, my precious daughter, I will always be by your side, Zhang Ku reassured them, his face betraying no hint of sadness. Luo Feng glanced at him, recalling the attack by the Tiger Tooth Squad on the Hammer Squad, a possibility stemming from his feud with Zhang Zhu. In the afternoon, the sun in September remained fiercely blazing. Luo Feng, come to the clubhouse. Chun Gu called, informing that the captain had arrived. Oh, I'll be right over. Luo Feng hurried to the Extreme Clubhouse. Inside the small bar on the first floor, the adjacent floor-to-ceiling windows were already drawn with curtains to block the sunlight. Luo Feng, Chun Gu, and Gao Feng were seated together. Luo Feng, here are the 2 9 Series flying knives you requested, Gao Feng said with a smile as he handed them over. A total of 45 million. You, the wealthy one, should transfer the money promptly. If you're willing to give a little extra for the errand, I wouldn't mind at all. The 9 Series flying knives? Luo Feng immediately accepted the elegantly packaged box. Opening it revealed 2 layers, each containing a black-bladed flying knife. Previously, Chun Gu and others had asked Gao Feng to assist in purchasing gene potions, while Luo Feng had also requested the captain to acquire 2 9 Series flying knives. For Luo Feng, possessing a quality flying knife was of utmost importance. The higher the price of weapons, the more extravagant they became. Due to their compact size and minimal material requirements, flying knives were relatively affordable. Even for high-ranking Lord-level monsters, it would be challenging to destroy a 9 Series flying knife. Captain, the 45 million has been transferred, Luo Feng said, completing the transaction via his phone. Not a cent extra for the errand, Gao Feng remarked teasingly. Luo Feng, with your current wealth, why not invest in a better combat sword? Perhaps a full set of battle gear? Chun Gu chuckled, feeling quite pleased after receiving the gene potion. Luo Feng shook his head. The flying knife is lightweight and requires minimal materials. It's all I can afford. A 9 Series Bloodshadow combat sword costs a staggering 3 billion Huaxia coins. A complete set of 9 Series battle gear is even more exorbitant, priced at 12 billion Huaxia coins. How could I possibly afford that? The price disparity between weapons for warrior, war general, and war god levels was indeed significant. He could only afford flying knives. It was no surprise that combat gear, capable of withstanding attacks from lord-level monsters, would be so costly. As for his warrior-level physical attributes, even wearing 8 or 9 Series battle gear, a claw from a lord-level monster could still inflict enough impact to shatter his internal organs, regardless of whether the gear remained intact. A beggar in royal robes does not make him a prince. For someone with merely warrior-level capabilities, donning war god-level gear would be an extravagant waste. Combat gear was vastly more expensive than flying knives. Gao Feng smiled, acknowledging Luo Feng's reasoning. His current 5 Series battle gear was sufficiently adequate for his physical capabilities. Luo Feng. Gao Feng began. Luo Feng turned to the captain. Currently, Chun Gu and the 2 brothers from the Wei family are all set to use gene potions. For the effects of the potions to fully manifest, it will take about a month. Additionally, after their power increases, they will require 1 to 2 months of training time to adapt to their newfound strength. Thus, we may need to rest for 2 to 3 months before venturing back into the wilderness area, Gao Feng explained. Chun Gu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Gao Feng smiled and added, when we are ready to meet again, let us gather in the central district of the base city. It's quite a detour from my home to yours. Agreed. Luo Feng and Chun Gu both nodded in agreement. The central district of the base city serves as the heart of the entire metropolis. It is convenient to access Yangzhou City or any other satellite cities from here. That evening, within the training hall of Luo Feng's home, a sizable transparent glass panel, approximately 1 meter in length and width, was situated at the center of the ceiling. The moonlight, resembling flowing water, streamed through the glass, illuminating the hall. Sitting inside, Luo Feng could gaze through the glass and behold the infinite stars scattered across the night sky. 2 black flying daggers whirled gently around Luo Feng's body. Within his mind's domain, a dark golden sphere pulsated, brimming with immense mental energy. However, Luo Feng mused, his physical form was not sufficiently robust to sustain a greater volume of this mental force. Thus, He resolved that his immediate goal was to enhance his physical strength as swiftly as possible. The stronger his body became, the more potent his mental energy would naturally be, until one day, the dark golden sphere would be depleted and vanish. Subsequently, Luo Feng began to diligently practice according to the methods outlined in the Ninefold Thunderblade manual and its accompanying instructional video. He practiced his footwork, the Ninefold Primordial Guidance Technique, and the Blade Technique of Thunderblade. He had already mastered the first level of the Thunderblade during his time in the wilderness. As the night deepened, Luo Feng repeatedly executed strikes, whether slicing, thrusting, or cleaving, each movement infused with the power techniques of the Ninefold Thunderblade. Each strike emanated two forms of force, causing his muscles to instantaneously unleash a dark energy. The relentless practice placed considerable strain on his bones and muscle cells. Exhausted, after an hour and a half of continuous training, Luo Feng sank to the ground, unable to move, as the exertion from the Ninefold Thunderblade exacted a heavy toll on his physique. After a brief 5-minute respite, he resumed his practice of the Ninefold Primordial Guidance Technique. The weariness that had enveloped him began to dissipate, akin to the soothing effect of a hot spring, leaving him feeling pleasantly relaxed. Following the rigorous training in both the blade technique and the guidance method, Luo Feng then embarked on the most fundamental practice, the 5 Hearts Toward Heaven Gene Primordial Energy Cultivation Method, which even the world's mightiest warriors must reference. As he commenced his cultivation, Luo Feng felt as if every cell in his body was ravenously hungry, the newly generated primordial energy being voraciously consumed. With each passing moment, his speed of cultivation steadily increased. As time lapsed, 1 minute, 2 minutes, Luo Feng was astonished to find that every cell in his body had finally reached saturation, akin to being overstuffed, unable to absorb any more. The amount of primordial energy he absorbed today was nearly double that of previous sessions. Luo Feng was utterly astounded. The manual stated that the deeper one delved into the Ninefold Thunderblade, the more primordial energy one could absorb, but he had not anticipated such a staggering increase. The principles were explained in the text. For the average practitioner, no matter how diligently they trained, reaching a point of exhaustion was often due to an overproduction of lactic acid in the muscles, leading to overall fatigue. Within the human body, numerous cells may remain uninvolved in physical exertion. However, Luo Feng's technique, Ninefold Thunderblade, harnesses an instantaneous latent power. This method of exertion engages the body's deeper cellular layers, akin to how increased physical activity corresponds with an enhanced appetite. As energy consumption by the body's cells escalates, so too does the capacity for nourishment, allowing for the absorption of greater genetic primal energy. Even at the first level, the magnitude of genetic energy absorption has surged remarkably. One can only imagine the acceleration at the 9th level. Both cultivation speed and the potency of the blade technique would witness astonishing amplification. It is no wonder that he is hailed as one of the supreme beings on earth, renowned for his unparalleled speed and physical prowess. Luo Feng marveled at this. The rapid advancement of his physical capabilities signifies an equally swift increase in his mental force, the spiritual energy he can wield. From that moment onward, Luo Feng dedicated himself to nearly extreme daily training. He discovered the optimal training regimen, which involved practicing the flowing light steps while simultaneously wielding his blade. The pace need not be excessively swift. However, each movement must be executed with utmost diligence. When both the footwork and blade technique reached a point of exhaustion, he would then engage in the practice of guiding techniques. This subsequent training significantly replenished his stamina, allowing him to repeat the cycle of physical and blade training, followed once more by the guiding techniques. Finally, he would undertake the cultivation of genetic primal energy. This systematic approach proved to be the most efficient, consuming approximately 6 hours to complete a single session, a method Luo Feng had ingeniously devised to enhance physical fitness at an accelerated rate. In truth, mental practitioners often experience rapid physical growth aided by substantial spiritual force. Coupled with his training in the ultimate technique of Earth, Ninefold Thunderblade, Luo Feng's progression became nothing short of extraordinary. Nearly every day brought forth improvement, and before long, nearly a month had elapsed. With each strike, resonant echoes filled the training hall, the force of his blows dissipating against the specially constructed walls of the villa's martial arts arena. The captain is calling? Luo Feng stepped aside to answer the phone. Luo Feng, it has been nearly a month now. Chen Gu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing have utilized the genetic elixirs, and their strength has markedly improved. I believe it is time for us to convene, Gao Feng inquired over the line. Presently, Luo Feng stood as the foremost powerhouse of the Firehammer squad, a position that would only solidify further in the future. Thus, Gao Feng sought Luo Feng's perspective before proceeding. That sounds great. It has been a while since we last gathered, Luo Feng replied, a smile gracing his face. This past month had seen him nearly consumed by his training, yet the exhilarating pace of his development was undeniably gratifying. Very well, let us meet at the Alliance Mall. Their service is exceptional, Gao Feng suggested. Which day would suit you? Luo Feng suddenly recalled a comment made by Su Xine. In a few days, I start school. But during the university semester, I will be available during the day on weekends as the manager. Captain, I propose we meet this Saturday, Luo Feng stated. Saturday? Perfect. Then let us arrange to meet this upcoming Saturday. October 7th, 2056, Saturday, marked the day when the 5 members of the Firehammer squad agreed to gather at the Alliance Mall. A gracefully curved and elegantly designed coupe glided into the Alliance Mall plaza, coming to a halt at the entrance of the towering lobby. Luo Feng and Shingu, dressed in casual attire, alighted from the vehicle and stepped into the grand lobby, welcomed by the doorman. Please hold on for a moment, sir. Luo Feng heard as he entered the lobby. His gaze fell upon the bar in the distance, where Su Xine, dressed in a white blouse reminiscent of a professional woman, was engaging in conversation with several martial artists. Suddenly, she noticed a figure approaching the bar, and upon closer inspection, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Luo Feng. Su Xine exclaimed with a smile. Su Xine, Luo Feng replied, grinning. Could I have a cup of pu'er tea, please? By the way, do you have some time to chat? It's been a while since we were classmates. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Xine smiled and instructed a nearby server, before stepping away from the bar with a cheerful expression. Today isn't too busy here. Let us go over there and talk. At that moment, Chingu, seated on a distant sofa, gave Luo Feng a thumbs up from afar. In a quiet corner of the bar, Luo Feng and Su Xine sat across from one another. Hee. Su Xine, which university are you attending now? Luo Feng inquired. As they sat together, they casually conversed about their current lives. Despite Luo Feng's unspoken affection for Su Xine, and her awareness of his feelings, both were consciously avoiding that delicate subject, simply enjoying their tranquil conversation. Luo Feng felt quite content in this seemingly placid exchange. At that moment, a young man dressed in a black shirt and trousers emerged from the elevator. His eyes scanned the bar and landed on Su Xine and Luo Feng in the corner. Who is Xiao Xine chatting with? He mused, his brow furrowing as he recognized Luo Feng, one of the senior students from the same high school as Su Xine. He was well acquainted with the reputation of Luo Feng and his peers, having reviewed their profiles. A cold smirk crept across the young man's face. Not long ago, during dinner at home, Xiao Xine mentioned this Luo Feng, so they reconnected. He then took a seat quietly at the opposite side of the bar. Luo Feng was thoroughly enjoying his conversation with Su Xine when he noticed someone calling for her from the bar. Su Xine stood up, apologizing. Luo Feng, I'm sorry. I need to attend to something. Go ahead, don't mind me, Luo Feng replied with a smile. Xiao Xine, is this your friend? A male voice interjected. Luo Feng turned to see a handsome young man, resembling Su Xine, standing nearby. He smiled at Su Xine and then at Luo Feng. Su Xine beamed, brother. You came to the mall today? By the way, this is my old classmate, Luo Feng. I'll be busy for a bit, but you can chat with Luo Feng. All right, you go ahead, the young man nodded with a smile, turning his attention to Luo Feng. Hello, I'm Su Gang, Su Xine's brother. Brother? Luo Feng thought, imagining that if he were to win Su Xine's heart, he would become the brother-in-law. Hello, Luo Feng replied, standing to shake his hand. Hello, Luo Feng. Su Gang responded. Su Gang smiled as he sat down. I've long heard of your esteemed name, Luo Feng. My sister attended a high school where, reportedly, there were only 3 advanced martial arts students, and you were one of them. Moreover, my sister mentioned that you are now an official martial artist? Luo Feng nodded with a smile. Ah, truly remarkable. An 18-year-old martial artist, Su Gang marveled, then chuckled. Isn't my sister rather low-key at school? Indeed, she is very discreet. No one can discern how affluent her family is, Luo Feng laughed. In truth, Su Xine had always been a modest and quiet girl. Su Gang's smile broadened. Haha. It was actually my grandfather's concern that our young lady might develop a spoiled temperament, so he insisted on her attending a regular school instead of an elite one, allowing her to experience life among the common people. It seems my sister has adapted quite well. Luo Feng furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of young lady in the context of the Su family. Did your sister not mention her family background to you? Su Gang asked, puzzled. She did not. But I am aware, being part of the Su family, Luo Feng replied calmly, a smile gracing his lips. After all, the Su family is among the 12 prominent families of the Alliance. Luo Feng sensed the underlying meaning in Su Gang's words. He was subtly revealing a significant fact through indirect conversation. Su Xine is indeed the young lady of the Su family. Oh, you know, Su Gang sighed. Yet even a grand family faces its own troubles, particularly concerning marriage, which does not always align with one's wishes. For instance, My sister has caught the attention of several outstanding young suitors, such as Wang Xingping from Kyoto and Guahai, a 21-year-old mid-level martial artist from Jiangnan. Luo Feng was taken aback. Others were pursuing Su Xian. That Guahai is rather audacious, Su Gang scoffed. Isn't he merely a mid-level martial artist? Does he truly think himself worthy? My family holds a considerable position in the world. How could we ever allow our young lady to marry a martial artist whose fate is so uncertain? He could very well perish in the wilderness one day. Luo Feng's brow furrowed further. Do you not agree with what I said? Martial artists walk the line between life and death. How could my family allow our young lady to wed a martial artist? Su Gang smiled, observing Luo Feng's expression, and added, "Oh, do not overthink it. I did not mean to imply anything about you." Luo Feng felt a wave of discontent wash over him. You did not mean to imply anything? Su Gang's words were clearly intended to convey that the Su family's young lady would never marry a martial artist whose fate was so precarious. Thus, Luo Feng should not harbor any illusions. Frankly, Su Gang continued, I find myself leaning more towards Wang Xingping. He is the scion of the Wang family in Kyoto, which wields immense wealth. He merely needs to sign documents at home and issue commands, compelling numerous martial artists to serve him, all without risking his life. As an elder brother, I naturally wish for my sister to lead a stable life. Su Gang sighed. In comparison to a martial artist, a wealthy young master is indeed a more suitable match for my sister. Families such as the Wang clan and my own Su family are undoubtedly accompanied by a cadre of formidable warriors, not to mention the countless ranks of lesser fighters. Su Gang shook his head with a smile, his tone betraying a distinct indifference towards these martial practitioners, particularly the fighter class, whom he regarded with disdain. He possessed the means to do so. The Alliance, one of the 12 major family consortiums in Huaxia, indeed wields significant control over numerous elite warriors and an abundance of fighters. Luo Feng, a voice called from afar. Turning, Luo Feng spotted his captain Gao Feng and the Wei brothers, who had arrived and were seated with Chengu. Luo Feng greeted them with a smile. Captain, I shall be there momentarily. Young Master Su, Luo Feng said, casting a friendly glance at Su Gang. Su Gang responded with a slight smile. Despite his earlier remarks, Su Gang believed that his intentions were abundantly clear. His family did not even regard a 21-year-old intermediate warrior highly, and he expected Luo Feng, a mere novice, to possess enough self-awareness to refrain from bothering his younger sister. Yu Su family is indeed impressive, capable of commanding a legion of elite warriors, Luo Feng remarked with a smile. However, I wonder, can your clan summon a truly divine warrior at will? Su Gang was taken aback. A divine warrior? How many could possibly exist in Jiangnan City? Though the Su family did have such a powerhouse, it was merely the result of substantial wealth and strategic alliances. Can your family even arrange a meeting with an entity beyond the divine warrior level? Luo Feng continued. Su Gang's expression darkened. To be associated with those supreme beings, like the world's foremost warrior Hong, was a privilege beyond the reach of any family consortium. To even aspire to compare to such figures was laughable. Young Master Su, let me offer you a word of caution. Do not underestimate warriors, Luo Feng said, locking eyes with Su Gang. If Su Gang refused him respect, why should he extend any courtesy in return? With that, Luo Feng turned and walked away. Su Gang, you speak so much, merely to dissuade me from pursuing your sister? Luo Feng's gaze was icy. Rest assured, I, Luo Feng, will ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. I will become a force that demands equal treatment from the government military. At that time, I shall be greeted with open arms by your Su family. He was determined to pursue Su Xian. But he envisioned a day when the Su family would welcome him with humility and warmth. The warriors, after all, represented the ultimate power in this world. In the presence of the mightiest warriors, family consortiums were but insignificant entities. At that moment, on the morning of October 7, 2056, Luo Feng's first encounter with Su Gang had sown the seeds of ambition within him. Su Gang chuckled and finished his drink in one gulp. Xin, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, he said, nodding to Su Xian at the bar before exiting the hall. On the third floor of the Alliance Mall, within a private room of a tea house, Chen Gu said to Luo Feng, earlier, that Su Xian spoke with you for quite some time. If you ask me, the young lady seems to harbor some interest in you. Capturing her heart should not be a daunting task. Furthermore, later on, Su Xian's brother conversed with you for quite a while. Could it be that he has taken a liking to you as a brother-in-law? A brother-in-law? Luo Feng chuckled in disbelief. For Chengu had not heard Su Xian's brother Su Gang's earlier remarks. Do not speak nonsense. The main reason is that Su Xian and I were old classmates. Luo Feng replied with a smile. Gao Feng could not help but laugh, saying, since you are old classmates, it makes pursuit even easier. Just look at how many couples today were once classmates. Indeed, Luo Feng, put in more effort. Wei Tai chimed in. relishing the chaos he was stirring. That girl Su Xin is truly remarkable. Many in the martial arts circle praise the female manager of the Underground Alliance's bar on the first floor. Every weekend, a horde of wolves seeks to engage with her. However, they have all discovered Su Xin's considerable background and dared not make a move. Luo Feng laughed. To toy with the young lady of the Su family? Those harboring such thoughts likely do not know how perilous their fate would be. Captain, let us not dwell on trivialities, Luo Feng smiled, redirecting to more pressing matters. Well then, Gao Feng chuckled. You three, tell me about your current physical conditioning levels. Wei Tai set down his teacup and spoke first. Captain, my punching power is approximately 9,650, speed is 102 meters per second, and I have qualified at the junior warrior level in the neural response test. Well, you have indeed crossed into the junior warrior level, Gao Feng nodded. Captain, Wei Qing added, my punching power is around 9,510, speed is 106 meters per second, and I have also qualified at the junior warrior level in the neural response test. Gao Feng and Luo Feng exchanged slight nods. Haha, it's my turn now, Chungu grinned. My punching power is about 7,100, speed is 81 meters per second, and I have excelled at the junior warrior level in the neural response test. Chunji's neural response is remarkably swift, Luo Feng could not help but exclaim. Gao Feng smiled. He is a firearms expert, and his neural response is inherently quick. After taking the genetic serum, it has become even swifter. It seems he can now handle an even faster firearm. For a martial artist specializing in firearms, achieving a qualified neural response at the junior warrior level is exceedingly rare, let alone Chun Gu's exemplary performance. Well, you three, overall, the effects of the genetic serum have been quite satisfactory, Gao Feng remarked, looking at Wei Tai and Wei Qing. You two brothers must continue to strive. Although nearly a month has passed, the effects of the genetic serum have not fully dissipated. With diligent training, you can still uncover further potential. Understood. Wei Tai and Wei Qing nodded in agreement. Gao Feng turned his attention to Chun Gu. Old Chun, it is time to replace your machine gun. Indeed, it is time, Chun Gu acknowledged. His weaponry consisted of a machine gun and a heavy sniper rifle, with the machine gun capable of firing 300 rounds per minute, averaging 5 rounds per second. Chun Gu's previous response speed allowed him to hit 4 out of 5 rounds on the heads of 4 monsters, with the 5th round striking the body of a 5th monster. In other words, for Chun Gu, the machine gun's barrage was akin to precise shooting. Achieving such rapid-fire accuracy necessitates an extraordinarily high neural response speed. Chun Gu's reaction time has surpassed that of individuals from the pre-Great Nirvana era by an unimaginable margin, making his accomplishments unsurprising. I am preparing to acquire a Type 112 heavy machine gun, with a caliber of 127 millimeters, known for its formidable power. Chun Gu's eyes gleamed with excitement. It can achieve a remarkable firing rate of up to 1,500 rounds per minute. This machine gun is arguably one of the fastest among the arsenal of hot weaponry. If the firing speed were to increase further, it would serve little purpose. In today's era, machine guns can reach firing rates of 7 to 8,000 rounds per minute, and even exceed 10,000. However, such rates are often impractical. Presently, Chun Gu's reaction time allows him to fire 10 rounds per second, successfully targeting the heads of monstrous foes. That is true efficiency. After purchasing the gun, Old Chun intends to master its operation and thoroughly understand its mechanics. Gao Feng nodded with a smile. While Wei Tai and his brothers were encouraged to hone their skills at home, although their physical conditioning has improved, they must strive to convert that fitness into formidable combat prowess, maximizing every ounce of their strength. Rest assured, Captain, Wei Tai and Wei Qing affirmed. Luo Feng observed this exchange with a faint smile. The mindset of Huaxiao warriors is such that even a fraction of their strength must be utilized to manifest tenfold combat effectiveness. The principles of controlling force and employing subtle movements reflect Eastern philosophies, which differ from those of the West. Currently, the world's strongest warrior, Hong, hails from Huaxia, while the second strongest, Thor, is of mixed Eastern and Western heritage, possessing Huaxiao lineage as well. Indeed, certain concepts from Huaxiao martial arts are quite fashionable among contemporary warriors worldwide. Captain, Brother Chun, Brother Tai, Brother Qing, Luo Feng addressed the group with a grin. I have been diligently training at home for a month, and my physical strength has significantly improved. However, I feel that my skills in movement and swordsmanship are best refined in combat against monsters. No amount of practice at home, with imaginary foes, can compare to the effectiveness of actual combat against beasts. Therefore, I plan to venture alone into the wilderness to refine my swordsmanship and agility. What? Alone? Gao Feng, Chun Gu, and the others expressed their concern. Yes, Luo Feng replied with a smile. He had contemplated this idea for some time, but had not fully committed until a recent conversation with Su Gang stirred him. To ascend to the pinnacle of strength in this world, one must not harbor any complacency. Thus, Luo Feng resolved to maximize his abilities. That sounds exceedingly perilous. Gao Feng cautioned. No, Captain. I merely intend to practice my swordsmanship and agility in County 0231, which is adjacent to the military district, Luo Feng clarified, specifying that he would not venture into any larger cities. County 0231, next to the military district, Gao Feng, Chenggu, and the Wei brothers all sighed in relief. The monstrous forces near the military district are relatively weak, as Lord-class beasts do not dare to linger in the vicinity of the military district. Consequently, the surrounding counties predominantly host beast soldier-level creatures, with a scant number of beast general-class monsters, most of which are at the lower tier. And mid-level beast generals are a rarity. Due to the scarcity of beast general-level monsters, each initial beast general can command hundreds, if not thousands, of beast soldier-level creatures. The lack of beast generals, combined with their vast swarms, presents a challenge for warrior teams seeking to eliminate them. Typically, formidable warrior teams exhibit little inclination to linger in such a county town, as it offers scant rewards. The county town of 0231 is devoid of powerful beast generals. However, it is teeming with ordinary beast soldier-level monsters. Wei Tai could not restrain himself, remarking that if surrounded, would Tizi and Luo Feng fear an encirclement? Chenggu chuckled softly. Wei Tai and Wei Qing were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. While beast hordes are indeed fearsome, psychic practitioners are among the least intimidated by them. Not only do they engage in direct combat, but a psychic practitioner can easily leap to a nearby building using their mental prowess, a feat that surpasses the impressive jumping ability of the beasts. This notion is quite ingenious. Gao Feng could not help but commend. Luo Feng, you've inspired me to refine my hammer techniques. Yet, I lack the capability to safeguard myself amidst a beast horde. Luo Feng, when do you plan to set off? Chenggu inquired. The path of the strong is forged through relentless cultivation step by step, leading to the pinnacle of power. As the fourth volume of the astronomical bounty commenced, the night sky adorned with stars streamed through the square panes of the martial arts hall. A figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, the glint of the blade accompanied by a thunderous resonance. Monsters were categorized by levels: the beast soldier level, beast general level, and ultimately the lord level, which comprises initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. The giant rock black bear, classified as an intermediate lord level creature, possessed immense strength. Its skin as hard as rock, surpassing even diamond in durability, impervious to large caliber shells. Despite its colossal stature, its movement could reach supersonic speeds. Of course, among lord-level beasts, achieving such velocity is not extraordinary. Yet, the swiftness of the giant rock black bear's paw strikes far outpaces its movement speed. With a thunderous crash, after a prolonged battle, the massive head of the giant rock black bear was flung into the air. When will I reach such heights? Able to cleave even the giant rock black bear with a single stroke? Luo Feng pondered. The footage of this super-strong individual battling the giant rock bear, evidently captured with confidence, showcased the effortless slaying of the bear, likely indicating a high-level war god. The disc accompanying the ninefold Thunderblade contains numerous videos prohibited from circulation online, featuring many supreme warriors engaged in combat while practicing the ninefold Thunderblade. However, among all these recordings, only one features the Thunder God himself. The footage of the Thunder God depicts him practicing his blade techniques alone in the martial arts hall. A seemingly simple display that Luo Feng could discern no remarkable qualities in. Clearly, across the globe, many unparalleled warriors are training in the ninefold Thunderblade. Luo Feng gazed skyward, through the skylight, beholding the infinite expanse of stars. Tomorrow marks the commencement of arduous training. With a thoughtful resolve, he switched off the projector in the martial arts hall and descended to the first floor. The door to his brother's room was ajar, and Luo Feng immediately spotted his brother seated in a wheelchair before the computer desk, though his gaze was not fixed on the screen. Instead, he was engrossed in fiddling with his mobile phone. Rohua, Luo Feng gently knocked on the door. As the younger brother, Luo Hua raised his head and, upon turning, caught sight of Luo Feng outside the door. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "Brother, you didn't even knock? Surely, it was you who left the door ajar." Luo Feng chuckled as he stepped inside, promptly shutting the door behind him. "What are you up to? Texting your girlfriend?" "Yes," Luo Hua replied, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. Observing his brother's endearing yet naive demeanor, Luo Feng realized that Luo Hua genuinely harbored feelings for the girl named Xiao Nan. While Luo Feng was uncertain about Xiao Nan's true character, their parents had encountered her during a visit to the park while pushing Luo Hua in his wheelchair and had left with a favorable impression. Given their life experience, it was evident that their parents possessed a keen sense of judgment. If they deemed Xiao Nan to be a commendable individual, It was likely that she indeed was. Has Xiaonan introduced you to her parents? Luo Feng inquired. Not yet, Luo Hua replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Xiaonan just started her freshman year in college, so she has 3 or 4 years before graduation. She hasn't rushed to inform her parents, and considering my situation, she must think of a more tactful way to broach the subject. Directly telling her parents would be quite complicated, as most parents wouldn't wish for their daughters to marry someone with a disability. Seeing a trace of bitterness in his brother's expression, Luo Feng felt a pang of sympathy. The stigma of disability remained a scar in Luo Hua's heart. No matter how resilient he appeared, he always seemed to harbor a flicker of insecurity, particularly in front of Xiaonan. Take your time. I'm certain her parents will be understanding, Luo Feng consoled him. After all, there's no rush. That evening, after engaging in an extensive conversation with his brother, Luo Feng rested well through the night. The following morning, fully equipped with his backpack, shield, and battle knife, he embarked once more on an expedition to the wilderness, this time venturing alone. At the Jiangnan military base, within the northern military district. As the train came to a halt at the military station, Luo Feng and a group of martial artists disembarked from the carriage. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng traversed the martial artist passage toward the supply base, which soon came into view. Is it just you, Luo Feng? A guard at the base entrance asked, glancing at the scanner's display in surprise. You were previously with the Firehammer team, weren't you? What brings you here alone? It's quite perilous to enter the wilderness solo. Am I seeking my own demise? I've been to the wilderness before and am well aware of the dangers. Luo Feng replied with a laugh. True, you've experienced the wilderness, the guard conceded, handing him a key. Room 322. Since you're alone, you've been assigned a smaller villa. The Firehammer team received a larger one as a group. By the way, my surname is Wang. Just call me Brother Wang. Should you acquire any monster materials, I would be happy to purchase them from you at a fair price. Sure, Luo Feng said, accepting the key and heading toward his residence. At the supply base, from the second-floor window of one of the villas, several men were watching Luo Feng as he walked below. It's Luo Feng, the leader of the Firehammer team. Should we seize an opportunity to eliminate him? The speaker is Zhang Zihu, a member of the Tiger Tooth team. Captain Tiger Tooth approached the window, silently gazing downwards, where Luo Feng swiftly vanished from his line of sight. The captain remarked coldly, why is it just Luo Feng? Where are the other members of the Firehammer team? Have you seen them? The other team members shook their heads in unison. It's just Luo Feng, Zhang Zihu asserted. I saw him enter through the main gate of the supply base. I didn't see anyone else. Suddenly, Zhang Zihu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Captain, we previously took action against the Firehammer team. The most crucial part is that they are aware of our involvement. We have now become sworn enemies. You have stated that we must eradicate this threat entirely to prevent them from endangering us in the future. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. In the wilderness, ambushing others is not a concern. The fear lies in the possibility of leaving an adversary alive, especially if they uncover the true instigator. Do not rush. Captain Tiger Tooth replied coldly. We must ensure complete annihilation of our enemies. The Firehammer team must be obliterated when the opportunity arises, but right now, it is only Luo Feng, a mere ordinary warrior. He has entered the wilderness alone and will undoubtedly remain in a relatively secure location. If we kill him now, it would yield little benefit for us and might alert others. The team members nodded slightly, recognizing the captain's wisdom. The true threat from the Firehammer team lies with Shuangfeng Chui Gaofeng. Captain Tiger Tooth stated earnestly. Gaofeng possesses formidable strength, nearly on par with mine. Moreover, having navigated the world for over a decade, he has established extensive connections. Should he engage us, it would spell disaster for us. Thus, if we must act, we shall first eliminate Gaofeng, and then deal with the lesser threats, Captain Tiger Tooth concluded nonchalantly. Clearly, he regarded the other members of the Firehammer team with disdain. At the supply base, in Villa 322, which boasted 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and an expansive bathroom, Luo Feng changed out of his combat attire, took a quick shower, and donned a loose bathrobe. Hello. Please prepare a serving of the 12-course meal with 3 dishes and a soup, and change the beverage to tea, he instructed over the phone before reclining on the sofa. The thought of the impending threat against his team ignited an unquenchable desire for vengeance within him. This murderous intent was resolute and unwavering. When the time comes in the wilderness, I will eliminate them. Luo Feng's gaze pierced through the window as he contemplated the Tiger Tooth team. I hope to encounter you within these next 2 months. Luo Feng held the Tiger Tooth team in low regard. His current strength was more than sufficient to sweep them aside. After finishing his lunch, he donned his combat gear, equipped himself with 8 6 series throwing knives and 2 9 series throwing knives on the outer sides of his legs, and slung a hexagonal shield and a combat sword across his back before departing the martial artist supply base. The sky was overcast, yet the weather remained pleasantly cool. Luo Feng did not draw his sword. Instead, he strode confidently through the wilderness. The expanse before him, once fertile land, had succumbed to decades of neglect. Now overtaken by wild grasses, he navigated a path where the weeds were relatively low, traversing the terrain. After walking briskly for half an hour along a dilapidated highway, he arrived at County 0231. Luo Feng severed the tail of a tiger mastiff, extracting a sinew to stow away in his backpack. The journey from the supply base to the county town spanned nearly 100 miles. However, Luo Feng had already vanquished over a dozen ordinary beast soldier-level monsters. With daily opportunities for free practice and the prospect of earning money, such a situation was rare indeed. A faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips as he traversed a dilapidated residential complex, a desolate area teeming with lurking monsters. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted the silhouette of a beast on the third floor of a nearby building. Thus commenced his rigorous training. With a sudden push off the ground, a thunderous crack resonated as the cement surface fractured, propelling him towards the balcony with the force of a cannonball. The days of slaughter had begun. As time passed, Luo Feng had long concealed himself within this county town 0231. The multitude of monsters in the vicinity soon faced dire consequences. Unlike other warriors who would simply slay them, Luo Feng engaged in protracted battles, utilizing the monsters as training partners before delivering the final blow. Each time, he returned to the supply base laden with a substantial haul of vital monster materials. Wang Wei, the overseer of the supply base, was astonished by Luo Feng's efficiency. On the third day of his training, Wang remarked, it appears you have slain 198 monsters today, which is 10 fewer than yesterday. Most were high-level beast soldiers. But I will supplement your earnings with an additional 1.5 million. What do you say? By the seventh day, Wang exclaimed, Goodness, Luo Feng, have you gone mad? You have killed another 210 today. I'll calculate your earnings at 1.6 million. We've been trading for some time now. Brother, let me tell you. Slaying ordinary beast soldier-level monsters is no simple task. These creatures often travel in packs. You can't expect success every time. Be cautious not to be surrounded by a horde. On the 16th day of training, Wang quipped, You madman. Today has been rather average, with only 182 kills. However, the quality of the materials is commendable, including some serpent-like monsters. I'll grant you 1.5 million. By the 21st day, Wang inquired, You lunatic, tell me. Have you discovered a location where solitary beast soldier-level monsters appear? It seems that after slaying one, another quickly emerges. The supply base was not large enough to conceal such activities, and soon tales of Luo Feng spread throughout, depicting him as a maniac who relentlessly hunted ordinary beast soldier-level monsters for profit. The notion of quantity compensating for quality became apparent. While a single low-level beast general could be worth over 10 million, 1,000 high-level beast soldiers could match that value. Yet, the challenge of slaying 1,000 high-level beast soldiers surpassed that of defeating a single low-level beast general, for solitary beast soldiers were a rarity, typically found in groups. How did this madman manage to kill so many beast soldiers each day? Those privy to his secret would never dare to disclose it. Rumor had it that he earned over 1 million a day, nearing 2 million. At this rate, he could amass 50 to 60 million in a month, and an astonishing 5 to 6 billion in a year, rivaling the prowess of formidable generals. Could any mortal withstand such relentless slaughter of beast soldiers day after day? Who could say? Nonetheless, that madman had persisted in this endeavor for over a month now. In the supply base, discussions about Luo Feng abound. Among warrior-level martial artists, there exists a palpable envy towards Luo Feng, as their earning potential is rather limited. Even esteemed warriors like Zhang Zihu and Wei Chong earn only around 50 to 60 million annually. For those at the junior and intermediate warrior levels, an annual income of 10 million is considered quite satisfactory. In stark contrast, Luo Feng amasses a staggering 50 to 60 million each month, an astonishing feat. However, for generals among martial artists, it is merely a source of amazement, and they do not indulge in such trivialities. Occasionally, the divine warriors who frequent the supply base express their astonishment, remarking, This young man is indeed extraordinary, quite fascinating. On November 29, 2056, the sky was overcast, and fierce winds howled. Within a supermarket on the ground floor, dozens of massive unicorn wild boars roared as they relentlessly attacked a lone human youth at the center. The cacophony echoed throughout the store, with shelves already reduced to ruins. The unicorn wild boars were utterly frenzied, launching an all-out assault. The young man wielded a hexagonal shield in one hand and a blood shadow battle knife in the other, moving with the agility of a butterfly flitting through flowers, creating the illusion of several blurred afterimages. Swift was the word. With a sudden flourish, Luo Feng's blood shadow battle knife struck, the sound reminiscent of distant thunder, more accurately. the noise produced by the knife slicing through the air at an extraordinary speed. Each slash precisely severed the necks of the unicorn wild boars, executed with remarkable accuracy. His movements, synchronized with his strikes, displayed incredible power. Although there were numerous unicorn wild boars, only 2 or 3 could engage Luo Feng simultaneously. Moreover, whenever he dispatched 1 or 2, he adeptly utilized the carcasses of the fallen beasts to carve out openings, evading the onslaught of the horde. This remarkable spatial awareness is a skill that most general-level martial artists could only aspire to achieve. Blood gushed from the unicorn wild boars like a fountain, and within moments, more than half of the herd lay dead, while a dozen others turned tail and fled. This won't do. They are not of the high beast soldier rank. They hold little value. Among the deceased unicorn wild boars, Luo Feng selected 19 high beast soldier-level monsters, severing their horns to stow away in his backpack. The horns of high beast soldier-level creatures could fetch around 8,000 in the Underground Alliance. As for the other carcasses, Luo Feng paid them no heed. In truth, Luo Feng was not particularly fond of harvesting the horns of the unicorn wild boars, as they were relatively heavy and their market price was merely average. Given the limited capacity of his backpack, he was selective in his material collection. He routinely dispatched over 300 monsters each day. After all, the reproductive capabilities of such pig-like and canine beasts were exceedingly high. Having left the blood-soaked supermarket, Luo Feng took a seat on the rooftop of a modest 6-story residential building to rest. After more than 50 days of rigorous training, he concluded that his agility had barely reached an intermediate level. Reflecting on this extended period of practice, he realized that his training was not solely aimed at slaughter. Each time he engaged a small group of monsters, he prioritized refining his agility before ultimately delivering the killing blow. Indeed, Luo Feng's efficiency was remarkably high. Over the course of these 50 days, he encountered more than 20 crises. After all, the roars of monsters during the slaughter would occasionally attract even more beasts. Faced with the frenzied charge of hundreds, if not thousands, of monsters, Luo Feng could only rely on his mental prowess to escape in a state of disarray. It could be said that without his mental fortitude, he would have perished over 20 times. Yet, armed with this mental power, he was able to engage in such fervent practice of his movement techniques. Each day, he endured over 8 hours of relentless assaults from countless monsters. The efficiency of his movement training was such that a single day's work surpassed the training results of an average martial artist in the wilderness over an entire month. And how often do ordinary martial artists venture into the wilderness in a year? After 50 days of this rigorous training, combined with the flowing light movement technique and the ninefold thunderblade, Luo Feng finally managed to barely reach the micro level in his movement skills. However, his sword technique still remained at the first level of the thunderblade. Luo Feng had continuously attempted to unleash 2 additional layers of hidden energy, but could only manage to release 1 more layer atop his basic attacks. Nevertheless, the precision with which he could control his physical strength had undoubtedly multiplied. It is worth noting that during these 50 days, Luo Feng had slain over 10,000 monsters. Such a staggering number is likely unattainable for most martial artists throughout their entire lives. This immense quantity of experience has honed Luo Feng's technique into one that is precise, decisive, and efficient. The greatest contribution of these 50 days to Luo Feng was the experience gained from life and death battles, along with an astonishing level of calmness and judgment. He could now maintain his composure in the midst of peril, identifying opportunities to strike. This ability is certainly something every practitioner at the micro level would aspire to achieve. Luo Feng glanced at his communication watch, shouldered his backpack, and leapt off the rooftop. Moments later, as he walked along the highway, he felt a tremor behind him. He turned to see 3 figures in the distance to the north, running in a state of panic, occasionally sprinting and leaping several meters. These 3 figures moved with incredible speed. The one leading the charge was Wan Dong. Luo Feng instantly recognized one of the fleeing individuals as Wan Dong, the only one who had been able to match him during the martial artist practical assessment. Behind them loomed a dark mass of beasts, each no larger than 30 centimeters, slightly bigger than a human hand. Yet, this tide of small creatures forced Wan Dong and his companions to abandon their weapons and flee desperately. A tide of rats? Luo Feng was startled. Such a phenomenon, also known as a rat disaster, could overwhelm even the mightiest of warriors. This ominous black wave of rodents, though not boundless, spanned the entire highway, stretching approximately 100 meters. With each rat measuring 30 centimeters, this wave certainly comprised tens of thousands of beasts, qualifying as a small-scale rat tide. Even a warrior of the battle general level could be consumed and annihilated. Thus, Luo Feng had but one choice: to flee. He immediately sprinted down the highway, while Wan Dong and the others had already discarded their weapons, racing ahead in a frantic escape. The tide of rodents relentlessly approached from behind. their distance shrinking from 20 meters to 15, 14, and 13. Curse it. Why hasn't the army arrived yet? If they don't come soon, it will truly be the end. Wan Dong and his companions silently cursed as they gritted their teeth and accelerated, managing to slightly widen the gap to over 30 meters. Only then did the three of them reduce their speed. I can't run any longer. Neither can I. The three exchanged glances, each bearing the weight of exhaustion and despair. Their maximum running speed vastly surpassed that of the rodents, yet such extreme velocity could not be sustained indefinitely. It was akin to humanity before the Great Nirvana era, where a 100-meter dash in 10 seconds was considered lightning fast. 100 meters took nearly 10 seconds. But what about 1,000 meters? Could one manage it in 100 seconds? And for 10 kilometers? Was 1,000 seconds sufficient? In reality, before the Great Nirvana era, the men's record for 10,000 meters was approximately 1,580 seconds. Similarly, these warriors, like Wan Dong, could instantaneously reach speeds of 60 meters per second. Yet after nearly half an hour of fleeing, they could barely maintain 40 meters per second. As the rodent tide drew closer, they forced themselves to push harder, striving to run faster. By now, Wan Dong and his companions had covered nearly 300 miles. One could only imagine their profound fatigue. Army, please hurry. They were so close to the military district. Why had the army not yet arrived? The trio felt their legs growing numb, the extreme fatigue in their muscles hindering their speed. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, burdened with a battle blade and shield, maintained an astonishing speed of 60 meters per second, soaring ahead. After all, while Wan Dong and his companions were drained, Luo Feng was in peak condition. Suddenly, Luo Feng's eyes caught sight of a deep blue shadow on the horizon. At first glance, he thought it was some avian beast, but as the object drew nearer, he realized it was a flat, disc-shaped flying war machine. Presently, most military aircraft were of this design, as such a shape was advantageous for both defense and offense against aerial threats. The army. It was the army's aircraft. Exhausted, Wan Dong and his companions let out ecstatic howls, their speed surging once more. Luo Feng, running, also halted and looked up, witnessing the aircraft diving towards the horde of beasts. As it hovered 100 meters above the ground, Luo Feng could distinctly see a massive cannon protruding from the belly of the craft. With a thunderous roar, an endless torrent of scorching flames erupted from the cannon, engulfing the rodent tide below. The searing heat, likely thousands of degrees, incinerated countless rodents, leaving them ablaze and lifeless. Instantly, the once orderly tide of rodents disintegrated into chaos, filled with terrified cries as they scattered in flight. Yet, under the blanket of flames, the majority of the rodents were consumed, while some fled into the nearby wasteland, burrowing into the earth and vanishing from sight. Wan Dong and his companions exhaled deeply, relief washing over them. They had narrowly escaped disaster. The three were utterly exhausted. Luo Feng. Wan Dong could not help but call out into the distance. Is there any food? Please, something to eat. And something to drink? Luo Feng approached with a smile, and before him, Wan Dong bore no trace of his former coldness. Instead, he radiated the joy of having survived a calamity, albeit visibly fatigued. After running nearly 300 miles in a desperate escape, the toll on their stamina was staggering. Luo Feng retrieved a bag from the side pocket of his backpack, producing 3 high-energy candy pills. Here, and I also have a water pouch. As Luo Feng handed them over, Wan Dong and his companions quickly consumed the energy pills, and the water pouch was swiftly drained. Thank you, Luo Feng. Wan Dong expressed gratefully. Allow me to introduce my companions. This is Wang Ku, and the other is Jiang Tuesday. I've heard much about the infamous Luo Feng. Wang Ku said with a smile, his handsome features illuminated by the moment. That energy pill you gave us is more delicious than gourmet cuisine. I was starving, and now I feel much better, Jiang Tu added with a hearty laugh, his large beard shaking with mirth. As the three walked and chatted, Luo Feng inquired, how did you encounter the rodent tide? I heard it was a level 3. Luo Feng's county was too close to the military district, and he had not experienced the rodent tide firsthand. I witnessed the ferocity of the rodent tide, Wan Dong could not help but recount. We were resting on the rooftop of a residential building when suddenly, a multitude of rodent creatures erupted from various places on the ground below. It was truly an endless expanse. We were so terrified that we used steel cables to escape from one rooftop to another, too frightened to descend to the ground. Luo Feng was taken aback, easily imagining the chaos of countless rodents swarming the streets. Fortunately, our group was on the outskirts of the city. We grit our teeth and sprinted along a path where the rodents were less prevalent. However, they encountered the rodent tide along the way. We had no choice but to split up to divert the horde. We were fortunate to reach the highway, where only a small wave of rodents pursued us. During our flight, Wang Ku and I also ran into Jiang Tu, whose experience was quite similar to ours. Wan Dong then sighed. I wonder how our captain and the others are faring now. In the streets and alleys, They dared to divert the rodent tide chasing them. But on the highway, they could not risk that, as the fields beside the road would slow human movement considerably, while the terrain had little impact on the rodent's speed. This is why everyone stuck to the highway, avoiding the wilderness. The four of them arrived at the martial artist supply base of the military district, where a large crowd of martial artists had gathered at the entrance. I knew you would survive, madman. Did you see old Lu and the others in County 0231? Upon entering the supply base, many familiar faces greeted Luo Feng, inquiring after his well-being. The rodent tide was indeed a perilous affair, but fortunately, it was only a level 3, posing limited danger. Had it been the legendary level 1 rodent tide, it would have been a calamity for the entire Jiangnan base city. I did not see them. Today is destined to be a sorrowful day for the supply base. On this day, numerous martial artists who ventured outside have tragically lost their lives. Among the 3 formidable warriors who entered the wilderness, one was unexpectedly besieged by an unending tide of rodents. Becoming engulfed in their overwhelming numbers, the relentless assault of the rodent horde claimed the life of a warrior of the highest caliber. Indeed, today marks the fall of a human champion. Within this tide of rodents, not only are there beast soldier-level creatures, but also those of beast general status. And the leader of the horde possesses remarkable intelligence. Once a target is chosen, they spare no effort to achieve their goal. It is said that during the struggle, dozens of towering buildings were demolished, and the number of rodents that perished likely exceeds 100,000. Unfortunately, even over 100,000 rodents are insignificant against the billions within the horde. Thus, this valiant warrior has met his demise. Dark clouds roll ominously across the sky. Fierce winds sweep across the land, and thunder rumbles intermittently. With the crack of thunder, a torrential downpour begins. On the terrace of a row house at the supply base, Luo Feng sits contemplatively. Captain, I'm fine. I've been fortunate enough not to be surrounded by the rodent horde. Brother Chun, yes, I'm unharmed. Taiga, huh? You can hear my voice, so of course, I'm doing well. Luo Feng received several calls, clearly indicating that the surrounding area was experiencing a level 3 rodent tide. And even the numerous martial artists within Jiangnan City were aware of the situation. Each occurrence of a rodent tide, or the more terrifying ant tide, results in significant casualties among human warriors. The loss of a human champion this time is a grave blow to the entire Jiangnan City. A level 3 rodent tide has resulted in such loss of life. What then of the legendary level 1 rodent tide? And what about the even more dreadful wars between humans and monsters? The conflict between monsters and humans represents a battle between 2 civilizations, 2 races. Once war is unleashed, countless diverse beasts surge forth, including ground-dwelling monsters, powerful creatures, toxic beings, and aerial threats. The skies teem with flying beasts, while the ground is inundated with monsters, and even the depths of the earth harbor burrowing creatures. With lakes occupied by monstrous entities, rodent tides and ant tides are merely a fraction of this terrifying war. Monsters are humanity's arch-nemesis. Presently, the oceans belong to the monsters, while on land, humans maintain a slight advantage. In the skies, however, the monsters reign supreme. Humanity is compelled to defend itself in various base cities. Luo Feng had previously been oblivious to this reality, always feeling that monsters were simply prey for martial artists. However, today he has come to a profound realization. Monsters possess the potential to annihilate humanity from the face of the earth. With the extinction of humankind, what becomes of familial bonds, of culture and morality? His strength is insufficient, far from adequate. Luo Feng's gaze drifts toward the endless expanse of sky and earth. Boom, crack. Thunder resounds, and at times, a bolt of lightning strikes down from the heavens. Watching the distant flashes of lightning, Luo Feng senses an elusive understanding dawning within him. Boom, crack. Bolts of lightning, bearing the majesty of heaven and earth, struck down in rapid succession. At times, 2 streaks of light intertwined in the sky like serpents, merging into a single flash. This formidable lightning, imbued with boundless celestial power, would surely deter even the mightiest of lord-level beasts from experiencing its wrath. The astonishing voltage could reduce them to mere ashes in an instant. Sharp, piercing, annihilating all. Standing on the terrace, Luo Feng silently observed and murmured. In recent days, Luo Feng had diligently practiced his agility and sword techniques in the county town. In terms of agility, he had barely managed to reach a micro-level of proficiency. However, in the realm of swordsmanship, he had achieved an astonishing mastery over power control after slaying over 10,000 beasts. Coupled with the rigorous requirements of the ninefold Thunderblade, his control surpassed that of Wei Tai and Wei Qing by a considerable margin. Yet, Luo Feng had not yet cultivated the second level of the ninefold Thunderblade, which he yearned to attain. This particular tome was exceedingly extraordinary. The first level equated to 140 of his original strength, while the second level would elevate it to 210, more than doubling his power. This meant that a high-level warrior could unleash the might of a junior general. As for the ninth level of the ninefold Thunderblade, it represented a staggering 700 of one's original strength. A high-level warrior could nearly exhibit the prowess of a high-ranking general. Such was the remarkable nature of the ninefold Thunderblade, yet only the creator, Thunder God, was known to have reached the ninth level worldwide. Indeed, it should be so. In the distance, the lightning gradually became sparse. The text of the tome elucidated that any master of swordsmanship would possess their own artistic conception. According to its teachings, the higher the level of swordsmanship, the greater the heights the ninefold Thunderblade could attain. Amidst the thunderous downpour, Luo Feng began to wield his sword repeatedly. Unlike before, his current practice sought to capture the profound understanding within his heart, a fleeting insight akin to the crack of thunder. The explosive energy, amassed and released in an instant, manifested as streaks of sword light, vertical slashes, cleaving cuts, upward thrusts, and horizontal slices, like luminous trails across the darkness. Explode, burst forth. Luo Feng endeavored to grasp that essence, wishing for his body to unleash successive layers of internal energy. It ought to be so, but why could he only manifest the first layer of internal energy, unable to evoke the second? The rain fell heavily, yet Luo Feng was completely immersed in his world of swordsmanship, indifferent to the downpour. Remarkably, on this night, he had refrained from practicing genetic energy cultivation, instead focusing on executing the ninefold Thunderblade. The continuous exertion had left his body thoroughly fatigued, yet he pressed on, taking brief rests between each strike. By dawn, the rain had ceased, and a hint of dawn's glow emerged on the eastern horizon. The autumn chill was palpable in the morning air, yet Luo Feng, drenched to the skin, sat on the terrace, clutching his blood-shadow warblade. His brow furrowed in contemplation. What, after all, was still lacking? Luo Feng could sense that he was on the verge of unleashing the second layer of hidden strength, even as the deeper muscles in his body were engaged. Yet, each time it seemed within reach, it ultimately fell short, just a fraction away from success. A droplet of rain fell from the eaves onto a puddle on the rooftop, sending ripples across the tranquil water's surface, gently radiating outward. A thought stirred within Luo Feng. His mind conjured the image of a devastating lightning strike, sharp to the extreme. Yet, the ripple caused by a single drop of water was delicately gentle. Rigidness could not endure. His physical prowess was already formidable, and the ninth layer demanded a burst of explosive force 7 times beyond his natural capabilities. If he relentlessly pursued sheer rigidity, how could his body withstand it? Filled with excitement, Luo Feng sprang to his feet, grasping the blood-shadow warblade, and swung it forward with a single stroke. At first, the speed of the blade could only be described as relatively swift. However, in an instant, the speed surged. It escalated once more, increasing twice consecutively. The blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a resounding sonic boom. Almost instantaneously, his right arm swelled, noticeably thicker than his left. The second layer of the ninefold Thunderblade had finally been achieved. By sheer mastery of the blade technique, Luo Feng could now exert the strength of a junior warrior. And with his exquisite agility, he likely surpassed any typical junior warrior. Overjoyed, he descended the stairs and promptly ordered breakfast, savoring every bite before preparing to cultivate his genetic primal energy. But wait, his strike, while powerful, relied solely on brute force. Luo Feng shook his head and seized the blood-shadow warblade again. He realized he could consecutively channel 2 layers of hidden strength, perfectly controlling the timing between them. This would allow for an even more enigmatic increase in his blade speed. In the training chamber, Luo Feng began to swing the blade. By consecutively releasing 2 layers of hidden strength, the warblade experienced dual accelerations, distinguishing the practitioners of the ninefold Thunderblade from ordinary swordsmen. The blade danced with an ethereal grace, one stroke after another, as images of lightning striking from the heavens flashed in his mind. And the scene of ripples emanating from a droplet replayed, he pursued this sensation, swinging the blade repeatedly. What he sought was a technique that belonged solely to him. The ninefold Thunderblade merely provided him with a method of exertion. The essence of blade artistry had to be experienced personally. That which suited him best was paramount. Only with sufficient mastery could his body endure the power of the ninefold Thunderblade without suffering damage. Immersed in this creative process, the fatigue of his body could not diminish the exhilaration of his spirit. He swung the blade time and again, his technique becoming increasingly enigmatic and swift. Even as the blade cleaved through the air, it vibrated subtly from the dual accelerations, generating faint shockwaves. Unaware of how much time had passed, he executed a flash of blinding light with the blade, swift as lightning and ethereal as mist. A sense of disorientation enveloped him, yet within that momentary haze, The thunderous strike had vanished. It was precisely this. Luo Feng finally revealed a smile, his blade's swift and graceful movements allowing his muscles to relax, only to unleash a hidden force in an instant. Yet, after this eruption, he returned to a state of ease. This ebb and flow enabled Luo Feng to endure longer in combat. In terms of the mastery of swordsmanship, I have transcended the rudimentary level, brushing against the realm of profound understanding, albeit merely grazing its edges. Luo Feng was genuinely delighted. What should I name my sword technique? Since my technique is inspired by the lightning's flash and thunder's roar, I shall call it Thunderbolt. Luo Feng had finally devised his own swordsmanship. Though this Thunderbolt technique is merely a beginning, I shall continually refine its essence in the future. Luo Feng silently reflected, glancing down at his communication watch, only to find that it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He had not realized that he had been immersed in the study of his sword technique for nearly 20 hours since last night. After over 50 days of training and the demise of over 10,000 beasts, both his agility and swordsmanship had ascended to new heights. His newly crafted Thunderbolt technique had, at long last, begun to take form. Although it remained rudimentary and simplistic, its creator was only 18 years of age. No one dared to predict the future heights this Thunderbolt technique might achieve. In the Minghui community of Yangzhou City, at Luo Feng's home, the living room was filled with laughter as he enjoyed dinner with his parents and younger brother. It had been merely 7 or 8 days since Luo Feng first entered the wilderness zone, yet this time, he had been away for nearly 2 months. Though his family had frequently contacted him by phone, the joy of seeing Luo Feng in person far surpassed the delight of their conversations. After dinner, in his younger brother Luo Hua's room, Luo Feng observed his brother writing fervently. "What are you working on?" he inquired with a chuckle, noticing the multitude of words on his brother's notebook. "I'm reflecting on the gains and losses from my stock trading over the past month, refining my investment theories." Luo Hua replied with a smile. The core concepts of stock trading can indeed be established in a few months, but perfecting these theories through extensive practice takes a considerably longer time. Luo Feng laughed heartily. "Luo Hua, spare me the details. I don't quite grasp them. By the way, how has your stock trading been these past 3 months? Currently, the global stock market was unified, yet due to varying regional circumstances, while some markets might be declining, others were still rising. Conversely, areas afflicted by monstrous incursions might experience drastic falls. In such chaotic conditions, trading stocks posed considerable challenges." "Well, not bad," Luo Hua responded. Luo Feng picked up his phone and swiftly accessed his online banking to initiate a transfer. Ding. Luo Hua, astonished, glanced at his own phone, where a notification appeared. "Your card ending in 3206 received a deposit of 50 million yuan from the Bank of Communications on November 30th at 21:51. Current balance, 50,003,000, Bank of Communications." "Brother, 50 million? Luo Hua gazed at Luo Feng in shock. 50 million was no trifling sum, given the current value of the Huaxia currency, which held a conversion rate of approximately 35 to the Earth dollar. It was quite unrealistic for many businessmen and wealthy individuals in Huaxia to produce such a cash amount. "Luo Hua, strive diligently. I hold great expectations for you." Luo Feng chuckled softly. Luo Hua replied, his eyes gleaming with determination as he nodded emphatically. Managing such a substantial sum in the stock market instilled in Luo Hua a sense of accomplishment, transforming the market into a vocation for him, despite his disability. Since he embarked on his stock trading journey several years ago, he has explored various strategies, from short-term to medium and long-term investments, as well as regional and blue-chip stocks, ultimately solidifying his philosophical approach. It could be said that he has laid the groundwork akin to that of a master. However, even seasoned experts in the stock market can falter, as it demands profound cognitive and psychological fortitude. "You should rest early," Luo Feng remarked with a smile before ascending the stairs. 50 million. Luo Feng truly remained unfazed, having accrued over 80 million during his 2-month training. Such a pace of earning undoubtedly incited envy among many martial artists, yet they could not replicate Luo Feng's methods, for he is a mental energy master. If he truly desired wealth, his abilities would enable him to vanquish numerous beast generals with ease. Last night's torrential downpour had given way to a starry night, with twinkling lights streaming through the skylight into the martial arts hall on the 2nd floor. Luo Feng wielded the Blood Shadow battle blade, executing a flurry of strikes at an astonishing frequency, each one a manifestation of the ninefold Thunderblade. Having toiled for 20 consecutive hours at the supply base prior, this relentless intensity left him utterly fatigued after merely half an hour. Subsequently, he transitioned into the practice of the ninefold Hunyuan guiding technique, culminating in the 5 hearts to heaven genetic energy cultivation method. Sitting cross-legged, Luo Feng couldn't help but display a hint of joy. He distinctly sensed every cell in his body clamoring with hunger, voraciously absorbing cosmic energy. Upon mastering the first level of the ninefold Thunderblade, his cultivation speed nearly doubled. Now, having achieved the second level, his cells appeared even more ravenous, capable of absorbing greater amounts of genetic energy. Time elapsed gradually. After a considerable duration, each cell in his body seemed to rejoice, reaching a state of saturation where they could no longer absorb any more energy. Achieving the first level increased my cultivation speed by a factor of 2. The second level, while not as significant, nonetheless enhanced it by 1/3. Luo Feng marveled at the extraordinary efficacy of the ninefold Thunderblade, which, in conjunction with the guiding technique, propelled his cultivation speed to astonishing heights. Having dedicated a month to rigorous training at home and subsequently honing his skills in the wilderness for 2 months, he pondered the extent of his growth over these 3 months. Indeed, Luo Feng made remarkable progress each day. As a mental energy master, his mental prowess discreetly improved his physique, contributing to his initial strength enhancement. Moreover, coupled with the advanced technique of the ninefold Thunderblade and the life and death battles he faced over the past 2 months, the synergy of these elements allowed Luo Feng's cultivation rate to outpace that of even the most exceptional martial artists by 5 to 6 times. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the extreme pavilion to test my current prowess. Luo Feng is also eager to assess the efficacy of his arduous training. At the break of dawn, shortly past 5, Luo Feng made his way to the pavilion. Crazy One, out so early? Greeted several martial artists who were exercising in the community. Crazy One, I've heard you've made quite a fortune these past 2 months. You must treat us. Let us all enjoy a hearty meal together. Many martial artists greeted him cheerfully. Previously, Luo Feng's significant earnings from hunting the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf went largely unnoticed, but in the past 2 months, his relentless slaughter of ordinary beast soldiers has earned him recognition within the martial arts community. Slaying over 10,000 monsters in just 2 months is indeed an astonishing feat. Thus it is no wonder he has earned the moniker Crazy One. All right, no problem. How about tonight? Luo Feng replied with a hearty laugh. Upon entering the extreme pavilion, the reception girl in the lobby called out upon seeing him. Mr. Luo, so early. There's no one else here yet. Would you like something to drink? I can bring it up for you. On the 6th floor of the extreme pavilion, as he gazed upon the expansive training hall, Luo Feng felt a surge of nostalgia. It was here that he had undergone his preliminary martial artist assessment. Who would have thought that the fledgling martial artist would now be considered a true elite? He activated the punching power tester and the speed tester. After turning on the speed tester, he casually positioned himself on the track. Let us see the extent of my current strength. With a sudden burst, Luo Feng shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly traversing the track before coming to a halt. Approaching the speed tester, he observed the display read 786. Not bad, he thought, his eyes gleaming. Typically, a speed of 60 meters per second signifies the baseline of an advanced warrior, while 90 meters per second marks the threshold for a junior general. Next, he decided to test his punching power. Standing by the punching power machine, he inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom. His fist struck the target with the force of a cannonball, causing the target to tremble violently. The screen displayed a staggering 6121. Generally, a score of 4,000 indicates the baseline for an advanced warrior, while 8,000 is the threshold for a junior general. It is worth noting that these numbers are merely rough standards, as strength is now predominantly assessed by 1's achievements in monster slaying rather than mere physical prowess. Simultaneously, waves of energy rippled from his waist and back, reminiscent of ripples on water, as he unleashed 2 hidden forces. Connection of energy. The second stage of the ninefold Thunderblade, with 21 times the power, erupted. As he swung his fist, his speed intensified dramatically, accompanied by the sound of air exploding. And he struck the punching power machine with tremendous force. Boom. The punching target toppled over significantly before gradually righting itself. The screen momentarily paused before displaying the remarkable figure of 12,928. Good heavens! A smile graced Luo Feng's face as he calculated 6,121 multiplied by 21, arriving at the precise figure of 12,854. However, the manifestation of punching power is inherently an approximate measure. It may occasionally exceed or fall short of expectations, which is entirely normal. One could assert that Luo Feng's full power surge is close to 13,000. His physical strength is classified at the level of an advanced warrior. Utilizing the technique of the ninefold Thunderblade, he achieves the caliber of a junior combat general, significantly surpassing the baseline of 8,000. The punching power of a junior combat general typically ranges between 800 and 16,000. Next, he proceeded to assess his neural reaction speed. Entering the neural reaction testing chamber, Luo Feng promptly adjusted the settings to the Junior Combat General level and configured a 5-second delay before activation. After pressing the red button, he swiftly stepped into the designated area. Approximately 5 seconds later, the neural reaction testing machine's barrel commenced its rotation, accelerating until it reached an astonishing speed. Subsequently, dozens of rubber bullets erupted from the massive barrel, hurtling rapidly towards the red shield. Incredible speed. Standing in the center of the red circle, Luo Feng moved with remarkable agility. His steps were ethereal, yet remarkably swift. It was effortless for him. If one were to find another individual with a reaction speed akin to Luo Feng's, they would likely find it challenging to achieve the same level of ease. As Luo Feng's movement had reached a meticulous level, leveraging this exquisite control, he maximized his evasion capability. Puff, puff. 2 bullets struck Luo Feng, yet he displayed no hesitation, continuing to evade the barrage. After 1 minute, the barrel slowed down until it ceased rotation. Luo Feng approached the screen and scrutinized the results. In 60 seconds, he was hit 21 times without touching the red light. An excellent rating? Luo Feng was astonished by his performance, having attained an exceptional score on the Junior Combat General's neural reaction test. This underscored the effectiveness of his meticulous training. In essence, this neural reaction testing apparatus primarily evaluates dodging ability, which is interconnected with speed, neural response, and awareness. Nevertheless, it remains the most optimal testing method available. His speed clocked in at 786 meters per second, with punching power at 6,121, capable of surging close to 13,000. The neural reaction test yielded an excellent rating for the Junior Combat General level. Luo Feng was thoroughly pleased with these results, acutely aware that his physical fitness could be classified as advanced warrior level. Yet, thanks to the ninefold Thunderblade technique and meticulous training, he achieved the prowess of a Junior Combat General in terms of offensive capability and neural reaction testing. After concluding the tests, Luo Feng descended the stairs in high spirits. In the lounge area on the first floor, several martial artists were engaged in conversation. Among them was the eccentric Wu Tong, the director, who chuckled, "You've come early today. Haven to you? Are you eager to observe the preliminary martial artist assessments? You missed the last few, but this time, it's fortuitous. We can witness how this batch of newcomers performs. How about you conduct their tests later?" Luo Feng paused, taken aback. Preliminary martial artist assessments? Indeed, today is December 1st, the designated day for such evaluations each month. Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the world is a curious place. Just 5 months ago, he was merely a trainee at a martial arts academy, residing with his family in a modest subsidized housing complex. In the blink of an eye, he had moved into the Mingyue community, effortlessly acquiring millions in wealth. "Let Uncle Wu conduct the assessment. I'll observe at the same time," Luo Feng said with a smile as he settled into a nearby seat, where a server promptly delivered tea and pastries. "Crazy," remarked a man clad in training attire, an instructor from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, who added with a grin, "I hear you've slain thousands of monsters in the past 2 months. Most of them high-ranking beast soldiers? Have you reached the elementary battle general level of power?" "Seems about right." Someone nearby nodded in agreement. Wu Tong also affirmed, "It's improbable for a high-ranking warrior to dispatch so many monsters with such ease. Even if Luo Feng hasn't yet reached the elementary battle general level, he is surely close. I recall he has been practicing the ninefold Thunderblade. He must have made some progress." Luo Feng was taken aback. Indeed, he had vanquished over 10,000 monsters in less than 2 months, the majority being high-ranking beast soldiers. Such efficiency was indeed challenging for high-ranking warriors, which explained why many believed he had attained the strength of an elementary battle general. The ninefold Thunderblade is notoriously difficult to master, and the manual is exceedingly expensive. Another martial artist interjected. "Very challenging," Luo Feng replied with a smile. "I've merely had a slight breakthrough." "Oh." The eyes of everyone present, including Wu Tong, regarded Luo Feng with newfound respect. The ninefold Thunderblade was an ultimate manual. Many sought to acquire it, yet the entrance barrier had thwarted numerous martial artists. Mastering such a technique signified the ability to engage in battles beyond one's level. "Luo Feng," a voice called from outside, prompting him to turn and see it was Brother Chun. "Such a significant event. We should all attend together," Wu Tong suggested. Luo Feng sighed with sentiment and nodded in agreement. He certainly had to be present. The deceased, Senior Lu Gang, had tragically perished during the outbreak of the third-level rat tide just 2 days prior. Although Luo Feng had not directly experienced the rat tide, he felt a sense of sorrow witnessing a senior's demise, compelling him to pay his respects. On the day of the martial artist assessment, Luo Feng and a group had observed the tests of the fresh-faced juniors. Out of 8 participants, only 3 succeeded. Among them was a senior trainee from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in the Yayan district. Yet this individual did not pass. The following morning, the temperature was frigid. The Hero Hall funeral home in Jiangnan Bay City was under complete lockdown, as many gathered to mourn Senior Liu Gang. The 5 members of the Firehammer team assembled, all clad in black. There are truly a lot of people today, Chenggu remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. Luo Feng surveyed the surroundings. The streets were filled with mourners. Notably, today marked the first day of mourning, where only martial artists, family members, and certain dignitaries were permitted entry. Starting tomorrow, for a duration of 7 days, ordinary citizens will be permitted to come and pay their respects. Even so, today has already seen thousands gather here, comprising the elite of the Jiangnan Bay City. Among them are prominent figures from various family conglomerates, high-ranking officials from the government and military, and, most importantly, a multitude of martial artists. Some of these warriors are even of the god of war caliber. It is only natural for other god of war level warriors to come and mourn the passing of a fellow warrior. The national television station has also arrived, and Luo Feng observes the interview vehicle. The memorial service for the deceased god of war will be broadcast live across the nation. Gao Feng reflects on how many god of war level warriors perish each year throughout the vast expanse of Huaxia. Such an honor of national television coverage is reserved solely for those of god of war status or higher. Warriors of the soldier or general level do not enjoy such prestige. Even among generals, only a select few at the very top are afforded this privilege. Look over there. That is the mayor of Jiangnan City. Beside him stands a leader who frequently appears on television. And there is the patriarch of the Su family, one of the 12 families in the alliance. Upon hearing the Su family mentioned, Luo Feng glances over to see an elderly man with white hair and a slightly plump figure, appearing to be in his 80s or 90s. Exuding the air of someone who has long held a position of power, accompanied by 4 subordinates. There stands Zhuge Shan, a god of war level warrior, the brother of Zhuge Tao, the head of our extreme association. Numerous martial artists are engaged in hushed discussions. Today's gathering indeed attracts a remarkable assembly of influential figures, spanning the realms of politics, military, economics, and martial arts. The memorial service is commencing ahead. Gao Feng takes a glance forward, but we must wait until later to enter. Let us be patient. It is a rare occasion to witness so many masters. Chenggu smiles. Luo Feng and his companions stand at the edge of the street, waiting alongside a multitude of other warriors. A few prominent figures have already begun their memorial activities. Suddenly, a sleek black flying saucer-shaped military aircraft descends from the distance, and the soldiers stationed around the Heroes' Hall have not attempted to intervene. The previously entered god of war-level warriors, along with the mayor of Jiangnan City and high-ranking officials from politics and the military, all emerge to greet the arrival. A significant figure is approaching, Chenggu exclaims, his eyes shining. Who could it be? Gao Feng is equally astonished. It is noteworthy that those present are already among the upper echelons of Huaxia society, including god of war level warriors, who are esteemed within the martial arts community, and the mayor of Jiangnan City, undoubtedly a high-ranking official. After all, there are only 6 base cities in all of Huaxia, which is a position far superior to that of provincial governors prior to the Great Nirvana. Now, this assembly of dignitaries has come forth to welcome someone. Who could it be? Luo Feng scrutinizes the scene, as all the warriors, including those from the television station, are fixated in silence, not daring to utter a word. A profound stillness envelopes the atmosphere. The flying saucer descends gently, and the door opens. A slender man with an aquiline nose, clad entirely in black, steps down from the aircraft staircase. His expression appears troubled, and his eyes glisten with unshed tears. He stood there, casting an aura that enveloped the vicinity in an almost palpable darkness. He was the deity within that realm of several dozen meters. Councilman Zhu, a formidable warrior of the god of war class, spoke up. The man, with a hooked nose, sighed softly, uttering no further words, and nodded at the welcoming god of war-level warriors, the mayor of Jiangnan Bay City, high-ranking officials from the capital, and military generals, before proceeding directly towards the funeral home. The others followed in his wake, enveloped in silence. Once this assembly of dignitaries entered, murmurs began to surface outside. Who is this person? Luo Feng pondered, filled with curiosity. This was undoubtedly a figure at the pinnacle of the highest echelons of the nation. After all, even national leaders rarely commanded such respect that several god of war-level warriors would wait in deference. Generally, god of war-level warriors do not regard high officials with esteem. I do not know. Chenggu and the others shook their heads. Gao Feng's ears perked up, and he whispered. Someone over there mentioned that the individual just now is named Zhu Shi. I've heard that name before. He was once a renowned god of war-level warrior, but thereafter, he seemed to vanish from the public eye. I have heard online that Zhu Shi has transcended the god of war level, becoming one of the most exalted beings. Transcended the god of war level? Luo Feng and the others inhaled sharply. Good heavens! Such an existence could be treated as an equal by an entire nation. The state would surely need to cater to and elevate such individuals. They are undoubtedly the most elite of humanity. No wonder these prominent families, corporate giants, political figures, and high-ranking warriors came to pay their respects. One could say that individuals like him are akin to deities among humankind. Following the crowd, the 5 members of the Firehammer team soon entered the funeral home. The memorial hall displayed only a massive photograph. There were no remains present. Luo Feng sighed inwardly, reflecting on the inexorable tide of rodents that, upon death, left no trace behind. In the somber strains of the morning music, Luo Feng and his companions bowed solemnly 3 times. Beside them knelt the wife and children of the god of war, Lu Gang, in quiet reverence. Before long, Luo Feng and his companions departed from the hall. The atmosphere outside was noticeably lighter, lacking the oppressive weight of the interior. Senior Lu Gang was unfortunate, Gao Feng remarked with a shake of his head. He found himself trapped in the very heart of the rodent tide. The leader of that endless swarm must have targeted him, recognizing him as an apex human warrior, and sought to eliminate him at all costs. Once ensnared, there would be no escape. Luo Feng spoke in hushed tones. I heard that satellite footage captured the scene of Senior Lu Gang struggling amidst the chaos, where dozens of high-rise buildings collapsed, and over 1 million rodents were slain. One can only imagine the horror of that moment. Previously, with Wan Dong and others, we were merely pursued by a small faction of several thousand rodents. Moreover, there were no beast general-level rodents among them. Otherwise, how could we have outrun them? Yet, even that small group exerted significant pressure on me. The thought of being besieged by billions of rodents sends shivers down my spine. That god of war-level warrior was indeed formidable, having slain over 1 million rodents in such a short span. If Elder Lu had been more cautious from the outset and avoided the core of the rat tide, he might have survived. Gao Feng sighed deeply. The air outside the funeral home was frigid, and the streets were filled with figures from the martial arts community, politics, the military, and wealthy families. Luo Feng, a voice called out. Turning around, Luo Feng spotted Su Xian, clad in black, emanating an air of coldness. Su Xian, are you not attending class today? Luo Feng inquired. It's Saturday. I just came with my family, Su Xian replied with a smile. Luo Feng, caught off guard, chuckled self-deprecatingly. Saturday, right? I've lost track of the days without school. Becoming a martial artist truly rendered the days of the week inconsequential. He remembered distinctly the weekends during his school days. Luo Feng, you're now a martial artist, quite different from the rest of us, Su Xian remarked playfully. The two conversed casually by the roadside, while a middle-aged woman nodded with a smile. Su Gang, not far away, caught sight of Luo Feng and Su Xian in his peripheral vision. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly discern their expressions, noting that they appeared to be in high spirits, which only darkened his own mood further. His sister, Su Xian, was indeed quite proud and typically avoided interactions with male peers. Why was she engaging with Luo Feng? As Su Xian had reached the legal age for marriage, Su Gang was particularly concerned about her romantic inclinations. Regardless, he held little faith in Luo Feng. A martial artist whose life could end at any moment had the audacity to pursue his sister? The deeper the entanglement, the greater the suffering she would endure in the future. Su Gang seethed internally, recalling how he had subtly warned Luo Feng before. If he had any sense, he would keep his distance from Su Xian. How ungrateful. Although Su Gang was clearly furious, he refrained from acting impulsively. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon someone nearby, and an idea sparked in his mind. Let Luo Feng experience some hardships and retreat. As he contemplated this, Su Gang moved to the left. Su Gongzi, a young man with a shaved head, yet handsome, greeted him with a smile. Why, Su Gang replied, returning the smile. I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you were in the wilderness zone. The memorial for Elder Lu is a significant event. How could I miss it? The dapper young man said, glancing toward the funeral home and sighing. I, too, once received guidance from Elder Lu. Who would have thought such a powerful figure? Su Gang sensed Guahai's genuine sorrow and shook his head inwardly. Guahai had little connection with the legendary warrior Lu, and his display seemed rather theatrical. As a businessman, he could not grasp the profound bonds shared among martial artists. Those who walked the precarious line between life and death placed immense value on favors. A mentor's guidance was unforgettable. Guahai, my sister is here today as well, Su Gang remarked. Su Xian, Guahai's interest was piqued. Where is she? Su Gang offered a wry smile and gestured in her direction. There, conversing with a young martial artist. Guahai noticed Luo Feng and Su Xian in the distance, his brow slightly furrowing in surprise. To my knowledge, Miss Su seldom engages with martial artists. This young warrior must share an extraordinary bond with her. Although he held an affinity for Su Xian, Guahai did not presume that his feelings necessitated her reciprocation. Indeed, they were once classmates, Su Gang interjected. My sister seems to hold a favorable impression of him. Otherwise, she wouldn't converse with him so freely. Guahai nodded, acknowledging that Su Xian rarely engaged in lengthy discussions with young men. Despite his self-control, a tinge of jealousy stirred within him. That lad. I've warned him once before to keep his distance from my sister. Yet, it appears he harbors intentions towards her. Su Gang glanced at Guahai, expressing disdain. This fellow should be more aware of his own status. A warrior of the soldier rank could meet his demise at any moment. And yet he dares to pursue my sister. Truly, a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Guahai raised an eyebrow, a sense of pride swelling within him. Youthful exuberance often led to such folly. Compared to this young man, he had already attained the rank of intermediate battle general at the tender age of 21. You are correct, Su Gang. A soldier-level martial artist is indeed at risk in the wilderness. Any misstep could be fatal, Guahai concurred. If that lad truly cared for Su Xian, he ought to refrain from pursuing her. I share your sentiments. Su Gang affirmed. Guahai glanced toward Luo Feng in the distance and inquired, by the way, what is his name? His name is Luo Feng. He has only recently become a martial artist, Su Gang replied. Luo Feng? Guahai's brow furrowed. Isn't that the madman? Su Gang looked puzzled, questioning, what madman? Madman is merely a nickname. Only those of genuine prowess earn such titles. Most people would be fortunate to have a nickname at all. Guahai regarded Su Gang with a frown. This Luo Feng possesses a modest reputation within our martial artist community. You have underestimated him. Although he has only recently embarked on his martial journey, in merely 2 months, he has slain over 10,000 beast soldier-level monsters, nearly all of which are of the higher tier. I estimate he possesses the strength of an elementary battle general. Over 10,000 monsters? In 2 months? Su Gang blinked in disbelief. And you're saying he's an elementary battle general? At 18 years old? He exclaimed. Guahai nodded. Su Gang's eyes widened as he turned to observe Luo Feng, who was engrossed in conversation with Su Xian. Damn it, this kid is putting on an act, fooling me. I never imagined he was such a figure. An 18-year-old elementary battle general has the potential to surpass my 21 years of intermediate battle general rank. Su Gang's mindset shifted. I never expected this madman to have feelings for Su Xian. A smile crept onto Guahai's face. How intriguing. Luo Feng, a madman by nickname. Su Gang remained in shock. Yet the staggering feat of slaying over 10,000 monsters in 2 months was undeniably impressive. Despite his astonishment, Su Gang quickly regained his composure. Observing Luo Feng with a merchant's acumen, arriving at a series of astute conclusions. This young man had already attained the rank of elementary battle general at such a tender age, and given his humble beginnings, his achievements were indeed remarkable. I shall simply observe for now. If one day he becomes a god of war, my father and the others would surely wish for my sister to wed him. However, a martial artist is ultimately just a martial artist. Even Lu Gang can perish. Who knows when he may meet his end? Never mind, I shall not dwell on it further. I will merely await the future developments of Luo Feng. Su Gang contemplated quietly, for a junior battle general holds little significance for the Su family, a prominent clan. The memorial service continued. Though some martial artists had begun to depart, after the 5 members of the Firehammer team left, they sought out a restaurant with a touch of classical elegance and pleasant decor. The restaurant owner was aware that many had attended the memorial service, which had been broadcast nationwide. Upon noticing the direction in which Luo Feng and his companions approached, as well as the exclusive vehicle they arrived in, the owner immediately escorted them to the finest private room on the 3rd floor. All right, let's proceed. Chenggu quickly ordered a selection of dishes and waved for the server to leave. The restaurant's most beautiful waitress cast a curious glance at the group before departing the room obediently. Damn it, I was in a good mood today. But encountering those bastards from the Tiger Tooth team has ruined it completely, Gao Feng exclaimed through gritted teeth, recalling their earlier encounter with the same group who had come to pay their respects. Captain, it's not worth getting so worked up over those rascals, Wei Tai replied, shaking his head. Once we enter the wilderness zone, we can find an opportunity to deal with them. Wei Qing let out a cold chuckle. Luo Feng furrowed his brow and swept his mental energy across the entire room to check for any listening devices. Noticing Luo Feng's actions, Gao Feng chuckled. Relax, Luo Feng. This restaurant is quite upscale. The finest private rooms are typically frequented by individuals of status, often discussing confidential matters. If the owner dares to eavesdrop, he would be courting death. Chenggu added, even if there were listening devices, so what? We merely talk about killing. After all, we haven't actually done it. Isn't mere talk inconsequential? Luo Feng smiled in agreement. Captain, are there any troublesome figures behind the Firehammer team? He inquired, noting the need for caution. What significant figures could there be? Gao Feng scoffed. Are their parents also gods of war? Speaking of which, the esteemed warrior Lu Gang has 3 offspring, 2 sons and a daughter. Both the eldest son and the daughter are battle generals, while the second son possesses rather ordinary abilities. Wei Tai sighed, remarking on the remarkable prowess of such masters, whose children are equally formidable. Oh, 2 of the 3 children are battle generals? Luo Feng remarked, taken aback. Quite normal, Gao Feng replied. Luo Feng, your time in the martial arts realm has been brief, so you may be unaware. In truth, a powerful martial artist often has equally impressive children. For instance, our world's strongest warrior, Hong, transcends the realm of gods of war. And both his son and daughter are at that level as well. Luo Feng blinked in surprise, realizing he had overlooked such information. The reasoning behind it is, in fact, quite simple. Gao Feng continued with a smile, elaborating that for martial artists, every single cell in their bodies absorbs the essence of genetic primordial energy, refining their genetic makeup, which leads to a continuous enhancement of their physical genes. In essence, the process of cultivation is synonymous with the improvement of one's genes. The stronger the individual, the more superior their genes become. Marriage and procreation serve to pass these genes onto the next generation. It is hardly surprising that prodigious warriors like Hong Lei and the previously mentioned Zhu Shi have offspring who achieve the level of war gods, as they are endowed with inherently superior genes. However, this is not an absolute guarantee. Should the descendants possess lesser abilities than their forebears, it could result in a decline across generations, ultimately leading to a mediocrity in familial genetics. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that marriage and reproduction indeed constitute a process of genetic inheritance, and the progeny of the strong inherently enjoy an advantage. As the server entered the private room to present the meal, Gao Feng sighed after the server departed, remarking that if humanity continues to evolve in this manner, the genes of the strong will gradually disseminate, thereby uplifting the genetic quality of humanity on Earth. However, unions between the weak and the strong may yield offspring of mundane genetic caliber, making the overall enhancement of human genetics a formidable challenge. The strong contribute to the elevation of humanity's genetic standards, while the weak inadvertently detract from it. Yet, one certainty remains. As time progresses, the overall physical constitution of humanity on Earth will steadily improve. There will come a day when nearly all humans will be capable of becoming martial artists. This conclusion from Gao Feng elicited a slight nod from Luo Feng. Yet, the timeline for such a transformation remains uncertain. 500 years? 1,000? 5,000? Gao Feng chuckled, acknowledging that the evolution of humanity is indeed a protracted journey. Soon, Luo Feng and his companions finished their lunch, and after the meal was cleared away, they ordered some tea. Lao Chun, Wei Tai, and their brothers had become well acquainted with their own capabilities. I suggest we venture into the wilderness in the next couple of days, Gao Feng proposed, looking at the group. Does anyone have any objections? How about the day after tomorrow? Chengu voiced. Luo Feng nodded. We shall depart the day after tomorrow. However, Captain, where are we headed this time? Haha. Chengu laughed. This time, we certainly cannot settle for those small county towns. Our team is significantly stronger now. The overall strength of our group has increased tenfold. And that is no exaggeration. Let us aim for a major city. Wei Tai and Wei Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the past, they had merely ventured into regional cities. Why not be audacious and challenge City 003? Gao Feng suggested with a deep breath, speaking in hushed tones. City 003, the others, including Luo Feng, were taken aback. What did City 003 represent? It could be deemed one of the most formidable regions across the Eurasian expanse, bordering the ocean and teeming with marine monstrosities within its waterways. This area boasts some of the densest architectural conglomerations in all of Asia, leading to an astonishing number of beasts, including numerous lord-level monsters, and even those surpassing that classification. A multitude of elite martial artists flock to this place, including warriors from other base cities in Huaxia, specifically drawn to this epicenter. Here lies a veritable stronghold for human warriors and monstrous beasts engaged in fierce combat. This place, once the economic epicenter of the entire Huaxia nation, is the former city of Shanghai, prior to the Great Nirvana period. Go there? Wei Tai and Wei Qing were taken aback, overwhelmed by the daunting prospect. Isn't that a bit too audacious? Wei Tai couldn't help but suggest. How about we first venture to City 023, the former Suzhou? Even with a bold heart, the mere mention of City 003 sent shivers down their spines. After all, that location is a genuine melting pot of danger, where formidable predators roam. Gao Feng glanced at the group with a playful smile. Are you afraid? What is there to fear? To brave City 003 would certainly earn us some prestige. Chen Gu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course we must go. After all, City 003 is vast, at least 10 times larger than other cities. We can infiltrate from the outskirts. What do we have to fear? The group turned their attention to Luo Feng, recognizing him as the team's primary combatant. Luo Feng contemplated the legendary City 003. well aware of its significance to humanity today and its historical prominence before the Great Nirvana. All right, we can enter, but we must approach it gradually from the suburbs. He nodded. Naturally, we shall proceed cautiously from the outskirts. Do I wish to prolong my existence? Gao Feng chuckled. Many of my old friends are currently navigating City 003, where the elite warriors congregate. It seems we shall embark on our own adventure there. To thrive in City 003 is a testament to one's prowess. Given the multitude of powerful entities there, even the suburbs frequently encounter formidable beast generals. The heart of the city teems with lord-level monsters. Hence, only those with substantial strength dare to approach the outskirts of City 003. All right, everyone prepare well and rest up. We shall set off for City 003 the day after tomorrow, Gao Feng declared with a grin. Yes, to City 003. Luo Feng and his companions felt a surge of excitement. On the third day, Luo Feng and Chungu departed from Mingwei community to rendezvous with Gao Feng, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing at the Alliance Mall, heading towards the supply base of the Southeast Military District. The Southeast Military District dwarfs the Northern Military District of Jiangnan in scale. This supply base is considerably larger than that of the Northern Military District. Upon receiving their keys, Luo Feng and his companions wandered through the supply base, marveling at the sheer number of residences, far exceeding those in the Northern Military District. Numerous warriors could be seen bustling about in every corner. In terms of strength, the warriors here surpass those from the Northern Military District by a significant margin. Indeed, they are far stronger. Gao Feng remarked, City 003 is adjacent to the ocean, where countless monsters have breached the continent, threatening the interior along the Huangpu River. This military district exists to combat these marine beasts, with its warriors primarily tasked with confronting the monsters within City 003. Compared to terrestrial monsters, marine beasts pose an even graver threat to humanity. The ocean's expanse far exceeds that of the land, and it is entirely the domain of monsters. One can only imagine the multitude lurking beneath the waves. Look, is that a poison demon gun? Ah, is that not the god of war? The sighting of such a formidable warrior in the Northern Military District was indeed a rarity. It is hardly surprising, for City 003 stands as a prominent stronghold for monstrous beings across the entire Eurasian continent. Not only the experts from our Jiangnan base city have converged here, but also those from various other bases. Hence, it is no wonder that so many skilled fighters abound. The members of the Firehammer squad stood on their balcony, gazing down in awe. The warriors here hail from all corners of the earth. Let us dine first. And after our lunch, we shall set off for City 003, Gao Feng announced. Moments later, the fully armed Firehammer squad, a group of 5, departed from the supply base. Is that the Firehammer squad? They've come here too? Some individuals within the supply base conversed cheerfully. I heard that the new member, the madman, is quite impressive, a junior battle general level. He is sure to progress swiftly. Under the shade of a tree, Wan Dong turned to look as the 5 members of the Firehammer squad made their way to the base's main gate. Dongzi, that Luo Feng is from your batch, isn't he? Inquired a burly man beside him. Yes, Wan Dong nodded. He is indeed from the same cohort of warriors as I am. I encountered him during the last level 3 rodent tide. I never imagined he would also come to the Southeast Military District. During the previous rodent tide, Wan Dong's original team leader had perished, prompting Wan Dong and his companions to join a different squad of warriors. Dongzi, do your best. You mustn't fall behind that Luo Feng. The burly man playfully thumped Wan Dong on the chest. As Wan Dong watched Luo Feng's figure vanish through the gate, a whirlwind of emotions enveloped him. Once, they had both participated in the practical assessment for martial artists, being equally recruited by the Martial Arts Academy. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself as the newcomer needing to strive diligently, while Luo Feng had already carved a name for himself within the martial arts community. Now, when the name of the madman from Jiangnan City is mentioned, the majority are familiar with it. It is essential to realize that establishing a reputation is a formidable challenge, whether through a remarkable battle, extraordinary achievements, like Luo Feng's recent feat of slaying over 10,000 monsters in 2 months, or through years of relentless effort and reputation accumulation, as exemplified by Chun Gu and the former Zhang Ku, who built their renown over a decade. Now, Luo Feng has indeed become a person of note. Once, he was just like Wan Dong. Now, he has gained some recognition among martial artists. I cannot allow myself to be overshadowed by him. Wan Dong clenched his fists, motivated by the presence of Luo Feng, determined not to slacken his efforts. Traveling along the highway, Luo Feng and his companions journeyed for approximately 2 days before finally entering the vicinity of City 003. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze as the Firehammer squad advanced cautiously. Into the building, Gao Feng issued a low command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 members of Luo Feng quickly rushed into a nearby street-side shop. Look, they exclaimed, as hundreds of avian creatures soared overhead, prompting the Firehammer squad members to emerge cautiously. This is a concentration of monsters, the largest stronghold on the entire Eurasian continent. Not only comprising terrestrial beasts but also various avian monsters, Luo Feng stated solemnly. Furthermore, due to its coastal location, amphibious creatures may also appear. Therefore, everyone must exercise utmost caution. Understood, Captain. Luo Feng and the others nodded. They were all acutely aware of the peril that lay before them. Just moments ago, the assault from the avian beasts had demonstrated that only by leveraging their advantageous terrain and Luo Feng's prowess could they hope to survive. Our destination is a residential area known as Vank Dream City, located 2 miles away. Luo Feng spoke softly, noting that this expansive complex was originally designed to accommodate nearly 1 million residents. Now, it is overrun by numerous beasts, and given its position on the outskirts of City 003, it is unlikely to attract any Lord-level monsters. It seems fitting for us to venture there first. Indeed. The group nodded in agreement. Everyone must remain vigilant. Monsters could emerge from the skies, the ground, or even beneath the earth. With a decisive gesture, Luo Feng commanded, "Let us move." Luo Feng's Bloodshadow battle blade was already drawn, and Chungu's Model 112 heavy machine gun was primed for action. The 5 members of the Firehammer squad advanced with utmost caution, their demeanor a stark contrast to their previous bravado in the small county town. A thunderous roar echoed from dozens of miles away, accompanied by what sounded like human shouts. What kind of monster is that? Chungu turned to face the source of the noise. It came from the direction of the city center, a place teeming with chaos, where formidable creatures and god-level warriors roamed. Luo Feng whispered, without the strength of a god-level warrior, venturing there would be tantamount to seeking death. In the city center of 003, not only are there powerful individuals from our homeland, but also strongmen from nations like Russia and India. Luo Feng and the others nodded in understanding. In a mere 2 miles, they could have sprinted and arrived in less than a minute. Yet, the Firehammer squad took a full half-hour to reach the long-abandoned Vank Dream City. During this time, they had dispatched 2 serpent-like monsters, over 30 ordinary beast soldiers, and even encountered a junior beast general. It was well known that this area was perilous, but they had not anticipated it would be so treacherous. Despite their careful approach, they were forced into combat with a junior beast general. Chungu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this was City 003. Let us hurry upstairs. Luo Feng gestured. The team cautiously ascended into an 18-story residential building, battling their way from the 1st to the 12th floor, encountering more than 10 monsters along the way. On the 12th floor, they found an apartment of approximately 100 square meters. Luo Feng acknowledged that, unlike some county towns, City 003 was rife with flying beasts, making it impossible to rest on the rooftop. Resting there would be courting death. Look over there. Luo Feng stood on the dusty balcony, pointing south. Do you see that area shrouded in mist? Luo Feng and the others moved closer. Indeed, about 10 miles away, buildings loomed indistinctly through the fog, with only dilapidated street signs visible. This region was eerily enveloped in mist, and the entire City 003 was shrouded in a hazy gloom. The roars of various monsters and the cries of avian creatures filled the air, while the thunderous presence of countless beasts was overwhelming. In the heart of the region, there once stood a Carrefour supermarket, now dominated by a formidable high-ranking Lord-level beast. Luo Feng solemnly cautioned, "Remember, under no circumstances should we approach that area." It is said that this high-ranking Lord-level beast commands 2 lower Lord-level beasts, along with numerous beast generals and countless beast soldiers. It reigns supreme over a territory spanning 20 to 30 miles. Luo Feng gasped in astonishment. A high-ranking Lord-level beast, accompanied by 2 lower Lord-level beasts? What kind of tribe is this? Of course, they might be considered powerful only in the suburbs. Within the city, Lord-level beasts are quite abundant. Luo Feng waved his hand. All right, everyone rest for the night. Tomorrow, we shall commence our expedition in City 003. Yes, Captain. Luo Feng and his companions exchanged smiles. Above the residential area, hundreds of avian beasts soared through the sky, some even darting between the buildings, with one creature coming alarmingly close to Luo Feng and his group, merely 20 to 30 meters away. Let us retreat to the bedrooms. The windows aren't large enough for these avian beasts to enter. Today, Chungu and Wei Tai would take turns keeping watch. Even as they slept in City 003, vigilance was paramount. No one dared to relax. For this place was a paradise for beasts, a den of peril for humans, and a battleground for warriors. After a night passed at dawn, Luo Feng stood on the balcony of their 12th floor room. The biting cold of a winter morning enveloped him, invigorating his spirit. The temperature must be around -5 or 6 degrees Celsius. Luo Feng approached with a smile. It is indeed quite chilly. Luo Feng peered over the balcony. pointing to the beasts below that were on the hunt. Look at the sheer number of beasts in our vicinity this morning. 12 in total, 3 of which are beast generals. No wonder City 003 is a stronghold for beasts. Gao Feng chuckled in agreement. Indeed, in ordinary counties, a single beast general typically commands hundreds of lesser beasts, exuding an impressive presence. In the county where Luo Feng previously honed his swordsmanship, a beast general could lead hundreds, even thousands, of ordinary beast soldiers. In any given county, the fewer the beast generals, the greater the number of ordinary beasts they command. Yet in City 003, even in the suburbs, a beast general usually leads only 2 or 3 beast soldiers. Some may even be solitary commanders. Let us go, brothers. It's time to make some money, Chenggu exclaimed with a smile. City 003 is truly remarkable. Beast generals are everywhere. Wei Qing and Wei Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement. City 003 is fraught with danger. Yet, crisis and opportunity coexist. Despite the abundance of formidable beasts, one could easily perish if unprepared. Even the strong could meet their doom if surrounded by a horde. However, the beast generals here typically lack many subordinates, significantly reducing the difficulty of hunting them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the staircase, Luo Feng extended his mental energy to scan the corners, gesturing with his hand. All clear. There are no beasts within 20 meters. Generally, corners are prime spots for beasts to lie in ambush. Luo Feng's mental strength served as the quintessential detector. Associating with mentalists afforded them a life of indulgence. Chenggu chuckled. Everyone, be mindful. Keep your voices down. The beast's hearing is exceptionally keen. Gao Feng shot a glare at Chenggu, prompting him to promptly silence himself. Luo Feng took the lead, with Gao Feng trailing behind. Wei Tai and Wei Qing flanked them, while Chenggu occupied the center. Luo Feng's gaze landed upon a 3-headed horned wild boar beast approximately 100 meters away. The foremost creature was colossal, its singular horn a pitch-black shade, distinct from the usual gray fur of ordinary beasts. Its hair, resembling steel needles, had also turned black, signifying its identity as a primary beast general. That's the one, Luo Feng murmured. Everyone, stay alert and watch your surroundings. I'll handle it. With a swift motion, Luo Feng dashed forward, and the other four instinctively spread out in formation, vigilant for any other beast generals or troublesome human warriors. The beast general Hornboar, noticing Luo Feng's solitary approach, let out an enraged roar, its speed surging to a staggering 100 meters per second, equivalent to around 360 kilometers per hour, charging directly at Luo Feng with its formidable horn. Even with such a colossal impact, Luo Feng, wielding the Blood Shadow Warblade, maintained a steady speed of 60 to 70 meters per second. As they crossed paths, Luo Feng's speed surged dramatically, executing a precise sidestep that allowed him to evade the boar's charge by mere centimeters. Simultaneously, he delivered an upward slice with the Blood Shadow Warblade, which accelerated twice during the strike, rendering it a blurred specter of light, a dazzling display of blade work. With a thunderous flash, the cold blade swept across the boar's neck, vanishing like mist in an instant, an exemplary demonstration of his blade technique. The initial victory was secured. In a swift motion, Luo Feng's seemingly casual strikes with the Blood Shadow Warblade severed the throats of the other two beast soldier-level horned boars. The now lifeless beast general, propelled by inertia, continued to sprint for over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, sliding several meters and colliding with a sturdy tree that had stood for decades, causing it to tremble slightly before coming to a halt. Remarkable. You dispatched a primary beast general with mere blade technique. Chenggu and the others gathered around, visibly impressed. You've made considerable progress, Gao Feng chimed in, clearly pleased, as he took the initiative to dissect the beast's carcass. The seamless integration of agility, blade skills, and extensive experience made the extermination of a primary beast general appear effortless to Luo Feng. Having slain over 10,000 beasts before, he maintained an unwavering calm when confronting these creatures, utilizing his techniques with utmost precision and minimal exertion, swiftly overcoming his adversary. All done. We've harvested quite a bounty. Gao Feng smiled. It seems we can hunt numerous beast generals in a single day. Luo Feng returned the smile. The entire Firehammer team brimmed with enthusiasm. In City 003, although it was anticipated that the efficiency of hunting monsters would be remarkably high, when the battle truly commenced, Luo Feng was astounded. This was not merely slaying beasts, it was akin to operating a money-printing machine. The speed at which they were generating wealth likely surpassed even that of a printing press. For a primary beast general, the value of its vital materials could fetch between 5 million to 15 million. For a mid-level beast general, the worth typically ranged from 10 million to over 100 million. As for a high-level beast general, The essential materials could command prices around 50 million to 6 or 700 million. Of course, there were exceptions, such as uniquely special monsters or those high-level beast generals that were nearly at the lord level, which naturally drove prices higher. However, the vast majority adhered to the aforementioned price ranges. The Firehammer team hunted nearly 10 beast generals each day, predominantly of the primary level. The profitability was astonishing. After 10 days of continuous effort, Luo Feng and his team had successfully dispatched 92 primary beast generals and 3 mid-level ones, estimating their total earnings to be around 1 billion. The relentless 10-day campaign left them somewhat fatigued, necessitating a day of rest. Upon resuming their hunt, they noticed a significant decrease in the number of beast generals in the vicinity. On the 15th day, the group found respite on the 12th floor balcony of an 18-story building. "Captain, there are hardly any primary beast generals around anymore," Chungu remarked with a hint of resignation. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Over the past several days, despite the vastness of the area, they had memorized its layout. "It's still in City 003 where the profits are most substantial," Wei Tai could not help but exclaim. Although the accolades primarily belonged to Luo Feng and Gao Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chungu also enjoyed a share of the spoils, each surpassing 1 billion when divided. In the past, in smaller counties and districts, it had been a struggle for Wei Tai and Wei Qing to even amass 1 billion in an entire year. Now, they had achieved that in just 15 days. However, greater profits came with heightened risks. During these days, Luo Feng and his team had encountered a perilous avian attack. Fortunately, they had taken shelter indoors. And with Luo Feng's throwing knives, they managed to scare off the flying monsters. Making money? Not too much, Gao Feng chuckled. For a mentalist, earning several billion in a year is quite normal. Our ability to thrive here primarily hinges on Luo Feng. Laughter erupted among Chungu, Wei Qing, and Wei Tai. "Captain, don't say that. It's also your assistance that makes hunting monsters far more comfortable and straightforward," Luo Feng replied sincerely. One individual could not possibly attend to all dangers from every direction. The vigilance and support from his 3 teammates were indispensable for clearing threats. With Gao Feng, a mid-level battle general, aiding him, Luo Feng's efficiency was significantly enhanced. As they conversed lightly, their voices remained subdued. Suddenly, Chungu, holding a heavy sniper rifle, peered through the optical sights and whispered, "Whoa, a big one is coming." "What?" Luo Feng and the others simultaneously grabbed their binoculars to look. Luo Feng scrutinized the scene intently. In the distance, a residential building stands, its corners shrouded in a profusion of moss and vines. However, at this moment, a colossal python, its girth comparable to that of a human waist and extending over 20 meters in length, rests upon the verdant tendrils. The serpent's body is adorned with nearly parallel black stripes, which grow increasingly pronounced as they approach its head. Could it be the venomous black-striped serpent among the monstrous serpents? Hai Feng muttered a curse under his breath. Or perhaps, it is a mutated 2-headed black-striped serpent, rapidly evolving into a dragon-like creature. Luo Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A creature on the verge of becoming a dragon, and a mutated one at that, sprouting 2 heads? This beast is not to be trifled with. A black-striped serpent nearing dragonhood is undoubtedly a high-level beast akin to a lord. Hai Feng's expression turned grave as he spoke in a low tone, adding that as a mutated 2-headed serpent, its venom is significantly more potent than that of a standard black-striped serpent. Moreover, it possesses 2 venom sacs, each valued at double the price of a non-mutated serpent of equivalent rank. In essence, this 2-headed black-striped serpent equates to the worth of 4 standard serpents. A black-striped serpent on the cusp of dragonhood is valued around 400 million. Thus, this 2-headed serpent could fetch 1.6 billion, comparable to a typical low-level lord beast. Hai Feng's revelation made the others' hearts race. After 10 arduous days of hunting and slaying over 100 beast generals, none could match the worth of this singular 2-headed black-striped serpent. One can only imagine the profitability of vanquishing such formidable monsters. Yet, this 2-headed serpent is exceedingly perilous. One bite from its venomous fangs, or any exposure to its poison, guarantees death. Hai Feng cautioned solemnly, noting that it possesses 2 heads capable of simultaneous attacks. Should we undertake this venture? Hai Feng turned to his companions, ultimately resting his gaze on Luo Feng. The others fell silent, looking to Luo Feng for direction. The decision rested solely upon him. The 2-headed black-striped serpent is indeed expensive, yet it is also fraught with danger. "I'm in," Luo Feng declared resolutely. "Captain, what about you?" With the aid of psychokinetic energy, his evasion skills could be considered astonishingly unpredictable. Luo Feng, should trouble arise, "Lend me your support," Hai Feng replied, steeling himself. "We warriors are accustomed to flirting with peril. Wei Tai, pass me your shield." "Captain, here you go." Wei Tai responded without hesitation, handing over his shield. Hai Feng placed his heavy hammer on the ground. Wielding the shield in his left hand and the hammer in his right, he chuckled wryly. It's been a while since I fought with a shield. Yet, given the danger posed by this two-headed black-striped serpent, I would be remiss not to employ it. Captain, I will provide ranged support while you engage in close combat. Luo Feng suggested quietly. If complications arise, I will enhance your shield or hammer with my psychokinetic energy, allowing you to evade. Understood. Hai Feng nodded in agreement. Luo Feng then addressed the other three, stating, the captain and I will descend. You three remain here. By the way, Chun, keep your sniper rifle trained to prevent any last-minute ambush. Rest assured, I'm constantly aiming below, Chun Gu replied with a slight smile. If you need me to fire, just signal. Very well. Through their communication devices, the team members could maintain contact at all times. Captain, we're heading down. Luo Feng and Hai Feng said in unison as they hastily descended the stairs, aware that their companions would be of no assistance in a confrontation with such a formidable creature. Luo Feng and Gao Feng swiftly descended to the ground floor, relying on their memory to navigate along a dilapidated stone path towards the location of the two-headed black snake. A resounding crash echoed, followed by the piercing hiss of the snake in the distance. Exchanging glances, they noticed their communication wristwatches vibrating lightly. Luo Feng glanced down to see a message illuminating the screen. 3 individuals were engaged in a fierce battle with the two-headed black snake. Gao Feng received the same notification and murmured, I didn't expect someone to get there first. Nevertheless, let's go and take a look. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. The duo quickly approached, soon arriving at the corner of a residential building. Peering around the edge, Luo Feng observed the fierce struggle between the two-headed black snake and 3 men a few dozen meters away. The trio appeared to hail from West or South Asia, their slightly curled hair and darker complexions hinting at their origins. The leader of the group was a burly bald man wielding a dark golden staff over 3 meters in length. In his hands, the staff moved like a dragon, striking swiftly whenever the snake lunged towards him. Even when it did not connect directly, the force of the blow would push the snake back. At times, a mere tap from the staff would provoke an enraged hiss from the creature. The other 2 men wielded square shields in one hand and massive curved swords in the other. They coordinated their attacks with remarkable precision, surrounding the snake. The area, once filled with rusted fitness equipment, was devastated as the snake's tail struck violently, shattering everything in its path. The bald man staggered back, his staff swirling like a whirlwind to deflect the debris, effectively absorbing the impact. Remarkable staff techniques, Gao Feng remarked quietly from a distance. That bald man must be a high-ranking warrior, while the other 2 are likely mid-level warriors. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing the bald man's audacity in facing the two-headed black snake, a clear indicator of his formidable strength. The snake, in a frenzied state, displayed its icy, malevolent eyes, repeatedly opening its gaping maw to strike. Under the relentless assault, the 3 men retreated momentarily, engaging in hurried conversation. Upon hearing their dialogue, Luo Feng and Gao Feng quickly deduced they were Indian. During the preceding skirmish, one of the snake's heads had sustained a wound, inflicted by the bald man's staff, though it was evidently not a fatal injury. Suddenly, the 3 Indians surged towards Luo Feng and Gao Feng. You too, if you have the ability, come at us. The bald man uttered in halting Mandarin, just as the two-headed black snake roared and charged forward. Luo Feng and Gao Feng shared a wry smile, but refrained from responding, swiftly sidestepping to avoid a direct confrontation with the formidable serpent. The bald man cursed under his breath, launching his staff once more at the approaching snake. In that moment of distraction, Luo Feng had already seized a sleek black throwing knife, a prized weapon from the 9th series. With lightning speed, he released it into the air. Whoosh! The flying dagger transformed into a streak of cold light, aiming directly at the left head of the two-headed black-striped serpent. As a creature on the verge of becoming a dragon, the two-headed black-striped serpent possessed remarkable intelligence. Upon noticing that the seemingly inconspicuous human had hurled a dagger, its left head swiftly swayed, for a serpent's movements are inherently rapid. In an instant, the left head became a blur of afterimages. Cleverness often leads to misjudgment. Luo Feng smiled coldly and thought, change. He intentionally threw the dagger to mislead the self-satisfied serpent into believing he was a master of hidden weapons. Conventionally, once a dagger is thrown, it cannot be redirected. However, Luo Feng was no mere expert in hidden weapons. He surpassed them 100-fold. Whoosh! Just as the dagger was a mere meter away from the two-headed serpent, it subtly altered its trajectory, albeit ever so slightly, directing the blade straight towards the eye of the serpent's left head. Hissing with fury, the two-headed serpent let out a roar, and in that fleeting moment, its left head instinctively evaded. It is worth noting that Luo Feng's dagger traveled at several times the speed of sound, even surpassing that of a sniper bullet. At a distance of 1 meter, under such velocity, the time taken was less than a millisecond. The dagger was so swift that even Luo Feng could not precisely control its change in direction. Whether it would alter course at 1 meter or 15 meters was beyond his precision, given the dagger's extraordinary speed. A momentary delay in reaction could mean the dagger had already traversed 10 meters. Even with quick reflexes, in that fleeting instant, Luo Feng could manage only a single course correction. Yet, in that minuscule fraction of time, the two-headed serpent not only registered the threat, but also executed an evasive maneuver. Of course, due to the brevity of the moment, this was the limit of its evasion capabilities. Thud! The dagger struck the serpent's mouth, creating a gash, then grazed the scales of its neck. Hiss! It merely left a trail of white marks before rebounding into the ground. Such formidable defense. A wave of astonishment washed over Luo Feng. The serpent's evasion was astonishing. The ability to change direction at such a short distance. This two-headed serpent was indeed formidable. This complicates matters. Luo Feng realized that eliminating this serpent would prove to be an exceedingly arduous task. The two heads of the serpent, filled with rage, turned to glare at Luo Feng, the left head sporting a massive gash from which dark green blood flowed incessantly. The bald, muscular man wielding a long staff let out a hearty laugh, then retreated while awkwardly shouting in broken Mandarin, "Let us collaborate, split the spoils?" His gaze shifted towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Gao Feng. "All right," Luo Feng responded. Gao Feng even made a deliberate gesture. The trio from India and the two from Luo Feng's side quickly reached a consensus to join forces. The strength of the bald man was acknowledged by Luo Feng and his companions, while the power of Luo Feng's dagger was recognized by the Indian trio. Only with sufficient strength does one earn the respect and attention of others. Meanwhile, outside the Vank Dream City community, a team of 9 martial artists advanced steadily, with members of the Tiger Tooth team among them. That's the sound of a serpent, and it's a formidable one at that. Among the 9 individuals, an elderly man with silvery hair spoke up. Within the desolate and dilapidated Vank Dream City community, a cacophony of sounds reverberated. With a crack, a serpent's tail, as thick as a man's waist, lashed out like a bolt of lightning towards 2 Indian warriors wielding massive curved blades. The 2 fighters leapt 5 to 6 meters into the air, grasping the window bars of a nearby building. The serpent's tail, however, struck with great force against a nearby tree, causing the trunk to snap with a resounding crack at a height of 5 to 6 meters, crashing down in a thunderous manner. "Huh, you think you can kill me?" At that moment, Luo Feng sprinted rapidly while brandishing a shield. The 2 heads of the black-striped serpent pursued him relentlessly. Swift as the wind, he hurled 2 flying daggers. Although it appeared as though he was merely tossing them with his hand, they were entirely controlled by his mental force the instant they were launched, accelerating to astonishing speeds, leaving only blurred afterimages of cold light aimed at the serpent. The serpent hissed and roared, attempting to evade. Transform. Luo Feng's gaze turned icy. The 2 daggers slightly altered their trajectories, but the adjustment was so minimal that it went unnoticed by others, as the daggers traveled faster than bullets from a sniper rifle. With a soft thud, one dagger grazed past the left serpent's head, while the other struck true, piercing through it. Since the onset of the battle, Luo Feng had unleashed 6 daggers, all targeting the left head, which was now drenched in blood, sustaining severe injuries. Luo Feng moved with the grace of a swallow, his speed terrifyingly swift. The Indian leader, wielding a metallic staff, shouted in exhilaration. While the black-striped serpent pursued Luo Feng, he seized the opportunity to strike fiercely, thrusting his staff towards the right head of the serpent. The serpent, wary of the assault, attempted to evade, knowing that although the staff appeared less formidable than a spear, its concentrated force upon impact could yield devastating results. "Come on, Indians!" Gao Feng bellowed. The 2 other Indian warriors, armed with large curved blades and shields, joined him in close combat against the serpent, aiming to prevent it from using its tail to attack Luo Feng, while simultaneously seeking to strike at the serpent's vital spots. The serpent, confident in its defense, still refrained from allowing Gao Feng and the others to target its critical areas. Thus, it resorted to swinging its tail and entangling itself to counter the trio's efforts. With a swift motion, Luo Feng propelled himself towards Gao Feng, using his mental force to guide his shield. As he approached, he whispered, "Captain, when you engage in close combat, use the hammer to strike the left head of the serpent." "Understood," Gao Feng replied immediately, grasping Luo Feng's intent. In the chaos of battle, Luo Feng's movements were elusive, never drawing too close to the serpent, always maintaining an astonishing speed as he danced around the conflict. Suddenly, the Indian leader let out a thunderous roar, his face flushed, as the blood coursed through his veins to the brink of eruption. In that moment, he resembled a legendary Buddhist arhat. and the long staff in his hand surged with an unprecedented speed. He charged recklessly towards the two-headed black-striped serpent, the velocity of his staff reaching its zenith. In the blink of an eye, dozens of staff shadows descended upon the beast. Bang! Bang! Two of those strikes landed fiercely upon the right serpent's head, causing it to sway slightly, as if momentarily dazed. With a resounding crash, the right head of the serpent plummeted to the ground below. The left head of the two-headed serpent erupted with a terrifying roar, its massive, supple body suddenly coiling and propelling itself to flee at great speed. "Quickly!" shouted the Indian leader, a robust bald man, in urgent tones. With a fierce shout, Luo Feng, who was perilously close to the serpent, cried out, "Die!" He summoned all his strength to hurl his heavy hammer towards the left head of the serpent, which promptly attempted to evade. Not far away, Luo Feng's gaze flickered as he concentrated his mental energy entirely on the hammer, exponentially increasing its velocity in an instant. Bang! Although the serpent dodged, the hammer struck its neck with tremendous force, bolstered by Luo Feng's sheer might and Luo Feng's psychic assistance. The impact rendered the left head of the serpent momentarily dazed, causing it to fall to the ground. However, as it regained awareness and attempted to rise, Luo Feng revealed a subtle smile. In a flash, a black flying knife erupted from the earth, piercing through the gap in the left head's face and directly into its skull. The left head never rose again. With a swift thrust, the bald Indian leader's metallic staff, akin to a bolt of lightning, pierced the eye of the right head, penetrating through the serpent's cranium. The two-headed black-striped serpent had succumbed to death, yet its colossal body continued to convulse and writhe involuntarily until it gradually lay still. "Ha!" The Indian leader burst into laughter. "Splendid." Luo Feng rejoiced as he retrieved his hammer, while Luo Feng smiled as he collected his flying knives. Throughout the encounter, the Indian had likely been oblivious to the fact that Luo Feng had been manipulating weapons with his psychic energy, especially during the final blow when the serpent's head fell to the ground, allowing Luo Feng to control the flying knife that pierced into its skull. "Friend," the bald man greeted Luo Feng and Luo Feng with a smile. "You were quite impatient," Luo Feng remarked, noticing the bald man's flushed face and bulging veins. A testament to his desperate exertion. "We'll take half, and you take half," the bald man suggested. Luo Feng, gesturing to the left head, replied with a gentle smile. "The serpent's scales are also half." Both parties acknowledged each other's strength, aware that both their teams likely had skilled marksmen positioned with firearms, enhancing the camaraderie in the atmosphere. Thus, Luo Feng and Luo Feng began the dissection of the left head of the two-headed black-striped serpent, while the Indians proceeded with the right head. Luo Feng. "That strike was indeed ruthless," Luo Feng remarked softly. Luo Feng smiled as he retrieved a black flying knife from the dissected serpent's head, which had been the very blow that felled the left side of its cranium. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. Luo Feng." And Luo Feng swiftly turned to see the expressions of the Indian trio change. Approaching them were 9 human warriors, predominantly of East Asian descent. Upon sighting the colossal serpent carcass on the ground, the newcomers instantly assessed its worth to be in the billions, awakening a glimmer of greed in many of their eyes. "Step aside," commanded the bald Indian leader, his awkward Mandarin cutting through the air. To their surprise, they had encountered the Tiger Tooth Squad here, a persistent specter. Luo Feng's gaze swept over the gathering crowd. Luo Feng remained silent, observing the newcomers. Aside from the 6 members of the Tiger Tooth Squad, there stood an elderly man, a towering Caucasian, and a mixed-race youth. "Haha, Luo Feng, you've actually allied with the Indians. TSK. Yet, it is indeed rare for you to slay this two-headed black-striped serpent," the Tiger Tooth captain sneered, promptly retreating with a hint of prudence. "Our Thunder Squad might spare you, but otherwise, don't say we didn't warn you. This venerable Lu is the captain of our Thunder Squad," the mixed-race youth continued, gesturing to the old man. While introducing the Caucasian as Mr. Karen, their vice-captain, Luo Feng's eyes hardened. "This is my first visit to City 003, and this prey belongs to me. You may leave." The mixed-race youth smiled, flanked by the elder and the Caucasian, surveying Luo Feng and his companions. "Who dares to seize my quarry shall perish," the Indian leader growled. Flanked by 2 compatriots wielding massive curved blades, their intentions menacing. Is it easy to kill a two-headed black-striped serpent? It is a rare and precious mutant beast. "And this battle has been arduous," Luo Feng exclaimed, gripping his heavy hammer, his eyes glinting with ferocity. "Come, if you dare," Luo Feng declared. His foot planted atop the serpent's head, a cold smile gracing his lips as he addressed the throng before him. "We have slain the two-headed black-striped serpent. Your numbers mean little. My brother's sniper rifle is currently aimed at you. Our sniper rifles are also trained on you," one of the Indians, wielding a colossal curved sword, retorted coldly. Luo Feng, Luo Feng, and the Indian trio stood resolutely beside the serpent's carcass, their expressions devoid of warmth as they regarded the 9 intruders. Sniper rifles? Several among the 9 could not suppress the urge to glance upwards at the surrounding dilapidated buildings. Yet, the absence of visible figures only heightened their trepidation. The Tiger Tooth squad was well aware that the Firehammer squad had a sniper, Chenggu, and surely, the Indian squad would not be without their sharpshooters. Heavy sniper rifles could threaten low-level beast generals, but beasts and humans were inherently different. While humans possess strength, their dermal and muscular defenses paled in comparison to the hide and scales of beasts, which is why warriors donned combat gear. For intermediate battle generals, a gunshot could mean severe injury or death. However, the threat posed by sniper rifles diminished significantly against high-level battle generals. And as for war gods, the sniper rifle no longer posed a threat to the god of war. It appeared that the elderly man, along with the burly Caucasian guarding the mixed-blood youth, was indeed the most vital figure in the entire team. Luo Feng's gaze swept over the Thunder team, where some members looked up towards the surrounding residential buildings, searching for the position of the sniper, while others exchanged glances. Silence enveloped the scene. Luo Feng, Gao Feng, the Indian faction, and the Thunder team all maintained a momentary quietude. Elder Lu, the captain of the Tiger Tooth team, glanced at the indifferent elder with gray-white hair. The elder furrowed his brow and cast a fleeting glance at him, prompting the captain to fall silent immediately. The gray-haired elder then leaned in to whisper in the mixed-blood youth's ear, "Young master, since you wish to hone your skills here, it would be best to confront those beasts personally." The mixed-blood youth looked at the elder, then turned to the burly Caucasian, who nodded slightly in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed," the mixed-blood youth commanded with resignation. His father had already issued strict orders. Upon entering the wilderness zone, he was to heed the counsel of his 2 bodyguards. While the elder was nominally the leader of the team, the true authority lay with the mixed-blood youth. With a single command from him, the members of the Tiger Tooth team could only glare begrudgingly at Gao Feng and Luo Feng. Zhang Zhu even muttered, "You're lucky this time, Luo Feng." His disdain for Luo Feng was unabashed, a sentiment that needed no concealment. As the Tiger Tooth team and the Firehammer team had long been at odds. Before long, the 9 members of the Thunder team departed. Vank Dream City occupied an expansive area, and the Thunder team continued their advance within this community. "Panya," the elder remarked with a frown as they walked. "Senior Lu." The captain of the Tiger Tooth team approached, adopting a humble demeanor. Elder Lu replied solemnly, "Since your Tiger Tooth team has accepted this mission, you must understand that the safety of the young master is paramount. The 2-headed black-striped snake may indeed be a treasure, but it pales in comparison to the safety of the young master. Should anything happen to him, not only will I be unable to escape, but your entire Tiger Tooth team will also face dire consequences." The captain of the Tiger Tooth team trembled internally and nodded in understanding. "Understood. Good. As long as you comprehend," Elder Lu stated coldly. "Later, we will stay at an abandoned Jinjiang Inn next to Vank Dream City, allowing the young master to hunt beasts in the vicinity. Should you wish to seize others' prey, do so at your own risk, but do not implicate the young master." "I understand," the captain replied, though inwardly he cursed. What warrior team would dare enter the realm of City 003 without strength? If not for Elder Lu and the 2 high-ranking martial artists, the Tiger Tooth team would have no capacity to usurp others. The captain retreated to join the other members of the Tiger Tooth team. "Captain, it seems the Firehammer team has significantly strengthened," the one-eyed middle-aged man murmured. They were able to collaborate with the Indians to slay the 2-headed black-striped snake. Even if the Indians played a major role, the fact that they were willing to ally with them suggests the Firehammer team possesses considerable strength. The captain nodded slightly. "I understand." The audacity of the Firehammer team to enter City 003 indicates their enhanced capabilities. "Captain, we cannot afford to hesitate any longer. Especially that Luo Feng, who has only recently become a warrior. It is said that he has already reached the level of a junior battle general." Zhang Zihu, with an air of urgency, declared that if anyone in the team harbored the greatest animosity towards Luo Feng, it was undoubtedly him. This young man possesses astonishing potential. Captain Hugu, with a grave tone, remarked that allowing an adversary to grow would only pose an increasingly significant threat to them. Since they have encountered them in the wilderness area this time, it is fortuitous. I shall devise a plan in the coming days to eliminate them. At worst, I can spend some money to enlist the help of Elder Lu and his companion. Amidst the grassy expanse between the blood-soaked residential buildings, the enormous serpent's corpse lay coiled. Luo Feng, Gao Feng, and the Indian trio were meticulously dissecting the colossal snake, extracting not only the venom sac, but also the gallbladder, and of course, the skin of the 2-headed black-striped snake, which held considerable value. Half. The Indian trio and Luo Feng swiftly divided the abundant materials from the carcass. The scales of the snake, remarkable in both hardness and toughness, elicited a sigh of admiration from Luo Feng as he touched them. These scales are undoubtedly one of the essential materials for crafting combat gear. Presently, humanity's most crucial invention, Kroll alloy, primarily derives from various monstrous materials. Additionally, there is the blue gold metal harvested from the moon, which ultimately contributed to the development of Kroll alloy. This alloy grants human warriors armor with superior defense compared to that of monsters, equipping them with razor-sharp blades. Even certain firearms' potency has been significantly enhanced. Collaboration delightful. The bald-headed Indian leader greeted Luo Feng and Luo Feng in a somewhat awkward Mandarin. Haha, delightful, Luo Feng chuckled in response. Subsequently, Luo Feng and Luo Feng donned their bulging backpacks and made their way upstairs. Although the snake's scales appeared vast, they were, in fact, quite thin. The combined weight of half the scales from the entire serpent could not even fill a single backpack. The warriors' backpacks are designed with remarkable elasticity and can adjust in size according to their mechanisms, ultimately capable of expanding to the height of an average adult. However, this snake scale did not necessitate such an adjustment. Upon reaching the 12th floor of the residential building, they were greeted by a chorus of cheers as soon as they entered. A warm welcome, a warm welcome, Wei Tai exclaimed deliberately. Welcome back, Captain and Luo Feng. From the great battle, Chen Gu also called out, their joy evident. With Luo Feng and Luo Feng's successful return, they would undoubtedly share in the bounty. Luo Feng's expression, however, bore little mirth. You've seen the members of the Tiger Tooth team, haven't you? We have, replied Chen Gu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing, their expressions darkening. Chen Gu gritted his teeth. I truly wish to shoot them, to avenge old Zhang. Among the team, Chen Gu's bond with Zhang Ku was evidently the strongest. As they both hailed from Mingwei community, over the years, they had grown closer than brothers. Yet, Chen Gu understood that he could not shoot just then. One bullet would only claim one life, and if he fired, the Thunder team would undoubtedly retaliate, spiraling the situation into chaos. Brother Chen, where are the members of the Tiger Tooth team now? Luo Feng inquired. We have been keeping a close watch on them. At the northern window, Wei Qing was peering through a telescope, indicating below as he spoke. That group of people has just exited the Dream City community and is heading east along that street. Swiftly, Luo Feng and the others dashed forward. Particularly, Luo Feng took the telescope first and gazed downward. Indeed, the Thunder team of 9 was advancing on the street several miles away. Fortunately, the residential building they chose was strategically located. It was the tallest building in the northernmost part of the area, with only low villas and other structures to the north, allowing them an unobstructed view. Captain, Brother Chen, Luo Feng began. The members of the Firehammer team turned to him. Luo Feng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he said solemnly, I have never forgotten the grudge against Brother Zhang. I vowed that if I encountered the Tiger Tooth team in the wilderness, I would annihilate them. Luo Feng. What do you mean? Luo Feng asked, startled. I planned to secretly follow them, waiting for the right moment to eliminate every member of the Tiger Tooth team. Since they harbor the intention to destroy us, we must strike first. Luo Feng could not forget the 2 sniper bullets. One he narrowly escaped thanks to his mental prowess, while the other had incapacitated Brother Zhang. Luo Feng, I will accompany you. We cannot let Brother Zhang's vendetta go unpunished. Chen Gu gritted his teeth. Brother Chen, I am the most capable for this, Luo Feng insisted. I possess mental abilities, and even if I encounter a formidable foe, I can escape by flying. This was the terrifying advantage of a mental practitioner. Even if a battle god's strength surpassed theirs by 10 or 100 times, a weaker mental force could still take flight. Apart from mental practitioners, only those transcending the battle god level could possess such abilities. Chen Gu, Luo Feng is right. Your presence would only be a hindrance. Luo Feng interjected firmly. Chen Gu, biting his lip, recognized the harshness of the captain's words, but understood that he had his best interests at heart. And if we wish to eliminate the Tiger Tooth team, they undoubtedly wish to eliminate us as well. Luo Feng continued gravely. After their previous ambush, which we uncovered, they certainly would not want to see us grow stronger. Having evaded us in the wilderness until now, they are likely to attack upon encountering us. A wave of realization swept through the group. Indeed, given the Tiger Tooth team's modus operandi, they would never allow us to increase in strength. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. While speaking, the group continued to observe the movements of the Thunder team through their telescopes. They have entered the Jinjiang Chain Hotel, Chen Gu exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. It seems we are about to reclaim a temporary stronghold. Let us not delay. We must depart immediately, Luo Feng stated decisively. Luo Feng rose as well to see the captain and the others off. The area was on the outskirts, and it was merely a couple of miles to the highway. Luo Feng escorted them to the expressway, having already left the densely populated area of City 003, where monsters were now a rarity. With the strength of the Firehammer team, Encountering trouble on the desolate highway would indeed be an anomaly. Luo Feng, be careful. The 4 members of the Firehammer team warned him. This time, Luo Feng was venturing alone to eradicate the Tiger Tooth team. Captain, rest assured. Not a single member of the Tiger Tooth team will survive. With a smile, Luo Feng swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the distance and plunging into the sprawling urban area of City 003. The sky was overcast, and Luo Feng moved with the agility of a monkey, navigating through the concrete jungle of this once great metropolis. Even its outskirts were adorned with towering skyscrapers and tightly packed residential complexes, exemplifying a remarkably high land utilization rate. At times, he dashed forward at breakneck speed, only to suddenly halt and conceal himself in the shadows. He would only continue his journey after a dozen beasts, in search of sustenance, had passed by. With his mental prowess, he scanned the surroundings, enabling him to discern any potential threats lurking around corners or ahead. This one will do, he thought as he propelled himself like a cannonball through the 3rd-floor window of a 3-story townhouse. Abandoned for decades, the interior was cloaked in dust. Yet remnants of household appliances remained discernible, albeit some were crumbling and shattered. Swiftly, Luo Feng flipped the mattress on the bed, revealing a much cleaner underside, which required only minor adjustments to become suitable for rest. Setting down his backpack, he quickly retrieved his binoculars and approached the northern window. The glass was obscured by layers of dust, rendering it nearly opaque, akin to black glass. After partially opening the window, he peered northward with his binoculars, observing his position within the Vank Dream City community. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the Jinjiang Inn across the way, as well as the street in front of the hotel, approximately 2 miles distant. With his keen eyesight, Luo Feng could ascertain the situation on the street even without binoculars, but they afforded him a clearer view. Standing before the window, he remained silent for 5 minutes. Suddenly, a flicker of joy crossed his face. Through the binoculars, he discerned 2 figures on one of the 6th-floor balconies of the hotel, intently scanning the surroundings with their own binoculars. These 2 were none other than Zhang Zihu and the sharpshooter known as Li Xiao. Opportunities are often born of patience. Luo Feng set down his binoculars and settled in for a period of vigilance. Meanwhile, within the Jinjiang Inn, Captain Huya spoke in a cold tone. Tiger, Xiao. Keep a sharp eye. You must locate the hiding place of the Hammer Squad. I estimate that Chen Gu, from their team, will be utilizing a sniper rifle, so they will undoubtedly be positioned at a higher elevation. Thus, focus your search on the upper floors of those buildings. Understood, Captain, replied Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao, who stood on the balcony, persistently scanning the high-rise structures of Vank Dream City through their binoculars. Panya, the intelligence you provided about the Hammer Squad is reliable, correct? Inquired an elderly man with graying hair, furrowing his brow. Captain Huya assured him, absolutely. The details regarding these 6 individuals are highly accurate. The only variable is Luo Feng. He was recruited early by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and possesses extraordinary talent. His strength is likely at the junior warlord level. The elderly man nodded slightly. In that case, Panya, wait until your team locates the Hammer Squad's position before contacting me. Yes, Captain Huya replied with a smile. Regrettably, the members of the Tiger Tooth team failed to catch a glimpse of the Firehammer team by nightfall. The following morning, the elder Lu smiled and remarked, Young master, according to our training schedule, your target this morning is a primary beast general, possessing considerable strength, but lacking in speed. Karun and I will refrain from intervening. The mixed-blood youth laughed heartily. Very well. You and Karun may observe while I handle it alone. The burly white man also smiled faintly. Panya. The elder Lu turned to command. Those 2 who kept watch last night for the Tiger Tooth team should rest, while the others accompany us. Understood, replied Panya. The captain of the Tiger Tooth team, grinning. Currently, the Tiger Tooth team consisted of 2 intermediate battle generals and 4 primary battle generals, Tai Tu and Adong. Since you both stood guard yesterday, you may rest today, Panya instructed, prioritizing the protection of the young master by leaving behind the 2 weakest members of the team. Today it would be Tai Tu and Adong, while tomorrow it would be Hu Zi and Xiao, alternating as needed. Understood, the bald man and Adong chuckled. Let us depart, commanded the elder Lu. The mixed-blood youth, elder Lu, the burly white man, and the 4 members of the Tiger Tooth team, a total of 7 individuals, exited the hotel, leaving only the bald man and Adong in the empty room. Damn, having a formidable presence is exhilarating, the bald man exclaimed. Gaining combat experience against monsters. We could even hire 2 advanced battle generals as bodyguards, and the whole team is here to protect us. Back in my day, I was risking my life with my head on the line. Adong scoffed. How can we compare to them? Did you not hear what that Lu Senior said? He spoke with an air of authority, stating that the young master's target this morning is a primary beast general, strong in power, but weak in speed. Can you believe it? They even have the training meticulously planned out, determining which type of monster to battle first and which to follow. In the perilous wilderness, martial artists have no choice. When confronted by a formidable beast, could one truly declare, "I shall not fight this creature"? If you refuse to engage, the beast will pursue you relentlessly, forcing you into combat. The young master enjoys a different privilege. When facing a powerful beast, Luo Senior will intervene, specifically waiting for a primary beast general to provide the young master with practical experience. The bald man shook his head, chuckling. Awakening early, Luo Feng, who had been on watch, soon noticed the 7 members of the Thunder team leaving the hotel. 7? Were there not 9 in total? Luo Feng pondered, realizing that the remaining 2 must still be inside the hotel. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. He could easily sweep away intermediate battle generals. Yet advanced battle generals posed a significant challenge. A surprise attack might yield success, but a failed ambush could lead to complications. After all, in a direct confrontation, an advanced battle general could evade a sniper's bullet in the blink of an eye. Their reflexes far surpassed his own. Among the 9 members of the Thunder team, it was highly probable that the burly white man and Elder Lu were advanced battle generals. Otherwise, they would not have dared to be so arrogant in their pursuit of the double-headed black-line snake's carcass. If I were to confront them alone, perhaps through a surprise attack aided by fortune, success might be within reach. However, if even one of them managed to transmit the message of my culpability via their watch before succumbing, I would find myself in dire straits. Luo Feng was acutely aware of the attitude exhibited by the Lu Elder and the burly Caucasian towards the mixed-blood youth, as well as the way they addressed him as young master. This indicated that the mixed-blood youth possessed a formidable background. After all, the mere fact that 2 senior warriors were assigned as bodyguards suggested that the influential figure behind him was at least a war god, if not someone of even greater power and status. At present, only 2 individuals remained in the hotel. Should I eliminate them? Luo Feng hesitated momentarily, then dismissed the thought. Killing these 2 would undoubtedly raise the alert of the remaining 7. If I were to attempt to eliminate Captain Huya afterward, Zhang Zihu would be embroiled in complications. Patience. I refuse to believe that an opportunity will not present itself. As the days passed, the Thunder team failed to uncover the whereabouts of the Firehammer team, while Luo Feng remained unable to find the optimal moment to strike. Each time the Thunder team departed from the hotel, they left behind 2 members who had not rested during the night. On the first day, it was Tai Tu and a Dong. On the second day, Hu Zi and a Shao, alternating in this manner. For a full 9 days, Luo Feng endured. Damn, this routine is maddening. Luo Feng wore a pained expression, realizing that the Thunder team essentially served as the young master's caretakers. In addition to monitoring the hotel, Luo Feng discreetly observed the 7 individuals who ventured out for hunting, hoping to discover a moment when the Huya team and the Lu Elder might be separated. Yet, no opportunity surfaced. The Thunder team consistently safeguarded the mixed-blood youth, never straying far, leaving Luo Feng with no chance whatsoever. On the 10th day, at the Jinjiang Chain Hotel, Hu Zi and a Shao, "You 2 should rest well after a sleepless night," Captain Huya smiled. "Understood, Captain." Zhang Zihu and Li Shao responded with smiles. "Let us go?" With a command from the Lu Elder, Captain Huya and his companions, a total of 7 individuals, departed the hotel. From a distance, as Luo Feng observed their exit, he quietly vacated his own hideout, taking an alternate route toward the hotel. On that cold winter morning, the ground bore remnants of monstrous blood, frozen in frost. Luo Feng stealthily traversed the alleyway, spotting 2 shadow cats feasting on the flesh of a slain iron-haired wild boar. Yet, upon detecting the approach of a human, the 2 shadow cats swiftly retreated. Beasts possess a modicum of intelligence. In City 003, human warriors are formidable, and a couple of beast soldier-level monsters are utterly insufficient to impede them. Those 2 shadow cats were likely summoning their kin. Luo Feng hastily navigated through the alley, deliberately taking a longer route, allowing himself to take his time. After half an hour, he arrived at the back entrance of the hotel. The back door was grimy, with dark stains of blood that rainwater could not wash away. Luo Feng stood alone there, waiting. Half an hour had passed, and the 7 members of the Thunder team had likely ventured far away. As Luo Feng surveyed the severely damaged back door before him, he promptly directed his mental energy towards the 2 armed guards, the shield behind him, and his battle knife. This formidable force imbued him with an ethereal lightness, allowing each step to be executed with utmost silence. Ascending the stairs, he advanced cautiously, not a whisper escaping his presence. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor, he was met with the sight of a colossal beast, a tiger-mastiff hybrid, ambling down the corridor. It too had detected the presence of this human warrior. They recognized each other almost simultaneously, causing Luo Feng to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the creature did not unleash a roar. which would have undoubtedly drawn the attention of Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao, a predicament he wished to avoid. Although eliminating Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao would be as effortless as slaughtering chickens, their heightened alertness could lead them to contact the Thunder Squad before their demise, revealing the presence of a human assassin. Such a scenario would render Luo Feng's subsequent actions exponentially more challenging. Upon arriving at the 6th floor, a smile crept across Luo Feng's face. He had only encountered a single beast on his ascent. It was likely that the Thunder Squad had already swept the area clean upon their arrival, and the Tiger Mastiff had only recently entered the hotel. Progressing down the corridor on the 6th floor, Luo Feng fixed his gaze on the 8th window of the south-facing room, uncertain of which room it corresponded to, but suspecting it belonged to one of the 3 or 4 adjacent chambers. Holding his breath, he moved silently to the door of one room, pressing his ear against the wall to listen intently. Indeed, he could faintly discern the sounds of conversation within, confirming the whereabouts of the 2 individuals. He stealthily approached the door, mentally scanning the interior, revealing that they were merely engaged in idle chatter. Inside the room, Zhang Zihu reclined against a tattered sofa while Li Xiao polished his machine gun, both engrossed in their conversation. Zhang Zihu scoffed, "Do they truly think they can challenge us?" However, his expression shifted slightly, as did Li Xiao's, sensing an unusual disturbance. "I felt something just now," Zhang Zihu remarked, glancing at Li Xiao, who nodded in agreement. His brow furrowed. "I too experienced a moment of dread." Years spent navigating life and death had honed their instincts, allowing them to perceive subtle dangers, particularly because Luo Feng had employed his mental energy to probe the area. Although this aura generally eluded the perception of ordinary individuals, formidable warriors often sensed its presence. "Could there be a beast outside?" Zhang Zihu whispered. "It's highly plausible," Li Xiao responded, recalling their prior sweep of the hotel, which might have missed hidden groups of beasts. With a click, Li Xiao grasped his machine gun while Zhang Zihu wielded a cleaver, both rising to approach the door. The lock of the room, eroded by decades, was long since broken. Zhang Zihu gently pulled, and the door creaked open. Yet, beyond the threshold, there was no figure. No shadow of a beast, only silence. Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao exchanged glances, and then Zhang Zihu inhaled deeply, cautiously preparing to step outside. Just then, whoosh, whoosh. 2 dark rays of light suddenly appeared before Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao. One of these ominous streaks sliced through Zhang Zihu's left arm, severing it cleanly. Without pausing, the dark light darted towards Li Xiao, decapitating him in an instant. The second dark ray swiftly traversed Zhang Zihu's throat. With a gurgling sound, blood erupted forth. Zhang Zihu's eyes widened in horror, yet no sound escaped his lips. The velocity of the dark rays was astonishing. The distance between Zhang Zihu and the lethal light was scarcely 1 or 2 meters, while Li Xiao was only 3 or 4 meters away. At such a short range, and with the speed surpassing that of a sniper's bullet, evasion was impossible. Perhaps seasoned warriors might have had a fleeting chance, but for them, there was none. Zhang Zihu wished to speak, but silence enveloped him. He attempted to activate his communication wristwatch, only to find his left arm severed, the device lying shattered on the ground. "Am I to perish? How can this be?" Zhang Zihu pressed his right hand against his throat, blood gushing forth, and he felt the warmth of life ebbing away. How could this happen? How could this be? Suddenly, a figure appeared at the doorway, clad in combat attire, equipped with alloy boots, and bearing a shield and combat knife, with cold eyes fixated upon him. Zhang Zihu's eyes bulged in disbelief. It was Luo Feng, the very rookie he had scorned. "Go ahead. I shall ensure the others from the Tiger Tooth team will join you soon." Luo Feng's voice resonated. Zhang Zihu opened his mouth, yearning to utter something, but with his throat slashed and air escaping, no words could emerge. Darkness began to cloud his vision, and at that moment, the 2 dark rays flew to Luo Feng's side, hovering before him, 2 flying knives. Those black blades remained suspended for a brief moment before descending into the knife pouch strapped to Luo Feng's thigh. Zhang Zihu's eyes widened in shock, desperately attempting to convey something, but his body trembled, collapsing heavily to the ground. In his final moments, he uncovered Luo Feng's monumental secret. Luo Feng was indeed a psychic warrior. Before succumbing, Zhang Zihu glimpsed the nightmarish future awaiting all members of the Tiger Tooth team. Silence enveloped the room, the only sound being the steady drip of blood pooling on the floor, with nothing else to be heard. The 2 corpses lay motionless, while Luo Feng stood silently, gazing down at Zhang Zihu. Luo Feng lowered his gaze upon this man, Zhang Zihu, who had always regarded himself as an experienced warrior, dismissing Luo Feng as merely a novice. Thus, during the negotiations concerning Zhang Haobai, he had stubbornly refused to yield. At the same time, Luo Feng, having awakened his psychic powers, brimmed with confidence, believing he held the upper hand. Why would he bow? What had begun as a trivial conflict had now escalated beyond measure. It is indeed peculiar that during the last encounter, the Tiger Tooth squad managed to ambush the Firehammer squad, nearly leading to their complete annihilation. Fortunately, Luo Feng's timely intervention saved them, yet Zhang Ke still suffered the loss of an arm. Thus, the Firehammer squad swore vengeance, while the Tiger Tooth squad, fearing the enemy's growth, sought to eradicate them entirely. Neither side would rest until the other was vanquished. Luo Feng swiftly descended the stairs, racing from the 6th floor to the ground level, arriving at the back entrance of the hotel. Observing his surroundings, he noted the absence of any large groups of monsters, a troubling sign. With a frown, he surveyed the area and identified only a handful of creatures, far fewer than his strategic plan required. After all, he needed the other 7 members of the Thunder Squad to believe that Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao had fallen to the beasts. Determined, Luo Feng bolted down the alley, and upon exiting, he spotted a massive horde of unicorn wild boars not far off, at least several hundred. For an ordinary warrior, evading such a formidable group would be a daunting task. However, a smile crept across Luo Feng's face. These were precisely what he needed. As he approached, the wild boars fixated their gaze upon him, and a furious roar erupted from their leader, inciting the entire herd to charge towards Luo Feng. The ground trembled beneath the stampede. Damn it! I had intended to eliminate a few beasts first to incite their hatred further, Luo Feng thought. Turning on his heel and sprinting away, swiftly veering back into the alley. The alley was relatively spacious, allowing 2 wild boars to run side by side. Luo Feng sprinted ahead, with the wild boar herd hot on his heels. The more furious they became, the better. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed up the stairs at the hotel's rear entrance. The wild boars, relentless, surged upward as well. The concrete staircase, despite the passage of decades, held firm under the weight of the charging creatures. With Luo Feng deliberately controlling his pace, he managed to maintain a lead of about 10 meters, reaching the 6th floor. Once there, under the influence of his mental prowess, Zhang Zi's cleaver and Li Xiao's machine gun levitated before him, the latter dragging a long chain of ammunition. The machine gun floated in front of Luo Feng, mirroring the position of the cleaver. As the beasts poured onto the 6th floor like a torrential flood, they charged down the corridor towards Luo Feng. Come on, he grinned, a glint of madness igniting in his eyes. With a mental command, he pulled the trigger, and the machine gun roared to life, spitting out bullets with wild abandon, each projectile finding its mark within the charging wild boars. The impact of the bullets, however, was insufficient to halt their relentless advance. The gleaming machete danced wildly in the air, slicing through the throats of the rampaging unicorn boars. These uncontrollable beasts collided violently with the adjacent walls, causing the very structure of the room to tremble and crack, as if it were collapsing under the weight of their fury. With the combined might of gunfire and the machete, dozens of unicorn boars fell, their lifeless forms strewn across the corridor. A furious roar echoed through the chaos, heralding the arrival of a massive unicorn boar, its silvery coat adorned with black spots. At that moment, however, the machete and firearm lay discarded beside 2 fallen bodies. Luo Feng, having swiftly evaded the fray, leaped through a window in a northern room. Plunging downwards, with a whoosh, he descended from the 6th floor like a bolt of lightning, a mental force cushioning his arms and reducing his momentum, allowing him to land gracefully atop a 2-story building. He dashed away, disappearing into a narrow alleyway. The herd of unicorn boars, enraged by the slaughter of their kin, rampaged through the dilapidated hotel in search of the despised human warrior. Although they failed to locate him, they stumbled upon 2 delectable corpses of human warriors, which they immediately began to ravenously devour. To the unicorn boars, human flesh was indeed a delicacy. Even more astonishing, some of them began to feast upon the remains of their fallen brethren. In the harsh environment they inhabit, such behavior was not uncommon for these fiercely primal creatures, who seldom encountered humans and often resorted to consuming the carcasses of their own kind. Soon, both human and unicorn boar corpses lay scattered, reduced to a mass of shattered bones. That strike was truly exquisite, praised Captain Tiger Tooth, admiring the precision with which the young master had severed the throat of the beast general-level swift wolf. Yet, his smile abruptly faltered. Captain Tiger Tooth turned his gaze towards the hotel interior, and the other members of Team Thunder followed suit. The scent of blood was palpable. The elderly Lu stepped boldly into the hotel, prompting the others to follow, the stench of blood growing ever stronger. The expressions of the 4 members of Team Tiger Tooth shifted dramatically. Perhaps they were too preoccupied to notice the vibrations of their watches, remarked the burly bald man. A warrior's senses are so acute. How could they not be aware? Captain Tiger Tooth replied grimly, "We should investigate." "Let us go take a look," added the elderly Lu, and the 7 of them made their way to the staircase. Upon observing the traces upon the stairs, their expressions darkened. It was clear that a large-scale stampede had recently occurred, with chunks of concrete cracked and scattered beneath their feet. Everyone, tread carefully, they cautioned, advancing with caution. Despite their slow pace, it wasn't too long before they reached the 6th floor. Upon entering, the members of Team Thunder collectively gasped in horror. The chaos was most pronounced on this floor, with destruction reigning supreme. Walls of hotel rooms had collapsed, the ground was soaked in blood, and a plethora of corpses lay scattered, most of which were remnants of the slain beasts. A heavy sense of dread settled over Team Thunder, for they knew that Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao were likely in grave peril. "Look, there are bullet holes on the wall," one observed. "There are numerous shell casings here." It seems Xiao fired to fend off the horde. Alas, there were simply too many beasts. Soon, everyone discovered numerous traces. Moments later, they all gazed upon the tattered combat uniforms strewn across the ground, the slightly deformed machete trodden underfoot, the completely warped machine gun, and a few remnants of human bones. The machete belonged to Huzi, and the firearm to a Xiao. These two combat uniforms, though severely damaged by the bites of a unicorn wild boar, were still identifiable as belonging to Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao. How could this happen? The bald, robust man could not help but grit his teeth, pondering how a Xiao and the others could have encountered a horde of foraging monsters within the confines of their room. "Let us head downstairs." Suddenly, the elderly man named Lu commanded. "Downstairs?" The one-eyed middle-aged man, the bald giant, and a dong were taken aback, their expressions quickly shifting to one of anger. Captain Huya frowned and declared, "All right, let us gather Huzi and Zhao's belongings. We're going downstairs." With the captain's words, they dared not refuse. Moments later, the 7 members of the Thunder Squad stood in the lobby of the hotel. "You should all understand," Captain Panya spoke in a low tone. "Given Huzi and Zhao's vigilance, even if a monster horde entered the hotel, they would have had a greater than 50% chance of escaping. Even if they failed to escape, they should have been able to alert us through their watches upon sensing danger." The expressions of the other team members shifted, and they nodded in agreement. "Yes," the elderly Lu affirmed, "the peculiarity lies in the fact that neither of them contacted us before their demise. Thus, I fear someone may have deliberately set a trap and left listening devices behind. This is why I called everyone to discuss matters downstairs." The members of the Huya team regarded Lu with newfound respect. His ability to make such swift judgments demonstrated that experience indeed brings wisdom. "There is one possibility," Lu continued, "that a beast general among the monsters discovered their traces and stealthily ambushed them. In the ensuing chaos of a large monster horde, they may not have had the chance to contact us." The 4 members of the Huya squad exchanged glances. The pervasive stench of blood within the hotel filled Captain Panya with anxiety. The deaths of Huzi and the others were likely at the hands of the monsters. However, it was more probable that a martial artist had acted maliciously. And what martial artist would dare offend young Master Li? It could only be someone with a grudge against my Huya squad. He was acutely aware of the young master's identity. Despite being of mixed heritage, his father was of Chinese descent. Regardless of his father's strength or background, few would dare provoke young Master Li. "No need for concern," Lu waved his hand. "With Karen and me here, the young master is assuredly safe." The burly white man cast a cold smile at the members of the Huya squad. Youthfully, Pena could not resist glancing at the mixed heritage young man. "My training regimen is far from complete," the young man frowned. Elder Lu slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, "As a martial artist, one walks the fine line between life and death. How can you be so fearful over uncertain matters? What achievements can you hope for if you remain paralyzed by fear?" The 4 members of Panya's team fell silent. Lu's words resonated with them. Being overly cautious in the face of danger was not the mark of a true martial artist. If someone dared to scheme against them, once discovered, they would be dealt with decisively. A glint of cold light flickered in Panya's eyes. "We will heed Elder Lu's counsel," the one-eyed middle-aged man said with a smile. The members of the Tiger Tooth squad unanimously expressed their willingness to heed the words of Senior Lu. "This place reeks of bloodshed. Let us relocate," Lu declared. Promptly, the 7 members of the Thunder Squad departed from the Jinjiang Chain Hotel. Luo Feng, who had been lying in wait at his previous hideout, silently observed through his binoculars. Indeed, they exited the hotel. Within Luo Feng's line of sight, the 7 members of the Thunder Squad walked along the street for quite some time before vanishing from view. "Damn, this villa is rather low, limiting my field of vision." Luo Feng swiftly donned his backpack, shield, and combat knife, resembling a leopard as he darted out of the villa and sprinted into a tall residential building across the street. This building boasted an impressive 18 stories, and the mental force supporting his shield and combat knife propelled Luo Feng to remarkable speeds. A phantom raced up the staircase with astonishing rapidity. In mere seconds, he ascended from the 1st floor to the 18th. In a room on the 18th floor, Luo Feng positioned himself at the northern window, peering down with his binoculars. From this vantage point, he had a clearer view of the street below, soon spotting the 7 members of the Thunder Squad as they slowly advanced, ultimately entering a dilapidated 6-story residential building. I wonder if my arrangements have had any effect, Luo Feng mused, squinting his eyes. Whether they would bear fruit was left to fate. He resolved to continue biding his time. As a martial artist, one must possess ample patience and perseverance. Without these qualities, how could one attain such extraordinary strength? Naturally, Luo Feng endured his solitary vigil with complete composure. On the first day, the Thunder Squad ventured out for a hunt in the afternoon, this time as a cohesive unit of 7. The following day, they embarked on excursions both in the morning and afternoon, training their mixed-blood young master, once again as a group of 7, leaving Luo Feng with no opportunities. The third day mirrored the previous ones, with outings scheduled for both morning and afternoon, all comprising 7 members. It seemed that the Tiger Tooth Squad had begun to harbor suspicions. Seated on the neatly arranged bed in his bedroom, Luo Feng gazed out the window, where the night had deepened, revealing a tapestry of stars. The starlight filtered through the glass, casting a gentle glow within the room. Yet a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. What to do? Luo Feng furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he felt a slight vibration from the communication watch on his wrist. Glancing down, he saw it was a call from his younger brother. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, brother. His brother Luo Hua's voice echoed from the watch. Luo Hua, what prompted you to call me? Luo Feng responded with a smile, his heart warmed by the connection. Alone in the wilderness, pursuing others, the days were indeed lonely. Conversing with family brought a comforting light to his heart. I missed you, Luo Hua replied cheerfully. Brother, I've made quite a profit in stock trading recently. It's exhilarating. Oh, how did you manage that? Luo Feng inquired, grinning. Luo Hua, brimming with excitement, replied. I've been trading 8 stocks, 6 of which are high-performing shares, while the other 2 are purely for short-term speculation. The quality of these high-performing stocks is exceptional, and they boast a high net profit margin each year. Among these 6 outstanding stocks, one has begun to plummet. I was startled, fearing that something might have gone awry with the company. Upon closer inspection, however, I found no issues whatsoever. If it were a speculative stock, I would undoubtedly have to cut my losses. Yet, this is a blue-chip stock in which I possess great confidence, preferring to hold it long-term. Since I discovered no company problems, why should I be concerned? If it falls, I shall buy more. Luo Feng could sense his brother's excitement through the voice on his watch. Incredible. You're far better than I am, Luo Feng complimented with a smile. You now have over 100 million in funds, right? Last time, I gave you 50 million, so your total capital should be just over 80 million. Yes, currently. My trading capital is around 170 million, Luo Hua replied with a grin. Brother, it's mainly thanks to the substantial sum you provided. Without such ample capital, how could I have earned so much? Doubling my returns is one thing. If I had only 10,000, it would merely grow to 20,000. However, with 80 or 90 million, it transforms into 170 or 80 million. This is why everyone remarks that the first million is the hardest to earn, while the second million comes more easily. You are indeed impressive. I've been toiling in the wilderness for 2 months, and I've earned barely 100 million. Luo Feng remarked, reflecting on the remarkable earning potential in finance. It's a true testament to the principle of money generating money. The larger the capital, the more extravagant the profits. Of course, the losses can be equally staggering. But brother, such opportunities are not encountered often, Luo Hua replied with a smile. He had been trading stocks for several years, and it was indeed rare to make a significant profit in such a short span of time. Luo Feng then began to operate his communication watch, accessing the touch screen to enter his bank account, and transferred 18 million to his brother's account. Ah, Luo Hua exclaimed. Brother, there's suddenly more in my account. I've recently made a substantial profit, and this is for your stock trading, Luo Feng said with a smile. Feel free to trade vigorously. If one day you manage to amass 150 billion in trading capital, I will have a grand surprise for you. Luo Feng had never disclosed the existence of the life-giving water to his brother, as its cost was exorbitant. However, according to Luo Feng's plan, he would earn money while his brother traded stocks, continually generating wealth, and perhaps reaching 300 billion was not beyond the realm of possibility. 150 billion? Luo Hua gasped in astonishment. Rest assured, I will lend you a considerable amount of capital as well, Luo Feng chuckled, envisioning that with his brother's funds combined with his own, they would likely reach 300 billion. With such wealth, they could find a way to acquire the life-giving water, enabling his brother to stand once more. All right, brother, I will certainly work hard, Luo Hua declared with enthusiasm. Indeed, Luo Feng replied with a smile now. Make sure to get some rest. Yes, brother, you must also be cautious in the wilderness. The two brothers quickly ended the call. In Luo Feng's home within the Mingyue community, in his brother's room on the first floor, Luo Hua, seated in his wheelchair, excitedly closed his phone and then opened his computer to chat online. Huazi, You seem quite happy, a girl on the video chat remarked with a smile. Hee hee. Of course I am. Luo Hua, brimming with excitement, engaged in a conversation with a young girl on the video call. The girl, with a hint of baby fat and a neat bob cut, appeared to be a delicate and pristine figure. This was Luo Hua's girlfriend, Xiaonan. Since her university was located nearby, she continued to sleep at home even while attending classes. At that moment, Xiaonan was in her bedroom, video chatting with Luo Hua on her computer. Meanwhile, in the living room outside, a middle-aged couple sat on the sofa, their attention clearly diverted from the television screen. What should we do? The middle-aged woman exclaimed anxiously. You know Xiaonan's temperament. If we try to forcibly separate them, she will surely resent us. Let her resent us. We are only looking out for her. The middle-aged man retorted with barely contained anger. She has never faced hardship and believes she lives in a fairy tale. Though we are not wealthy, we live comfortably. Our daughter is both beautiful and virtuous. Why should she settle for someone so unfortunate? But that unfortunate fellow's brother is a warrior. And so what of it? It is not her brother who is in a relationship with our daughter. Regardless, I cannot stand idly by and watch our daughter leap into the abyss. If it weren't for Lao Li informing me, I would never have known that our daughter has been secretly dating that disabled boy from Minghui community. It infuriates me. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. Calm down. Getting angry won't solve anything. You only have one daughter. What can you do? The middle-aged woman urged. What is crucial now is to devise a way to separate our daughter from that boy without breaking her heart. I understand. The middle-aged man, furrowing his brow in contemplation, sat in silence, taking slow drags from his cigarette. The room filled with smoke, enveloping them in a momentary stillness, punctuated only by the ticking of a mechanical clock. The following morning, City 003 exuded its usual cold and oppressive atmosphere, with occasional chilling roars of monsters echoing through the streets. If the Jiangnan Bay City was a vibrant new metropolis, then this once thriving city, decades ago the pride of Huaxia, had now transformed into a haven for beasts, littered with dried blood and scattered remains. This was a den of demons. In a dusty, dilapidated room on the top floor of an 18-story building, Luo Feng, clad in combat gear, silently peered through binoculars at the scene below, one hand clutching a piece of jerky that he bit into, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. The only sound in the room, marked by the passage of time, was the crunching of the jerky, creating an eerie stillness. After taking a small sip from his water pouch, Luo Feng observed the foggy morning landscape. Moments later, he spotted 7 silhouettes emerging from a 6-story residential building. His brow furrowed in irritation as he tossed the binoculars onto the nearby bed. 7 of them are going out together again, he thought, massaging the pressure points around his eyes, weary from a day spent on watch. They never give me a single chance. As Luo Feng furrowed his brow, he pondered the situation. If this continued until the young master's training plan concluded, he feared he would remain in vain wait. What should he do? Luo Feng swiftly began to contemplate, realizing that there was simply no opportunity to act. Was he to endure this prolonged wait? No chance. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Luo Feng's eyes. With a firm resolve, he decided that if opportunities eluded him, he would create them. Were they not always together? He would force them to disperse. Luo Feng gently tightened the cap on his water pouch. The operation commenced. Fully armed, Luo Feng smiled faintly and stepped out of the room. Then, agile as a monkey, he dashed down the stairs. Upon exiting the 18-story residential building, even Luo Feng dared not act too brazenly. Instead, he cautiously began to explore the surrounding area. Evading monsters was challenging, yet locating them was a simpler task. 15 minutes later, Luo Feng discovered a pack of canine beasts, numbering 2,000 to 3,000, lurking within a large machinery factory. No human warrior dared provoke such a formidable horde, for the threat posed by thousands of beasts was truly terrifying. What a powerful beast pack! Luo Feng peered through a gap in the courtyard wall, and with determination, he initiated his plan. Soon, the entire factory echoed with the furious roars of the beasts, as dozens fell to their demise, inciting the horde's rage, which perceived this as an unprecedented insult. Even the pack's leader, a pair of advanced beast generals resembling lion mastiffs, roared in fury, prompting the entire horde to pursue wildly. They were remarkably swift. The hexagonal shield behind Luo Feng was propelled by a surge of mental force, transforming him into a whirlwind that howled as he sped away. The lion mastiff pack included some tiger mastiff hybrids, and this massive assembly pursued fiercely, their speed astonishing as they surged ahead at 70 to 80 meters per second. Under such incredible velocity, they covered the nearly 4-mile distance from the factory to the 6-story residential building in a mere 30 seconds. In just 30 seconds, Luo Feng darted into the 6-story building as if he were lightning itself. On the 6th floor of this building, in an antiquated 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, the Thunder team of 7 were resting. In truth, when the beast horde first let out their furious roars in pursuit of Luo Feng. The Thunder team had not exhibited the slightest vigilance. The distance was a full 4 miles, and besides, which part of City 003 was devoid of the roars of monsters? However, after several seconds passed, one of them remarked, "It seems there is a battle occurring to the east." The one-eyed middle-aged man chuckled, "Mind your own business. When has City 003 not witnessed countless skirmishes between warriors and monster packs? Surely, some warrior has provoked a beast horde." Captain Huya, Panya, responded nonchalantly, showing no sign of emotional disturbance. After all, having been a warrior for over a decade, he had witnessed far too many instances of monster packs hunting warriors. Yet, in the brief span of their conversation, the sounds of the beast horde appeared alarmingly close. The very floor began to tremble subtly. Boom. The door to the room housing the Thunder team was suddenly slammed open. A formidable creature resembling a hummer, a mastiff, charged into the building, not only demolishing the door, but also causing the walls to collapse into ruins. The entire residential structure trembled under the relentless onslaught of over 1,000 beasts, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Outside the building, an additional 1,000 to 2,000 mastiffs and tiger mastiffs surrounded the premises, unable to penetrate inside, thus encircling the entire edifice with formidable intensity. One could scarcely fathom the sheer terror of such a scenario, where countless beasts encircled the structure like a fleet of hummers. Anyone within the building, feeling it shudder as if it might fall at any moment, while an overwhelming surge of monsters invaded, would surely be engulfed by panic. "Protect the young master. Tiger Tooth Squad, provide cover," roared the elderly man named Lu. The sound of gunfire erupted as Dongzi unleashed his machine gun, the shells ricocheting wildly as powerful bullets pierced the bodies of the mastiffs. Yet, despite being hit, the beasts continued their relentless charge with unwavering momentum. The bald, muscular man, the one-eyed Captain Panya of the Tiger Tooth Squad, could only resort to close combat to fend off the advancing monsters. With a cacophony of crashes, the elderly Lu and the burly white man leapt from the window, accompanied by the mixed-blood youth. "Let's go," shouted Captain Panya, the first to jump. "Hurry, Dongzi," the one-eyed man bellowed. Given his inferior physical prowess, Dongzi gritted his teeth and leapt from the window, followed by the one-eyed man and the bald giant. The height of 6 stories was manageable for even entry-level warriors, even while bearing heavy burdens, as they could absorb the impact without injury. However, this time, the ground below was not flat, but infested with over 1,000 monsters. On the second floor, amidst a scene of devastation where walls had crumbled into a pile of rubble, Luo Feng crouched in the far corner of a room. Upon entering this room, he had utilized his mental force to levitate debris such as walls and marble tables, effectively barricading himself within the bathroom and causing the floor above to collapse, creating a chaotic environment that even the beasts failed to notice him. As the horde discovered the Thunder Squad on the 6th floor, their attention was entirely diverted to them. Peering out from the bathroom window, Luo Feng focused intently on the outside, his ears attuned to the sounds of battle. He could faintly hear the furious roars emanating from the 6th floor. Suddenly, 3 shadows plummeted from above. They jumped. Luo Feng's eyes brightened, and 2 black, throwing knives hovered before him. The first to land were the elderly Lu and the mixed-blood youth, followed closely by the burly white man. And then came the 4th figure, Captain Panya. "Roar. Protect the young master. Charge out." As the aged man surnamed Lu descended, his legs struck fiercely like 2 battle axes against the monstrous forms of the nearby lion mastiffs, causing them to yelp in agony and be flung backwards, colliding with several other lion and tiger mastiffs, which resulted in utter chaos around them. A robust Caucasian man wielding a colossal 2-handed sword surged forward with reckless abandon. Captain Panya, with his sharp canines, accompanied him closely, providing assistance. The formidable duo, one immensely powerful and the other deviously cunning, moved together like a bulldozer, sweeping away the beasts that stood in their path. Suddenly, a deep and thunderous roar reverberated, heralding the arrival of a gigantic creature towering nearly 4 to 5 meters high, larger than an average truck. Its silvery body shimmered, revealing a layer of silver scales hidden within its fur. A small protrusion adorned its forehead, suggesting something was about to break through its hide. This was one of the 2 high-ranking beast generals of the entire horde, an elite lion mastiff. With a single leap, the lion mastiff leader shot through the air like a silver streak, covering over 20 meters and landing directly within the Thunder team's camp. "Panya, protect the young master and get out quickly," the aged man bellowed, brandishing a battle knife. "Understood," the Caucasian man responded with a fierce shout. Simultaneously, the aged man and the Caucasian warrior confronted the lion mastiff leader head-on, knowing that failure to do so would place the mixed-blood youth in dire peril. The lion mastiff leader roared in fury, its form momentarily blurring as its claws lunged toward the 2 humans. The clash between the two elite warriors and the high-ranking beast descended into chaos, sending lion mastiffs tumbling away in all directions. Even the nearby walls and concrete ground were affected, leaving a scene of devastation. Assisted by numerous other lion mastiffs, the leader fought fiercely against the aged man and the Caucasian warrior, their struggle nearly evenly matched. Amidst the turmoil, the sharpshooter Dong Zi, the bald brute, and the one-eyed middle-aged man also leapt into action, albeit in a state of disarray. While Lu, the Caucasian, the mixed-blood youth, and Panya had previously charged fearlessly into the horde, the trio found themselves in a precarious predicament. "Hurry, we must leave," the one-eyed man commanded urgently. Quickly, Dong Zi unleashed a barrage from his machine gun, mercilessly sweeping the surrounding beasts. Just then, with a heart-stopping roar, another colossal silver figure leapt from the 6th floor, prompting the lion mastiff leader engaged with Lu and the Caucasian to respond with exhilarated roars, harmonizing with the descending giant. Yet another lion mastiff leader, equally formidable, had joined the fray. An elderly man with the surname Lu and a robust Caucasian man were visibly startled as they caught sight of Captain Panya and a mixed-race youth, who had managed to escape to a considerable distance while they were burdened with dragging numerous monsters. "Quick, we must flee." The white man and the elderly Lu dared not hesitate. Even in the absence of beast hordes, confronting two high-ranking monster generals would be foolhardy, especially with a plethora of creatures surrounding them. Roaring, the two high-ranking beast generals, resembling fierce lion-dog hybrids, charged forward with alarming speed, determined not to let these detestable humans evade capture. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of a dilapidated 6-story building, Luo Feng remained composed as he observed from the bathroom window. A subtle smile crept upon his face when the white man and the elderly Lu turned to flee, while the one-eyed middle-aged man, the bald giant, and Dong Zi struggled to break free. At that precise moment, two black flying daggers shot forth from the window, slicing through the throng of lion-dog monsters and hurtling towards the one-eyed man and the bald giant. Caught off guard, they would have been able to resist had it been a fair confrontation, but this ambush was entirely unexpected. The daggers pierced through the heads of the one-eyed man and the bald giant with brutal efficiency, their skulls exploding like overripe melons. Almost instantaneously, the same dark projectiles penetrated the head of Dong Zi, who was frantically spraying bullets with his machine gun. As the three men met their demise, their hearts were filled with terror, confusion, and resentment, unaware of the assailant that had claimed their lives. In a matter of moments, their bodies were overwhelmed by the ravenous beasts, eager lion-dog hybrids tearing into the flesh. From the bathroom window, Luo Feng coolly observed the scene as the two lion-dog leaders pursued the elderly Lu and the white man. Now, 5 out of the 6 members of the Tiger Tooth team were dead. Fortunately, everything unfolded according to my design. Though I orchestrated these events, they remained blissfully ignorant of my involvement. Luo Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Deep down, he was reluctant to antagonize the mixed-race youth, whose significant background was evident to all but the foolish. Thus, when the Tiger Tooth team was with the young master, Luo Feng refrained from taking action. However, due to the chaos of the beast horde, the entire team of 7 had split into 3 factions, the mixed-race youth and Panya, the elderly Lu and the white man entangled with the 2 high-ranking beasts, and the one-eyed man along with the other 2. Because the mixed-race youth and the others had fled far away, completely oblivious to the plight of the one-eyed man and his companions, Luo Feng seized his opportunity. Yet, it appeared that the young master was in grave trouble. Just then, a vague human silhouette appeared in Luo Feng's line of sight, wielding a club-like weapon. In a flash, it traversed hundreds of meters and plunged into the throng of beasts. The air was filled with a terrifying series of explosive booms, as dozens of lion mastiff and tiger mastiff beasts surrounding the mixed-blood youth, Zhou, were instantly reduced to mere flesh and blood. The thunderous sound of sonic booms, generated by a speed that far exceeded the speed of sound, echoed around. Suddenly, the phantom moved again, appearing directly in front of the 2 lion mastiff leaders. Instantly, they let out a terrified roar and attempted to flee. With a resounding crash, a club-like weapon struck one of the lion mastiff leaders with blinding speed, sending the silver-white creature soaring over 20 meters into the air. Its scales shattered completely, and crimson blood rained down from the sky. As the first lion mastiff leader was sent flying, the phantom pursued the other leader with equal ferocity, delivering another crushing blow. The second leader was propelled like a bowling ball, colliding into the mass of lion mastiff and tiger mastiff beasts behind it. In an instant, those nearby were violently shaken to death, while many others were knocked over by the impact. The high-ranking beast general, the lion mastiff leader, tumbled on the ground several times before finally collapsing, motionless, with blood seeping from its mouth, nose, and ears. At that moment, the first leader, still airborne, crashed to the ground with a deafening thud, lying still. In an instant, two high-ranking beast generals met their demise. The entire pack of lion mastiffs and tiger mastiffs was thrown into disarray, with several other lower-ranking beasts, now paralyzed with fear, howling in terror as they fled in panic. It was at this moment that the phantom solidified into reality. Luo Feng could finally discern the figure of a towering man, standing at least 2 meters tall, with a visage chiseled like stone. Clad in a gray combat uniform, he wielded a massive wolf-tooth club, its spikes sending chills down the spine. Luo Feng was utterly astonished at the sight of the two lifeless lion mastiff leaders, paralyzed with fear, hardly daring to breathe. This individual was undoubtedly a warrior of divine caliber. I must tread carefully. If he discovers my presence, it could spell trouble. Uncle Li, the mixed-blood youth exclaimed, rushing over in gratitude. Mr. Li, the elderly man surnamed Lu and the burly Caucasian bowed respectfully. The giant glanced at the mixed-blood youth with a smile. Li Wei. As soon as your father received your distress signal and pinpointed your location, he dispatched 2 divine warriors, myself and Brother Wang. Thankfully, I was close enough to arrive in time. Is Uncle Wang here too? The mixed-blood youth's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, as if swept by a gust of wind, a blurry figure appeared nearby and solidified into a man clad in a green combat uniform, his handsome features suggesting he was in his 20s or 30s. Uncle Wang, the mixed-blood youth called out eagerly. Look at you in such a disheveled state, the man remarked with a gentle smile. The burly Caucasian man beside him rendered the elderly Lu utterly speechless, while Captain Panya of the Tiger Tooth team continually surveyed his surroundings. His gaze particularly lingered on the scattered combat uniforms, machine guns, and the remnants of corpses nearby, causing his eyes to well up with emotion.